It's not like I've forgotten. I'm pretty sure I remember where this place is, and I've actually seen this scenery in my dreams. However, outside of those dreams, I can't recall what it looks like. But it's not like I forgot. Not at all. It's just that I don't have the proper cue I need to draw the memory out. Reality offers me no opportunities to remember. I'm sure if I did try to recall it, if I even can, then I wouldn't get the chance to do so. I mean, the person standing before me now has absolutely no connection to the reality I know. Do you have a wish? The face of the man, woman, asking me this in such placid tones keeps changing, never staying the same for long. The deepest parts of my psyche that weave this dream can't seem to pin down its features. I'm sure I've seen this face somewhere before. It simultaneously resembles everyone and no one. My answer must have been bland and non-committal. That's why I can't remember the response I receive. But the person listens to my reply all the same and then hands me some sort of container. This box can grant any wish, no matter what it may be. It really does look like a box. I squint my eyes as I examine it more closely. My vision isn't poor. Despite this, I still can't seem to see the box clearly. Even though it's so close. It's empty. And something seems very wrong about that. It's like shaking an unopened box of cookies where you can feel the weight of the contents and hear them rattling around, only to find it's empty when you open it. I'm sure the next thing I did was ask some boring question like, why are you giving this to me? Because you're so very interesting. You're all so similar that I find it practically impossible to see the little things that distinguish you. You intrigue me to no end. Yet I simply can't tell one of you from another. It's all very ironic. I have no idea what this means, but I nod as if I do. I can identify you, though you might not think much of it, but that's more than enough to catch my eye. I look inside at the bottom of the box. Though there isn't anything in there, I feel myself overcome by the uncomfortable sensation that something is trying to pull me within. I quickly avert my gaze. Use this box, and whatever wish you could possibly have will come true. It doesn't matter what you ask for. You could wish eternal sorrow upon the entire human race, and I wouldn't lift a finger to stop you. All I want is to see what kind of wishes you, all of you, will make. Whatever I say next brings a smile to the other person's face. Hey, no, it's not some sort of special power. It's actually the innate ability of humans to possess clearly defined visions that makes their wishes come true. All I can do is give that ability a little push. I take the box. But of course, I don't remember that, or this dream. Once I wake up, I can still clearly recall how I felt about that man, and my impression never changes, even within the dream. This guy's kinda creepy, isn't he? First time. My name is Ai Otonashi. I'm very pleased to meet you, the transfer student said with a small smile. 23rd time. I'm Ai Otonashi. Nice to meet you, the transfer student said, her voice uninterested and emotionless. 1050th time. I'm Ai Otonashi, the transfer student spat, sounding jaded and refusing to meet the gazes of her new classmates. 13,118th time. I look at the platform in the front of the classroom and see a new transfer student named Ai Otonashi, whose name I've never learned. I'm Ai Otonashi is the only thing she mumbles as she faces her schoolmates. Her voice is so quiet, it's as if she doesn't care if anyone can hear her. All the same, her clear tones carry well. Yeah, I know her name. But of course, this is the first time I've actually heard it. The class can scarcely breathe. Not because her curt self-introduction could barely be called a greeting, but because there's something unearthly about this girl and her matchless beauty. Everyone is waiting to hear what she'll say next. The girl opens her mouth. Kazuki Hoshino. Huh? Why did she say my name? Every gaze in the classroom settles on me as if I'm going to tell them why. They can look at me all they want, but I'm just as clueless as they are. I'm here to break you, the girl says suddenly. This is the 13,118th time I've transferred. After so many occasions, I have to say that this is all starting to grate on me, which is why this time I'm spicing things up with a proper declaration of war. She fixates on me, unconcerned by the blank astonishment gripping the rest of the class. Kazuki Hoshino, I will make you surrender. It would be best if you offered what you value most to me immediately. There's no point in resisting. Why, you ask? The answer is simple. Ai Otonashi's lips curl into a smile as she continues. No matter how much time passes, I will always be right there with you. 10,876th time. It's March 2nd. Today has to be March 2nd. Why do I need to remind myself of that? Must be because it's still so cloudy outside despite it being March. That's got to be it. It's the weather, the way the blue sky remains hidden just enough to dampen your spirits. When the hell is it ever going to clear up? I'm in the classroom before the bell rings, and those are the kinds of dull thoughts going through my mind as I stare out the window. I'm sure I'm only thinking this way because something's off with me. I mean, not that I'm sick. I feel the same as ever. There's just something weird about me today. I can't really describe it, but I guess it's closer to a sense of wrongness, like suddenly noticing I'm the only one not casting a shadow. It's so bizarre that I can't put my finger on the cause. It's not like anything special happened yesterday. This morning I ate breakfast and listened to a new album by one of my favorite bands on the train, and when I happened to catch my horoscope for the day on TV, it said I would have passably good luck. Anyway, it's not like dwelling on it will uncover any answers, so I might as well eat my aibo. Today's flavor is pork kimchi. I take a bite of the crispy puff corn stick. No matter how many of these I eat, I'll never get tired of the texture. Aibo again? Don't you ever get sick of those things? If you keep eating them every day like this, your blood will probably turn the same color. What color would that be? You think I care? The one responsible for this nonsense is my classmate Kokon Kairino. Her brown hair, which falls somewhere between semi-long and long, is tied back in a single high ponytail. Kokon changes how she does her hair all the time, but this style seems to be a favorite of hers lately. It feels like I haven't seen her do it any other way for a while. Kokon takes the seat next to me and peers into a light blue hand mirror as she does her makeup with some Tula guy like me has no idea what to call. She's so focused, it almost makes me want to tell her to try concentrating that hard on something other than cosmetics. Now that I think about it, a lot of your things are blue. Yeah, that's because I like it. Oh yeah, Kazu. Do you notice anything different about me today? Anything at all? With that abrupt change of topic, Kokon turns to face me, her eyes glittering. What could it be? How am I supposed to know if she just asks me without warning like that? Here's a hint. Something has changed about my most attractive feature. Huh? I look at her chest without thinking. Hey, what? You think it's my breasts? Can I help it if Kokon is always bragging about how she outgrew her D cups? Everyone knows my most striking feature is my big, beautiful eyes. As if my breasts could just get bigger overnight. Or maybe that's what you were hoping, you perv. You're obsessed with boobs. Sorry, I had no way of knowing what Kokon considers her most attractive feature, but I figure it's best to just apologize. So, what do you think? Kokon gazes directly at me, her eyes brimming with expectation. They certainly are big. Now that I realize it, I can't help but feel a bit embarrassed. But your face looks the same as usual. I try not to stare too closely at her face as I say this. What's that? You say my face is as lovely as always. That's not what I said. Well, you should. She demands. I'll have you know that I'm using mascara today. How is it? What do you think? I still can't tell what she wants me to notice. She looks exactly the same as yesterday. I mean, how am I supposed to notice that? I was going for the honest approach, but it was the wrong choice. What do you mean? How am I supposed to notice that? Exclamation mark. Kokon hits me. Ow. Could you possibly be any more boring? Kokon sounds like she's just playing around, but I think I'm detecting a hint of genuine anger in her voice. She pretends to spit on the floor and goes to show off her new mascara look to the rest of the class. Phew, that really wore me out. Kokon is fun, but I can't keep up with her. You two lovebirds finished with your little spat? The first thing I see upon turning around is a right ear with 3 earrings in it. There's only one person in our school with those. There's no way anyone could mistake that for a lover's quarrel. That would have happened no matter what. But my friend Dayaomin blows off my rebuttal with a snort. Yep, he's just as arrogant as ever today. But I guess it would be pretty weird if someone decked themselves out with silver hair and tons of accessories, blatantly violating school rules, only to act all meek and humble. Could you seriously not tell she had mascara on? I couldn't care less about how she looks, and even I could see the difference. Really? Daya lives next door to Kokon and has apparently known her since kindergarten, so his claim that he doesn't care about her has to be a lie. Still, I might have a problem if I missed something even this self-centered and dismissive guy picked up on. But, you know, I feel like she was wearing mascara yesterday, too. Oh, I got you, Kazu. You're just letting that hoe know you aren't into her. I feel you there. I do the same thing. Only I'm more upfront about it. You're such a jackass for a class president. I can hear everything you're saying, you know. Daya continues on, completely ignoring Kokon and her infamously sharp ears. Enough about all that, though. Have you heard there's a new student transferring to our class today? A transfer student? I confirm with myself again that it's March 2nd. Why would anyone transfer so late in the school year? A transfer student? Really? Kokon really was listening in the whole time, evident by her jumping in now. I'm not talking to you, Kieri. Don't just butt in from across the room. And don't try to come over here, either. For the sake of my mental health, I don't want to look at that sloppy paint job you're so hell-bent on applying to your face. What? Well, maybe you should think about doing something to fix that messed up attitude of yours first. Go hang upside down for 46 hours, and maybe you might get some blood flow to your head again so you can start using it. They've both got mouths on them, that's for sure. I raise my voice to speak over them, trying to put an end to the trash talking and steer the conversation back on topic. So, a transfer student. I think I may have heard something about that. Just as I planned, Daya shuts his mouth and gives me a long stare. And who'd you hear that from? He asks me, a serious expression on his face. Huh? Why does that matter? Don't answer my question with a question. Who told me? Again? I think it might have been you. That's impossible. I heard about the transfer student myself only just now when I went to the faculty room on an errand. There's no way I would have had time to tell you. You're sure? Rumors about this type of thing spread like wildfire. Eerie is about the biggest gossip out there, and even she was clueless. Thinking back on what I just witnessed, I realize he's right. In fact, none of our classmates in first year class 6 seem to be in the know. That means they kept the information under wraps until today, the actual day of the transfer. If that's the case, then why would you know about it? I don't know. I wonder why. I guess it really doesn't matter. But still, don't you think it's a bit odd? 'Cause why would we have a transfer student arriving so late in the year? The way I see it, something must have happened. Maybe she's a real problem child, like the daughter of some chairman who got kicked out of another school. That's a believable reason for transferring now and keeping the news on the down low. You shouldn't make crazy speculations and form a biased opinion of the girl before she even arrives. Transfer students have enough trouble with people thinking weird things about them as it is. Not to mention that everyone's eavesdropping. Cocoon's reprimand provokes some wry grins from the classmates who are indeed listening in. So, you think I care? Wow. Just as a reflexive sigh escapes me at Daya's overbearing attitude, the bell rings. The rest of the class gradually makes their way to their seats. Cocoon is sitting in the row closest to the hallway, so she opens the hall window and leans out over the sill. It seems she wants to be the first to see our new classmate. Oh! She blurts out, as if she's spotted someone who fits the bill. Apparently, she's having fun getting an eyeful, but then she suddenly lets out a yelp and returns to her seat with a wooden expression on her face. What could have happened? A smile rises on Cocoon's face as she whispers, "Wow, I'm sure I'm not the only one who wants to ask her what she saw." But without a moment's notice, our teacher, Mr. Kokubo, enters the classroom. The shadow of a female student appears behind the frosted glass on the door. Observing the classroom and noticing everyone's curiosity, Mr. Kokubo calls in the transfer student. The silhouette on the other side of the door moves, and that's when I see her. It's instantaneous. The entire scene changes, as if the classroom itself has just been hurled off a cliff. The first thing I notice is a particular sound. It's a dry scratching noise, a rasping sound like our surroundings are being ripped apart. Scene after scene violently and forcefully interposes. Similar sights appear over and over. My mind runs wild, only to find itself forced back and tightly locked in place, like it's being crammed into a little metal box. My name is Ai Otonashi, I hear. I'm Ai Otonashi, I hear. I'm Ai Otonashi. I heard you, damn it. I reject those words against the massive tide of information trying to force itself into my head. There's no room for anything else. My brain is going to be sick. There's no way it can possibly digest all of this. What? I can't understand any of this. Once I realize this, I shut my thoughts away. And I'm back to normal. Huh? What was I thinking about just now? I've forgotten, so I turn back toward the front of the classroom and look at her. At the transfer student, Ai Otonashi, whose name I have yet to learn. I'm Ai Otonashi is the only thing she mumbles, in a voice that seems to imply she couldn't care less if we heard her or not. She steps down from the podium. The entire class is buzzing at her terse self-introduction. She starts walking toward me, apparently oblivious to the confusion of her new classmates. Gazing directly at me, she matter-of-factly takes the seat next to me, which just happens to be empty, almost as if it was set aside specifically for her to sit in. Otonashi has been examining me with undisguised suspicion as I watched all this transpire in stunned silence. Maybe I should say something. Nice to meet you. But her scowl remains unchanged. Is that it? Huh? I asked you if that's it. Am I missing something? I can't think of what she could possibly mean. This is the first time in my life I've ever seen Ai Otonashi, but the mood in the air suggests there's something else I need to say. Is that uniform from your old school? My forced question elicits no reaction from Otonashi, who continues to stare at me. Okay. Seeing my bewilderment, Otonashi sighs for some reason, and her lips turn up in the kind of exasperated smile you use with a disobedient child. I'll let you in on a secret you might like, Hoshino. Huh? I don't recall telling her my name. That's the least of the surprises in store for me, though. 5 seconds later, Otonashi's next utterance stuns me into silence. Kasumi Mogi is wearing light blue panties today. Kasumi Mogi generally wears her regular school uniform instead of her gym clothes. Today is no different. She's wearing her usual uniform while she watches the boys play soccer, her expression as lifeless as some sort of doll. The pale legs extending from below her skirt are so slender it seems as if they could break at any moment. And for some reason, I'm resting my head on those legs. Okay, yeah. At this point, I officially give up trying to understand any of this. I'm happy, but my brain isn't ready to process the situation. All I can do is put the tissue to my nose and focus on stopping the bleeding. I think I might lose my mind if I don't. I more or less understand how this situation came about. I couldn't focus because of Otonashi, and so the soccer ball hit me in the face and gave me a bloody nose. Mogi was worried about me and, for some reason, let me rest my head on her lap. Her legs aren't soft at all, though. To be honest, they kinda hurt my head. Why is she doing this? I look up at her, but her expression is blank and unreadable. Still, I'm happy. I'm hopelessly and helplessly happy. Of course Otonashi's revelation about the panties startled me, but not just because of how sudden it was. Like, she said she would tell me a secret I might like. She knew that information about Kasumi Mogi would qualify, and that's what really caught me off guard. Not even Daya or Kokon is aware of my love for Mogi. Why would Otonashi, someone I supposedly just met today, have any clue about my feelings? And yet she still said what she said. Hey, Mogi. What? She replies in a soft voice, like a small bird's. It suits her petite frame and delicate appearance perfectly. Did Otonashi talk to you at all today? Otonashi? The transfer student. No. So you aren't friends with her at all? Mogi shakes her head. Has anything strange happened to you recently? After thinking a moment, Mogi responds the same way, and the soft waves of her hair sway along with her. Why do you ask? She replies, her head tilted to one side. Well. No reason. Looking over toward the playing field, I see Otonashi standing in the center like a statue, utterly uninterested in the ball and the group of girls swarming around it. When it happens to roll over to her, she kicks it back to another player, who appears to be on the other team. Maybe I'm overthinking things. Maybe she doesn't really know how I feel. Otonashi's appearance, or even just her attitude, really makes an impression. When someone like her suddenly makes that kind of declaration from earlier, I can't help but read too much into it, right? Perfectly understandable. Still, why do I have so much trouble believing it? Otonashi looks in my direction, and her gaze stays locked onto me, the corner of her mouth lifting defiantly. She starts marching in my direction, even though class isn't finished yet. I quickly find myself on my feet. Though it should have been the greatest happiness of my life, I've relinquished the right to rest my head on Mogi's legs. I'm shivering from head to toe. And I don't mean that as a mere figure of speech. My entire body really is shaking. Perhaps because she's noticed Otonashi approaching, Mogi also rises to her feet, her face taut with unease. Otonashi walks up to me, that same defiant smirk still on her face. And suddenly jabs her finger at Mogi. It's all very abrupt. There's a sudden gust of wind, with absolutely no forewarning whatsoever, that no one could have predicted. And that breeze lifts Mogi's skirt. Mogi quickly grabs the hem to hold it in place, only the front, though, and I'm standing behind her. The wind is gone as suddenly as it arrived, and Mogi looks back at me. Though her face is as blank as ever, her cheeks are just the slightest bit red. She mouths the words, "Did you see?" Or maybe she says them in a voice too quiet to hear. I shake my head no with all my might, though I am sure the vehemence of my denial gives it away that I'm lying. But all Mogi does is lower her gaze without another word. Otonashi quickly appears beside me. I catch a glimpse of her expression. It's then I learn the reason why I'm trembling. I can read what's behind that look. It's something I've never once had directed toward me in my entire life. Enmity. Why me of all people? Otonashi's still glaring at me with that sneer. As I stand there, unable to do anything but shiver, she places her hand on my shoulder and brings her lips to my ear. They were light blue, right? Otonashi knew everything. That I have feelings for Mogi, that a gust of wind would reveal Mogi's underwear in front of me, everything, from start to finish. What she said to me earlier wasn't just some joke. It was a threat, meant to insinuate that she understood me, that she knew me inside and out, and that she controlled me. Surely you remember now, Hoshino? She watches my rigid form carefully. We stand like that for a while, but perhaps dismayed by my lack of response, Otonashi eventually lowers her gaze and lets out a sigh. I thought surely that would work. You're even more dim-witted than usual today, she complains in a low voice. If you've forgotten, then you better remember this. My name is Maria. Maria. But I thought your name was Ai Otonashi. Is that your pen name or something? Shut up. She doesn't even try to hide her anger. Fine. You might not be responding, but I'm still going to do what I have to. And with that, Otonashi turns away. Hey, wait. I call out for her to stop. She turns around, obviously annoyed. I instinctively recoil at the sight of her brows furrowed in such anger. It doesn't make sense, but judging by her behavior, maybe. Is this because we've met somewhere before? My question brings a smirk to Otonashi's face. Yeah, we were lovers in a former life. My beloved Hathaway, how it pains me to see you reduced to this. To think the man who came to spirit away a princess of an enemy kingdom such as myself could become such a cretin. I don't think I'm completely dumbfounded, perhaps satisfied with my reaction. For the first time today I see what could be considered a real smile on Otonashi's face. Just joking. The next day, I find Ai Otonashi's lifeless body. 8946th time. After considering my words for some time with obvious sorrow, Mogi answered in a truly pained voice, wait until tomorrow. 2601st time. I'm Ai Otonashi. The transfer student muttered that and nothing more. Oh man. This is incredible. Haruaki Uzui, my friend in the seat next to me, blurts this out in a fairly loud voice and gives me an audible slap on the back, even though we're still in the middle of second period. That hurts, stupid. It's embarrassing, too. Everyone is staring. Haruaki's gawking behind him thanks to the presence of Ai Otonashi, the transfer student. Our eyes met. Oh man, I can't believe this. She probably just looked up when you made all that fuss turning around to look at her. Hoshi, my man, you have no sense of romance. Romance? What the hell's he talking about? She's just too beautiful, like a walking work of art. She's a national treasure. I can't take it anymore. My heart is hers. I'm going to profess my love to her. Well, that was fast. The bell rings. Upon giving the end of class salute as ordered, Haruaki makes a beeline for Otonashi without even returning to his seat. Ai Otonashi, you have stolen my heart. I love you. Oh god. He actually went through with it. I can't hear Otonashi's reply, but I know the outcome right away from Haruaki's face. Actually, I'm pretty sure I didn't even need to see that to deduce her reply. Haruaki comes back to my desk. I can't believe it. She turned me down. Why did you even think you had a chance of success in the first place? His total sincerity is a bit scary. Of course she did. If you go up to someone and announce your love for them unexpectedly like that, they're going to get creeped out. That's just how it works. HMPH. Yeah, I guess you're right. I'll just have to try again. Only next time it won't be so sudden. I know I'll win her over someday. While on the one hand I envy Haruaki for his optimism, on the other, I'm glad I'm lacking in that area. And what are you two up to here? It seems like fun to me, but the girls sure don't think much of you right now, says Dayo as he walks up to us. What? Just Haruaki, right? Afraid not. They're treating you two as partners in crime. Hey, my partner in crime? That's some high praise right there, huh? Hoshi, this can't get any worse. But how about it, Dayan? I'm sure even you want to take a shot at her, right? Haruaki says, giving him a little jab with his elbow. Most people would be afraid to tease Daya like this, but Haruaki doesn't give it a second thought, maybe because they're old friends, or maybe because he's not the type to worry about consequences. Daya sighs and answers straight away. Nah, no way. So does that mean you have your heart set on someone else? It doesn't matter whether Otonashi's good looks stir my heart or not. I'll admit, she is beautiful, but I'd never actually try to make a play for her. Really? You don't understand anything, do you, Haruaki? But I guess that sentiment is incomprehensible to an ape like you who's driven solely by instinct and pursues anything with a pretty face. What did you say? Just what does caring about looks have to do with instincts? Producing attractive children will lead to more descendants, so we are instinctively drawn to more visually appealing mates. Haruaki and I both say in wonderment. Daya seems truly disheartened that we never figured this out on our own. Phew. Well, I get it. Dayan, what you're really trying to say is that there's no point in trying because AI is out of your league, right? There's no dishonor in knowing you can't win. I know what you're doing. You're like that fox that knows he can't reach the grapes high up on the tree, so he tries to make everyone else think those grapes are bitter. Rationalization, that's it. That's so not cool. Aim, Dayan. Did you even listen to a word I said? Still, the first part of your argument wasn't completely off base. You should die 1,000 times for the second half, though. Ha! So you admit you don't have a chance. That's enough for Daya to slug Haruaki and his triumphant grin. Wow! All that anger he was holding back really boiled to the surface. It's not that I don't have a chance. It's that she won't try to approach me. Man, if that isn't some conceited BS, I don't know what is. Right, Hoshi? This guy thinks he deserves the world on a platter just cause he's pretty. You'd think Haruaki would have learned his lesson by now, but he plunges ahead full tilt. I'm not saying she won't make a move on me because I'm out of her league. It may be the truth, but that's not how things work with her. Damn, you really are shameless. She doesn't think of me as out of her league, Daya explains. In fact, I don't even fall into that category for her. None of us interest her one bit. It's not like she's looking down on us, either. It's just like how we see insects only as insects, or people as people. She isn't even aware of the subtle difference between us, how I'm handsome and Haruaki's a total mess. It's like ignoring the differences between male and female cockroaches to her. Just how would you go about making a move on someone who views you like that? Not even Haruaki has a clue of what to say in response to this rather merciless criticism of Otonashi. Daya. I just have to open my mouth. You're actually pretty interested in Otonashi, aren't you? Daya's at a loss for words. A rare reaction for him. But that's the way it is. Regardless of whether his opinions are right or wrong, you can't really analyze them without a bit of observation. Psh, I don't give a damn about her. You're blushing. Kazu, you are this close to falling into my trap. I'm going to do things you never thought possible with a green onion that will make you break out in hives the next time you even see one. I can tell that Daya is getting seriously angry, so I decide to laugh and play the whole thing off as a joke. At any rate, it seems that Daya knows that Otonashi is easy to deal with. Before long, even you idiots and your insect-level powers of observation will figure out that there's something wrong with her. The claim makes Daya sound like a bit of a sore loser, but that isn't the case. After all, he's exactly right. Immediately after our homeroom session at the end of the day, Otonashi suddenly raises her hand. As soon as Mr. Kokubo sees her, she launches into an announcement without waiting for permission or even an acknowledgement. I need everyone in first year class 6 to do something. Heedless of the class's stunned reaction, she continues. I just need 5 minutes of your time. I'm sure you don't mind, right? Despite the lack of response, Otonashi marches up to the podium. She then drives Mr. Kokubo out of the classroom as if it's the most natural thing in the world. The whole scene is bizarre, but for some reason it feels completely normal. Judging by their reactions, I can tell the rest of the class probably feels the same way. Pure silence grips the classroom, without a single murmur of protest. Standing on the platform at the front, Otonashi faces the class and opens her mouth to speak. I want you all to write something. She then steps down and gives piles of something to the students at the front of each row. These students take one and pass the remainder to the students sitting behind them, much like when we receive a normal handout in class. Eventually, I get one, too. It's a blank, completely nondescript piece of recycled paper cut to about 4 inches on each side. Bring them up to me once you've finished writing. That's it. What do you mean by something? Kokon takes it upon herself to ask for the rest of the class. Otonashi's reply is terse. My name. The strange silence from earlier finally breaks as commotion fills the classroom, which is completely understandable. None of this makes any sense. Her name? Everyone knows that. She just told us this morning when she introduced herself as Ai Otonashi. This is stupid. Someone spits. There's only one person who would say something like that to Otonashi. Daya. Oh, I mean. The entire class seems to gulp in unison. Everyone knows you don't want to get on Daya's bad side. Your name is Ai Otonashi. Sure. What's the point of having everyone write it? Are you desperate to make sure everyone remembers it right away? But Otonashi doesn't bat an eye at the harsh remark. All I would do is write Ai Otonashi. There, I just showed you I know your name. There's no point in writing it now, right? Fine. I don't care. Perhaps Daya wasn't expecting her to agree, because he's at a loss for a retort. With an angry tch, he tears his paper up as loudly as possible and leaves the room. What's the matter? Hurry up and write. No one in the classroom has started, which is completely understandable. Not everyone shows it, but we're completely flawed. She just shut Daya down. As his classmates, we're well aware of how incredible that is. It's a while before we can do anything. Eventually, the scratch of a mechanical pencil breaks the stillness, and the room gradually fills with sound of other students following suit. I'm pretty sure no one understands what Otonashi is after, but that doesn't matter. There's only one thing to write, just the name Ai Otonashi. The first person to bring their paper to Otonashi is Haruaki. Once he's out of his seat, Several other students get up as well. There's no substantial change in Otonashi's expression as she takes Haruaki's paper. I think he failed the test. Haruaki. I called him over once. He says a couple of words to Mogi and heads back this way. What's up, Hoshi? What did you write? Huh? AI Otonashi. What else would I write? I misspelled it, though. Haruaki looks a bit sad for some reason as he answers. Yeah, I guess that's really the only option. Come on, hurry up and write yours, too. But do you think Otonashi is doing this because she actually wants us to write her name? If so, then it's hard to believe there's any point to this at all. Nope, Haruaki immediately replies. Huh? But you wrote AI Otonashi, didn't you? I mean, okay, so Dayan is ridiculously smart, right? Though, his personality is equally awful. I cock my head in confusion at the sudden change in topic. So Daya said that all he would write was AI Otonashi. Which means he couldn't think of anything else to write. I was the same. Obviously, we couldn't write something else because we couldn't come up with what that would be. So if you can't think of anything, you can't write it. Exactly. The point is, none of this is about us. I get the feeling Haruaki is right on the money. He has to be right. In other words, Otonashi is ignoring the majority of the class and doing all of this for someone who could think of something else to write. Now I know why Haruaki looked so dejected earlier. I mean, he really does have the hots for Otonashi. His approach was pretty silly, but I've never seen him declare his feelings like that to anyone else, so they must be genuine. But she isn't falling for it. She won't even give him the time of day. Just like Daya said. You know, you're smarter than I thought, Haruaki. That then I thought part was totally unnecessary. That actually was pretty rude, so I try to clear the air with a smile. Haruaki is kind enough to return it with a slightly forced grin. Anyway, I'll see ya later. My teammates will kill me if I don't get moving. Well, maybe that's an exaggeration, but still. Okay, hang in there. It must be tough playing for a fairly capable baseball club. I returned to my blank piece of paper. I was figuring I would just write AI Otonashi, but for some reason, I can't bring myself to do it. I look closely at the girl. There's absolutely no change in her expression as she skims the papers the other students have given her. They all must have the name from her self-introduction on them. Anyone who can't think of anything else wouldn't be able to write anything else. So what am I supposed to do? I mean, I did think of something else. For some reason, the totally random name Maria popped into my head. No, I get it. My mind is doing something weird. Where the hell did I come up with Maria, of all things? If I write that and give it to Otonashi, she'll just yell at me to stop messing with her. But what if, in some wild twist of fate, this happens to be the answer she's hoping for? Filled with doubt and uncertainty, I start writing on that 4x4-inch scrap of recycled paper. Maria. I stand up and walk over to Otonashi. There's no line. It seems I'm the last to turn my paper in. Nervously, I hand it to her. She accepts it without a word. And then she sees what's written on it. The change in her expression is unmistakable. Huh? Neither Mr. Kokubo nor Daya could get a reaction out of her, so why is she suddenly so wide-eyed? Hey. And now she's laughing. Hoshino. Oh. You remembered my name. I regret that comment instantly. Otonashi's laughter vanishes, and she glares at me like she's finally cornered the man who murdered her parents. You bastard. Don't mess with me. Her voice is choked, as if it's all she can do to fight down her rage. I predicted what she would say, but not that tone. Next thing I know, she has me firmly by the collar of my jacket. Whoa. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to. Why else would you write that if you aren't trying to play with me? Well, you see, it's just that, yeah, maybe I was just playing around, and that probably seals my fate. Her hands still securely gripping my collar, Otonashi drags me off behind the school. Hoshino, do you think you can make fun of me? Otonashi has me up against the wall of the school as her eyes bore into me. Strategy is not my strong suit. I'm well aware of this. My plans are about as simple and ill-advised as telling the culprit to come out and identify himself. You can't even call them plans. So why the hell are you falling for them? This is the second time. It's like you're completely ignoring what happened the first time. Otonashi has finally released me, but her gaze alone is enough to fix me in place. Seeing my reaction, she presses her lips tight before letting out a sigh. It's just that I felt like I wasn't getting anywhere, so I lost my cool for a bit once I thought I'd made some headway. But the truth is that things are taking a turn for the better, so I suppose I should be happy. Yeah, that's right. You should be happy. Ha ha ha. Otonashi meets my good-natured chuckle with a terrifying glare. I'd probably be better off keeping my mouth shut, I don't understand you. I thought that maybe my persistence had worn you down. But I can't figure out why you look so carefree and empty-headed. It's not that I'm empty-headed so much as that I have absolutely no clue what she's talking about. You ignored me for the first 2,600 times. I could never get you to submit, no matter how many of these endless repetitions I went through. It's exhausting. It should be for you, too. But you always seem perfectly fine. What should I do? I don't understand a word she's saying. Perhaps finally realizing how bewildered I am, Otonashi eyes me dubiously. Don't tell me you aren't aware? Aware of what? Have it your way. Whether you're acting or not, I suppose there's no real harm in explaining. Well, to put it simply, I've transferred schools 2,601 times now. The only response I have to such a claim is to stare in shock. If you are acting, you really deserve some kind of award. That's the sort of stupid face you can make only when you're entirely clueless. But whatever. I'll explain things to you as I understand them. Now, then, today is March 2nd, right? I nod. It'd be easy if I could just say that I've repeated March 2nd 2,601 times now, but it's not as simple as that. I can't say it's precisely correct, but I use the word transfer. I have been returned to 6:27 a.m. on the morning of March 2nd 2,601 times. Returned is the proper expression from my perspective, but it's actually inaccurate. I use the term transfer because it's a bit closer to the truth. My mouth gapes open, and Otonashi clutches her hair in frustration. I can't take this anymore. Just how stupid are you? Whenever something inconvenient for you happens after 6:27 a.m., you just fix it by making it so it never happened. She yells, losing her temper. Hey, come on, now. No one can understand all of that thrown at them out of nowhere, you know. I'm not sure I really understand, but are you saying you keep experiencing the same period of time over and over? It happens right as those words leave my lips. What is this? What's going on? A massive wave of wrongness washes over me, weighing on my chest. Wrongness isn't a strong enough term to describe it, but that's what it is. It's like realizing the town I live in has been switched with an entirely different one, except that everyone else is going about their lives as usual without noticing. But it's not like lost memories have returned to me. I still don't remember anything, but I can definitely tell that something has happened all the same. Otonashi is telling me the truth. Do you finally understand? Hold on a minute. We've repeated March 2nd 2,601 times. That alone is more than enough to confuse me. But it's the other thing Otonashi is implying that really gets to me. And I'm the one doing this? Yep, Otonashi answers immediately. Why would I do that? I have no way of knowing your motivations. But I'm not doing it. You're probably not even aware of it. Why me? As I ask this, I realize there's only one reason I could have drawn her attention. I wrote Maria on a piece of paper. Just as you went through each repetition completely unaware up until now. The other people who are simply caught up in this have had their past erased as well. There was no way for me to make you remember your past that they didn't share. In other words, I've told the name Maria to the entire class. But the only ones who could possibly write it are the culprit and myself. But I remembered that name. Maria had just popped into my head from out of nowhere. That couldn't be normal. I don't know if it's been effective or not, but I've done my best to behave in an especially memorable manner. I was waiting for the culprit, who should be the only person besides me with memories of those worlds that never were, to slip up and reveal himself. I didn't have much hope that it would actually work, though. How long have you suspected it was me? I mean, you went to the trouble of telling me the name Maria in one of those past worlds, right? I wouldn't be particularly suspicious of someone as apparently harmless as you. So then, my time is infinite, so I was just being thorough. My time is infinite. I'd like to say it was just a figure of speech, but Otonashi really did spend that much time in her search. I get it now. Otonashi has an infinite amount of time, which is what led her to the throwaway strategy of having everyone in the class write her name. It was all in a slim hope that someone would write Maria. No, maybe she wasn't expecting anything at all. Maybe she had run out of ideas during her 2,601 transfers and was simply killing time until she could come up with a new plan. In any case, she most likely does have an eternity ahead of her. That explains why Otonashi is so angry that I fell for her plan. It's like grinding for levels in an RPG to take down that impossible boss, only to find you could have just cheesed him by using a certain item. You achieved your goal all the same, but you wish you could have your wasted time and effort back. I lost focus for a moment, but I still can't afford to be careless. Nothing has been resolved. After all. Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. Does it look like anything's been solved to you? Does it look like anything about this ongoing nightmare, this rejecting classroom, has ended to you. Rejecting classroom. She must be referring to the cycle of repetition we're stuck in. Still, there's one thing that's still bugging me. I understand why you're treating me like the one behind all this since I wrote the name Maria. But how is it that you aren't stuck in the rejecting classroom like everyone else? It's not that I'm not stuck. I am just as firmly trapped here as the rest of you. If I decide to stop remembering and give up, I'll go through all of this over and over again with no meaning, just like everyone else. It would be as simple as spilling a cup of water balanced on top of my head. We'd repeat for eternity the day you keep rejecting. Forgetting is all it would take for that to happen to you. Think about it. Does anyone else seem likely to realize things are repeating themselves? You're the one behind all this, and even you are unaware of what's happening. She might be right. We've already gone through all of this 2,601 times. After all, it would be effortless for me to stop remembering. But that will absolutely never happen. Never, never. Giving up is an impossibility for me. I don't care whether we do this 2,000 times, 2,000,000 times, or 2,000,000,000 times. I will triumph and accomplish what I set out to do. 2,000 times. I give that number some thought. You hear about groups of 2,000 relatively often, but when you actually consider adding 1 plus 1 plus 1 all the way up, well, there are 365 days in a year and 1,825 days in 5 years, so it's even more than that. Otonashi has been at this for all that time. Hoshino, do you have any idea how you were able to create the rejecting classroom, huh? No. Hey, I see. It would definitely be significant if you were playing dumb to avoid answering. That's some impressive acting, if that's what you're doing. This isn't an act. Well then, let me just ask you something. A faint smile creeps onto Otonashi's face. Hoshino, you've met, haven't you? Who? But I can't even ask that obvious question. My mind reels as I try to figure out why. Who have I met? I don't know. I can't remember. All the same, I understand. I have indeed met. When? Where? Naturally, I don't know either of these things. I have no memory. The one thing I know is the encounter definitely took place. I try to force myself to remember, but for some reason, that information vanishes before I can see it, as if a shutter is slamming down in front of it at incredible speed. Beep, beep, beep. Access denied. No unauthorized personnel beyond this point. Hey, you didn't you? Otonashi snickers to herself. She's certain now. And so am I. I, Kazuki Hoshino, am the villain responsible for this entire situation. You should have received something, a box that can grant a single wish. The word box is unexpected, but judging by the context, it must be the device that created the rejecting classroom. That reminds me, I still haven't told you what I'm actually trying to do, says Otonashi, a triumphant smirk still on her face. My goal is to obtain that box. And with that, her smile disappears. Now that she's sure I have what she wants, she icily orders, now hand it over. Surely I must have it. But if this box really can grant wishes, should I give it to her so easily? She's put herself through all of this 2,601 times, over and over, just to get this device. She must have a wish she needs to come true, enough to go to such drastic lengths for it. She's so desperate that she would be willing to take the box and its wish away from me. That's what it boils down to. That level of persistence definitely isn't normal. It's crazy. Beyond a doubt. There's something peculiar about AI Otonashi. I don't know how to give it to you. It's not a lie. But it's also my sole means of resistance. I see. But if you did know, you'd give it to me, right? Well, it's not uncommon to forget. You do know how, you simply can't recall. It's like riding a bicycle, you know what it feels like to do it, but you can't explain it to anyone else. You're just confused because you can't put it into words now. Is there a way to put an end to the rejecting classroom without handing over the box? Otonashi's gaze grows even more frigid at my words. So you don't want to give it to me after all? Is that what you're trying to say? No, that's not it. Otonashi quietly sighs as she sees my obvious panic. There's a way. If I destroy the body of the owner along with the box, I'm fairly certain that will spell the end of the rejecting classroom. Destroy the owner. That probably refers to the culprit who has the box, which would be me. She has to destroy me. That means if you die, this rejecting classroom we're stuck in will end, Otonashi says in a detached voice, as if she's swallowing her emotions. Comande, there was no need for the XXXX. Are you saying this is my future? If so, that despicable act is my only choice. I would almost rather you did this to me now. It's the morning of March 3rd. I'm at an intersection with poor visibility due to the rain. I've cast aside my umbrella, and I'm staring at a XXXX. Nothing else even enters my field of vision. Not even the truck smashed into the fence, or Otonashi standing nearby, draws my gaze from it. A red liquid flows endlessly, the rain powerless to wash it all away. There's a body with half its head missing and the brakes splattered everywhere. A cadaver, a stiff, dead meat, cold, lifeless flesh, a body. It's Haruaki's. Gwa. As I become fully aware of just what is before me, I vomit. I look at Ai Otonashi. She's watching me, her face expressionless. Haruaki. Don't worry, everything's going to be alright. Haruaki. I mean, we're just going to go back to the beginning of the cycle. It'll be like none of this ever happened. Lucky for us. Wait. Did I wish the rejecting classroom into existence because I couldn't accept a horrible event like this? 2602nd time. I'm Ai Otonashi. Gwa. In that instant, I'm hit with a flashback to that bloodred scene, locked away in the deepest depths of my memory despite how recently I witnessed it. That scene is what slowly draws out my memories of the 2601st transfer, like a thread pulling them directly from my brain. I'm surprised I could keep myself from screaming. Hey, what's the matter, Hoshi? You okay? You look like you're in pain. Haruaki, who was sitting in the seat next to me, expresses his concern. Even though a truck pulverized him, there he is, smiling and laughing beside me. The wrongness of it all is overwhelming. I feel nauseated. The information floods over me, devouring me like I'm its prey. My mind can't keep up with the rapid flow and is left completely behind. My memories of the previous time and my memories of this time have connected. It's all so sharp and vivid. But, man, that AI is too cute. I'm gonna go profess my love to her. And it's thanks to Haruaki's lifeless corpse. Despite meeting such a grisly fate, he's right here, head over heels in love with Ai Otonashi. I look at the transfer student. At that moment, our eyes meet. She holds my gaze with a bold smirk. Was the corpse an attempt to back me into a corner and force me to hand over the box? If so, it was tremendously effective. The dead body threatened me with death, and my friend's involvement crushed me with guilt. Otonashi is doing this of her own volition. I understand the rationale that says I'm not responsible, but the sight of that corpse scatters logic to the wind, and my mind simply can't take it. If I knew how, I would give her the box right here and now. Fortunately, I have no idea how to do that. Fortunately? Really? If this is an effective mode of attacking me, Otonashi's going to keep it up, until my mind finally breaks for good. She leaves the podium to stand beside me. Then, looking straight ahead and not even glancing in my direction, she whispers, "Looks like you remembered. At this rate, I'm going to break." I know all I'm doing is temporarily sidestepping the issue, but I still feign ignorance and avoid Otonashi. I have to think up a plan while I buy myself some time. That's why. Is that all you wanted to ask me about, Kazu? I'm asking for advice from Daya Oamin, the smartest person I know. Daya doesn't bother to hide his terrible mood as he leans against the wall of the hallway. It's probably because it took so long to explain everything. The breaks after first and second period, to be exact. So now what? You told me the idea for your little novel. So what exactly is it you want from me? My explanation to Daya was exhaustive. I hadn't left anything out. Still, given the nature of the story, I didn't think a down-to-earth realist like Daya would believe it if I gave it to him straight. Which is why I said it was an idea for a book. I was just wondering what the protagonist of this story should do. Well, regardless of anything else, he has to fight back against the transfer student. The protagonist in this situation is, of course, me. While the transfer student is Otonashi. It was pretty obvious, so Daya immediately picked up on the real identity of my characters. "Oh, so you based it on her?" he'd said with a smirk. Still, he doesn't really seem to care, since I'm putting it forth as strictly fiction. But I don't think the protagonist has any chance of winning. You're right. He probably doesn't right now. My opponent is Ai Otonashi, someone who's gone through 2602 transfers to get a hold of the box and isn't afraid of using the corpses of my friends to manipulate me. I can't think of a single item in my arsenal that would allow me to beat her. But it's possible that at some point in the future, our hero will get some ability that'll give him a fair chance, Daya states offhandedly. Really? Obviously, I came to Daya in search of a way to oppose Otonashi, but I still feel like I'm grasping at straws. I honestly didn't expect any sort of substantial revelation. What's that look for? Fine, let me ask you this, why doesn't the protagonist have a chance against the transfer student? Huh? Well, that's, no, don't answer. A dumbass like you would probably just give me some crap that would piss me off even more. Hey, should I be offended? So the difference between our hero and the transfer student is really just a difference in the information they have at their disposal. And the transfer student is using that disparity to manipulate the protagonist like a puppet. It's that simple. All he needs is good information that will flip the odds in his favor. You know. He's right. Otonashi can do whatever she wants with me as long as I keep forgetting everything that's happened. Here's another way of putting it. Our protagonist will stand a chance if he can somehow close the gap, since it's the biggest thing keeping him at a disadvantage. He just has to do away with that handicap. But that's not possible, I mutter, and Daya lets out a snort. Hey, you did say the protagonist sometimes keeps his memories from the previous time, right? Yeah. If he can carry over the version of him that remembers the previous time, then he can have memories from the previous 2 times. You see what I'm getting at? Yeah, that makes sense. If he can hold on to memories from the previous 2 times, then what's to keep him from doing it again and recalling things from 3 times ago? And if he can do it from 3 times ago, what's to keep him from doing 4 times? And so on and so on. The transfer student will be building up information the whole time, too. He'll never catch up and fill the gap. The transfer student already has over 2,601 loops worth of information under her belt. Just 2 or 3 isn't going to be enough for the hero to then do it 100,000 times. What? Sure. He's never going to make up for those 2,601 times that are already said and done, so he should just render them meaningless instead. Once it's been 102,601 times, though, the simple math says that gap of 2,601 will only equate to a measly 2% of his 100,000 transfers. I'd hardly call that a disparity. With that many repetitions, our hero will have what he needs to take her on. With the knowledge he's gained and the effort he makes her expend, he can wear down the transfer student until she's weak enough that she forgets about the cycle of repetition. Really? Can I really do that? But what if he doesn't know how to carry over his memories? It's true, I held on to my memories this time, but that was just a coincidence. You said the hero was able to keep his memories because the shock of seeing the dead body overwhelmed him, right? Yeah. I think that's why it happened. It's the only reason I can come up with, at least, and my intuition tells me I'm right. Seeing Haruaki's lifeless body somehow allowed me to hold on to my memories for once. Then it's simple, Daya says flippantly. Our little protagonist needs to start making some corpses of his own. What? I'm speechless. But I can't. Just listen. It's definitely too much to have him actually kill somebody. A protagonist without any morals like that would just make your readers mad. That's not what I'm talking about here. What I'm saying is that the hero needs to devise his own situations to shock himself, something on the level of seeing a dead body. Well, yeah, that would definitely work. What it all boils down to at this point is that the protagonist needs be even more persistent about the box than his rival. The bell rings, and Daya turns his back on me, signaling that my audience with him is at an end. I'm going back to the classroom. You should hurry, too. Okay. I don't feel like going straight to class, though, so I stay where I am a bit longer. Daya walks off without me. I sigh. Maybe there is a way to get through this without forgetting, but still. I'd need to make it through 100,000 transfers. It's logically possible, of course, but it isn't feasible. There's no way a human being could withstand the actual experience. It's like asking me to take a ride in a car that could go 10,000 miles per hour just because it exists. The car might be able to go that fast, but the pressure would crush me. No, any normal human being's mind would crack under the strain of 100,000 cycles. If Otonashi can do it, then there's something special about her. I never want to be the same as a monster like her. But what if that really is the only way to beat her? Should I even be in this fight in the first place? Maybe it would be better for both of us if I just meekly raise the white flag of surrender. I can't even decide on that now, and I let out another long sigh just when I raise my head and get moving back to the classroom. I can't stop myself from calling out. Haruaki, did he hear us? Even if he didn't, the look on his face as he emerges from behind the pillar is too grave. All we were doing was talking about a novel. A work of fiction. For the most part, you know how jealous I get when I hear my friends hanging out without me. I'm okay with hiding and eavesdropping when I get that way. You'll cut me some slack, right? Haruaki begins defending his actions without even being asked to. He talks as if he's just joking around, but his expression stays serious the whole time. Now then, Hoshi. Haruaki scratches his head as he continues. You want to try killing me? My breath catches in my throat. Why on earth would he say that? It's completely unlike him. Haruaki watches me for a moment as I stand there in shock. I can't even blink. After a moment, A satisfied smile rises on his face before he bursts into laughter as if he can't hold it in any longer. I knew it. That was horrible. Haruaki, don't mess with me like that. Ah ha ha ha. I never thought you'd get so serious. Wow, you're hilarious, Hoshi. Of course I was kidding. Yeah, he's right. I don't think anyone in their right mind would believe that the cycle of repetition we just talked about is actually occurring. Yeah, I know. You were just joking, weren't you? Of course I was. How could that be anything else? As if I would let you kill me. Something feels off about that last part. Haruaki, yeah? What do you need my help with? Help? What is he talking about? Haruaki is dead serious again. Well, I guess there's only so much I can do since I'm going to lose my memories the next time the world starts over, but all the same, I'd like to lend you a hand. Ah, now I get it. Haruaki believes in the rejecting classroom. The whole thing sounds absolutely ridiculous, but he believes it. Haruaki, what's the matter, Hoshi? All of that was just a scenario I thought up. Haruaki laughs loudly at that and remarks matter-of-factly, come on, you're lying, right? What? The word sticks in my throat before I can even ask. If someone asked me to believe all this nonsense, I know I certainly wouldn't. Wah ha ha ha. What? Are you moved by the depths of our friendship because I swallowed that story of yours? No questions asked. Yeah. When I nod, Haruaki suddenly looks a bit taken aback. Come on now. Don't be so serious. You'll make me blush. He turns a bit red and scratches his nose. Let me tell you something. Even Dayan knows everything you described is really happening to you and not just some crazy story you cooked up. Huh? No, there's no way. He's a realist. Now that he mentions it, though, Daya seemed a little unlike his usual self earlier. After all, he did meet me where I asked him to come, and he spent his entire break time hearing me out. If he really thought this was all some idea for a novel, he would have called it a bunch of crap and left right then and there. I doubt he's taking everything you're saying at face value, but I get the feeling he truly believes you're stuck in the situation you described. Daya's ideas certainly were a little peculiar for writing advice. The answers he provided were precisely what I was looking for. It doesn't add up. Hoshi, you base the transfer student on AIR, right? But she only transferred to our class today. You asked Daya for advice during our first period break. When did you have the time to put that whole story together? He's exactly right. For me, at least, I think your story is true and not some crazy delusion. Why? You have to admit this is way better than the other crap you usually come up with. Your imagination just isn't that good. Hey, that's mean. But I would have believed it even if you were really smart. Or at least the type who could whip up a story like that off the top of his head. Why? 'Cause you're my friend. Whoa, what's this guy saying? Now I'm blushing. Come on, how am I supposed to respond to that? Haruaki's eyebrows furrow as he pops a fry into his mouth. I see. So it's looking like our sweet AI. Well, AI Otonashi is the one who killed me. We're at McDonald's at Haruaki's suggestion. It's the middle of the afternoon, and we're sitting in the restaurant still in our school uniforms, having left early for the day after falsely claiming to be ill. I keep fidgeting, worried about the gazes of others around us. I wonder if she could sit in McDonald's in her uniform at this time of day without feeling weird. I'm sure AI Otonashi could pull it off. Though Haruaki has supposedly fallen for her, there's definitely animosity in his voice as he says her full name. That's probably because she's used to it after going through all this more than 2,000 times. Otonashi is used to things going back to as if they had never happened. She isn't going to get worked up about the events of the rejecting classroom anymore, which means she's adjusted to all this craziness. Can she even really be considered sane anymore? She is potentially trying to kill me. I suppose you think you've escaped from me. My heart freezes in my chest. The voice of the person I was just thinking of came from nowhere. I can't turn around, even though I heard its source behind me. I'm as mobile as concrete. Why is she here? We didn't even tell Daya where we were going. Otonashi circles around in front of us. I can't lift my gaze to look at her. I'll let you in on something, Hoshino, she says with a smirk. I've experienced March 2nd 2602 times now. I've spent all that time with my classmates who are completely unaware they're repeating the same day over and over. They haven't changed in the slightest. She quietly places her white hands on the table. Just that is enough to petrify me. People change, their values change. It's no simple matter to predict their behavior. However, it's pathetically easy to predict the actions of scum trapped in a stagnant puddle like you, especially when it's March 2nd every time. I know all your conversation patterns. Predicting the behavior of a fairly inactive high school student like you couldn't be easier, Hoshino. I'm all too aware of the information advantage Daya described. Before, my understanding was that he was referring to details about the rejecting classroom or the books, but that wasn't necessarily the case. The most problematic knowledge she has at her disposal is what she has on me, Kazuki Hoshino. By the same token, what I need to get my hands on is info about AI Otonashi. That's what Daya was trying to tell me from the get-go, and why he told me that going through the repetitions would allow me to whittle away at the gap between us. Do you understand now? There is no escape for you, Hoshino. You're firmly in my grasp. It would be so easy to crush you if I wanted to, but if I did, I would also lose the valuable object in your possession. That's the only reason I'm holding back, so I hope you understand. You'd better not do anything to make me angry. Otonashi grabs my hand. Stay quiet and come with me. Do what I say and keep your mouth shut. Her grip isn't strong. I could shake it off easily if I wanted to, but am I capable of that? No, I'm not. AI Otonashi has absorbed me completely. I know it sounds pathetic. All the same, I just can't oppose her. I don't even know how. Still, despite my utter inability to fight back, Otonashi lets go of me. What do you think you're doing? She says. I haven't shaken off her hand, so her hostile question isn't directed at me. What are you doing? It's for Haruaki, who pulled Otonashi's hand off me. I'm not going to let you take Hoshi. Don't you get that? Are you stupid or something? Haruaki's challenge sounds childish, and his face is tense. He's definitely acting. I've never known Haruaki to censure others like this. Naturally, his obvious bluff isn't enough to move Otonashi. That's not what I'm asking. You're the one with dull wits. Use Yui. Your actions are futile, meaningless. It seems you've decided to help Hoshino. But all of that is part of a waking dream that will shortly fade to nothingness. Next time, you won't see me as an enemy. You'll probably even profess your love to me again. Haruaki recoils under the verbal assault, probably because he knows it's all true. Once the world is reset, he'll forget everything he discussed with me today. She's his enemy now, but when the next loop comes around, he'll be just as infatuated with her as before. He's stuck in a mire of despair. Despite having been confronted with this truth, Haruaki is still clenching his fists. No, I still think you're the one having trouble understanding, Otonashi. Sure, I might get reset each time so that I have no clue what's going on. I can't hold on to my memories, and I'm not smart like Dayo. But I know I can trust myself. I don't understand. What are you getting at? Think about it, Otonashi. Are you positive I'm completely incapable of change? Of course. You can't do anything. You've got it backward. If I can't change, that also means I can guarantee certain things will be true for me in the next reality. After all, I'm going to be exactly the same person I was this time. It's easy to imagine. As long as Hoshi explains things to me, I know I'll trust him and lend him a hand every step of the way. I'd never abandon a friend like Hoshi, no matter what reality we're in. You keep that in mind, Otonashi. Haruaki jabs a finger at her as he continues. As long as Kazuki Hoshino is your enemy, then you've made an enemy of me as well. And I can never die. To be honest, his pose as he makes his declaration isn't remotely impressive. It's forced. He's obviously trying to put up a strong front, and his hands are shaking. There's no hiding how frightened he is. Haruaki's usually a complete goofball. He'll never be able to deliver cool lines like that convincingly. Still, it's more than enough to warm my heart. He may look silly, but there isn't a single hint of doubt in his voice. No fancy words. He's just saying what comes naturally to him. Otonashi is, of course, unfazed by Haruaki and his slightly awkward stance. But she doesn't have an immediate comeback for him, either. Her lips purse together in an unpleasant grimace for several seconds. You speak like you think I'm the evil one here, even though it's because of Kazuki Hoshino that we're trapped in the rejecting classroom. Otonashi's words are pointed and precise. I can see them hitting home with Haruaki, but still, I don't make mistakes when it comes to choosing friends. Haruaki's opinion will not be swayed. He's frightened, but he refuses to look away. I'm getting worried. This is AI Otonashi we're dealing with. She isn't the one who's going to suffer from having a permanent enemy. Haruaki is. Each time, someone he's naturally attracted to is going to treat him with resentment for what appears to be no reason. He's setting himself up for an endless cycle of pain. All the while, Otonashi is never going to feel an iota of pressure, no matter how much Haruaki snaps at her. Still, this is getting tedious. Otonashi is the first to avert her gaze and turn away. All your actions here today will just be rendered meaningless, anyway. And with that, she leaves. If it were anyone besides Otonashi, I might have called them a sore loser. But it didn't sound that way at all. She didn't seem to have taken anything Haruaki said to heart, so I wonder when she decided it was okay to accept defeat this time. I guess that's why she said exactly what she thought. She concluded it would be easier to manage us when the circumstances were more agreeable. Otonashi doesn't harbor any emotion whatsoever toward us. She isn't afraid of us, naturally, but she also doesn't bear any anger or contempt toward us. So why did she? No, I know the reason. It was just my imagination. I was mistaken. I clearly read the situation incorrectly. Still, it really seemed, just for a second, that I saw a touch of sadness pass across her face. Hey, Hoshi. Haruaki speaks, still eyeing the automatic door Otonashi left through moments earlier. Do you think I'm gonna get killed? My first instinct is to say there's no way that could happen, but when I realize he might be right, I swallow the words. In the end, it's raining on the morning of the 2602nd March 3rd. Even though I take a longer route to avoid the scene of the accident, I end up arriving at school early. It isn't so much that I want to avoid Otonashi's attack as I just never want to witness anything like that ever again. Daya is already in the classroom when I arrive. He approaches as soon as he catches sight of me. What's up, Daya? Something keeps him from answering right away. He's peering closely at my eyes. While he's still as skilled as ever at keeping his thoughts hidden, there's clearly something unusual going on. So, hey, about that book idea we were talking about yesterday. Daya's tone is intentionally light as he mentions my novel, or more precisely, my beliefs about how things are occurring. I was curious about something. Why doesn't the transfer student lose her memories each time like the protagonist does? I don't have a good response. Probably because I don't know why he's bringing this up. The protagonist can't hold on to his memories even though he's the one responsible for creating the rejecting classroom. Even if the transfer student has some special ability, doesn't it seem a little cheap for her to automatically keep her memories after each repetition? I think you should make it so both characters have to use the same methods to maintain their memories. You might be right. I agree without thinking about the implications too much. I'm not entirely sure what he's trying to say. I guess because Daya's still talking like this is all for a novel. The hero's able to retain his memories because he sees a dead body, right? I think so. And he sees the body because someone got hit by a truck, correct? There's no way the transfer student, who has experienced this same date 2601 times, didn't know that truck was going to lose control. So if she's somehow involved in this accident, you can be sure she meant for it to happen. That's why you presented the death of the hero's friend as a murder. I nod. But that's what bothers me. What? Is there something wrong with that approach? No, you're on the right track. It was most definitely an attack on the protagonist. What I'm getting at is that maybe witnessing the accident was a prerequisite for him to keep his memories. There's no point to the attack if he's just going to forget it all right away. I'm not sure what you're trying to tell me here. So the transfer student wants to take the box from the protagonist. Right? Try thinking from her perspective. She's finally found her guy, the one she's been searching for. She could have just kept quiet, but instead she goes to the trouble of explaining everything to him. Which opponent would it be easier to take the box from? One who's completely oblivious, or one who's on guard? The oblivious one, of course. If that's the case, then why do you think she bothers explaining everything to him? I guess because she thinks he's going to forget. That's right. She judges there isn't any harm in telling him. Explaining everything to the protagonist is probably a bit of a pastime for her at this point. You could even call it careless. But she had to have set up the accident, right? Which means it could only have been an attack on me. So, I'm sure she set it up. But try thinking of it this way. The transfer student didn't expect the protagonist to see the body. So, in other words, she caused the accident for some other purpose than attacking me. I think over our conversation again. I hurriedly look around the classroom. The transfer student, Ai Otonashi, is nowhere to be found. She's probably still at the scene of the accident. It can't be. She's insane. Of course she is. There's no way someone who's adjusted to living the same date 2602 times could be right in the head. Ai Otonashi is killing people. Not as an attack on me, but as a way of retaining her memories. I remembered. I didn't want to, but I remembered. The 2601st time wasn't the first time that accident took place. It could have happened 2600 times before then. If this is true, does it mean that Otonashi kills someone each time she transfers? Can I really just sit back and let this happen? Is Haruaki going to be murdered this time, too? Haruaki, huh? What's up, Hoshi? Standing over by the door is the man himself, who's just arrived. What does this mean? If he isn't the victim, then, the dead body doesn't necessarily have to be Haruaki's. It seems. That's enough about your book for now, Kazu. Let's get down to the real matter at hand. Daya continues on, paying no mind to Haruaki. I heard there was an accident just now. He pauses a breath, then speaks. A truck hit Ai Otonashi. What the? Oh, I get it. It works perfectly fine if she's the victim. 2. 4609th time. A truck hit Haruaki. 5232nd time. A truck hit Kasumi Mogi. 27,753rd time. It's soccer day in I have a bloody nose, and I'm resting my head on Mogi's lap. She's still in her regular school uniform. I suddenly wonder what prompted Mogi to say I could rest my head on her. Is this the kind of thing she would do if she was trying to win me over? I glance up at her face, but all I can see is the same vacant expression she always has, as if there's nothing on her mind at all. Hey, Mogi, what is it? What are you thinking about, huh? Mogi tilts her head, but no answer is forthcoming. Her only response is a puzzled look. I mull this over. Would it be impossible to build a romantic relationship with such a blank slate? Why do I have feelings for a girl as confusing as Mogi? And when exactly did they start? I try to remember. Huh? What is it? Asks Mogi at my sudden outburst. It's nothing. I'm sure my expression exposes my lie. Mogi can see that, but she isn't prepared to pry further, so she just closes her mouth. I get up without protest from her. Well, it looks like the bleeding stopped. Yeah, that's the extent of our conversation. Why did I voluntarily end what would normally be an awesome situation? I might never be that happy again ever in my life, but I just can't. I can't remember. I can't remember when I started to like Mogi. Why am I attracted to her? What about her caught my eye? Did I just find myself drawn to her for no real reason? I should know at least that. There's no reason I shouldn't, but for the life of me I can't recall any of it. It wasn't love at first sight. I've never interacted with Mogi outside of school. So when did it all happen? Did my love just bloom out of nothing? It can't be. There's no way it could be true. But it's the only thing I can imagine. My love for Mogi just appeared out of thin air. What's wrong? Are you okay? Maybe you need to go to the nurse's office, says Mogi in a wispy voice. But even so, I'm over the moon that she's worried about me. I'm happy, pure and simple. There's no way this feeling could be anything but real. I'm fine. I was just thinking about something. I ask myself over and over if I'm wrong, but the more I do, the more convinced I am it's true. I wasn't interested in Mogi. And when did that change? That's right. It was yesterday. Oh, I see. I look over at the transfer student, Ai Otonashi, where she stands stock still in the middle of the schoolyard. When did my feelings for Mogi blossom? The answer is simple. It wasn't yesterday, even though I'm definitely head over heels for her today. So when, exactly? It would be impossible during the short time between yesterday and today. So it could have happened only during the more than 20,000 times the rejecting classroom put me through all this. There it is. I remember now. It's just a fragment, but it's probably the most I've been able to recall up to this point. Still, it's the barest sliver of a recollection, and any substantial memory remains as lost as all the others to me. The memory of how I fell in love with Mogi, a memory I should cherish above all others, slipped away from me. I'm sure I'll continue to lose it each time. I can't share anything with her. Nothing can change that. No matter how many times we go through this, my one-sided love will only grow, never to be acted upon. Maybe that's not what I should be concerned about, though. It's possible the end of the rejecting classroom could also spell the end of my romantic feelings for Mogi. After all, they would never have existed without the classroom, right? It feels wrong. That can't possibly be right. There's absolutely no way these feelings could be a lie. But if they were never actually possible in the first place, what are they if not false? A sudden gust of wind blows before the end of class. It lifts Mogi's skirt. I'm not sure why, but in some corner of my mind I get the sense I already knew she'd be wearing light blue underwear. Yeah, I definitely did. I knew the color of her underwear today, and I know that Kasumi Mogi is the one Ai Otonashi sacrifices most frequently in order to retain her memories. That's what settles it for me. I'll make sure this rejecting classroom never ends. Ai Otonashi doesn't initiate any contact with me on this loop. This isn't a first, though. I get the feeling she didn't last time, either. My memories are hazy, but it seems she hasn't been trying to mess with me at all recently. It's our lunch break, and Ai Otonashi is sitting apart from the others in the classroom, nibbling a piece of bread as if it's just a tasteless form of sustenance. I approach her. Just being near Otonashi is enough to make my body tense and my heart rate skyrocket. Her rejection of others seems vastly greater than before, as if it's physically pushing me away. Otonashi, speaking to her takes considerable willpower, but she doesn't turn to look at me. At this distance, there's no way she didn't hear. That's why I continue anyway. We need to talk about something. Not with me. You don't. Shut down just like that. Otonashi, no response. She keeps munching her bread with distaste. I guess she intends to ignore me no matter what I say. If I want a response, I'll have to do something she can't tune out. After a bit of thought, the perfect thing pops into my head. Maria. The listless chewing suddenly ceases. We need to talk about something. Not even that is enough to get her to spare me a glance, but she nods without a word. Stillness has overtaken the classroom. Everyone's holding their breath, waiting to see what happens next. Perhaps realizing she's lost this little battle of wills, Otonashi eventually sighs in exhaustion. You must be remembering quite a bit this time if you can say that name. Yeah, that's why but there's still nothing for us to talk about. And with that, Otonashi goes back to apathetically eating her bread. Why? The attention of the room turns toward me at my unexpected outburst. What's your problem? I'm the one you're supposed to be doing something about, right? How come you won't listen to what I have to say? Why? Otonashi snorts in derision. You seriously don't get it, do you? Guess I shouldn't be surprised. You're always a complete idiot like this. You couldn't figure anything out by yourself if you tried. Why did I have to end up stuck with you? I don't know what some other me did in another time, but some other you? Don't be stupid. Why do you think another you would be any different from this you? You're exactly the same. What makes you so sure? I could say that I want to help you. If I did, then, that wouldn't matter in the slightest. Otonashi cuts me off vehemently, not even waiting to hear the rest of the sentence. My plan was to match her word for word, but her onslaught is enough to overwhelm any comeback. It's because this isn't the second or even the third time you've said these exact words to me, huh? There must be something amusing about my dumbstruck expression, because Otonashi smirks slightly and puts her half-eaten bread back in its bag. Fine. What's a little more worthless time spent? I've already explained this to you more than a few times, too, so I might as well do it again. Otonashi stands up and walks off. All I can do is shut up and follow her. Otonashi leads me to the usual spot behind the school. As always, she leans against the wall of the building. Let's get one thing straight. This is not a discussion. All you're going to do is clean out your ears like a good little fool and listen. I'll do whatever I want. With a cold glare, Otonashi effortlessly brushes aside my feeble attempt at resistance. Do you know how many times it's been now, Hoshino? I'm sure you don't. This is the 27,753rd time. What an absurd number. Are you really keeping count of them all? Yes, because if I stop counting even once, there's no way to go back and check how many times it's been. If I lose track of that, then I'll lose all sense of where I am. That's why I keep count. That makes sense. If you have no idea where you started, at least knowing how many steps you've taken would bring a tiny bit of relief. That's how many times we've been through this all. I've exhausted every approach with you. I can't come up with anything else to try. That's why you think it's pointless to talk to me. Yeah, and you've tried persuading me to give you the box. I gave up on that a long time ago. Why? I'm sure out of all those loops, there must have been at least one when I was easy to win over. Yeah, of course there was. There were times when you were hostile and times when you were cooperative. But the thing is, none of that matters. Regardless of your attitude, you haven't given up the box even once. Even my cooperative self hasn't handed it over. That seems clear when I think about it. If Otonashi ever did get a hold of the box, our current reality inside the rejecting classroom would no longer exist. And you're absolutely sure that I have it? I've always harbored some doubts, but the conclusion I reach is the same every time. There is no doubt that you, Kazuki Hoshino, are the owner of the box. Why is that? There aren't as many possible suspects as you seem to believe. Explaining the ins and outs of why that is would take forever, so I'll make it short. Suffice to say, it would be impossible for this small range of suspects to maintain their deception for all 27,753 times. That's why you are the only conceivable owner of the box. Besides, you have some irrefutable proof, yourself, right? She's correct. I have met the box's distributor. Even so, you never bring it out. Rather, you can't. You've never been able to in any of the 20,000 plus times that have passed since I identified you as the owner. That's why you've given up. Someone like Otonashi, who would do anything to get the box, has thrown in the towel. No, I haven't. There's simply no means of getting it from you. It's like when you're convinced there's a 100-yen coin in your wallet, but you can't find it no matter how much you dig. Of course, the first thing you do is search every last bit of space inside the wallet, but even then, it doesn't turn up. The only thing you can do at that point is reason that maybe the coin isn't in there after all. Over the course of these 27,753 times, I have concluded that, just like the coin in the wallet, it is absolutely impossible to get the box out of Kazuki Hoshino. After one final scowl, Otonashi turns away from me. Anyway, that's the end of this farce. Is there anything else you'd like to say? There is. That's why I wanted to talk to you in the first place. I have to say it. I've made up my mind. I'm going to protect the rejecting classroom. If Otonashi is going to murder Mogi over and over, then Otonashi, Otonashi, you, are my enemy from now on, right? Wow. Otonashi beats me to the punch, finishing the desperate declaration that was taking so much effort for me to say. She isn't even looking at me, as if she couldn't care less. After a weary sigh, utterly disgusted at my speechless astonishment, she turns back toward me as if she has no other choice. You still don't get it, do you, Hoshino? How long do you think I've had to put up with you and your idiocy? This is just another routine we've gone through so many times it makes me sick. There's no way I wouldn't know what you planned to say. But was I always this determined each time? Was my resolve always meaningless? I'll share something else with you. Even when you get up the nerve to make me your enemy, even when you try with all your might to carry over your memories, you never seem to care in the end. But that would mean I'm allowing Mogi to be murdered. That would mean I'm choosing to lose my feelings for her. Don't believe me? Should I tell you the reason you yourself have given me dozens of times? I clench my jaw. Otonashi turns her back on me, signaling that this conversation is at an end. That conviction of yours has never wavered even after more than 20,000 times. I'll give you that. I rise without thinking. Did Otonashi just imply that she respects me? Wait. There's one thing I haven't asked her yet. She looks back at me over her shoulder. I continue. You aren't trying to take the box from me anymore? That's what I said. Yes. Then what are you going to do now? Nothing changes in her expression. She simply stares at me, her gaze steady and unwavering. I can't help it. Confronted by such brazen eyes, I'm the first to look away. Otonashi suddenly marches off without another word, much less an answer to my question. Otonashi must have gone straight home, because she's not in the classroom when I return. It's fifth period. I still can't make heads or tails of these math equations I must have heard thousands of times now, so I give up on paying attention and concentrate on Mogi instead. Could I really abandon her to her fate? Could my feelings for her dissolve just like that? It's impossible. I don't care what reasons those past versions of me may have had. All that matters is that the current me can't give up on her. Fifth period ends. I make a beeline for Mogi. Noticing my approach, she gazes back at me with her big eyes. That alone is enough to make my body go as rigid as stone. My heart skips a beat or two. That's what power she has over me. That's how much what I'm about to do means to me. I'm planning to do something that I would never, ever consider doing under normal circumstances. I have no other choice, though. It's the only way I can think of to hold on to my memories. My only option is to tell Mogi how I feel. Mogi. I'm sure I look nuts, what with my nervousness and the other thoughts racing through my mind. Mogi tilts her head and gives me a curious look. Hey, I need to tell you something. Wait until tomorrow. Something like a scene from a movie forms in my head. The audio playing whether I want it to or not. The image is clear, bright, and painful, like having my eyes, eardrums, and brain smashed through a pane of glass. My heart starts pounding, like a hammer slamming into my ribcage. No, I don't want to remember. I don't want to remember any of this. I tried so hard to erase it, but it never went away. So many other important things flee my mind each time, but this one memory always remains. Yeah, I'm sure of it. I've confessed to her before. Are you alright? Sorry, forget I said anything. I walk away from Mogi. She frowns as if she doesn't believe me, but she doesn't pursue the matter any further. I return to my seat and slump over the desk. I get it now. It's all so obvious once I think about it. It's not like this hasn't played out over 20,000 times now. I profess my love to Mogi, but then I forget. So I profess my love again, and I forget again. I've made this confession that I never even wanted to make over and over and over again, all to resist the effects of the rejecting classroom, only to forget I had even done so. And each time, I get the last response in the world I want to hear. It's always the same. The only reply I ever get is the absolute worst one. It's set in stone. There's no reason to think Mogi's answer will ever change if she can't retain her memories. That answer is, wait until tomorrow. It's the worst possible thing she could say, because for us there will never be a tomorrow. With the most determination I've ever had in my life, I muster up courage I never knew I had, my nerves frayed to the breaking point, only to have my words vanish into nothingness as if they were never spoken. To make it worse, I'm forced to initiate this interaction even though she's forgotten my profession of love so many times before. But I see the truth now. There's no way to erase the past. There was never anything there to begin with. This world has been hollow from the very beginning. Nothing, absolutely nothing, holds any value in a world that's about to vanish from existence. Beautiful, disgusting, noble, crude, lovable, hateful. None of it is worth jack here. That's why there's nothing in this place. It's empty. This irredeemable void is the rejecting classroom. I feel like throwing up. I'm standing here breathing. But I want to rid my body of that air and everything else. If I do that, I won't be here anymore. Though I can't live without air, but if I inhale the emptiness of this world, I'll become empty, too. I'll suck up all the emptiness like some sort of sponge. Or maybe all this fretting is too late, and I'm already empty. What's the matter, Kazu? Are you sick? From my slumped-over position, I slowly lift my head at the familiar voice. Kokon is standing there with obvious concern. You got a bloody nose during right? Maybe that's what it is. If you're not feeling well, maybe I should walk you to the nurse's office. Don't worry about him, Kieri. It's not the nosebleed that's messing with him, it's the lap pillow he got afterward. This comes from Dayo, who's now suddenly nearby. A lap pillow. I get it now. That's got to be it. Or, is somebody feeling a little lovesick? Kokon pounds me on the shoulder, a huge grin on her face. Well, I never thought you'd be so forward, Kazu. Don't go thinking you're Don Juan now. I have to admit, I'm kinda surprised such a cheap seduction tactic had that effect on you. No, that's not it. I catch myself mid-sentence. I was about to make a serious slip of the tongue. In more ways than one, I would have admitted I had feelings for Mogi, and even more important, I could have sworn you didn't think Mogi was anything special before yesterday. It wouldn't have been true. Today is when I started liking her. I guess at least to Daya and the others it probably seems like something that came out of the blue. Oh, I get it. That's why none of them noticed my love for Mogi despite it being so plain to see. Come on, Daya. The real news is that the boy has finally admitted he has a crush on Kasumi. Kokon gives Daya a little jab with her elbow as she giggles. True. This could keep me entertained for a while. Hey, meddling in other people's romance is so much fun. Now, don't you worry there, Kazu. Your big sis here is in your corner. I'll provide all the advice and assistance you could ever want. I'll even help cheer you up if she blows you off. But it'll be annoying if things actually work out between you, so if that happens, I'll just kill you. Don't worry. If they end up going out, I'll steal her away from him. Fun. Nothing beats a little misery and a sordid love triangle. Those two are really the lowest of the low, kicking me while I'm down like this. But I'm glad at least XXXXXXX isn't here. If he were around, this whole situation would really run out of control once he was on board. Or, what is it, Kazu? No, it's just that I was wondering where that jerk is. Maybe homesick? Who's that jerk? Asks Daya with a puzzled look. That's funny. I thought Daya would know who I'm talking about instantly just by my tone. What do you mean who? The only jerk I'd be talking about is... Who? Whoa, hold on a second. I was just about to say someone's name, but now I can't even remember it, much less his or her face. Kazu. Hello? Who are you talking about? I feel ill, with an urge to scrape out my esophagus, as if some thick, viscous slime is stuck in my throat. But it's a good thing that I feel this way. If I can choke it all down and purge it from my body, then XXXXXXX will be gone. Hey Kazu. I remember now. It's okay. I can remember precisely because I feel sick like this. Haruaki. That's the name of my best friend. The one who swore he would stand with me forever. I have just the faintest glimmer of hope. It's possible that I'm the only one who's forgotten Haruaki through some random slip in my memory. But by now I should know how foolish of me it is to even hope for that. Hey, Kazu, who's Haruaki? Daya asks, but it's a meaningless question. I grit my teeth in frustration. Daya and Kokon are curiously watching my behavior. Both of them have no recollection of Haruaki, even though he's their childhood friend, and they've both known him for much longer than I have. The truth that Haruaki no longer exists here brutally pierces my heart. I'm going home. The resulting wound is fatal. I stand up, grab my bag, turn away from Daya and Kokon, and leave the classroom. I can't stand to be there for even a second longer. Why is Haruaki gone? I know the answer. I know it all too well. Haruaki was rejected. By who? I know that, too. The only one who could have rejected Haruaki is the protagonist of this little story, the one who brought the rejecting classroom into existence. I was mistaken to think this endless loop was meant to preserve the normalcy of my daily life forever. How stupid. That was never it at all. The mundane is only normal because it continues to flow onward. If you dam a river, it fills with mud and silt until it becomes pitch black. That's exactly what this is, a growing reservoir of foul, stagnant water and scum. Yeah, I see it now. I'm sure I must have stumbled upon this truth many times before. Time and time again, I arrived at this same realization. That's why I decided to stop viewing AI Autonashi as an enemy. AI Autonashi is trying to destroy the rejecting classroom. Why would I stop her? The bell rings. I'm sure all my classmates must be here by now. I turn back to scan the room before I leave. An empty seat. Another one, and another. Another over there. Yeah, I knew some desks would be empty, but it still seems strange that no one is questioning why there are so many. The truth is that I knew all along. I just didn't want to admit it, so I blocked that knowledge from my mind. AI Autonashi has figured out that it's impossible to take the box from me. Still, putting an end to the rejecting classroom would be a simple matter once the one responsible for its creation was identified. AI went through 20,000 repetitions even after figuring out I was the culprit, just so she could get the box. So what am I going to do now? I don't even need to think about it. The truck sends my limbs flying upon impact. The sight of the right leg I've known all my life lying so far away is so ridiculous, I can't help but laugh. Is this how it ends? I've been killed. I got myself killed. I went through 27,753 repetitions of excruciating idleness, only to have it all end like this. What an utter waste of time. I admit, I'm exhausted. To be completely accurate, I'm not dead yet. But whatever's left of me in the lump of blood and guts that once formed my body can see the writing on the wall. I'm dying, well past the point of no return. AI Autonashi killed me after all. Damn. To think my prize would meet this fate after such a ridiculous amount of time. I've never cursed my own incompetence more than now. AI Autonashi looks truly regretful as she mutters to herself. Might as well drop this and try for another box. There was nothing here. All I can do is look for the next one. Her eyes don't see me. Actually, I'm sure they never once saw me, from the beginning of all this. From the start up until the bitter end, this girl had eyes only for the box supposedly hidden inside me. So will none of this have ever occurred, either? No, I'm sure that's not the case. If the box known as the rejecting classroom truly is inside me, then it'll be destroyed when I die, crushed just like my body against the truck. There will be no more repetitions. It's all so ironic. If this was the one and only means of putting an end to the rejecting classroom, then I should have just set out to die from the get-go. I can't get over the hollowness of it all. This world must have been some sort of purgatory for me. But our battle is finally at an end. It may have been completely one-sided, with no surprises or upsets, but it's over all the same. Yeah, that's what you believe, isn't it, Autonashi? I'm sorry. I truly am, Autonashi. It's all because you ignored me for so long. If it weren't for that, I might not have made this mistake. That's why we spent all this time in vain. Come on, Autonashi. It's so simple once you think about it. There's no way someone as mediocre as me could be the main character of all this. I want to tell her, but there's no way of doing that any longer. I can't even open my mouth, much less speak. My consciousness fades, and I drift off into death. And then, nothing ends at all. I'm in the place I can never remember once the dream ends. I've received the box from that person. Just relax. Of course, there are some risks involved in this kind of thing, but it's not what you're thinking of. You aren't going to lose something else you value, and it's not going to steal your life or soul. Actually, the reason anyone ends up with those negative side effects isn't necessarily an innate characteristic of the object, but rather the nature of the person using it. As long as you use it correctly, all it will do is grant your wish. If I use it correctly, I wonder if that requirement is actually as simple as it sounds. I have no idea. I don't know about any of that, but I do know this is an exceptional condition, even with all those risks attached. It's the same as receiving a lottery ticket certain to win. It's definitely possible that winning a huge sum of money could derail your life, but most people probably wouldn't consider that to be the risk. That's why I ask if there are any people who don't accept the offer of the box. Why do you ask that? Because someone is trying to reject it right now. Are you getting cold feet? Maybe you don't believe me, or are you afraid of me? All those reasons are true, in a way, but that isn't really what this is about. All it boils down to is that I don't need it. My wish is to continue in my average, ordinary life, and I already have that without using the box. It's like how someone with 1,000,000,000,000 yen wouldn't care much about the idea of receiving 100,000,000. I know it's valuable, which is precisely why I can't accept it from someone I know nothing about. Yes, I know without a doubt that I returned the box. That's why. Even if I did wish for days of endless repetition to maintain the normalcy of my life, I am absolutely not the culprit. 27,753rd time. Scritch, 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 scritch. What's that sound? It's so quiet, like you could completely miss it if you didn't listen carefully. But the sound is coming from within me, and I absolutely shouldn't ignore it. Scritch, 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 scritch. It's like someone's using a tiny file, But what are they rasping away at? If the source of the sound is inside me, it has to be something within my body. Scritch, 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 scritch. The sound is so small, but it seems like the loudest noise in the world, and I plug my ears out of instinct. Not even that keeps the insistent scratching at bay, though. That makes sense, actually. Blocking my ears would make it easier to hear since it's inside me. That's why I can't block the sound. I can't escape hearing myself wearing away. It hurts, too. Being filed down is definitely painful. This is what it would feel like if my heart turned into a porcupine fish. A constant prickling sensation. Is it guilt? I thought that would be the first thing to go, but it's proving unexpectedly persistent. Scritch, 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 scritch. I'm being whittled away. My heart, all of who I am. I'm losing my shape, becoming a handful of sawdust. No, that isn't right. I'm already far beyond that point. I'm already nothing but dust. After 20,000 repetitions, I'm no longer who I used to be. I know that. Unable to bear the tedium, my heart has slipped away. I can't communicate meaningfully with others anymore. This world is rejecting me. That's to be expected. I never belonged here to begin with, and I forced my way in. The classroom where everyone else exists has rejected me each time. The only thing I know for certain is how to make all of this better. But I will never, under any circumstances, do that. After all, my wish hasn't been granted yet. Wait. I thought I was already nothing but dust. Why is my wish still here, untouched? Is that even possible? It should have been ground down along with my heart and everything else that I am because, to tell the truth, I can't even remember what I actually wished for anymore. Ha ha ha. I can't stop myself from laughing. That's right. I can't remember. Ha ha ha. I can't remember. What did I wish for again? Hey, help me remember. Ha ha ha. Don't play around with me like this. Why did I torture myself by going through each repetition? All I can do is laugh. It's all I can do, and yet I've even forgotten how. I'm just forcing the sounds through my expressionless face. If this is how it's going to be, then let's just end it. It's the simplest conclusion. Why didn't I think of that sooner? I should just kill him. That's right. I should just end his life. I should kill Kazuki Hoshino. He's the source of all my suffering, after all. If it would put an end to the pain, I should just finish him off right now. But somewhere deep within me, I know, the fetter that was once my wish will never let any of this end for me. 27,754th time. Before long, my body is cold and empty. This means my very being should be hollow, too, but for some reason I wake up as usual. The chill should have vanished by now, but it's still here. Unable to bear it, I wrap my arms around myself as I shiver in my bed. I was killed. It's March 2nd, during a loop somewhere up in the tens of thousands. So even if something kills me, the rejecting classroom continues on as ever before. This realization seems to be carving me away from the inside, ensuring that the cold will never leave me. I can't take staying still like that any longer, so I head straight to school without bothering to really eat anything. Outside is the overcast sky I know so well now. It'll rain tomorrow. How long has it been since I last saw the sun? The classroom is empty. I guess it makes sense since I'm at least an hour early for our first class. A question pops into my head. Why am I so diligent about going to school? I've noticed the repetition of the rejecting classroom many times before, like I did just now. If so, couldn't I try not going to school as a way of fighting back against the cycle? But no. I always go. Of course I do. As long as I'm in good shape, I'll go. It's part of my regular everyday life. It's such an obvious, established fact that I would never even think of changing my routine. If it means maintaining the normalcy of my life, I'll resist a new pattern at any cost. It's my one true conviction. I can see that now. That's probably why I'm here. None of it makes the slightest shred of sense, but that's what I feel in my gut. I'll go to class even if no one's there. I move to the center of the classroom and climb on top of someone's desk, my outdoor shoes still on. Sorry, whoever sits there. I try to remember their name or even their face, but I can't. I'm sorry. I truly am. I survey the room. I know that standing on the desk won't change anything, but there's still no one to be seen in the gloom of the classroom. There's no one in the classroom. There's no one in the classroom. It's so cold. I wrap my arms around my body. I hear the door open. Seeing me standing atop someone's desk, the new arrival frowns. What the hell are you doing? Kazuki gives me a strange look. I can feel the tension bleed away from my face. Man, that's a relief. Whispering this, I slowly climb down off the desk. Daya watches me the entire time, his face scrunched in a scowl. Seeing you really takes a load off my mind, Daya. That's nice. I mean, I know you're the real thing. Come on, Kazu, you're starting to scare me here, and it's been a long time since that happened. You may be real, but everything else here is fake. I can't share anything with you. The next day I meet won't know the me who is here now. It's like this is all some show, and I'm the only one on the other side of the TV screen. I know about you, but you don't know about me. If that's true, can I really even say you exist? That's why there's no one here. No one? Oh, that's wrong. There is one person here. A single, solitary entity who can share memories with me. As long as I don't neglect to carry my memories over, I'll never be separated from her. It's all clear to me now. It's always been just the two of us here in the rejecting classroom. She's been beside me all along within the cramped confines of this space that I will neither escape nor try to. She's always viewed me as an enemy, so I've never had a chance to think about it before. I sit down in my seat. She sits down in hers next to me. I can't believe it. Just imagining her sitting beside me makes me feel a little better, even though she's the one who killed me. Is that why? Why what? I don't understand. I can't make sense of my emotions, but the warmth is still draining away from my body. Rapidly, the temperature of my chilly flesh will drop to 0. It'll freeze and freeze, agonizingly, until I can't move a muscle. My name is Ai Otonashi. Pleased to meet you. The transfer student blushed and smiled slightly, as if she really were a transfer student. What? I didn't understand. No, actually, I did. I am just as firmly trapped here as the rest of you. If I decide to stop remembering and give up, I'll go through all of this over and over with no meaning just like everyone else. It would be as simple as spilling a cup of water balanced on top of my head. A voice I'm sure I've heard before repeats these words like a refrain. I look at the girl on the podium. I examine her features, trying to make sure she's real. She can't be anything but real, even though there's no way she could be, either. Is she Ai Otonashi? That's impossible. She'd never give up, not even if all her efforts over these 20,000 plus transfers turned out to be pointless, not even if she realized that the culprit she had been pursuing for so long wasn't, in fact, me. She'd never give up. Never. This isn't like her at all. Fully half of the class has been rejected. Nobody notices, though, as the class continues to barrage her with questions. Her replies are curt, but she's answering all the same, with none of her usual disdain. She's just like a regular transfer student. This scene shouldn't exist in reality. It's a fictitious event, a lie. All of it is a lie. So does that mean Ai Otonashi is a lie, too? That's unacceptable. Someone else might think so, but I won't allow it. I won't let Ai Otonashi become a fake. Is something wrong, Hoshino? Why is my teacher asking me this? Probably because I've suddenly leapt to my feet. I quickly glance back at Mogi for a second. All eyes in the classroom are on me, including hers. Her face is as blank as ever, though, so there's no telling what she's thinking. If you ask her opinion on my behavior, I can guarantee she won't have an answer for you. We've been in the classroom together for a long time, but that's the extent of our relationship. The only chance for us to become more than just classmates would arrive tomorrow. So, yeah. There's no Mogi here. No one is here. That's why. Nothing matters. Any classmates who would forget my strange behavior, I've cut them out. I only have eyes for Otonashi. I walk up to the platform where she stands. What I'm about to do now is something I would normally never do, on the same level as confessing my feelings to Mogi. I stop directly in front of Otonashi. Unperturbed, she regards me with a serious expression, as if she's sizing me up. It's like she's seeing me for the first time, and it's infuriating. Hey, Hoshino. What are you doing? Mr. Kokubo sounds calm, but I can tell my behavior is disturbing him. My classmates are all muttering similar things. I ignore everything and drop to one knee before the girl I used to think was my enemy. I lower my head and extend my hand to her. What is this about? She asks. Her tone is so polite. She would normally never speak to me this way. Your escort has arrived. If this is how it's going to be, then I have no choice but to play the part. What did you say? Your escort has arrived. Princess Maria. It is I, Hathaway, the one who has sworn to betray everything, to turn all and sundry against him as he stands alone in your defense. Oddly enough, the hubbub around us fades. That makes sense. If I'm going to bring Otonashi back, I have to make her see that nothing around us exists. So this situation is easy to understand. My head still bowed, I wait for Ai Otonashi to take my hand and beckon me to my feet. I wait for her to make me dance upon her palm. But none of that happens. Ai Otonashi's hand never takes mine. Instead, a loud clonk fills my head with a dull ringing, and I fall to the side. What a creep. My head was lowered, so I have no idea what caused the impact. I finally understand what happened when I look up at Otonashi from the floor. Her right knee gave me a good whack to the side of the head. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. I must have been dreaming to think Otonashi would ever reach out to me. Hey, if she truly is AI Otonashi, beyond a shadow of a doubt, then she would never extend her hand or show me the slightest inkling of kindness. Hey. Otonashi is laughing, as if unable to hold in her amusement of the situation any longer. I don't think I've seen anything like this once in the 20,000 times we've repeated all this. I'm still laid out, and my head still hurts, but I can feel the tension in my face relax along with my mind. You certainly took your time, my beloved Hathaway. How dare you make a maiden such as me, whose only virtue is to faithfully await your arrival by the window, who is so delicate that she has never held anything heavier than a spoon, wait for so long. I never thought in these 27,753 times that I would be thrust into the battlefield alone. Otonashi stoops down and reaches toward me. She grasps my wrist as I start to stand and yanks me to my feet. Yeah, this feels right. This is the AI Otonashi I know. My strength is greater than ever before, thanks to you. Otonashi's eyes widen, as if that caught her off guard. The corners of her mouth twitch upward again. Well, your skill with words has certainly improved, Hathaway. Keeping her grip on my wrist, she leads me from the classroom. She pulls me away, ignoring homeroom, the teacher, the students, ignoring everything that I cut out and cast aside. After dragging me from the classroom, she set me on the rear seat of a large motorcycle, with no helmet. I'm freaking out now because I've never experienced speeds like this before, so I'm clinging to Otonashi's surprisingly slender waist. Well, actually, it feels just the way it looks, but I can't help but perceive her as more substantial. When I ask her in a shaky voice if she has a license, she calmly states that of course she doesn't. I picked it up during all the extra time I've had in my lifetime of transfers. Pretty worthwhile, don't you think? She does seem to have a knack for driving. I have to give her that. I ask her whether she's acquired any other skills along the way, and her reply is simply of course. She can drive a car, too, as I predicted, but she's also tried her hand at martial arts, sports, languages, music, and pretty much everything else possible within the confines of the rejecting classroom's repetitions. By this point, she can score near-perfect marks on university admissions exams. She claims she could already score 90% on those before the transfers started, though Otonashi was a high-caliber individual to begin with, of course, but these 27,754 transfers have given her that much more time to spend improving herself. I can't do the arithmetic, but if you convert all those loops into days, they add up to around 76 years. A person's birth and death could occur in that span of time. It's really amazing when you think about it. Hey, Otonashi, you're the same age as me, right? Perhaps because of that line of thought, I'm curious about her actual age. No, I'm not. Huh? So then how old are you? What does it matter? Otonashi sounds unhappy as she replies. Maybe she doesn't want to talk about it. I've always heard it's rude to ask a woman's age, so maybe she's at the point where it's impolite to ask. When I think long and hard about it, no one in my grade should be as mature as Otonashi is. She's my classmate only because the role of a transfer student is convenient for infiltrating the rejecting classroom. Otonashi could be old enough that wearing a school uniform is more like cosplay for her. Hoshino, if there are any inappropriate thoughts running through that head of yours, I'll knock you off this bike right here and now. She's awfully perceptive for someone with her eyes on the road. So, anyway, you learned how to ride a motorcycle only during all your transfers, right? That means this bike probably wasn't yours to begin with. Who's the owner? Your dad, maybe? I don't know much about motorcycles, but this doesn't seem like the model a lady would ride. I don't know. Huh? Pretty careless to leave your keys in your bike while it's just sitting outside your house, don't you think? I can't argue with it, but does that mean chain locks are easy to break if you have the right tools? This bike is always in the same state every time I transfer. To no one's surprise, I decide not to press the topic any further. I don't know anything at all. Nope, nothing at all. If you lose your memory, will you forget how to drive, along with all the other skills and knowledge you've picked up? That would be such a huge waste. She doesn't answer. Otonashi, still nothing. Maybe. Were you also thinking it would be a big waste, Otonashi? Maybe the skills and know-how she seems to have picked up at random aren't all just to kill the time. Not even Otonashi would relish the thought of parting with all these talents. That's why she doesn't want to lose her memory. She pushed herself to master these skills in order to create that reluctance, and in that case, it takes a while. But my train of thought finally arrives at the real question. Why did Otonashi pretend to forget everything? Our destination is a hotel that, while I wouldn't exactly call it first-rate, is the most expensive place around here and definitely beyond the means of any high school student. After checking in with well-practiced ease, Otonashi turns down the bellboy's offer to show us the way and sets off without a moment's hesitation. She plops down on the sofa as soon as we're in the room. I sit down on the bed, trying to keep my excitement at being in a luxury hotel in check. When I think about it, it's crazy that I'm here alone in a hotel room with a woman. But that woman happens to be Otonashi, so it doesn't really feel like that kind of situation. In fact, I'm not nervous at all. I should have figured you'd be rich, too. Or at least you kinda seemed like you would be. Whether I'm wealthy or not doesn't matter. All the money I spend returns to me with each transfer anyway. Now that you mention it, that's true. That means I could go buy every single amiibo in the convenience store. Awesome. Who cares? We didn't come here to talk about trivial matters like snacks, did we? No. You're right. What exactly do we need to talk about? The direction we're going to take from here on out. Now that my theory that you were the one responsible for all this has collapsed, I'm lost at sea here. Sorry about that. Spare me your sarcasm. I wasn't trying to be sarcastic. So why not find out who the real culprit is? I know that's easier said than done, but it seems like losing this preconception that I'm the one responsible is a major development. Hoshino, I've transferred 27,754 times now. Do you understand that? What do you mean? We talked a bit about this last time. Even if I did wrongly assume you were the culprit, that doesn't mean I stopped suspecting other people. When I interacted with other possible leads, I always kept the idea that I could be wrong in the forefront of my mind. The fact that I misidentified you as my target only shows that I was still careless. Of course. So you didn't find anyone else as suspicious as I was? That's right. I've been at this over and over for 27,754 times. The only one who wouldn't show their true colors in all that time would have to be the owner of the box. Do you think maybe you were too obvious in your searching, and they figured out you were after them? It's still not possible. Even if they were on guard, we're talking about 27,754 times through the cycle here. Are you saying the owner has the smarts and endurance to stay hidden for all that time? Well, the bottom line is I still haven't been able to find them. Damn it. Why? The owner of the box has to be one of the people who is in the classroom. Hold on a minute. You're saying that the culprit has to be in the classroom? It absolutely has to be one of our classmates. Now that I think about it, Otonashi did mention last time that there weren't many suspects. No, any teachers and students from other classes who come into room 1-6 are also suspects. As the name suggests, the rejecting classroom encompasses exclusively classroom 1-6. The only people caught in this are those who entered that area between March 2nd and March 3rd. Then why can I leave the classroom and see other people? I can tell by your face that you don't get it. Hoshino, do you really think it's possible to rewind time? What is she getting at? If you deny that idea, then the whole premise of the rejecting classroom collapses. But it's the box that makes all that possible, right? Correct. It's possible as long as the box is there. But what I'm asking here is your opinion. Do you truly believe that having something like the box would allow time to be rewound at all? Do you believe the phenomenon is possible to begin with? I have no clue what Otonashi's trying to tell me. All I can do is give my honest answer to her questions, without worrying too much about the meaning behind them. I think that nothing will change what's already occurred. I've wished more times than I can count that I could reverse time, but I don't think I believe in time travel even if time machines were real. Even if I hopped back to the past, I don't think I would believe it until I saw undeniable proof. Maybe my doubts would persist no matter what sort of proof was presented to me. I'm not sure if that's the answer she's looking for, but Otonashi nods her head with I think your understanding of things may be normal. Perhaps the one who made the rejecting classroom sees things the same way you do. What are you saying? The box granted their wish to its fullest extent, completely, to the last little detail. In other words, when it granted the owner's wish, the box included their inability to believe it's possible to rewind time. Do you understand what I'm saying? You want to reverse time, but at the same time, you don't think it's possible. The attempt to reconcile these views probably twists the wish. That's something I can get my head around. So do you think you're actually being returned to the past? Hoshino, have I ever once expressed this situation as being returned to the past? I'm not sure, mostly because I've lost almost all my memories of the time I spent with Otonashi. I'll keep this short. If the rejecting classroom was born from someone's wish to rewind time, it's a sorry attempt. A work of inferior quality, defective. Okay. Then why have you experienced all of this over 20,000 times? HMPH. Well, That in itself is proof of how broken the classroom is. If time were being rewound perfectly, there's no reason my memories should be so precisely excluded from what it's targeting. And even before that, if the repetition is so perfect, why was someone like me who isn't originally part of the class able to infiltrate it as a transfer student? Otonashi gives me a sidelong glance. Knowing you, your thought process probably led you to some cheap notion that anything is possible for me. Well, she has neither. No arguing that. In short, all I did was sneak inside the box. I didn't intend to be treated as a transfer student, for instance. That's just the role the culprit gave me. The setting of the rejecting classroom is room 1-6. So my being a transfer student was the most natural explanation for the sudden appearance of a newcomer who's roughly the same age as the students. Basically, the culprit's sense of balance found a way to keep things plausible. I don't really get what she means. Keep things plausible? What does that have to do with anything? Ugh, why are you always so slow on the uptake? Fine, let's frame it this way. Say the rejecting classroom is a movie directed by the culprit. All the filming is done, so all that's left is the editing. But then, all of a sudden, the director gets word from the producers that there's an actor they absolutely have to have in the film for commercial reasons. All the parts have already been cast, but the director can't just stick the actor on the screen without giving them a role. It would derail the entire production, so the director makes the most minimal of rewrites possible to the screenplay and assigns the actor a part. And that's how I was made into a transfer student, to keep things logical. In other words, the culprit couldn't keep you from getting into the classroom, so they had to find some way to make you a part of it. They were forced to make you into a sudden transfer student and put together your life for March 2nd. Is that what you mean? Exactly. But even then there was still something off about my presence in the rejecting classroom, right? It's a pain to explain every little detail, so I'll just jump to the conclusion. This is not reality. Nothing is repeating itself. It's just a small, isolated space. This is all an ill-conceived wish that will continue to exist as long as a single person, even the culprit, believes that time is looping. And that's why you were saying that the loop is imperfect? Yes. The one who made the wish doesn't believe that time can turn back. All they're doing is refusing to let time move forward. They're rejecting it. All the owner of the box needs to do is continue pulling the wool over their own eyes. Does that flaw also explain why you and I can keep our memories? Most likely. Our respective reasons for the ability could be different, but I have no doubt that they're due to the defects of the rejecting classroom. There's one thing I still can't get my head round. So just who are you? Otonashi's displeasure is obvious. I guess she didn't want to hear that. Well, I mean, you don't have to answer if you don't want to, but though the scowl never leaves her face, she opens her mouth to speak. I don't have some sort of easy-to-understand title like you're hoping for. I'm just a student. Is what I would like to say, but I suppose that label hasn't really applied since a year ago. So what is my role? I've never really given it a name, but there's probably only one way to put it. I am. Otonashi spits out the next words as if it genuinely pains her to do so. A box. You're a box. What do you mean? Her brows furrow even more when I parrot her answer back to her in confusion. There are certain things that prevent me from explaining in more detail, so I can't say any more than that. I guess it's obvious I'm not pleased about her inability to clarify, because Otonashi continues speaking after glancing at me. But I can tell you this: I have obtained and used a box in the past. We're at! That, and my wish is still being granted. So Otonashi has a box, too? I'm sure you must be curious as to why I'm still looking for a box if I already have one. That's fine. I'll tell you. My wish was certainly granted. But at the same time, I lost everything. What do you mean, everything? My family, my friends, my classmates, my relatives, my teachers, my neighbors, the people I was close to. I lost all of them thanks to my wish. Everyone who was ever involved with me is gone. I'm speechless. You mean that? Literally, right? Not just some figure of speech? That's right. And I can't just let things stay where they are. That's what keeps me moving. Otonashi has lost everything. She has nothing more to fear. Perhaps that's why she's so focused and bold. Exactly what wish did Otonashi put in the box that would leave her in this state? Is there any way you can break that box? If you break it, won't that negate the wish? Hoshino. A hint of warning creeps into Otonashi's tone as she replies to my natural question. The box is still granting my wish, understand? Don't make me say any more than that. I get it. Of course Otonashi considered that some question like this might pop into my head. Basically, the box took everything from Otonashi. But that still wasn't enough to make her want to negate its wish. While I silently mull this over, Otonashi pulls herself together and resumes the conversation. My wish and the wish of the owner of the rejecting classroom are incompatible with each other. That's just the way boxes work. So now that I've come in here, I fight back to reduce its ability to get in my way. But I should stress that all I'm doing is lessening it. Put another way, not even I can completely avoid the influence of the rejecting classroom. I'm not sure just how much it's affected me. If I succumb to it, I could end up trapped here myself. But I get the feeling I told you that a long time ago. If everything she's saying is true, then what does the owner of the rejecting classroom think about Otonashi? I have a hard time believing it's anything good. Anyway, it seems you've managed to digest all of that. So let's get back to the matter at hand. It's probably impossible to obtain and use the rejecting classroom at this point. The owner has already expended its power. That's why all we need to worry about is putting an end to it. And how can we do that? We'd have to tear the box away from the culprit, or perhaps crush them. That's about it. However, if we can find the one who gives out the boxes, we may be able to convince them to do something. They're not likely to be inside with us, though. So that isn't a realistic option. The one who gives out the boxes? I'm about to ask more but then decide not to. Even though I've met, it's like I don't know about them, nor do I want to. Basically, we have to find the one behind all this before we can get anywhere, correct? Oh, get anywhere, you say? Are you trying to tell me you think everything until now was completely meaningless? That it was an unproductive waste of time? You've got a lot of nerve. No. I was just asking. HMPH. So then I guess you mean to tell me your knowledge and quick wits could be the key to solving these riddles I couldn't handle on my own. Don't tell me that you said what you did without a single idea in your head. I wince. I don't have any breakthroughs. If you understand that, then you should also understand that there is no reason why I can't find the owner. But there is one thing. Unlike others, the owner isn't allowed to die within the rejecting classroom. My life has ended countless times in the classroom, yet I'm still here. And I haven't lost my box. It's different for the owner, though. Yeah, owners and their boxes are connected. The instant the owner of this box dies, the rejecting classroom will collapse. I've confirmed this in several similar instances, so I'm sure it's true. The box is destroyed at the moment of its owner's death. This would also cause the special nature of the rejecting classroom to disappear, and the concept of death would be restored. And that would cause the owner to die as normal. Correct. That means we can say for sure that I'm not the one behind this. And of course you aren't, either. Right. That also means Mogi isn't on the list of suspects. She's died in the accident plenty of times before. So what about our missing classmates? Do you think that has anything to do with death? I'm not certain, but I don't think it does. It's probably another feature of the rejecting classroom, though I can't really guess why it's there. Hold on a second. I suddenly realize something. A way to easily identify the person at the root of it all. The blood drains from my face. What am I thinking? It's too hideous to even consider. But, AI Otonashi could do it. I can't bring myself to voice the thought aloud. At the same time, I'm surprised that she hasn't already come up with the idea herself. There's no way she wouldn't have thought of this. Then why hasn't she tried it? Could it be that, Hoshino? I jerk back to attention at the sound of my name. What are you thinking about? Don't tell me you've come up with some means of uncovering the owner? My body twitches again. You did think of something, didn't you? No, It's no use trying to fool me. Don't forget how much time I've spent with you. I was on your tail for longer than I was on anyone else's here. Not that I wanted to be. I know that. You don't need Otonashi's sharp instincts to tell that I'm trying to hide something. That doesn't make my idea any easier to put into words, though. Even someone as slow as you should know by now that I'm not the most patient of people, Hoshino. I'm not dealing with someone who'd buy any old lie. Once I open my mouth, she'll get the truth out of me in the end. No matter how much I try to avoid it. But still, Hoshino. Otonashi grabs me by the collar. It hurts. Like, seriously. Of course it does. This girl willingly suffered repeating the day more than 20,000 times just to get the box. Say it. Tell me your idea. I know I'll regret it if I do. But can I really keep my mouth shut under these circumstances? That's why I voice my idea in the end. We need to kill all our classmates. It's that simple. If dying even once eliminates someone as a possible suspect, then that's what needs to happen. We have to kill them all. That's the simple, reprehensible truth. Everyone who dies in here comes back to life, though, so there's really nothing to worry about. I could never be so cut and dried about it. But I'm sure Otonashi could. She's created tons of corpses to help her hold on to her memories, after all. I'm still curious as to whether this hasn't crossed her mind before, though. Why hasn't she stumbled upon this strategy not just to retain her memory, but also as a means of narrowing down the list of suspects. Why wouldn't she choose to implement an efficient strategy that could have ended this in just 40 or so times? No response, no reaction. I slowly raise my eyes to look at her face. With a tight hold on my collar, she's regarding me with an unblinking stare. That Otonashi quietly releases her grip. That's not a strategy at all. What? That's like human experimentation. The best way to test the effects of something on the body is to use a human subject, but the method should never even be an option. Otonashi softly whispers, never looking away from me. Why? The answer is simple, because it's inhumane. The moment you do something like that, you can no longer call yourself a human being. Ah well, I am a box, after all. Maybe that's why you. There is pure, undiluted rage boiling in her eyes. You don't think of me as a human. I can understand her anger. I'd probably feel the same way if someone viewed me like that. It was a thoughtless thing to say. All the same, I still don't get it. But didn't you kill people to make sure your memories carried over? What are you saying? Otonashi shoots me a sharp look, as if she finds the accusation unbearable. Why you created scenes that would burn themselves into your mind in order to hang on to your memory. I've had enough of your insults. I thought I just explained this. I can resist the effects of the rejecting classroom because I'm a box. She's right. The idea that she was killing others to retain her memories was just Daya's hypothesis. But even that isn't enough for me to accept what happened. Why are you making that face? If you've got something to say, say it. Otonashi seizes me by the collar again. This time I meet her angry glare with one of my own. It isn't like I was working myself up to do this. I didn't even consider the implications of doing something so unlike myself as glaring back at her. I'm in the palm of Otonashi's hand. I know that much, and that's exactly why I'm here talking with her like this now. But my next words wrecked that. If you care so much about human lives, then why did you kill me? And that's when all words between us are lost. After that fateful accusation, things didn't return to normal between Otonashi and me. She had no retort for me, not even an angry look. I was non-existent to her. Naturally, I was as powerless before her as always, so my only recourse was to leave the hotel. I've been loitering out front for a little while, but that's nothing more than my lingering emotions. Just wasting time. Glancing out of the corner of my eye at the bike Otonashi borrowed from somebody, I start walking. I stop by a convenience store and buy a bottle of tea. I sip on it for a while, and by the time it's empty, I realize I can't really recall what I was drinking. This could be the end. Unlike Otonashi, I have no idea whether my memories will stay with me next time. If she no longer has any use for me, I'll eventually forget everything and be expelled from the rejecting classroom. I'll disappear like all the others. The road is silent. There are no streetlights. No color at all. It's like the person who made this world didn't bother to fill in all the details. I raise the empty bottle to my lips. It's like if I don't pretend to drink, I'll be swallowed myself. What is it? I can't pinpoint what's bothering me. Suddenly, I can hear the music of my favorite band in the quiet street. What's going on? Oh, that's just my ringtone. My ringtone. Does that mean someone's calling me? Oh yeah, that's right. I don't remember doing it, but I must have given her my number. Maybe in one of the other worlds. I pull my cell phone out of my pocket. The caller ID on the screen reads Kokon Kairino. I look up at the sky. I know things never work out that easily, but it doesn't hurt to hope. I take a breath to compose myself and then answer the phone. Oh, hey, Kazu. I could be wrong, but I can't detect the usual energy in Kokon's voice. Maybe she's always like this on the phone. We're friends and all, but I've never really had a phone conversation with her before. Hey, I have the feeling I know where this is going. Yeah, I'm sure of it. I just can't remember it all right now. Can you come meet me somewhere? What is it? What happens next? There's something I have to tell you, Kazu. 3087th time. It's a fact that I love Amiibo, but I'm actually not a huge fan of the teriyaki burger flavor. We're in the rundown park in front of her house, talking in front of the fountain. I'm eating the Amiibo she gave me. So what do you think? I guess it's not too bad. I wasn't asking about your snack. I know that, but my mind is racing too much to answer anything else. Will you go out with me, then? My experiences in love have been so few that even that question doesn't freak me out as much as it should. Either way, my classmate is probably just as nervous as I am. I've never seen her like this before. Her eyes are always large, but they seem especially so now. Maybe it's the new mascara she tried this morning. She's watching me intently. I can't help but look away. At a loss for what to do, I feel like I have to say something. So I guess that means you like me? The face of the girl before me turns bright red. I think so. You think so? I repeat her words as a question without thinking. Why would you ask me that? You know what my answer is. Oh, or do you just want to hear me say it? I lower my eyes as I finally realize how insensitive that was. I'm sorry. I apologize by reflex. She meets my gaze through her lashes and whispers, Yes, I like you. She's so adorable in that moment that I break eye contact. The affection radiating from her is melting my heart. It doesn't hurt that she's good looking, too. She's so cheerful and always has a crowd around her. I know she's turned down more than a few suitors, too. I would probably really enjoy going out with her, but I'm sorry. But that's my response. I'm surprised at how easily I could say that. I know I'm passing up a great opportunity. It's just that I can't see myself going out with her. It wouldn't feel real. The hope in her eyes disappears, and tears replace it. I can't make myself look, even though I know I'm the one responsible. I can't find the words. If I open my mouth, the only thing that'll come out is sorry. It was hard for you to say, wasn't it? I nod at her hushed words. Hey, you like Humaibo, right? I nod at that, too, despite the lack of context. You aren't such a big fan of the teriyaki burger flavor, though. Yeah, which one's your favorite? Maybe corn potage. I answer unsteadily, unable to figure out why she's asking me this. I see. Her head bobs in time with her words. Ha, I guess I failed. There's nothing special about her remark, but for some reason I can't get over it. Like how shoddy editing in a video sticks out like a sore thumb. So maybe if I'd made a move on you differently, you might have gone out with me? She keeps her head low as she says this. I'm not so sure I would have. My thoughts are so conflicted. On second thought, I know what I would have done. I would have turned her down, no matter what. And my answer will never change, as long as it's the same me and the same circumstances. As long as it's today, I can never imagine myself dating her. As long as it's today, I'll always turn her down. That look on your face says you're not so sure. I can't say anything in response to that. She takes my silence as a yes and finally gives a little smile. Okay, I get it. I'll just keep after you until you finally return my feelings. Maybe it's not a bad idea. That's the least I can give her after turning her down so bluntly. Still, it won't work if it's any day before tomorrow. 27,754th time. After everything imploded between Otonashi and me, not to mention my unexpected summons from Kokon, I'm thoroughly spent. That's just an excuse, though. The truth is that I completely forgot. There's an accident that always occurs at this intersection, like clockwork. I'm in no danger myself. The shock of dying was enough. That the collision now instantly surfaces in my mind like a conditioned response as soon as I approach the intersection. Keeping myself out of danger isn't an issue. That alone isn't enough to guarantee that disaster won't strike, though. Assuming the accident here is inevitable, all it means is that the truck will hit someone else. That's what always escapes me, and that's why I'm unable to save anyone. Even though I know someone will be hurt, I've never prevented it. Forgetfulness is the cheapest of excuses. I'm absolute scum. I might as well be killing the victim myself. Kasumi Mogi is at the intersection. The girl I like. The truck comes barreling down the road as it always does. It's impossible to do anything for her from where I stand. No matter how fast I run, I'll never close that distance in time. She'll end up covered in blood. The girl I like will become a bloody mess. And it'll happen because of me. Again and again, I'll watch it happen. Again and again, the girl I like will be dyed in red. Again and again, it'll be my fault. I sprint toward the truck. Am I doing it to try and save Mugi? That isn't it at all. I'm just pretending to do something so I can satisfy my guilty conscience with the claim that I tried. I'm scum, the lowest of the low. And then I watch it happen. The girl I have no chance of saving is pushed out of the way of the truck. It isn't me. She's always too far for me to reach. Even at my most frantic, there's only one person who could. The girl who always struggles. On alone as I cast aside my memories and pretend not to know. She'll never make it. She'll never have time to save herself. All the same, Ai Otonashi runs out to save Mugi. There it is. Now I remember. I've witnessed this very scene many times before. Things are always repeating themselves. Anyway, even Mogi's survival will fade into nothingness. All that remains is a memory nearly as painful as dying. The fear of witnessing death right before my eyes, and the despair of knowing that all this will occur again and again. Despite everything, Ai Otonashi leaps in front of the truck to save whoever who will be hit that day, over and over and over again. I understand now. How could I have forgotten this? There's the sound of heavy impact and a deafening crash as the truck continues along its course and plows through the wall along the road. The cacophony threatens to overwhelm me, but I still manage to make my way to Otonashi. Next to her, Mogi lies stiff as a board right where she landed, her expression blank in shock. I look at Otonashi. Her left leg is twisted at an impossible angle. She's covered in a thick sweat, and as she sees me, she speaks with an expression so brave one would hardly suspect she was injured. "I killed you last time." Her words are clear and precise, though it must be torture for her to speak. I thought this would end if I killed the owner of the box. I was wrong. But at the time, I believed that what I was doing was the only way to escape from the rejecting classroom. I thought I was doing the right thing, because once I got out of the classroom, I would reset, and the me who was forced to such inhuman extremes would disappear. Everything finally falls into place. I know why Otonashi pretended to forget everything this time. She lost all respect for herself. She couldn't forgive herself for thinking it was okay if I died when I had my accident. Her guilt was enough to make her cast aside the goal of obtaining the box that kept her going for so long, and even the thought of escaping the rejecting classroom. It was enough that she couldn't fight back when I screamed, "If you care so much about human lives, then why did you kill me?" How could I have said such a horrible thing to her, especially when I had no basis for it? Last time, I dashed out to save Mogi and ended up dying in the accident. Just as I assumed Otonashi was in essence murdering Mogi with the truck, I assumed she had killed me. I held on to this assumption, and it became why I said what I did. I should have known from the moment she vehemently denied the very thought of murdering our classmates. The truth was only that she arrived too late to save my life. For some reason, this accident is unavoidable. Someone is always inevitably hit by the truck, and it just happened to be me that time. Hey, it's all so laughable. My crimes wouldn't vanish just because I forgot them. The rejecting classroom didn't vanish, and I now have no choice but to live with myself knowing how low I sank. Not even poetic justice is enough for this. She coughs up a bit of blood as she finishes her last words. Otonashi, if you're in pain, you shouldn't talk. But when else will I get the chance? I'm used to the pain. It all depends on how you think about it. I'd rather experience temporary pain like this than the long, drawn-out agony of a chronic illness. I don't think anyone can say they've gotten used to getting hit by a truck. I didn't lose my memory or escape from the rejecting classroom. Hey, I feel like I already knew that, though. That I would never be released. Why? It's so simple. I know exactly why. My obsession won't let go of me that easily. Otonashi struggles unsteadily to her feet. She should have stayed where she was, but I get the feeling she can't stand me looking down on her. Her left leg is completely useless. She doubles over in a coughing fit, spitting up blood. But once she's able to lean against the guardrail for support, she seems to stand as tall as ever, watching me all the while. Maybe because of Otonashi's movement, Mogi stirs from where she was lying in frozen, blank-faced shock. She looks over at me fearfully. Mogi, are you alright? Eek. She screams as if she's remembering what happened. What were you two just talking about? Not just now, since yesterday. Who are you? What? Who is she looking at like that? Who would fill her eyes with such terror? I already know. She's looking at me. I can't bear to see her so frightened, and instinctively, I reach out to cup her face with my hand. Don't touch me. Of course. What was I thinking? It's obviously me she's scared of, so what did I think trying to touch her would do? Did I really think that would put her at ease? Can I even help her calm down at all? No, I can't. Who are you? My hands clench into fists. I can't explain anything, so I have to just take her frightened stare. I want to tell Mogi everything right now. She might understand my situation, but I know it would be the wrong thing to do. I have to fight. I have to beat the rejecting classroom. In order to do that, I have to reject the daily life it's forcing us to relive. I set myself on that course the moment I took Otonashi's hand. I'll throw it all away. The idea that Mogi might smile at my words someday, that she might blush, that she'll let me rest my head in her lap, all of it. With no explanation forthcoming from me, Mogi gives up trying to understand and stands, frightened. She begins backing away from us, obviously praying that we won't come after her, before turning and running away on feet so unsteady it seems she could topple over at any moment. I watch her go, never once averting my gaze. This is exactly the way I hoped things would happen. I can tell you're determined. Otonashi saw everything from where she was leaning against the guardrail. That's why I've made up my mind, too. I won't focus my efforts anymore on obtaining the box in order to achieve my goal. What? This is a problem. I can't have this. I need Otonashi. I'm about to cut in and try to stop her, when, instead, I'm going to help you. Huh? Those are the last words I expected to hear from her. Help me? Otonashi is going to help me? You're standing there like some sort of slack-jawed idiot. I said I'm going to work with you. Didn't you hear me? This goes against the laws of nature, like the sun rising in the west and setting in the east. I was lost. As you pointed out, I killed you and, in doing so, reduced myself to something less than human. I just didn't want to admit it, so I became a coward who denied it and fled from her own purpose. The bottom line is that the rejecting classroom had me beat. I'm just a box, and after that defeat, I went astray, believing there was no longer anything I could do. Though she's berating herself, the strong light burning in Otonashi's eyes fills me with a bit of relief. But there's no longer any reason to be lost. I'm ashamed of my actions, but that's no reason to wither in despair. Regrets won't solve anything. I'm through running. I'll embrace my sin and help you as my penance. So please. Otonashi closes her mouth, mustering her strength for what she's about to say. As she begins to speak again, she regards me with something bordering on a glare. So please, forgive me. Ah, now I understand. That's what this is all about. This strange behavior is her way of apologizing. However, her entreaty is all but meaningless. I can't. My blunt response seems to catch her off guard momentarily, but she quickly recovers her stern expression. I see. It certainly would be impossible to forgive someone for murdering you. That's only natural. That's not it. My words must have puzzled her, because she's frowning. I mean, I don't even know what I'm supposed to forgive. That's right. It isn't that I won't forgive her so much as that I can't forgive her, because in my mind, she hasn't done anything wrong. What are you saying, Hoshino? You killed me? Yes. What are you talking about? I can't help but smile. I'm right here, aren't I? It's the truth, plain and simple. I'm right here, Otonashi. No matter how responsible she feels, it's not like what she did was irredeemable. In fact, I can't understand why she feels like it was her fault in the first place. It's not like she's the one who made the rejecting classroom. After all, she's just caught in its trap like the rest of us. No. That isn't right. She isn't just some victim. She's in control. She appreciates how all our minds work and can interpret our behavior. No matter where she throws a stone in here, she knows exactly how the ripples will spread. Otonashi is just as much the master of this realm as the one who created it, perhaps even more so. It's precisely because Otonashi has so much control here that she feels responsible for everything that happens. She feels that if she only planned better, she could have saved me from death. In her mind, the fact that she couldn't prevent my death, that she didn't prevent it, is the same as having killed me with her own hands. But Otonashi said it herself, death in the rejecting classroom is a sham. It's not weighing on my mind at all. If it still bothers you that much, though, just say what you feel you need to say, and we'll call it even. Otonashi is motionless, the frown still on her face. When she finally stirs, it's just to lower her head. Hey, her shoulders are shaking, huh? Is something wrong with her? I look her over uneasily. Hey, ha ha, ha. She's laughing, and really laughing, too. Hey, what's so funny? I don't get it. My protests seem to fall on deaf ears as Otonashi continues for a moment. What the hell? Here I was feeling proud of myself for finally saying something cool, only to find out it all just came across as a joke. Having had her fill of laughter, Otonashi recovers her usual sternness and addresses me where I stand pouting. I have transferred 27,754 times. I'm well aware of that. I thought I had a complete understanding of every single thing you could say or do, but I would never have predicted you would say what you did just now. Do you understand how amusing that is for someone as used to boredom as me? Otonashi sounds pleased, but it's hard to tell if she's being sincere. I tilt my head, confused. You are truly interesting, Hoshino. I've never met anyone like you. You seem so ordinary, with no passion or drive toward anything, but the truth is, there isn't a human being out there as bizarrely obsessed with maintaining the mundanity of normal life as you. That's why you're able to be so clear-cut about the falseness of this world, even more than I am. More than Otonashi? That's not true. I'm not clear-cut about anything. It still hurts to see the accident each time, even though I know soon enough it'll all be like it never happened. Of course it does. That has nothing to do with viewing our situation rationally. When something terrible happens to the characters in books or movies, you feel as bad for them as you would for a real person, right? It's exactly the same thing. I'm not completely sure, but I think I see what she's getting at. Hoshino. What? I'm sorry. It's so sudden that I don't know what she's talking about at first. Her pleasant expression has suddenly vanished. The truth is that I was ashamed of my inability to stop what happened. I'm sorry. It's fine. This sincere apology from someone so high above my level is almost unbearable. I stammer over my words like a suspect facing an interrogation. How pathetic. I assume that little bit of courtesy takes care of things between us. I will continue to read, understand, and control you just as before. That's what you want, right? Why yeah, apologies, I suppose they are necessary sometimes, but I feel like that's the first one I've made in several decades. I'm pretty sure that's the truth, too. Now then, It's almost time for the 27,754th transfer to end and the 27,755th to begin. Oh, I see. I'm surprised at how naturally I accept this decidedly odd event as completely normal. Surveying the area, I see that people have gathered around as they always do when a major accident occurs. I see several of them wearing the school uniform I know so well. Kokon's there, too. Otonashi and I were ignoring all of this, continuing our conversation meant for just the two of us. Even the normally emotionless Mogi was terrified of Otonashi standing there covered in blood and me talking to her like everything was fine. It's definitely crazy, no two ways about it. I extend my hand to Otonashi. Someone had rejected that hand once before, but Otonashi quickly reaches out and grips it firmly. My mind is suddenly assaulted by an enormous pressure that threatens to crush it like a vice. The world folds in on itself like a coin purse snapping shut. It's closed, but everything is white. White. For some reason I can tell that the unstable surface below us has become something sickly sweet, like candy, as if I can somehow taste it through my skin instead of my tongue. Though the sensation isn't entirely unpleasant, it's still disturbing, and I eventually come to realize that I'm experiencing the end of the 27,754th transfer. There we are, within the soft, pure white sweetness of despair. Zeroth time. Until I was 16, I didn't realize love changes everything isn't just a figure of speech. How many times had I thought that life was too long as I trudged along by force of habit? My fingers and toes probably aren't enough to count the number of times I seriously thought I would be okay with dying. I was bored beyond all hope. I never breathed a word of it to anyone, though, and I kept up the pretense that I was as happy as always. Exposing my true feelings only led to trouble. That's why I did my best to get along with anyone and everyone, regardless of who they were. It's not that hard to do, as long you aren't too picky about your likes and dislikes, what you are and aren't into, you can be friends with anybody. Everyone flocked to me, and they all said the same thing. Oh, you're having so much fun. You must not have a care in the world. Why yes, you're right. Thank you so much for letting me fool you all so easily. I really appreciate your ever so considerate ignorance of all the awful things inside me. Thanks to you, I'm ready to give up everything. I think I know when this stagnation took hold of me. Everyone is so selfish. I told a boy my email address. When I responded to his messages as I normally would, he got all excited and told me he liked me. When I tried to be nice and reached out to a boy who didn't have much luck with girls, he got the wrong idea and confessed his feelings for me. A boy invited me to a movie, and when I went because I found it hard to say no, he professed his love for me. A boy and I happened to share the same path back from school, and after we walked home together several times, he declared his affection for me. Each one acted so betrayed, selfishly allowed his feelings to be hurt, and started hating me. The girls who liked these boys took it upon themselves to despise me, too, for their own self-centered reasons. The pain stung each time, until one day noticed I had so many wounds that I could no longer tell which ones were fresh. I decided not to worry about how I dealt with others and treated them as casual distractions only. I'd maintain a proper sense of the mood and keep my conversations shallow. I'd never show anyone what I was like inside. Like a clam, I'd close my shell tight to protect my tender body. That was when the boredom started. No one noticed I was letting them see my outer shell only. They all kept saying, "Oh, you're having so much fun. You must not have a care in the world." My efforts were a huge success. I just wanted everyone to disappear. It all started one unremarkable day after school. I stood surrounded by strangers pretending to be my friends, and I was making the same frivolous comments as usual with a smile on my face. It was sudden. Nothing prompted it, really, but the force of it was undeniable. My understanding of my current state took shape in a mere moment, and I was presented with a word that embodied it perfectly: loneliness. Oh, I'm incredibly lonely. Solitude. That's what it was. Despite having so many others around me, I felt alone. The term fit so perfectly that I felt a strange sense of comfort in it. But it wasn't long before that word turned on me with savage fangs. I learned for the first time that unfathomable solitude is inevitably accompanied by pain. My chest hurt, and I found it hard to breathe. Even when I did manage to draw in a breath, my lungs stung as if the air were filled with needles. Everything went black for a moment, and I would have been fine with my life ending right then and there, but my vision soon returned to normal, and my life continued on. I had no idea what I was supposed to do. No clue. Help me, everyone. What's the matter? Someone realized I wasn't feeling right and called out to me. That's quite a smile. You must be having so much fun, huh? I'm smiling. Without understanding why, I reached up and touched my cheeks. They were lifted in a smile. I swear you always seem like you're having the greatest time. You don't worry about anything, do you?" I laughed out loud. "Yeah, I'm having fun," I choked through the spasms. I laughed without even knowing the reason why. That was when the color began gradually fading from the people around me. One by one, they became transparent. They faded and faded, until I could no longer see them. I could hear voices addressing me from some place that had nothing to do with me. Then I couldn't make out what they were saying, but somehow I could give a proper response. None of it made any sense. Before I knew it, the classroom was empty. I was all alone. Somehow, I knew I was the one who had made it that way. I had rejected them all. "Well, I've got stuff to do, so I'm taking off." I couldn't see anyone, but I smiled and said it anyway as I grabbed my bag. That was how my relationships with others were. My conversations worked whether I was speaking to someone specific or not. I might as well be talking to a wall. But still, why? Are you okay? I was sure no one was there, but I heard the words all the same. I had just walked through the school gates, but the voice pulled me back for a moment, allowing me to see the invisible people. I turned around to find one of the boys from my class gasping for breath. He must have run after me. I was pretty sure his name was Kazuki Hoshino. We weren't really friends, and nothing about him made much of an impression, so his name was basically all I knew about him. "What do you mean?" He would have asked only if he noticed something wrong with me. That meant he'd sensed my shifting attitude, even though nobody near me did. You seemed really far away, I guess. I mean, not that I would know, but it's like you're not older in your life." He stumbled over his words. I had absolutely no idea what he was trying to say. "Anyway, if I've got it wrong, that's okay. Sorry for being weird." The boy awkwardly started moving away from me. Wait. He stopped, tilting his head slightly. I'd stopped him from leaving. But what was I actually going to say? Also, how had he been able to describe me as far away as I stood there grinning in that empty classroom? Hey, do I look like I'm always having fun? If he answered this like everyone else, that meant he was no different from them. Oh, I was actually incredibly hopeful. I really, truly wished that he would give me a negative response, that he would understand me. "Yeah, you, seem like you are." It seemed like he struggled to say that. The instant I heard his answer, I became disenchanted with Kazuki Hoshino. He was meaningless to me. I hated him. I despised him. I was surprised how rapidly my emotions changed, like a pendulum swinging in the opposite direction, but that exemplified how much I'd hoped he would be different. But then this boy, who I had instantaneously come to hate, finished speaking. "You're working hard to appear that way, aren't you?" Again my emotions swung like a pendulum, this time away from loathing. My change of heart didn't show on my face, but my chest grew strangely warm. I was working hard. I was trying so hard to look like I was having fun. He was correct. More perfectly correct than if he had simply answered number. That was how I fell in love. I was well aware that it was just a convenient assumption on my part. Just because he acknowledged my effort didn't mean that he fully understood me. I knew that, but I still couldn't completely dismiss the belief. At first, I thought my feelings would pass with time, but it wasn't long before I knew there was no going back to the way I was before. My feelings for Kazuki grew and grew, like a pile of snow that never melts, until they engulfed my heart entirely. The possibility that he would soon become my everything weighed on me like a stone. But strangely, I didn't find it unpleasant at all. Kazuki Hoshino had freed me from my solitary classroom and driven off my ennui. I knew that if he disappeared from my heart, I would slide right back to where I was before. Right back into the schoolroom of isolation. The world had changed. It was as simple as that. My previous dull existence seemed like a dream now. My emotions surged as if they were hooked up to a high-powered amplifier. Just exchanging hellos with Kazuki made me happy, but I was sad that it was all we did. Talking to him made me happy, but I was sad we could only chat a little. Something was clearly broken inside me. It was troubling yet pleasant. Yes, I'll make friends with him no matter what. My first move is to get on a first-name basis with him. Do you have a wish? I was in a place that could be anywhere but also nowhere. The figure that addressed me at once resembled everyone and no one. I couldn't tell if they were male or female. Did I have a wish? Of course I did. This is a box that can make any wish come true. I accepted the box with my blood-soaked hands. I could tell it was real the moment I touched it. I knew there was no way I could ever give it up. Who would? There isn't a person on earth who would refuse something like this. I made my wish. I knew it wasn't possible, but I made it. I don't want regrets. Ever again. 27,755th time. Hey, do you notice anything different about me today? Anything at all? Asks Kokone, her features as familiar as ever. I know she's directed this question at me before. What was the answer again? You're wearing mascara. Ooh, I knew you'd get it right. Looks like I chose the correct response. So what do you think? Yeah, cute. This smoothly delivered answer also turns out to be correct. My tone wasn't entirely serious, but Cocoon grins and nods as if the word cute is enough to satisfy her. I see you've got a lot of promise, Kazu. Maybe that failure of a human being over there could learn a few things from you. Cocoon folds her arms smugly across her chest and turns her head towards Daya. If you're gonna go around saying that, then the quick death of a bitten tongue might be the best option. You'd be doing the world a favor, so by all means, go ahead. I meant your tongue. Ha. Does that mean you're hoping for a deep, passionate kiss? I know I'm adorable, but you've got to get a hold of yourself. And with that, Daya and Cocoon begin their usual rapid-fire exchange of insults and abuse, completely oblivious to any change in my behavior. Eventually, Daya brings up the new transfer student arriving today. Otonashi can't arrive soon enough. Otonashi, I have no use for any of you except Kazuki Hoshino and the owner of a certain item. The classroom is instantly in an uproar. Hey, Otonashi, you're a transfer student, so it's easy for you to put some distance between yourself and the class. But I've been a part of this class for almost a year. I can't really do the same. What does she mean by owner? Who owns what? Is she talking about someone connected to Hoshino? I think she's just talking about his girlfriend. So Hoshino has a girlfriend, and this transfer student Otonashi is looking for her? I wonder why. There's probably something going on between him and this Otonashi girl, too. Maybe they're going out. Or maybe he's cheating on his girlfriend with her. Yeah, that has to be it. That version is more interesting. So let's go with that. I bet Otonashi got herself tangled up in a messy love-hate relationship with our playboy Hoshino and transferred here in pursuit of him. That means Hoshino managed to seduce a hottie like her. Lucky bastard. The story spirals onward as everyone ignores that I'm sitting right here. Where the hell are they coming up with this stuff? Actually, Kazu has been stringing me along. Cocoon comments. What? You're the other woman? No. I think I was more of a side fling. I was, like, the third girl in his harem. But I'm pretty sure there were lots of others. TCH. Damn, what a player. Cocoon fakes a few tears, and even Daya contributes to the chaos with a few uncharacteristically loud remarks. It figures they choose now to team up. The jerks. What a mess, I hear Otonashi mutter. I was trying to keep my distance from the class, but now I'm right in the middle thanks to you. Are you sure it's really my fault? As soon as first period ends, Otonashi and I make a mad dash from the classroom. Naturally, this sets everyone off, with a few of the boys in particular shooting me dirty looks, but I pay none of it any mind. We arrive at the usual spot behind the school. No more class for us. I see. Now I know that the trade-off for winning you over to my side is being mired in all your relationships. Damn. What a pain. No. The real issue is with how you introduced yourself. But this is the first time in 27,755 transfers that giving the class the cold shoulder has become a disadvantage. It's truly interesting. Well, you may be having fun with it, but I'm certainly not. Don't be like that. I can get a little excited when I come across something new like this. I never imagined cooperating with you would change things so much. This is a welcome opportunity for us. What do you mean? I mean we could come across some new facts I might not have found on my own. When she puts it that way, working together might make this all worth it. But still, I have to admit Otonashi is on to something, though. After all, she had no idea what Class 1-6 was like before today. She had no point of comparison. One good example is how she had no clue my feelings for Mogi appeared suddenly between yesterday and today. In other words, during the loops of the rejecting classroom. But how exactly do we proceed from here? That's the thing, Kazuki. Perhaps you hold the key to the rejecting classroom, huh? So does that mean you still suspect me? Not at all. Let me ask you this, why do you retain your memories? I don't know. It's puzzling, right? There's definitely something about you that sets you apart from the other people here, but even then, doesn't it seem strange that you're the only one with memories from before? Well, yeah, of course. My theory is that this is also part of the owner's plan. You're as slow as ever. Basically, allowing you to hold on to your memories is one of the end goals of the owner. So me retaining my memories is part of the purpose of the rejecting classroom. That's not possible. I don't always keep them, you know. If it weren't for you, I might have lost them like everyone else. That's definitely a wrench in my theory. Still, there's a distinct possibility that the flaw in how the rejecting classroom redoes the past is the same as the one allowing your memory retention. If we think of it in the simplest terms, the bug in the system could be that you holding onto your memory is messing up the rewind. It certainly does seem possible, but it's still all so vague and hard to swallow. What would be the point in allowing me to keep my memories, as if I'd know that? She says that with derision. But I do know what emotion above all others stirs people to action. Which one? Otonashi fixes me with something akin to a glare as she continues. Romantic feelings. Romantic. The look on her face is borderline scary, so I don't process the words straight away. I get it now, though. Romantic feelings. Love. Yes, that sounds pretty cute coming from you. She fixes me with a chilly gaze. What's cute about it? Love that obsessive is basically the same thing as hate. The same thing as hate? I'm perplexed. But they're totally different. They're the same. Well, I suppose they are a bit different. Actually, this kind of love can be an even more vicious emotion than hate if the person is truly unaware their feelings are tainted. It's absolutely horrifying. Horrifying. That's enough talk about that. Do you have any ideas, Kazuki? You mean of someone who might have feelings for me? There's no way anyone could. My voice trails off as something trips my memory. There is someone. At least, as long as that phone call asking me to meet up wasn't some sort of prank. You've thought of someone, haven't you? What is it? So, just because someone likes me doesn't automatically make them the culprit, right? Of course not. That wouldn't be enough to conclude they're the owner of the box. We'd still need to investigate them, though. No. Well, it's just that this person couldn't be the one responsible for all this. What makes you so sure they aren't? I know why. It's that I just don't want them to be. As long as we're in the rejecting classroom, we have an infinite number of opportunities to find them. If there's even the slightest chance they could be the culprit, we have to follow up on it. But that way of doing things hasn't even succeeded before, right? I must have touched a nerve. Yes, that's right. But the idea that the owner wants you to retain your memory is an entirely new perspective. I've never started my investigations from there. We may be able to glean some information I never could before. But, if you really trust them so much, wouldn't you want to clear up any possible doubts about them? Of course. She's right. The truth is that I do have doubts, and I'm afraid of what we might find if we started digging. All right. I understand now. I'll help you. You shouldn't be helping. You should be taking the lead. She's right about that, too. I'm the one who wanted out of the rejecting classroom, after all. There's something that's bothering me, though. Something feels really off. At any rate, let's get to work. Hold on a second. What's there to hesitate about? I've had about as much of this as I can take. What seems so wrong? Oh yeah, that has to be it. What's the matter, Kazuki? Your face is red. Well, it's just that. Why is she calling me Kazuki instead of Hoshino? What? You aren't making any sense. Hey, why are you blushing? Sorry. Just forget about it. When did she start calling me by my first name? Not even my parents call me that. My face must be getting even redder. You're strange. Anyway, we need to get moving. Otonashi turns round and walks off. Oh okay, maybe I should start calling her something besides Otonashi. Maybe call her Aya like she calls me by my first name. Whoa. Nope, not a chance. Absolutely not. Maybe something like Miss Aya. No. That's really stilted. Going by her last name puts too much distance between us now that we're working together, too. I need something more easygoing. Only one thing comes to mind. It's going to be really hard to say, but I've said the name several times already, so I should be able to get used to it. Maria. I say it softly, just to test it out, but Otonashi instantly stops and turns around. Her eyes are wide in surprise. Sorry. Her acute reaction makes me apologize reflexively. Why are you sorry? You caught me off guard, that's all. You're not mad? No need to be. You can call me whatever you want. I see. Otonashi, no, Maria, smiles a bit. Still, Maria of all names. Hey. Well, if it bothers you, I don't care. You just reminded me of something, though. What? For some reason, Maria smiles kindly. That you're a funny guy, Kazuki. I'm snooping. I've returned to the classroom and am now rummaging through the belongings of the girl who has feelings for me. I don't like what I'm doing, of course, and I'm really feeling like I've strayed from the straight and narrow this time. It's bright now, so Maria made the call that it would be better to dig through the suspect's things and find some clues before confronting her directly. I agreed, though I couldn't bring myself to say so, which is why I went along with the plan despite my wounded morals. There's no point unless I do some rummaging. Maria's already gone through everyone's things many times before. Judging by our current predicament, she hasn't had much luck with it. That makes sense, though. Maria didn't know any of our classmates before today, so she wouldn't be able to tell if anything was weird or not. Phew. This girl's textbooks are unexpectedly full of neatly color-coded underlined sections, and her notebooks contain small, rounded letters in a vibrant assortment of colors. There's a doodle of a cat in the left margin, and another picture of a cat in the same place on the next page. The same with the page after that, too. That's when I realized that together, the pictures make a flip book. As I flip through the pages, a cat flies into space on a rocket made out of cans. I have to chuckle at that, which provokes a glare from Maria. Our suspect's bag is full of the cute articles anyone would expect a girl to have. Most everything is either pink or white. Her iPod is jam-packed with J-pop. She must have her wallet with her, because it's nowhere to be found. Oh, I find a cell phone covered with pretty decorations. A treasure trove of personal information. My hopes of finding a few leads are dashed to bits when it turns out the phone is locked. I won't be able to explore its hidden secrets, but I'm kinda glad I don't have to look through it, too. Next, I open the makeup pouch beside a pink mirror. This must be foundation, and that's probably some colored lip balm. Here's a pencil for drawing on eyebrows and scissors for trimming them, and this brand new one here must be mascara. Huh? Something isn't right. Did you find something, Kazuki? I'm not sure, but I dig through the makeup bag. There doesn't seem to anything suspicious inside. Maria, what do you think of this pouch? Well, I've certainly seen it before, but I never found anything strange about it. Maria's face freezes as her sentence trails off. Wait, that's impossible. She shouldn't have this. If she did, I would have noticed during the 27,755 times before. But she actually, what is it? Did you think of something? Did you notice anything else, Kazuki? Huh? Well, it did strike me as unusual for her to have it. How could this be? Maria has a pained expression on her face. I resume digging through the bag to see if anything else turns up. Down toward the bottom, my fingers make contact with a texture I know well. I pull the object out. Ah, something is coming back to me. The familiar packaging triggers a memory. So maybe if I'd made a move on you differently, you might have gone out with me? Okay, I get it. I'll just keep after you until you finally return my feelings. No way, no way, no way. I refuse to believe this. This is BS. It has to be a coincidence, nothing but a random fluke, but it's too out there for my brain to have made it up. Maria, what's your favorite food? What's with you all of a sudden? Maria frowns at me. Hey, what's wrong, Kazuki? You look pale. Mine is Ibo. I show Maria what I found in the bag. It's one of my flavored rice sticks. My favorite is corn potage, but I've never told anyone because nobody really cares. I snack on them in class all the time, but I'm always eating different flavors since I like to give them all a try. There's no way anyone would know that I like corn potage the best. You aren't such a big fan of the teriyaki burger flavor, though. Which one's your favorite? I stare at the snacks again, wanting to believe this is some sort of mistake. Every time I look, they're always the same. They're corn potage flavor, not teriyaki burger. The memory they've conjured up is telling me something. Even if it's a coincidence that she has a corn potage Ibo in her bag, the images in my mind are declaring irrefutably that she has to be the owner. Kazuki. Maria grips me firmly by the shoulders. Her nails dig into my skin and drag me back into awareness. This is the part where I'd like to say she has to be the owner. We finally found her, but I don't think that's the case. She sounds so bitter that I have to ask what she means. There's no way the person who managed to fool me for 27,755 transfers would make such a careless mistake. But I thought you said you never actually knew who the owner was. That's not quite right. For all we know, I could have identified her as the culprit many times before this. But I wasn't able to remember it was her. Huh? Why? I'm not exactly sure, but it most likely has to do with the rules of the rejecting classroom. It's not impossible. When you think about it, the rejecting classroom will exist as long as the owner continues to believe time is looping. If they're identified, it would cause the whole premise of the classroom to collapse. That's why the rules are set up so anyone who learns the identity of the owner will forget. But this time, we found out it's her. True, but it's no cause for celebration. Maria continues angrily. What I mean is that if we don't do something this time, we'll lose everything we've learned. I can see what she means. If we mess this up, our memories will be wiped, and we'll have to start our hunt all over again from scratch. Maria is grinding her teeth in vexation. She's used to having as many tries as she needs, so she finds this situation with no room for failure extremely irritating. Hey, you normally only get one try in the game of life. Anyway, there's no pressing the reset button and loading from a save point, not even for the little things. I thought that sounded pretty cool, but Maria only gives me a chilly look. Did you really think that would cheer me up? Sorry. You just looked so upset that I had to say something. Maria's mouth softens at my apology. Oh, I'm definitely upset, but it's not because we're in a tight spot. So then why? Don't you see? The rejecting classroom hasn't ended. even though I've managed to locate the owner several times in the past. You know what that means, right? I tilt my head. I can't tell if Maria's angry at me, the culprit, or herself as she spits out her next words. It means the owner has beaten me every single time. Kokon. Oh, if it isn't Kazuki Hoshino, Mr. Loverboy himself. Kokon teases me in her usual silly tone of voice. It's lunch break. The class didn't go easy on Maria and me after we skipped all our morning classes. Maria put an end to it pretty quickly by refusing to utter even a single word in response. But it seems our classmates can't keep their curiosity in check, because now they're staring. Not that I don't understand why. Hey, Kokon. Actually, I stop myself mid-sentence. Her normally cheerful expression has been replaced by a much more serious one, and she's taken hold of my sleeve. With a quick glance toward Maria, she leads me from the classroom. I have something I want to ask you. No dodging the question. Releasing her grip on me once we're beside the door, Kokon continues. What's going on between you and Otonashi? Why do you ask? I already know the answer, but I put the question to her anyway. Her only response is to lower her gaze, though it's not that easy to explain. Kokon remains silent, her eyes fixed on the floor. But Otonashi isn't the person I like, I add. Hearing this, she looks up at me with wide eyes. So that means something catches her attention, though, and she doesn't finish. The action doesn't slip by me unnoticed. She's peering hard into the classroom, as if searching for someone. Her eyes stop scanning. They're focused on Kasumi Mogi. As of March 1st, I wasn't yet in love with Mogi, and I haven't interacted with her at all so far during this 27,755th transfer. The truth is, Kokon, there's something I need to ask of you. Could you? No, it's fine. You don't need to say it. I think I understand things pretty clearly now. Kokon smiles and continues. How about meeting in the kitchen after school? We can talk about everything there, Kazu. At first, I wonder why she chose the kitchen. But then I remember that Kokon is in the home economics club. I don't think there will be anyone there today. Kokon looks at me again as I nod okay. Her expression is unreadable. Kazuki. Maria calls me over from where she was watching on the other side of the door. She's probably signaling to me that it's time to leave. After telling her I would see her later, I start to turn away from Kokon. Hold up a second. I stop short and face her again. Hey, I just want to ask you something. You don't have to answer if you don't want to, though. What is it? Who is it that you like? I answer without a moment's hesitation. Mogi. As she hears this, Kokon lowers her head to hide her face. But I see her expression before it's completely hidden. There's no way I could miss it. Kokon is smiling. School is over for the day. As soon as Maria and I rushed into the kitchen after hearing a scream, we knew just how badly we had failed in everything. We missed this opportunity that would never come again. Just as expected, Kokon Kairino and Kasumi Mogi are inside. No, to be more exact, Kokon Kairino and something that was once Kasumi Mogi are in the room. The kitchen is covered in blood. The one behind all this stands gripping a kitchen knife, its blade still dripping wet. Kazu. The look on her face doesn't change once she notices me. Why? I don't understand. Why did she need to do this? Mogi is watching me, a diminutive figure drenched in blood, with the same blank expression she always wears. This time, however, the unmistakable gleam of reproach is in her eyes. Yeah, of course there is. There's no doubting that I'm the one who caused this situation. It hurts, 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 it hurts. Mogi's been quietly mumbling this whole time as if casting a curse upon me. I don't want to hear any of it. Suddenly, I want to plug my ears and block it out, but I don't. I lost free control of my actions the moment I saw Mogi's blood-stained body. Her words force their way into my ears. I fight my hardest to avoid understanding them, but it's no use. The words swell and surge like an avalanche, pouring over me until they engulf my immobile form. Mogi is speaking to me. She's condemning me and voicing her hatred. It hurts. 27,755th time. It took me long enough, but I finally realized I don't need you anymore. The girl tilts her head in confusion, maybe caught off guard by how suddenly I spoke. Surely you realized you were getting in the way? Don't you think that was wrong of you? You and I used to be friends, but we aren't anymore. I'm sure she probably still considers me a friend. Up until yesterday, we were so close we would talk about our love lives together. But I've changed. I don't think of her that way now. We aren't friends anymore. This isn't just because I'm different. It's because she can never doubt anything about the new changed me. Even if I don't speak to her like I once did, she'll never notice. Nothing can keep me from changing. That's the rule that governs this world. Say I changed in the normal world, and the others didn't. Like how she still thinks of me as a friend. If something about me was different, it would draw attention as something unusual. That would be enough to interfere with my own evolution. It could turn into something like the mess one of my classmates caused by showing up to school with post-summer break blonde hair. And if I was stuck staying the same in circumstances like that, I couldn't do what I wanted, which would prevent me from achieving my sole wish, to greet today with no regrets. That's why I have this helpful little rule. Yes, this world was made so everything would work in my favor. Even so, what? I can't think of anything past that point. I get the feeling I shouldn't. That's why I decide to stop trying and choose a different topic. Love is a lot like spilling soy sauce on white clothes, don't you think? Her head is inclined, as if she doesn't understand my comparison. It happens sometimes, right? And even if you wipe it off, it'll always leave a stain. It'll be there forever, so every time you see it, you're going to remember that time you spilled soy sauce on yourself. It'll always be there, so there's no way to forget. I open a drawer in a cupboard. Pretty frustrating, right? I grip the knife inside the drawer. That such a stain was able to break me. I pull out the knife. I've used this implement several times before for this very purpose. It's the sharpest one here. She goes pale at the sight of what's in my hand. Even though she probably has a pretty good idea of what comes next, she still asks me why I'm doing this. Maybe a part of her still believes I'm not going to do what she thinks I am. What am I doing? Haha, sorry, but I think this might. I'm rejecting you. Go exactly the way you feared it would. I XXXXX the XXXXX into her XXXXXX. I try not to process the agonizingly black emotion threatening to well up inside me. It's impossible to resist, and all this would be pointless if not for its presence. But I still fight it anyway. I don't want to experience this feeling. I just want to keep pretending I don't know what it is. She collapses, and blood spews from her mouth. She looks like she's suffering. Poor thing. I've probably messed things up. I should have kissed her quickly so she wouldn't have to go through this pain. Making a mistake at this point can be pretty scary, you know. Boys get insanely strong when they're in danger. Even the skinny guys are several times stronger than I am. It really hurts if they hit you when they're terrified like that. What's really frightening about it is that look in their eyes. Like I'm trash. How did I mess up last time again? Oh yeah, I used a thin knife that looked cool. It wasn't really meant for killing people. That's another thing. Stabbing and cutting people is very unpleasant. It's gross. I even throw up sometimes. And then I start crying because I don't understand why everything has to be so awful for me. But in the end, as long as the same people keep doing the same things, the results will never change, and the future I wished for will never come. That's why I have to get rid of them. I don't have any other choice. It's horrible. Why have I been forced to do this? The girl stares at me, the vitality fading from her eyes. The truth is, maybe I didn't need to stab you like this. Rejecting someone all comes down to my prerogative, you know. I haven't found any other effective method besides this, though. I've never been able to do it successfully without killing them with my own two hands. Completely erasing someone from the bottom of my heart is harder than you'd think. It weighs on my mind. I avoid that person out of guilt. Once that happens, I realize I never want to see them again and finally reach a place where I can truly reject them. Once I do that, no one remembers them, not even me. No matter what happens. Her head is hanging limp, as if she no longer has the strength to look up at me. I understand. I'm terrible, right? All of this is awful. But what else am I supposed to do? Sorry, it's not like you would know. Ugh, why do I always blabber on like this? I know. I'm scared, so scared that I just can't keep quiet. I want to think that if I explain why I do all this, maybe someday one of you will forgive me. But I understand. There's no way you can forgive me for this, right? I'm sorry. I really am. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being so selfish. But I'm the one who is suffering the most. Don't you see? I blame myself for all of this. I know I'm a horrible person, so I honestly couldn't care less what you think of me. Who am I talking to? I realize it doesn't matter, though. I was never speaking to anyone, ever. I never thought of the person collapsed on the floor here as my friend. No matter what, I'm always alone. And no, I still don't want to admit it, though. I say all this as I remain in this place that isn't mine, continually being reminded of how alone I am whether I like it or not. Come on, hurry up and get here. Kazoo. When did I start calling him that? We became close several times during the endless loops, and he even gave me permission to use his first name, but he'll never remember any of it. That's when the door opens, and there he is. Kazuki Hoshino. the object of my obsession. He stops short and stands in shock as he beholds the grisly scene before him. Beside Kazuki is that sour-faced, interfering AI Otonashi, that parasite who lives off the boxes. You finally came, Kazuki. I'm disgusted at my own words. How stupid am I? How many times has Kazuki failed to live up to my expectations? You'd think I would have thrown him away time and again after these countless betrayals. He isn't here by coincidence. I braced myself, invited him here, and showed him this scene. Despite this, I always hope for a miracle when Kazuki arrives like this. I hope he'll take me from this place back into the real world. That'll never happen, though. Kazuki's eyes are open wide. Kazuki, I understand how you must feel, but you knew this was what we would find. That unwanted nuisance is saying something. The owner is Kasumi Mogi. Kazuki looks at XXXXXXXXXXXXXX with eyes as round as saucers. Her name? Oh, I forgot it. I can't even remember when it left my memory. Why did I do this? I can't hide my anger at Kazuki's failure to understand such a simple thing. My eyes curse Kazuki as I bare my heart to him. It hurts. Saying it just once doesn't help. It hurts. It hurts. It still isn't enough. It hurts. 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 Even so, I want to live. 755th time. Now that I think about it, Mogi isn't wearing any makeup. Unlike Maria, I don't know much about cosmetics, so it doesn't jump out at me at first. But Mogi has a makeup pouch in her bag. Why? Maria's theory is that she got tired of it. I can't remember at all. But I'm sure at one point Mogi used to care about her appearance. In the rejecting classroom, though, she could no longer see the meaning in making herself look good and eventually just stopped trying. The pouch is still in her bag, as it was on March 1st before the rejecting classroom came into being. Now Mogi finds putting on makeup and even taking it out of her bag to be a pain. The only person who would reach such a state would be someone with over 20,000 transfers worth of memories, and the only person capable of having those would be the owner, which means the owner is Kasumi Mogi, the one I love, and the one who loves me. There's something I have to tell you. Kokon said something like that when she asked me to come meet her during the 27,754th loop. Kasumi likes you. She knew how Mogi felt about me. I'm sure she was friends with her until yesterday and even offered her advice. We wanted to call Mogi out, but doing so would put her on guard. With her having outwitted Maria so many times in the past, we couldn't afford to give her any time to prepare. That's why we decided to involve Kokon and take advantage of her busybody nature. If we could somehow convince Mogi that I was going to confess my love to her, she just might show up. That resulted in Kokon being murdered. I remember what Mogi said to me. Will you go out with me? Then, I wonder how many times she's asked me this. How long has she liked me? If the feeling was mutual, then why did she say what she did? Wait until tomorrow. That's how she answered me. Right? Mogi seems oblivious to the blood everywhere, her face blank, just like it always is. Was she so emotionless in the past? I don't think so. There's a bright and smiling Mogi in some of my memories, but she doesn't seem the slightest bit real. The only Mogi I can imagine is this cold and silent one before me. What if the Mogi that was full of life, the one I've never met, is the real Mogi? Where did she go? She's been consumed. Mariah answers my unspoken question. The endless cycle of repetition has devoured every last bit of her, she says, regarding the emotionless Mogi with contempt. I'm reminded of something I thought once before, that there's no way the human mind can withstand so much repetition. Mogi went through all of this 27,755 times, and now here she stands bathed in blood. It's Kazu's fault, she declares, her eyes fixed on me. Kazu drove me to this. Mogi, what did I do? Mogi, she echoes, the left side of her mouth twitching upward. I told you. I know I've told you. I've told you hundreds of times. What are you talking about? I told you to call me Kasumi. I didn't know that. How could I? I told you hundreds of times, and you listened hundreds of times. So why? Why do you always forget? I mean, there's nothing I can do about that. Nothing you can do about it? What is that supposed to mean? Even though Mogi is screaming hysterically, her face is still almost entirely devoid of emotion. I'm sure that over the course of the thousands of repetitions, she's lost sight of the meanings behind different expressions and forgotten them entirely. She can no longer laugh, cry, or grow angry. Don't listen to her, Kazuki. Mogi finally turns her glare toward Maria. Don't call him that like you know him so well. I'll call Kazuki by whatever name I choose. No, you won't. Why does he remember you and not me? Mogi, you're the one who made it this way. This type of system makes it easier for you to do things over. Shut up. I never wanted that. Now that you mention it, Mogi did seem frightened that I remembered Maria during the 27,754th loop. At the time, I thought my strange behavior was what set her off, but knowing she's the owner puts a different spin on things. Seeing that I remembered Maria and not her detonated all of Mogi's pent-up frustration and sent her into a panic. I'm not used to having Mogi call me that. No doubt she's asked me if it's okay to call me Kazu, just as she told me to call her Kasumi. I forgot, but she never did. You said you liked me, Kazu. Yeah, I'm sure I did. I returned your feelings. I said I liked you, too. My only recollection is of Mogi telling me to wait until tomorrow. I can remember nothing else. I don't remember you saying that. I don't have any other answer for her. Do you know how happy that made me? I worked so hard every time things started over to make you notice me. I tried changing my hair, putting on mascara, flirting with you, learning your hobbies, learning how you talked. And then you know what happened? A miracle. Something about you clearly changed. I could tell you were interested in me. You were receptive, even though you turned me down so many times before. And would you believe it? You even confessed your feelings to me. My efforts finally paid off. I thought there was something next, something I would enjoy. I even thought this incessant repetition might come to an end. But then, you. Mogi stares at me without a hint of emotion. You forgot. I lower my head, unable to hold her gaze. You forgot, but I had faith that the next time you might not. Each time I confessed my love to you, each time you confessed yours to me, I had hope, such great hope, but you never, ever remembered. Before too long, I gave up trying to make you remember, but I couldn't stop that faint glimmer of hope each time you said you loved me. Who knows? Miracles do happen, right? But that's also why it hurt more and more every time. More than you could ever imagine. I was never able to imagine myself in a relationship with Mogi, yet she somehow managed to make this impossible thing into the reality during the endless loops of the rejecting classroom. She made me fall in love. Maybe that's why the memories I do retain are always so vague. But even if she did, it was pointless. There would never be anything beyond that point. She would win me over, and then it would end. This love was doomed to be unrequited. There would be no relationship, no gold at the end of the rainbow. Her feelings would never be reciprocated. That's why I eventually stopped wanting you to confess your feelings. But that didn't stop you from saying it. You kept saying you liked me. It made me happy, but it hurt even more. That's why I had no choice but to say what I did. Mogi repeats that phrase I've heard so many times in the past. Wait until tomorrow. My chest tightens. Those words brought more suffering to Mogi than they did to me, even though I was on the receiving end of them. If all this is true, then why didn't she try to put an end to the rejecting classroom herself? Her feelings will never be rewarded, and even if that isn't her main objective, it's plain to see she's experiencing unimaginable suffering. Kazu. Do you understand now? It's your fault that I'm in pain. All of it, everything, every single last bit of it is because of you. What a joke. Maria angrily interrupts Mogi's monologue. You're obviously just trying to pass the buck to someone else. Admit it. You couldn't take the pain of your own rejecting classroom, so you want to claim Kazuki is the one responsible. No, it's his fault this hurts so much. You can think that if you want, but I know Kazuki doesn't feel that way. It's not even possible for him to remember you. He only has what memories he does now because he has his own purpose. It has nothing to do with your twisted love. That's how do you know that? How, you ask? Maria stands tall, her tone mocking. The answer is simple. Her next words are chilly and to the point. No one in the world has watched Kazuki Hoshino more than I have. Wow. Maria's sharp claim sends Mogi into silence. Her mouth opens and closes as if she's trying to come up with a retort, but no words are forthcoming. My mouth is shut for an entirely different reason. It's hard not to be embarrassed when someone says something like that about you. But I've been watching Kazu for just as long. That time was worthless. Maria's comeback is unfounded, meant to provoke. From the way things have turned out here, it's obvious that time meant nothing. Take a look in the mirror. Take a look at your hands. Take a look at what's lying there at your feet. On Mogi's face are clots of dried blood, now almost black. In her hands, the knife, and at her feet, Kokon's lifeless body. So go ahead, say whatever you want. Say that you've been watching Kazuki for as long as I have. But just ask yourself if you believe that means anything. Mogi's head sinks, as if the very core of her being has shattered. I can't think of a thing to say to her. Hey, you've been watching Kazu more than anyone in the world? Sure, that might be true. Hey, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter one bit. Mogi giggles, her head still hung low. HMPH. How pathetic. You've finally gone mad. Finally. Hey, what are you saying? Without raising her gaze, Mogi turns the point of the knife toward Maria. Do you really think I'm concerned with staying sane anymore? Mogi raises her head. Let me fill you in on a little secret, Otonashi. The people I kill vanish from this world. Her face is still as blank as ever. That's why it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much you've watched Kazu, because you're just going to disappear. Mogi lunges toward Maria with the knife. I shout Maria's name, but all she does is watch Mogi rush at her disinterestedly and without a hint of panic. She deftly grabs the wrist of Mogi's right hand, her knife hand, and twists her arm into submission. And it's a completely lopsided struggle, to the point that I'm embarrassed for yelling. Sorry about this, but I've been studying martial arts this whole time. Reading a direct approach like yours just now was as easy as taking candy from a baby. The knife drops from Mogi's hand with a clatter. Now disarmed, all she can do is look dazedly at her weapon where it lies on the floor. Just like taking candy from a baby, huh? Mogi mutters bitterly, her gaze still on the knife. Hey. She's still in pain, but she's smiling. Is that funny? Is that funny? You say? Ah ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Mogi's mouth opens wide as the laughter bursts forth. The expression on her blood-smeared face is nowhere close to being a smile. However, though she's laughing, her cheeks hang slack. Where her eyes should be crinkled in amusement, they're now open even wider than before. Maria grimaces in disgust as she watches. Of course it is. You compared grabbing my arm with taking sweets from a child. Oh, that is rich, even from you, the great Ai Otonashi. If this isn't your greatest screw-up yet, I don't know what is. I haven't the slightest idea what you find so amusing. Oh really? Then let me ask you this, could you really steal something from a baby? I still don't understand why Mogi is laughing, but Maria has fallen silent. You got me. Yay, good job, congratulations. So now what? What was it you were trying to do again? I know. I've heard it many times. In fact, you want to put an end to this world of repetitions, right? You want to get a hold of the box, right? And how do you go about doing all that? Oh yeah, don't you need to kill me? That's right. I already knew how skilled you were in the martial arts. You yourself have said so many times before. So why are talking like you outwitted me? You made a complete fool of yourself. Did you really think I wouldn't know any of this? I'm so embarrassed for you. It must be humiliating. Hey, you know I go back to the past each time just like you do. Right? I know you front to back, too. I dropped my knife. You've got my arm in a lock. So, Mogi's voice grows serious, and she speaks in a low tone. What are you going to do with me? Maria doesn't answer. Otonashi, the gentle soul. Otonashi, who could never kill me. Otonashi, who could never torture me. Otonashi, who could never even break a bone. Would that pure heart that abhors violence so much even allow her to wrench something from the hand of a little infant? I don't think so. Absolutely not. Now I see why Maria was defeated so many times in the past. Once things escalate to the point where violence is the only solution, she's rendered powerless. And Mogi is well aware of this. Think about it. I could have killed you, rejected you, any time I wanted to. Do you understand why I haven't? Even though you're nothing but a nuisance to me? Sure. It can be convenient to have you around, like how you always save me from the accident. But that's not it. I realized something the first time you figured out I had the box, when you couldn't corner me. Maria clenches her jaw. You're not even worth the effort. I'm reminded of something Daya said once. The protagonist was at a disadvantage against the transfer student because she had more information to work with. Thing was, he actually had it wrong. It's the protagonist, Kasumi Mogi, who has the information, and the transfer student is the one at a disadvantage. I'm sick of this pattern. Mogi sounds deliberately bored, but things are different this time. Kazuki is here. You're right. How about we try letting things take a different course, then? Mogi kicks the handle of the knife on the floor. Slick with blood, it whirls and skids over and comes to rest against my feet. Pick it up, Kazu. The knife. I look back down at it. The knife glints red, even more wet with blood than before. Come on, Kazu. Don't you love me? If you really do. I look up, watch the words form on her lips. Then you'll give me the knife so I can kill you. What the? I don't understand. I know the meaning of the individual words, but I don't understand what she's saying to me. Are you listening? I said give me the knife so I can kill you. There it is again. I didn't mishear. What are you playing at, Mogi? I know you're in love with Kazuki. Why would you ask him to do such a thing? You're right. I do love him. That's exactly why I want him to die. Kazu is the reason why I'm suffering. That's why I want him to disappear from my sight. It's the obvious conclusion, Mogi says, like it's just common sense. I knew Kazu was coming this time, so why do you think I let you all think you had tricked me into showing up? I had a mission to accomplish. There was something I decided to do. I decided to kill Kazu. She meets my eyes as she spits. If I kill Kazu, I can reject him. He'll be gone. If that happens, I'm sure I won't suffer anymore. I can stay here forever. Mogi, that's nonsense. Maria suddenly grunts and falls to her knees. She's holding the left side of her body. Maria, something is sticking out of the left side of her abdomen. Huh? Was she stabbed? Maria. Maria examines the object in her stomach. Gritting her teeth, she yanks it out with all her strength, grunting slightly in pain. Her eyes full of hatred for Mogi, she tosses the tool aside. I look at the object clattering to the floor. It's a folding pocket knife. You really slipped up. All the martial arts training in the world can't help you if you never see the attack coming. If you were a boy, you'd probably be fighting back right now, but that thin blade will do fine for a skinny little thing like you. Sorry, but you can't bulk up here no matter how much you train. That's just the way this world works. Maria tries to stand, but it seems the wound is somewhere vital, because she can't. An unending stream of blood flows from where she has her hand pressed to her side. I've experienced a lot here, too, so I figured it's better to keep one of these on hand. I always hide this knife on me. Mogi approaches until she's right before my eyes. She stoops down and picks up the kitchen knife. There she is, not on guard against me at all, leaving herself completely open, and all I can do is let out a pitiful yelp. It's as if I'm paralyzed. I can't move. All I can do is stand there like a post that's been hammered into place. My consciousness threatens to abandon my body, as if my thoughts have skidded to a halt in refusal to accept the impossible scene unfolding in front of me. I told you, Tonashi. It doesn't matter, because you'll be gone soon. Mogi straddles Maria and raises the knife high. She brings the blade down without the slightest bit of hesitation. Again and again, until she's certain Maria is breathing no more. Maria never lets out even the slightest gasp of pain the entire time. It's too bad. I might have let you live if you were content with being the annoying little shit-circling fly you are, but no, you just had to try and make a move on my Kazu, so this is what you get. With that final bit of spite, Mogi stands up. Maria lies motionless. For a moment, Mogi looks down at the kitchen knife she plunged into Maria's body over and over, and then she casually tosses it over to me. Instinct draws my eye to the weapon that drank Cocoon's blood, and then Maria's. Okay. Now it's your turn. I kneel down, trembling in fear, and gingerly reach out to touch it. I can't stop myself from pulling my hand back at the slippery texture. Trying to swallow my terror, I extend my hand once more. It won't stop shaking, and I can't seem to grasp the knife. I close my eyes and somehow manage to pick it up. My eyes open. I'm holding the knife that stabbed both Cocoon and Maria, and that fact makes my hands shake even harder. I feel like I'm going to drop it. I grip it with both hands to keep the trembling in check. It's no good. There's absolutely no way I'll be able to use this knife to do anything. What are you doing, Kazu? Hurry up and give it to me. No, it isn't just me. None of us should be able to use this to do anything. If so, who made you do this? Not even Mogi should be capable of all this. It just isn't possible. As long as nobody's manipulating her. Mogi gives me a puzzled look. What are you talking about? Are you trying to say somebody ordered me to do this? Are you okay, Kazu? You know that isn't true. But I fell in love with you. Why are you saying that now? The Mogi I know would never do any of this, no matter how desperate she became. Not even after 20,000 times through the cycle. The girl I fell in love with would never do this. Mogi seems at a loss for words for a moment, but she soon gives me an angry look and then makes her reply. Oh, I get it. You're trying to appeal to my emotions so I'll spare you. How despicable. I never knew you were this much of a coward, Kazu. You aren't willing to lay your life down for mine, are you? Of course I'm not. I don't want to die, and I don't think doing so would save her. Kazu, do you think it's wrong to kill another person, no matter the reason? Yes. Oh, how noble of you. Yes, you're so amazingly just. I can hardly stand it. Mogi stares into my eyes as she speaks. Well then, how about spending your whole life? No, forever, inside this endless loop. Her words are cool and heartless. She must know full well that's the last thing I want. After all, if I give you the box, I'm going to die. Does she mean she'll die if the rejecting classroom comes to an end? Maria never said anything about that. Do you understand? Removing me from the box is the same as killing me. Do you think I'm lying? Do you think I'm just saying whatever it will take to protect the box? Well, I'm not. If you give it some thought, you'll know I'm right. I mean, why do you think I wanted to return to the past in the first place? What would make her want to redo time? Maybe if something happened that couldn't be undone? Hey, Don't you think it's funny that I'm the one who always gets hit by the truck? Sometimes Aotonashi would take my place, but oh, wait. You did get hit instead of me a few times, but in general, it's always me. Ah, no way. I finally touch upon a plausible reason why Mogi has never tried to put an end to the rejecting classroom. That traffic accident is an unavoidable phenomenon within the world of the classroom. The truck always hits someone, most especially Mogi. For some reason, it's inevitable. I once said that I didn't believe there was any way to change things that had already taken place. Maria responded that it was normal to feel that way, and that the Oni most likely felt that way, too. So even if I had the opportunity to destroy the box, the moment I did, it would mean, are you prepared to let that truck kill me? I would end the life of the person I loved. There's a loud clanging noise. I'm not sure what it is at first, but it's the sound of a knife slipping from my hand. You couldn't even give me this yourself. How pathetic. Mogi walks up beside me and picks up the kitchen knife. She's going to kill me. Having committed so many crimes already, the only way for Mogi to rationalize any of this is to keep committing more. Otherwise, the weight of her conscience would crush her. There's no coming back for her. She's lost all means of restraining herself, and now her rampage is going to kill me. She's even capable of murdering someone she loves. I'm sure that from the moment she committed her first homicide, Kasumi Mogi was no longer Kasumi Mogi. Her emotionless mask of a face is spattered with the blood of two people. I can no longer stand, so she kneels down to my height. She puts her arms around me, the knife still in her hand. Her arms rest on my shoulders, and she places the blade against my carotid artery. Mogi brings her face close to mine, opening her mouth to speak. Just keep your eyes closed, if you can. I do as I'm told. Something soft touches my lips. I know instantly what it is. At long last, I feel a certain emotion boiling up within me, the one I didn't feel when I saw Kokon's lifeless body or even Maria's stabbing. Rage. I can't allow this. This isn't the first time we've kissed, you know. Sorry it always has to be forced like this. I will never forgive her. I don't remember any of those kisses, and I'm sure I won't remember this one. Goodbye, Kazu. I loved you. Is she really satisfied with just a bunch of made-up memories she can never share? It's entirely possible. She's become that used to solitude. I feel a sharp pain run along the muscles of my neck. I open my eyes in defiance of Mogi's request to keep them closed. She seems flustered under my silent reproach, but the suddenness of it all means she never takes her eyes off me. Yes, I'm finally able to meet her gaze directly. I grab Mogi's hand. From the corner of my vision, I can see a red liquid flowing from my neck and dripping from her hand. What do you think you're doing? I can't allow this. What? Are you trying to say you'll never forgive me? Hey, that's fine. I already knew that. But it doesn't matter. This is goodbye. After all, you're wrong. About what? It's not you who I can't forgive. It's the rejecting classroom that's stolen away our normal lives. I tighten my grip on Mogi's slender wrist, completely restraining her arm. My vision goes black for a second. Maybe the bleeding from my neck is fatal. Let go of me. No, I still don't know what to do. I know I won't be able to kill Mogi. Even so, the knowledge that I can't allow the rejecting classroom to go on burns bright and clear within me. That's why I can't let myself disappear here. Let me kill you. Please, let me do it. Mogi is screaming. Her words are meant to push me away forever, but they only sound like cries of pain to me. Like she's wailing in agony. Yeah, I see it now. It took me a long time, but I finally figured it out. Mogi is crying. On the outside, she's as blank and emotionless as ever. There are no tears running down her cheeks. I look at her directly. She instantly averts her eyes. Her legs, so slender that it's almost a surprise they can support her own weight, are trembling. With her facial expressions gone, Mogi can no longer recognize her own feelings. She doesn't even know when she's crying. She has no more tears. I'm sure they all dried up long ago. I'm sorry I didn't notice sooner, Mogi. I won't let you kill me. I won't let you reject me. Shut up. Don't make me suffer anymore. I'm sorry, but begging won't work on me. That's why I yell. I'll never leave you in this place by yourself. I think I feel Mogi's strength waver for a moment. But then, everything goes pitch black. A slap to my cheekbone temporarily restores my vision, and the scene looks different than it did before. Mogi's red-black slippers are directly before my eyes. My hand is no longer holding her wrist and instead lies limp on the floor. Mogi didn't do anything to me. I just collapsed on my own. I had just reached a point where I could possibly get through to her, and now my body won't work. I can't even move my mouth properly. I'm so stupid. I can hear Mogi's voice, with just a few words, a few simple words. Unable to lift my head. I can't see what Mogi's face looks like, I have to kill. 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 Mogi is repeating the same phrase over and over, as if trying to convince herself. Her slippers move. Someone's blood splashes, a few drops spraying my face. I can faintly see the gleam of the kitchen knife. Yeah, she's going to use it on me. This time it's really goodbye. Kazut. Mogi kneels down and gently strokes my back. I have to kill. She then plunges the blade into. I have to kill myself. Her own body. 27,755th time. I have to kill myself. I repeat this mantra to myself frantically. I have no other choice. It's the only way to keep the false me from taking control again. I give up on everything. I can't think of any other way to atone for the things I've done. There's a knife stuck in my body. I'm lying on top of Kazuo. He's sprawled on the ground. His face is so close. Eyes wide. He finally notices what I've done. Don't look at me like that. I try to smile and put him at ease, but I realize I no longer can. It's been so long since I smiled or cried. The warmth bleeds from my body. Everything inside me is draining out. I hope the despicable things inside me will all be purged, too. I'll never leave you in this place by yourself. Thank you. But I know that isn't possible. It was never possible from the very beginning. You knew that, right? After all. I've been dead this whole time. Zeroth time. I'm about to die. Time seems to drag on interminably as I lie where I landed after the truck sent me flying. There's no surviving an impact like that. I'm going to die. This is the end. No. I've wished I was dead plenty of times before, but those were foolish thoughts from someone who never seriously considered what dying really means. Death. The end. Nothing more after this point. I'm learning how terrifying all of this is in my final moments. If this is what dying is, then I wish I could have died before love changed my world. But I know love now. I have a purpose. I haven't even been able to reach out to the one these feelings are for. It's all too horrible. Well, isn't this an interesting situation? A man? Or maybe a woman? Suddenly appears. I have no idea how they got here. Why are they able to speak to me like this is normal? It's unclear where they are in relation to me. I turn around and around, but I can't even tell what direction I'm facing. All the same, I know their eyes never leave me. None of this is possible. No, that isn't true. This is some other place. The strange person is right in front of me, but I can't figure out where that is. This place is perfectly nondescript, yet special. No, I'm not talking about your accident. That kind of thing happens all over the world. What interests me is the fact that the accident took place next to a certain boy who caught my eye. What is this person talking about? I've heard of people seeing apparitions before they die, but never anyone being transported to some strange place to have a conversation like this. I wonder if this person is a spirit of death or something. The figure before me looks like no one, but at the same, I feel like they could become anyone. There's one thing I'm certain of, however. This person is wonderful. Silhouette, voice, scent. I find everything about this mysterious figure enchanting. I'm curious about something. How will he react to a box used near him? Oh, and I am rather intrigued to see how you would use one, too. All humans interest me, you see, even if just in passing. None of this makes any sense to me, but I can see the person smile. Do you have a wish? A wish? Of course I do. This is a box that can make any wish come true. I accept the item. I can tell it's real the moment I touch it. I know there's no way I could ever give it up. Please, even if my fate can't be changed, please at least allow me to go back and redo a few things. Even just the previous day is fine. There's still something I need to do. If I can do the day over again, I know I can tell him how I feel. And if I do that, I know I won't have any regrets, no matter the outcome. Please. Just give me back a little bit of time. I know it's impossible to undo what's already happened, but that's still what I want. Once I've voiced my wish, the box opens its lid like the mouth of some carnivorous beast before fading from sight into the surrounding space. Yes, okay, that should be fine. Hey. The person with the charming laugh gives a brief opinion of my wish before vanishing. Why do they always hold back? And with that, I'm ejected from that wholly unmemorable yet fantastic place. I arrive in a dark, damp chamber that reeks with the odor of countless corpses left to rot. The uncomfortable room makes even a jail cell seem like heaven. I'm sure I'll collapse if I spend even an hour here. Soon enough, though, everything becomes a bright white, as if the room is being painted over. The color is so pure, I can't see the boundaries of the room anymore. A scent like incense made from sugar candy drives out the foul smell. With each blink, the space gains a blackboard, desks, chairs, and other classroom fixtures. Once everything is in place, all that's left to do is summon the necessary people, the ones who were in the classroom the day before. Once they're here, we can do it all over. I can read yesterday. But no matter how much everything is plastered over, this will still be that chamber worse than a prison cell. This is my afterlife, packed full of white, sweet hope. That's why I have to do it. If there's no chance of accomplishing my heart's desire, then before all these pretty decorations are stripped away, before my disgraceful actions come to light, I have to destroy this box with my own hands. 5,000th time. Why not just kill them? When I ask Haruaki for advice, he jokingly answers with an outlandishly stupid idea. 6,000th time. Why not just kill them? When I ask Haruaki for advice, he jokingly answers with the same breakthrough he's given me I don't know how many times. 7,000th time. Why not just kill them? Haruaki jokingly answers with a perfectly reasonable theory. 8,000th time. Why not just kill them? Haruaki jokingly answers as if to reiterate his logic. 9,000th time. Why not just kill them? Haruaki jokingly answers me with truth in my most desperate hour. 9,999th time. He's already told me himself the method I'll use to get rid of him. You're looking for a way to make sure that you and a certain person never run into each other again? Haruaki has presented many ideas. I listen to them until my ears are numb. In the end, we reach the conclusion we always do. The best way is to make one of the people involved feel shame toward the other person. And then, also as always, Haruaki suggests a way to create a sense of guilt. Why not just kill them? My back is against the wall, and Haruaki jokingly answers with a final recourse. As a last resort. But, I mean, if you kill them, it won't be a question of bumping into them or not anymore. Why do I have to reject Haruaki? Because I feel getting rid of him will have the greatest effect on Kazu and me. Living in that world is like playing an endless game of Tetris. At first, I worked hard to get as many points as I could. And it was fun, too. But after a while, I stopped caring. It's just a game in the end, so whether I get a lot of points or not, everything is going to be reset at some point, and I'll have to start from the beginning. Nothing ever changes, even if I get a game over. I still try to find ways to have fun, but even that approach has its limits. It gets boring. It gets tedious. It gets obnoxious. It gets painful. I don't even feel like rotating the blocks anymore. It doesn't matter. It truly doesn't, but no matter how many times I reach my limit, I can't stop. If I do, I'll die. I can't let that happen. I have to accomplish what I set out to do. I have to meet today with no regrets. That's why I have to change the systems and try something else. Haruaki is one such important part of the structure. Hey, can you tell me how to create guilt again? Come on, Kasumi, what's wrong with you? I don't mind, but still. Haruaki says it like he always does. Why not just kill them? This is the 1,000th time he's given this answer. He's right. This is the only choice. There's nothing that can be done. You'll understand, right? But then again, it's a little late for that now. You want me to kill you, right? 10,000th time. Stop. Please don't kill me. I don't plug my ears. I'm going to kill Haruaki Uzui. He's the one who suggested it, after all. IKXXX Haruaki Uzui. That's when I disappear. The me who was once Kasumi Mogi is gone. I have no hope of finding the version of myself that was ground to dust by the agony of this place and scattered to the wind. My body keeps reviving. Regardless, it always comes back, even though there's nothing left of me inside. I feel something entering the empty space within me, something vile born from this box, something grotesque beyond belief with a putrid smell like that of countless dead bugs covered in feces. I try to keep it out. I try again and again, but I know that even if I do, this thing will still worm its way in through the holes in my defenses. It'll tear at my weaknesses like a hyena, devouring those portions and dyeing me pitch black. Once they're finished with me, I'll no longer know who I am. I'll become a doppelganger. But not even that is enough to make me put an end to the rejecting classroom. I still need to greet today with no regrets. A today where I have no regrets. Ah, what a fool I am. There's no such thing. This is my afterlife. No matter what I do here, it'll never be enough to sever the ties binding me to the real world. Even Kazu professing his love to me will be meaningless. What can I do to satisfy myself in a world that's completely disconnected? A world with no links to anywhere else. I can't think of any ideas. The outcome I desired. I struggled on for so long in search of this outcome within the overriding stagnation of this world. But the truth is I didn't even know what I was looking for. I fumbled along in ignorance for some time before eventually reaching the conclusion that the outcome I sought didn't exist. I want to live. Oh, is that it? I finally understand. So that was my wish. That also explains why my wish will remain just that, an unfulfilled desire. For all eternity, my inability to understand all this warped the box. This distorted wish transformed into an obsession that couldn't be dispelled. It will always be here as long as I'm in the box. So the fixation remains, spurring the false me into unceasing action. That's how I know that, even if I were to vanish, the box will never, ever end. 27,755th time. I'll never leave you in this place by yourself. Kazu's words were enough to momentarily bring back the Kasumi Mogi that had been lost. I'm so stupid. I once made a decision. When all of this started, I told myself that if I lost sight of my purpose, I had to destroy the box with my own hands before my shameful actions came to light. But the sheer, overwhelming number of loops in this ceaseless world wore my determination down, diluting it to the point of non-existence. All hope of me ever returning should have faded back when I murdered someone whose name I can no longer even recall. But then, with just a few words, a few simple words, I was brought back. My love saved me at the very end. But I know that while I've returned for this moment, I'll lose control again soon. The box will consume me, both in mind and body. That's why I have to kill myself. While I'm still Kasumi Mogi. Goodbye, Kazu. And that's how my box, which couldn't bring me happiness, even though it could have been so easy, comes to an end. I die lying atop the one I love. This could be a blessing in itself. I'm okay with this. Yes, this is perfectly fine. I close my eyes, sure that they'll stay closed forever. No one said you could die, you know. Surprised, I opened them again. Before me stands the mysterious being that gave me the box. Kazu's eyes must be locked on me, because he doesn't seem aware of the presence. A calm smile greets me as I meet the figure's gaze. I'm not through observing that boy there. I can't have you putting an end to this wonderful opportunity for unlimited study I've worked so hard to arrange. What are they talking about? It might not be enough if we keep to the same routine we have been, though. This goes against my principles. But I'm going to need to borrow that box of yours for a second. A few adjustments are necessary. You were trying to break it anyway, so you don't mind, do you? Without waiting for a response, the being places a hand upon my chest. I'm instantly filled with agony beyond anything I could imagine. The pain is unbearable, even though I've gotten used to being hit by trucks and didn't even cry out when I stabbed myself in the chest with a knife. This sensation is an entirely different variety. It's like having my very soul cut to shreds. It's the sort of pain nothing can alleviate, as if it's being applied directly to my nerves. The being smiles as they pull the palm-sized box from my chest. You most likely already know this, but this box won't work without you anymore. I'm going to have to put you inside it. With those words out of the way, the being begins to fold me up. I'm doubled over, doubled again, and then put inside the box. Kazu, please, Kazu. I know what I'm asking is selfish. I know it's laughable to think I have the right to ask anything of you after all I've done. But I can't take it anymore. Help me, Kazu. 27,756th time. I have to put an end to the rejecting classroom and return all our lives to normal. What's the hardest part of achieving this goal? Encountering a crazy obstacle, perhaps, like having to tightrope between two buildings using a piece of kite string, or repeating the same day 100,000 times? Maybe not. All of those are hurdles I can figure out how to clear. No matter how impossible they may seem, with an infinite amount of time on my hands, I could feasibly acquire the skills needed to overcome them. No, the hardest part is being unable to tell what I'm up against. If I don't even know where to start, then I'm just stuck. What's more, time doesn't pass within the confines of the rejecting classroom. No matter what kind of a jam I'm in, I'll never be able to rely on time to solve the problem. I'm facing the most difficult of situations right now. What's the matter, Hoshi? You seem a bit off today. It's our first period break. Haruaki has an easy smile as he speaks to me. Class has only just ended, so everyone is still in the room. Mogi is in her seat. All 38 of my classmates are here. I rack my mind for reasons why everyone who was rejected is here again, only to find I have almost no recollection of the previous transfer. I get the feeling I made an important discovery, but for the life of me, I can't remember anything. That's fine. I can handle that. If I did find out something of immense importance last time, I can always do it again. I'm a bit mystified by the return of my classmates, but that doesn't change what I have to do. That isn't the problem at all. Ugh, I'm so bored today. Nothing ever changes. Nothing ever changes. Kokon's words spark a dull pain in my chest. I don't want to believe it. I can't accept the situation before me. Hey, Dayo. As if issuing a plea for help, I call out to my friend. He remains sitting, turning only his head to look at me. Have you heard anything about a transfer student arriving today? Despite my faint hope that he would nod, my question is unfortunately met with the exact frown and retort I expect. Huh? What the hell are you talking about? I knew it. AI Autonashi will no longer transfer. I'm totally on my own now. Sure, I can find the owner of the box, but what am I supposed to do after that? Take the box from them? Destroy it? How am I supposed to go about doing either of those things? Before, I thought I was working alongside Maria to solve this mystery, but that was nothing more than my pride talking. The truth is that I was totally reliant on Maria, and without her here, I have no clue what to do. What I'm saying is that it doesn't matter whether this is normal life or the inside of the rejecting classroom. You get me? That's Haruaki's counsel. I was completely stumped earlier, so during break I asked him to hear me out. After telling him everything over lunch, I'm listening to his response as we stand behind the school. I know Haruaki. He isn't saying this because he doesn't believe my ludicrous story. What do you mean? It doesn't matter. Hey, I'm not saying I don't believe you, okay? But let's just say we are inside this rejecting classroom right now. How is this any different from the normal life you want? What do you mean? Everything about it is different. Come on, it's the same. You said all this disappeared, and now we're back. That AI Autonashi girl you mentioned was never a member of our class to begin with. Things just went back to normal. You see that, right? Things just went back to normal. Maybe he's onto something. I would never have met Maria if it weren't for the rejecting classroom. No one here knows anything about her, and that's as it should be. AI Autonashi has always been a foreign presence in classroom 16. Maybe everything I'm talking about is just something I dreamed up. Maybe AI Autonashi is a figment of my imagination. I can't tell, but I do know today is still March 2nd. If we're inside the rejecting classroom, then it will always be March 2nd. Can you really argue that isn't unusual? I thought Haruaki would agree with me, but I was wrong. He tilts his head a bit to the side as he replies. I think you know the answer to that question yourself. The way he acts like it's so obvious brings me up short. He scratches his head in puzzlement as he watches me. I know what you're trying to say, Hoshi. But you only feel that something is wrong because you're aware things are looping. So you've got your everyday average life that you took for granted up until now. If the same day of that life were to repeat over and over, you wouldn't know it, right? I don't feel anything is off right now. For instance, here, at this very moment, I believe I'm in the middle of the same old boring day-to-day I've always known, even if it does happen to be inside the rejecting classroom. He's definitely right. The only reason my gut tells me all this is wrong, that it's horrible, is because I know about the classroom. If I didn't, I probably wouldn't notice anything strange at all. My awareness of the rejecting classroom is the source of my mental turmoil. Without that, I could fully enjoy the normal life laid out for me here, even if it's stuck on repeat permanently. The days would roll by as I avoid the sad fate of someone I can't identify. It would all be so happy and convenient. The idea of destroying all this is nothing more than self-satisfaction. It looks like you understand now, Hoshi. So what are you going to do? Right. I know what to do now. See? Well then, maybe. Haruaki trails off. Wondering why, I turn around and find Mogi standing behind me. What's the matter? I ask. Can I borrow Kazuki for a second? I look at Haruaki for a moment upon hearing her words. Anyway, Hoshi, I guess that's probably enough about that for now, huh? Feel free to hit me up if you ever want to talk about it some more. Sure. Thanks, Haruaki. With a quick you're welcome, Haruaki leaves. What does Mogi want? Was she looking for me specifically? I give her face a closer look. I can't help but think how pretty it is, and I quickly look away. Her brows are furrowed, even though she's the one who wanted to see me. I'm going to ask you something, and I want you to answer, no matter how crazy it may sound. Sure. I give my assent, but Mogi's face still tightens as if she finds this a difficult topic to broach. She takes a moment to gather her nerves and then looks me straight in the eyes as she asks her question. Am I Kasumi Mogi? What? The question is so out of the blue I can't even act surprised, and instead I stand there without much expression at all. She averts her gaze in apparent embarrassment. Do you have amnesia or something, Mogi? I know what you want to say, but please just answer the question. You're Kasumi Mogi. That's obvious. Now that's a line you'd never hear from me normally. I see, she murmurs, seeming slightly sad for some reason. You might not believe what you're about to hear, but please hear me out. The truth is, the next words from Mogi, the Kasumi Mogi who I was in love with, are unbelievably absurd. I'm AI Autonashi. Huh? AI Autonashi. You're Maria. But how? Mogi continues as I stand there in shock. Yes, I'm AI Autonashi. You and all the others have fallen for this charade where I'm somehow Kasumi Mogi even though I look and talk completely different from her. I have no way to confirm it, but I know for a fact I am AI Autonashi. Despite all that she's saying, the only person I see before me is Kasumi Mogi. Still, I can't deny that she does look and speak exactly like the AI Otonashi in my memory. Well, how about this? Lots of manga have stories about people with multiple personalities, right? Maybe you're experiencing something like that right now? It sounds ridiculous, but it's still within the realm of rational thought. I already considered that. If that were the case, it would be strange that you didn't harbor any doubts about the sudden changes in my personality, and the name AI Otonashi would never have come up. Don't you agree? There's no denying that I never said the name AI Otonashi to Mugi. So why would you have turned into Mugi in the first place? The way you're describing the situation is misleading. I have only been placed in the role of Kasumi Mugi. I haven't actually transformed into her in the physical sense. I'm happy about that, at least. But anyway, I'll explain how I see this situation. If I'm AI Otonashi, that means Kasumi Mugi does not exist in the 27,756th transfer. Do you understand? I nod. Kasumi Mugi is gone. Her position is vacant. I told you before that it was not by my own intent that I was treated as a transfer student in this world, right? This time, I think I've been assigned this empty space instead of being brought in as a transfer student. It sounds like a bit of a stretch, but there's no way I, or anyone else in the class for that matter, would mistake you for Mugi. That was definitely one of the biggest problems. But when I ran up against this issue, it actually cleared up something else. The owner of the rejecting classroom experienced 27,755 of its loops. Their personality should have changed at least once somewhere in all that time, but no one ever noticed anything like that occurring. I have to admit she might be right. It's natural to deduce that some rule of the rejecting classroom prevents others from noticing changes to the owner and also prevents those changes from interfering with their personal relationships. Kasumi Mugi was the owner, but for some unknown reason, she has vanished, and now I have taken her place. The aforementioned rule came into effect, so now no one notices anything different, even though my appearance and personality are that of AI Otonashi. Her explanation does seem feasible, at least. If Mugi really is Maria, then I definitely have cause to rejoice. Of course I do. I mean, I would have no idea of what action to take in all of this without her. Maria would be my guiding light. Still, I don't believe you. I'm just finding it all too hard to swallow. Perhaps startled by my unexpectedly strong response, Mugi eyes me with a guarded expression. I know it's hard to believe, but there's no reason for you to react like that. I chew on my lip. Oh, I see now. You don't want to accept what I'm telling you as true because doing so would be the same as admitting that Mugi was the owner of the box. You want to avoid that if possible. I can understand why. After all, you loved. That's enough. I yell without meaning to. She's right. There's no way in hell I want to accept any of what she is saying. But it isn't Mugi being the owner that bothers me. No. The thing I absolutely will not accept is, I'm in love with Mugi. I force myself to say it. I know. Mugi herself scowls as if asking why I'm saying something like that now. That's why there is no way you could be Maria. My hands clench into fists. Seeing the way they tremble, I'm sure she finally understands what I'm trying to say. Her eyes open wide, and her mouth closes. I love Mugi. That feeling will never change. Not even if she looks exactly like AI Otonashi. Let's say everything Mugi is telling me here now is true. That would make me the biggest idiot in the world. It would mean I didn't notice anything different about the girl I loved, despite how much she had changed. I didn't notice even though Maria replaced her entirely. It has less to do with her and more that I can't handle my emotions. People often say that love is blind. But this would be on a whole other level. It would all be fake. It would mean that this love that I've embraced for such an unbelievably long time is false. Nothing more than a sham. That's why I can't accept any of Mugi's arguments. I can't accept the idea that she's AI Otonashi. The moment I do, this love will die. I love you, Mugi. That's why I shout those words like a declaration of war. She falls silent and closes her eyes. If there's a worse way of telling someone how you feel, I'd like to see it. I'm just crying out my denial of this situation without giving any thought toward her feelings. I clench my fists even tighter. I've come this far. I have no choice but to say the rest. If you really are Maria, then prove it. Her eyes remain shut for a short while. Having steeled her will, she opens them and speaks. Have it your way. I flinch at the strength in her voice. You may have succumbed to the rejecting classroom, Kazuki, but that doesn't change what I have to do. That's why I thought maybe I would just leave you be. I've decided not to, though. I don't want something like this to bring you to your knees. As she grabs my right hand, my eyes reflexively go to hers. She never looks away once. I want you to know this. I am, and could never be anybody but, AI Otonashi. She draws my hand toward her chest. What are you doing? I am a box. There's disgust in her voice. That means I'm not a human like Kasumi Mogi. Doesn't that just mean you're granting a wish, then? Mogi is like that, too. Even if you could somehow show me the box, that wouldn't be proof that you're a Otonashi. She shakes her head. You've heard stories about fairies who grant a single wish, no matter what it is, right? Did you ever think that for your wish, you would just ask to have more wishes? I nod. Now that she mentions it, I have considered getting infinite wishes that way. I'm embarrassed to say that my wish was something similar to that. Her tone is full of self-mockery. I asked to be able to grant other people's wishes. Making others' desires come true is my entire existence now. That means she is exactly like a box. Still, I thought her wish was a noble one. Why, then, is her smile so self-deprecating? Unfortunately, I didn't have complete faith in my ability to do such a thing. The box didn't grant my wish in its entirety. Everyone who used my powers vanished because the box drew upon my feelings that wishes don't come true so easily in the real world. I'm at a loss for words. It's as if these magical objects never grow tired of toying with people. Kazuki, I will let you touch my box. After that, I never want to hear any more nonsense from you about me being someone other than who I really am. She opens my hand and presses my palm against her chest. I can feel the beating of her heart. And then, I'm at the bottom of the ocean. Even on the seabed, it's still bright, like the sun has sunk down here along with me. It's beautiful. I find myself mesmerized by the water. But it's also cold, and I can't breathe. Everyone looks so happy, so joyful, so jubilant. Everyone is smiling down here under the sea, where they can frolic with the deep-sea fish, where they can drown and bloat and freeze and collapse under the pressure. There's no meaning down here. Nothing overlaps. Each of them has their own puppet show or game of pretend or picture presentation or comedy down here. Everyone is a blissful tragedy, and in the midst of all this, someone is crying. Amid all the happy people laughing ha 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 ha, there's one single person who is crying. I shake my head. This must be some sort of vision. Just a vision. I'm not actually seeing any of this. But it's enough to make me understand. Someone's emotion, a feeling of hopeless solitude, has been irrevocably embedded in my body. I surface from the depths of the ocean and return to where I was. She lets go of my hand. I slowly pull it back from her chest and sink weakly to my knees. As soon as my legs touch the ground, I can feel the tears streaming down my cheeks. It's no use. There's no way I can deny her claims after seeing what I just saw. That is the misbegotten happiness of my box. She is a Otonashi. But doesn't Mogi have a box, too? That doesn't matter. It wouldn't be enough to refute Maria's claims. I don't need logic to understand this. A single touch was enough to make me understand that the girl standing before me is Maria. I'm sure what I saw was something she normally avoided showing to others. She did it for me, though. Also, I wouldn't lose myself to the rejecting classroom. Maria, I'm sorry. Maria smiles and shakes her head. I hate my emotions right now. Even though I understand, deep down in my bones, that she's a Otonashi, I can't change my feelings toward her. Her smile is irresistibly cute. The last vestiges of my affection are toying with me, refusing to fade. My tears keep flowing as I kneel there, disappointed at my inability to completely free myself of this love. Kazuki. Maria says my name. Huh? Then she does the last thing in the world I would have expected her to do. She takes me into her arms. I comprehend the physical action itself but not the meaning behind it. The hesitant way Maria moves her arms is totally unlike her. You're the only one who remembered my name. I can't quite figure out why she's saying this. If it weren't for you, I would have been alone. It pains me to say it, but you just being there supported me in its own way. Even when I mistook you for the owner. That's why I finally get what Maria is doing. I'm here to support you now. Maria is embracing me. Contrary to her words, what she's doing isn't supporting me so much as enfolding me, weakly and timidly. I can be kind to you while you're in love with me. I'm confused. I can't determine whether the feelings inside me at the moment are for Kasumi Mogi, a Otonashi, or both of them. I do know one thing for sure. Being here like this, right now, makes me the happiest man on earth. What if Maria had another reason for allowing me to touch her box besides just convincing me? She didn't want me to say she was Kasumi Mogi. She wanted me to acknowledge her existence. The notion runs through my head, but eventually, a laugh rises to my lips as I realize how ridiculous it all sounds. So what did you and Kasumi talk about, Hoshi? A huge grin on his face, Haruaki gives me a little poke in the chest as he approaches me after school. Did she have a confession for you, perhaps? Yeah, I mean, no. She did confess she was actually a Otonashi, so he's right, in a way. You're being evasive. I don't buy it. Wait, don't tell me you're serious. You lucky bastard. Kasumi's even cuter than usual these days, too. Oh, right. Seeing Haruaki having such a good time with this, I realize what I have to do. Finding Maria again is reassuring, but now that Kasumi Mogi, the actual owner of the box, has disappeared to who knows where, I have no idea how to proceed from here. As long as Kazuki Hoshino is your enemy, then you've made an enemy of me as well. And I can never die. I remember what Haruaki once said to Maria. It seems like so long ago that I'm not sure I'm remembering word for word, though. Yeah, I have to make sure I get Haruaki's help in this. Hey, is it okay if we pick up from where we left off earlier? The shift is a little sudden, so Haruaki gives me a blank look at first, but then he nods with a smile. So I was saying I figured out what to do next, right? I'll pick up from there. I look Haruaki in the eyes and make my defiant declaration. I'm going to take down the rejecting classroom. His eyes widen at the force in my voice. I'm pretty sure I told you that, in the rejecting classroom, we would live on with no harm done as long as we were oblivious. You did. But I can't do it. I can't ignore the idea that we could be trapped inside an endlessly looping world where it's impossible to progress even a single step forward. Why? Because the truth is I already know we are. It's possible I could have lived out my days here trouble-free as long as I forgot about the rejecting classroom. But I already know. I know that our lives here are all one huge lie. There's no way I can ignore that. Maybe it's selfish, but I feel it's not only the right thing to do, but also the only thing I can do. I don't really get why, but you must have a good reason if you're sticking to your guns like this, right? The puzzlement in Haruaki's query is sincere. A reason? Why exactly am I clinging so fiercely to the normalcy of my daily life? I give it some thought. There's no denying that my attachment to the mundaneness of my existence probably borders on the abnormal. Haruaki mutters, it's like it's a matter of life and death to you. Yeah, that's it. He hit it right on the nose. The reason couldn't be any simpler. It has to do with the reason why we live. Haruaki's eyes widen, as if he didn't expect that sort of answer. The reason we live? And what is that? What do you mean? I can't really explain it. Okay, say you had a test you didn't study for at all but still managed to ace. You wouldn't be that happy, would you? It wouldn't be the same as studying your brains out for a good score and then succeeding, right? Sure. I know the things you have to work for are more important than the ones you get with little or no effort, even though the actual value might be the same. I believe that's what life is, that process of pursuing something. I don't think it's crazy at all. Everyone dies someday. The end result is always death. That's why going after the results alone is so scary to me. All people do die someday. That's true. If the place where we are now is that rejecting classroom where everything becomes null and void, I can't allow things to stay as they are. No way. I have to stay in the normal world if I'm going to protect the reason I live. That's why I despise the existence of these boxes that run against normal life. Haruaki listens to my full-on rant as if it's the most interesting thing in the world. Maybe I didn't need to say all of that. After all, Haruaki would most likely offer his help unconditionally either way. So how about it? Will you help me? My friend's thumb shoots up without a moment's hesitation. At Haruaki's suggestion, I ask Dayo and Kokon to hear me out and join us in our cause. The five of us are gathered around the bed in a room at the same ritzy hotel Maria and I went to before. We lay out the situation to Kokon and Dayo. I thought Maria might consider it a waste of time to explain everything to the others. But other than adding a few things here and there, she generally refrains from interrupting. Maybe she's hoping to hear a fresh perspective on our dilemma. Let's see. So Kasumi isn't actually Kasumi. She's someone named Ayato Nashi, and the real Kasumi is the owner who made this rejecting classroom. Only now no one knows where she went, so Kazuhira is asking us all to come up with a battle plan. It doesn't make any sense. How am I supposed to understand any of that? Kokon flops down sideways on the bed. Ugh, this is super comfy. She says, nobody asked what you thought of the mattress. I know that. She lashes out at my little jest. Even though she's playing around, I'm pretty sure her mind is actually hard at work thinking about what she's just heard. I have a few questions. Daya cuts into the conversation. If we are inside the rejecting classroom, then the accident you claim is unavoidable should happen like it always does, right? Most likely. Maria is the first to respond. Is Daya actually taking this seriously? What's with that stupid look on your face? Kazu, you some fish in a pond flapping its mouth trying to get some food? No, it's just that I'm surprised you believed what we told you about the rejecting classroom so easily. You think I believe that crap? Daya angrily spits out the words. Wah, I thought maybe you were the only one who lost your mind, but now even Mogi is talking crazy. There may be some extenuating circumstances driving you to do all this, but it's too much of a pain to think of what those could be. So I'm taking your story of the rejecting classroom at face value and putting my doubts on hold for now. I take that to be Daya's long-winded way of saying he's gonna help. Haruaki has something to add. So, Dayan, you said the accident might take place as always. What then? Yeah, so if the accident occurs just as before, who'll be the victim if Mogi isn't here anymore? I don't think it might be me, since I've been forced into her position in all this. The natural conclusion is that I will end up taking on her role in the accident, too. Haruaki asks a question. Was it always Kasumi who was struck? Sometimes the people who tried to save Mogi would get hit, too. There was me, Kazuki, and even you when you tried to save me after I saved Mogi. That last one happened not just once but several hundred times. Whoa. Really? That number doesn't even seem possible. Oh, wait, never mind. I'm sure the same person in the same situation would take the same action in most cases. What's more, in nearly every instance at the start of the day, you told me how much you loved me, said Maria with an exasperated look on her face. I put my body on the line for the woman I loved. Awesome. I didn't know I was so cool. To be perfectly honest, you were a bit of a nuisance. How could you? Try putting yourself in my shoes. How awful would you feel if you had to witness someone who had fallen in love with you die in your place? Your actions brought the arrogance of my quest to obtain the box into sharp relief. Nothing else came so close to breaking my heart. Haruaki scowls. He looks like he still doesn't think his actions were entirely wrong, so I doubt he's sorry. By the way, how many times did I tell you I loved you? Exactly 3,000. I didn't know I was so passionate. That also means you got turned down 3,000 times. That must be a new world record. But don't worry, Haru, there's something kinda cute about being such a loser. Shut up, Kieri. Those two crack me up. Mogi, no. I'll call you Otonashi for now. So, Otonashi, why do you think Mogi went to the site of the accident each time even though she knew what was going to happen there? Daya asks. Maria's brows knit as she responds. The rules of the rejecting classroom most likely forced her to do so. I'm sure you've already figured this out, but I tried to prevent the accident countless times. There's no reason to think she was okay with being run down by a truck when this all started. It's easier to assume things just worked out that way for her in the end. I still wouldn't choose to let myself get hit, though. Hey, why are you guys talking about the accident? I thought we couldn't solve any of this unless we find Kasumi. Kokon tilts her head as she returns to the conversation. Daya looks annoyed as he glances in her direction. Will someone please shut off the human noise generator? Ha ha ha. Too bad you weren't the one who got splattered by that truck 20,000 times. Daya. Let me ask you, then, Kieri. How exactly do you propose we go about finding Mogi? Well. I don't know. What? Do you have some great idea, Daya? No. And to think you go around riding your high horse and calling me a noise generator. Hey, I know. Why don't you change your last name to High Horse? Daya High Horse. Wow, it's a perfect fit. I'm not the only one without any ideas. None of the others know what to do either. Am I wrong? Haruaki and I look at each other. Yeah, he pretty much has it right. With that out of the way, Daya plunges straight into his argument. What this illustrates is why we need to explore other avenues to solving this situation. I focused on the truck accident because it's clearly something of note within the cycle of repetition. This is clearly a logical deduction. I'm pretty sure even the human BS generator over there can understand that. Kokon grits her teeth in frustration at Daya's jab. At any rate, stopping the accident could create a new development. It's worth giving it a shot, if there might be something there. That's what you want to say, right, Dayan? Haruaki sums up the argument. Daya nods. Correct. But there's no point if the accident can't be stopped. No, Maria disagrees. It might still be worth trying. There was a limit to what I could do working alone, but with this many people, we just might be able to put a stop to it. Will it matter if we have more people? If you multiply anything by 0, you're still gonna get 0. That's what it means to be impossible, right? Retorted Daya. I understand what you're getting at, but I still see a few possibilities there. For one thing, the conditions now are different than they were before. I'm Otonashi, not Mogi, so the probability could now be something other than 0. If that's the case, then bringing more people on board and bumping up our chances isn't a mistake, at the very least. Daya crosses his arms in thought for a moment before giving a slight nod and saying, you may be right. All right. Now we know where to start. Let's stop the truck. Any objections? No one voices any dissent with Haruaki's roundup. I think we might be onto something here. It's early in the morning, an hour before the accident usually takes place. We all stand under our umbrellas at the intersection where it goes down. Haruaki and I have been assigned to the task of helping Maria in the end. Both of us asked for this part, though it'll undoubtedly be dangerous if the wreck actually takes place. Maria will find the truck that caused the accident and hijack it. Having her behind the wheel gives her the lowest chance of getting hit by it, Maria claimed. I'm nervous. There's no margin for failure. I couldn't sleep a wink last night. I was so anxious I spent several hours on the phone with Maria reviewing the plan. I look at Haruaki next to me. Unlike me, he doesn't seem tense at all. The look on his face is the same as ever. It's the expression Haruaki has always had during the entirety of our stay in the rejecting classroom. This time, we may be able to destroy the classroom, regardless of whether or not the accident takes place. Hey, Haruaki, there's something I want to talk to you about while we wait. Is that cool? What are you even asking for? Of course it's okay. The sound of the raindrops hitting my umbrella causes me to look up at the stormy sky. It's about Mogi. About Kasumi? You mean the original and not the Otonashi version here with us now? I nod. I don't think I told you about how Mogi killed me. Haruaki frowns. Damn, must have been harsh. The reason I didn't tell him wasn't that I was trying to hide it. I simply wasn't able to remember the events until after we figured out Mogi was the owner. Remembering who the owner was seemed to have unlocked all my other memories of the previous time. Mogi killed me, Maria, Kokone, and most likely you, too. She killed me? Kasumi did? Why? What would she do that for? She was kicking you all out. The rejecting classroom is a world where everything gets reset to its original state like it never even happened. If someone gets killed, that will be reset too. But it seems Mogi has the ability to reject people from the classroom if she kills them herself. My theory is that she does it when she truly doesn't want to see someone anymore. Haruaki nods, his expression grave. I've explained the nature of rejection to him before, how it removes any means of remembering that person. I can't believe Kasumi did all that. But, well, I guess that's what happens to a person after experiencing almost 30,000 loops in this place. It's not impossible that'd be the result. Do you really think so? I ask. Yeah, it might be hard to imagine, but anyone would lose their mind if they were stuck in the same place for so long. Yeah, I can see that. But just because you lose your mind doesn't mean you start killing people. It isn't the kind of idea that normally pops into people's heads. Really? Maybe that's just your own values influencing how you see things. He may be right, but I still don't buy it. Those murders only became an effective means of rejection because of her guilt. I can't believe Mogi would be able to come up with the idea of performing such atrocious acts on her own. You opened your heart to Maria 3,000 times and got hit by the truck several hundred of those, right? So I hear. I have no way of knowing for sure, though. Right. But all of those actions ended up hurting Maria in the end, correct? Haruaki smiles bitterly as he speaks. Yeah, but that wasn't my intention. So why do you think Maria suffered so much? Because so much repetition lends power to words and ideas, even if they're completely ridiculous and untrue. Let's say you think you're a handsome guy. Your confidence is going to take a big hit if you're told you're ugly 10,000 times, even if the people were joking. Sure. It's the same with Maria. After you professed your love to her 3,000 times, she couldn't help but acknowledge your existence. This is Maria we're talking about here. Even she must have felt something when you said she was your enemy. As long as Kazuki Hoshino is your enemy, then you've made an enemy of me as well. And I can never die. I can't help remembering those words again. Huh? Are you saying I finally flipped her switch? I laugh off Haruaki's joke. So what if someone suggested murdering people to Mogi 1,000 times? She was on the brink of insanity and didn't have anyone else to rely on, so she might have actually been so desperate that it began to sound like a good idea. Haruaki agrees. That would definitely be a rough spot to be in. It could be possible. The person suggesting murder would be a part of the stagnant world, so their actions and beliefs would never change. They'd probably even repeat themselves verbatim. If they said it even once, they could have said it 1,000 times. That's true, but that wouldn't make it a problem so much as something like the accident. What I mean is, I finally shift my gaze away from the rainy weather. What if someone was intentionally doing and saying things to put her on that course? I fix Haruaki with a hard look. My sudden scrutiny doesn't seem to bother him in the slightest. Huh? But that shouldn't be possible, right? The look on his face is still the same as ever. That's not true. Maria and I could have done it if we tried. You see what I'm saying? It would be possible if someone persuaded Mogi while pretending to have lost their memories. Haruaki quietly listens to my idea without offering any argument. I always thought that being able to remember gave us an unconditional advantage. You'd think that the more information you have, the better, right? That's not necessarily true. However, retaining our memories can actually leave us open to repeated attacks from people who don't remember anything, or people who are acting like they don't. Meanwhile, the people who don't keep a grip on their memories are safe. From there, they can launch assaults on those of us at the front lines. I experienced something like this when the person I love told me to wait until tomorrow, even though she wasn't in the memory-free safe zone. Suppose there was someone who was committing this type of mental warfare on Mogi from a safe position. They'd be well aware she was suffering, observing her to make sure she didn't secure some means of escape and preparing an answer for her in the form of murder. If that were the case, then you could argue that person manipulated Mogi and was an accomplice to the murders in an abstract sense. Haruaki speaks in an offhand manner. I don't dispute his line of thinking. Mogi might not be the only target of these attacks, which means Mogi wasn't the only one at the forefront of all this. Maria and I were there, too. It all depends on what their end purpose was, but it's possible they also tried to manipulate Maria and me. Maybe they've already influenced us a bit. You want to try killing me? I remember these words someone said to me before. I didn't hear them only once, I'm sure of it. I heard them multiple times, until they clung to my mind like a curse. That isn't all. I was also shown dead bodies. Maria received confessions of love, became a casualty herself in place of others, and was viewed with hostility. My memories aren't complete, but I can at least recall that much. There are probably even more detailed traps I never noticed. We're under constant attack by someone in a safe, risk-free position. If things don't go as that person wishes, they can keep trying over and over until they get the results they want. If we've been moving according to that person's designs even slightly, then that could mean I swallow hard. What we're doing now could all be part of their plans. Haruaki has gone quiet. His umbrella hides his face from me. The silence grows, but the rain seems oddly loud. I hear a small voice. At first, I wonder what he's saying, but when I listen closely, I realize it's stifled laughter. Haruaki moves aside his umbrella to show me his face. His eyes are full of loathing for me, the corners of his mouth twisted upward in a smile. Come on, Hoshi. What's up with that joke? Sorry, epic theory, of yours? None of that's even possible. People don't behave as expected. You know that, right? You definitely had some interesting ideas there, but you were so serious about it all I honestly didn't know whether to laugh. But that thought was kinda funny by itself, so I laughed anyway. Yeah, I guess it was a bit long-winded and hard to understand. Long-winded? No, it's more about how you don't have the slightest clue what this mystery attacker is even trying to accomplish. No matter what their goal is, there has to be an easier way of doing things. Haruaki still sounds so cheerful. Yeah, I don't know what motivates them. That's why I was going to ask you. Me? There's no turning back if I continue. Haruaki. But I have no intention of doing that. Why have you forced us down this path? No response. Haruaki's face is hidden behind his umbrella again. He doesn't say anything. He probably doesn't feel like it. I forget exactly how, but you and I became friends not long after I came to this school, and then you also introduced me to Kokon and Dayo. If it weren't for you, my school life would have been a little less interesting. I owe so much to you. I have no choice but to keep talking. We haven't even been friends for a year yet. So you're saying that's why none of this is strange? I shake my head. Not that Haruaki can see it. There are a lot of things I don't know, but there are also plenty of things I do. And there's one thing I can say for certain. It's time to lay it all out. Haruaki Uzui would never be able to drive us all to the brink like this. I can see his face again. He's looking at me, his eyes open wide. So, finally, I say it. So who are you? You're being evasive. I don't buy it. Wait, don't tell me you're serious. You lucky bastard. Kasumi's even cuter than usual these days, too. Haruaki said it so casually not long ago. That's when I first noticed something was wrong. The rejecting classroom has certain rules. No one around Mogi will notice any changes she undergoes. They won't even notice if Ai Otonashi takes her place. That's what forced me to ask why. Why was Haruaki able to say that Mogi looked even cuter than usual? That's not the only thing. Haruaki was rejected. Even I forgot about him. But somehow, I was able to remember later. I chalked it up to the fact that he was my best friend. Still, why could I remember only him and none of the other people who had been rejected? It was just a theory, but what if I didn't forget Haruaki completely because someone else was inhabiting his body? The theory's full of holes and nowhere near strong enough to be decisive proof, but none of that matters anymore. I've remembered. I've dredged up a memory that was never meant to return. Do you have a wish? This box can grant any wish, no matter what it may be. Those were the words of that figure that looked like anyone and no one. Tell me what you want. I prepare to say the name. The name that I forgot for so long. The name of the being that gives away the boxes. And that name is, oh, the moment the word leaves my lips, Haruaki vanishes from his own face. Hey, his features don't transform. It's just that there's no trace of him left in that grinning visage. It's like an imposter draped in Haruaki's skin. At last, the phantom we've all been pursuing for so long has been revealed. Oh, damn it. No one but the actual owner of the box is supposed to know that name. That's odd. You got a bit careless with those slips of the tongue back there. Careless? Oh snickers, as if what I said is truly hilarious. Not a single thing I've done has been careless. You're the strange one, for being able to find me with so little to go on. Am I? Then are you saying that whenever someone isn't behaving as they should be, you assume they're possessed or someone else entirely? That definitely isn't true. No matter how strangely someone is acting, the idea that there's someone else is far too outlandish and implausible. Either way, you found me. That means you know about my existence as the motivating force behind everything going on here. No one is supposed to be able to remember me. If so, then why do I remember? Why indeed? It's truly a mystery to me. Perhaps the presence of Ai Autonashi has something to do with it. Either way, my existence is such that you can't simply learn about it from others, Oh blithely informs me, not realizing that I couldn't care less. Oh, that's right, you asked what I wanted. I'll tell you. It's not like I'm trying to hide it. All I wanted was to observe you up close. Those words trigger a certain sensation within me. Yeah. There it is again. The same strange discomfort I felt the first time I met her returns. What is it? What is this emotion? I'm afraid I don't understand. What would make you drive Mogi to do such things? What motivated me to manipulate the owner? I told you that all this happened because I wanted to observe you, but maybe I need to break things down into simpler terms. Oh begins speaking with great relish. I wanted to see how you would react to another person's box. When I granted Kasumi Mogi's wish to redo the past, I was unexpectedly pleased for a moment. After all, it was an opportunity for me to see you exposed to the effects of a box for an extended period of time. However, I soon realized my joy was misplaced. The reason being that I naturally wanted to observe as wide a variety of situations as possible. Unfortunately, this box you all call the rejecting classroom is incapable of producing other patterns. Everyone followed the same path of behavior, and you were no exception. It didn't matter that Kasumi Mogi and Ai Autonashi were able to retain their memories. As long as you, the crucial element, couldn't hold on to yours, none of this would be of any interest to me at all. My discomfort has grown to the point that I wrap my arms around myself to keep it at bay. So I decided to take a more hands-on approach. I subbed myself in for Haruaki Uzui, who was in a perfect position to influence the three of you. Using Haruaki Uzui, Ai Autonashi, and Kasumi Mogi, I could make you keep a hold of your memories and set the stage to my liking. The payoff for my efforts was the chance to watch you in fine form. Which means you're the one who set things up so Mogi would kill me. Yes, because I wanted to see how you would react on the verge of being murdered by the one you love. Mogi suffered for so long. Just for that? I should also point out that you only harbored that love for Kasumi Mogi because I induced it in you. Wow, my love was contrived. And here I was certain you would be well aware of that by now. But now I see it must have escaped your notice. Hey, it's moments like these that make being up close and personal worth it. Truthfully, I could watch you just as easily from outside of the box, but if I weren't in here with you, I'd most likely miss out on these amazing little reactions. Observing something from outside the box makes it seem so distant. It's troublesome, like peering down from space at something on Earth using a high-powered telephoto lens. I can definitely see everything, but it's not easy to focus on minute details. Perhaps it was a fortuitous side effect, but I found observing you firsthand as Haruaki Uzui to be truly enjoyable. I've finally identified the horrible feeling I've borne for so long. Fear. I've experienced it before, of course, but this is a terror of an entirely different form, to the point that I can't even grasp it. So, Kazuki Hoshino, what are you going to do now? I can't form words. Now that I'm aware of own fear, my mouth is sealed shut. Did you really think uncovering my presence within Haruaki Uzui would solve everything? If I were human and a murderer, all you would need to do is hand me over to the police. That in itself would be one kind of resolution. But that isn't going to work here, is it? Your goal is to restore things to normal. Just speaking with me like this isn't going to solve anything. I'm in danger. Encountering O has become the greatest threat of them all. Therein lies the reason I didn't hide my identity as Haruaki Uzui any more than I needed to. Yes, I took possession of the box from its owner, Kasumi Mogi. I can even present it to you here. But that won't be necessary. I don't have to give you the box simply because you recalled that I exist. And you certainly don't have the ability to force me to do so, either. O is interested in me. But it's the sort of attention reserved for the subject of an experiment, nothing more, nothing less. I have no idea how to deal with someone who treats me this way. So, yup, you're right about that. Of course, I'm not the one who could pull off such an irreverent retort. He doesn't have the ability on his own. Oh looks at me as if searching for the source of the voice. He's right to do so, since it's inside my bag. A truck's horn blares. Soon after comes the roar of an engine, and before long, we can see the large vehicle approaching. O watches it with the slightest bit of consternation. It's the same semi-truck we're sick of seeing, and now it's barreling toward us. Maria sits in the driver's seat. I was hoping I'd get to meet you. Oh, she's speaking from the cell phone that's been turned on inside my school bag this whole time. The truck approaches, yet neither of us moves. I hear the screech of the emergency brake. The rain is making it difficult to slow down. As expected, the semi is still bearing down on us. Still, O never takes even a single step back. Watching him, I can't move, either, nor can I stop myself from closing my eyes. The sound of the brake fades. I open my eyes again to see the truck right before them in a most literal sense. O lets slip a faint smile and turns toward the driver's seat. And just what was the point of that silly display? Just my way of welcoming you to the party. How fortunate you didn't get run over like Muggy. I can hear Maria's voice coming from both my bag and in front of me. She steps down from the truck, removing her headset and ending the phone call. Maria stands before us, with no concern for the rain, and fixes her gaze upon O. So you were listening in on our conversation the whole time. I guess that means you were never interested in my strategy to begin with. Too bad. I had hoped to see Kazuki Hoshino's disappointment in its outcome. I was listening carefully when you detailed your plan, but Kazuki was the one who figured out who you really were and kept you busy. It wasn't my intent to do that. I just didn't know when to tell her what I had figured out. I did choose the timing for when I would get Haruaki's cooperation and have this conversation. However, it worked out perfectly, thanks to him. If I had been here, you might have continued to play innocent. So you went to the trouble of stealing the truck to make sure I knew you wouldn't be nearby. I applaud your hard work. Still, I can't help but wonder why you think I would try to maintain my cover if you were here. You may be a box, but I don't think that means you can actually do something about this situation. Oh, you didn't know? All my efforts must have gone to waste. Let me ask you this, are you familiar with my misbegotten happiness? Yes, of course I am. I also know that it could never have even the slightest effect on me. Hey, your inhuman nature keeps you from truly understanding us. I see. Maybe this will help. I am prepared to do whatever it takes to get rid of you. O's expression becomes a thin smile. All you can do is trap other people in your box. What makes you think you could ever do anything to me? You still haven't figured out why I chose Kazuki, have you? Hearing my name brings me back into focus. O regards me with a gaze that is probably meant to be gentle but is actually blood-curdling. It's like how you size up a piece of pork when you're considering how to cook it. I see. O smiles. Maria levels an angry glare at O as she continues. Looks like you get it now. Kazuki has the ability to use boxes. He may even be able to make use of my box, misbegotten happiness. If he did, I'm sure he would wish for normal life to carry on. He would wish for it to happen free from things that disrupt it, like the boxes and you. This is the part where O should be fighting back. Instead, the being's eyes merely lower sadly, without a trace of being overwhelmed, surprised, or even frustrated. I guess you never change, do you? Those are O's only words from Maria, despite the fact that she has prevailed after 27,755 loops in the rejecting classroom. Don't you know that if you get rid of me, you, as an inferior box, will also disappear? Maria remains unfazed by O's words. I've known that all along. I'm sure you have. O still looks sad and seems perfectly unconcerned about the looming prospect of disappearing forever. You still can't live for yourself, can you? You're only capable of acting on behalf of others. It must be such a miserable existence. I pity you. I truly do. Your pity isn't worth fish food. At first I found those rare aspects of your existence intriguing, but now I couldn't care less. A human without desires is nothing more than a machine, about as fit a subject for observation as a vacuum cleaner. Nothing could possibly bore me more. Maria clenches her jaw in anger at O's remarks. I can understand why. She's declared this thing her enemy, yet all O has for her is dismissal and even sympathy. Fine, O says. I don't particularly relish the idea of vanishing, either. Let's make a deal. I'll hand over the box, and in return, you let me go. Does that sound fair? HMPH. Even in the face of annihilation, your bargaining point is still so selfish. You should be thankful I'm playing along with your little threat, though you have such a poor chance of actually seeing it through. There's no guarantee Kazuki Hoshino will use your box as you intend, and even if he does, It's unlikely I'll disappear as you claim. I'm merely making this unnecessary concession as a token of respect for Kazuki, deducing my presence. You're one to talk about concessions. All you're giving Kazuki is the dilapidated cage you've had him trapped in this entire time. You can make new enclosures whenever you want. I'm sure you were probably almost through with him anyway, about to toss him aside and replace him with your next toy. I'll leave that up to your imagination. HMPH. Kazuki, are you fine with this? Maria asks me for confirmation. I nod. I'm fine with anything as long as it does away with the rejecting classroom. Kazuki Hoshino, may I offer you a piece of advice? Oh, is speaking to me. You are a human who doesn't wish for change. However, most owners find they do desire change once they obtain a box. They want something. They want to become something. They want to get rid of something. They try to make these longings into reality. That means you'll inevitably come into conflict with your own nature as an owner. I'm unsure of the intent behind the revelation, and my face tightens. Oh observes me with great interest. Kazuki Hoshino, do you think of yourself as different? Why ask me that? I think I'm normal. I see. Well, I'm afraid I have to tell you that you are not. But don't trouble your head if you find that unpleasant. The window of time when people can afford to be unique isn't that long. Such people are inevitably either cast by the wayside or hammered in the mold of society until they are no longer special. So relax. I'm sure you fall into the latter category. Oh, smile remains in place the whole time. That's why you really are so unfortunate. The words seem to bring this entity such pleasure. You've learned about the existence of these little ways of breaking the rules, after all. Now, whenever you encounter a situation that fills you with regret, you'll think, if only I had a box. No matter how much you shake your head and try to forget they exist, sadly for you, they always will. Boxes capable of granting any wish will always be there, and you'll never forget about the loopholes they offer. Furthermore, as you live with this knowledge in your mind, there will inevitably come a time when you realize you need one. O's expression never changes. Yeah, I remember now. I refused to take a box. Not even that was enough, though. I was already bound by O's curse. You might not be different anymore when the time arrives that you need a box. If so, you won't be able to use it, and the prospect of that dampens my spirits a bit. That's why from here on out, I'm going to interfere with you and those around you, just the slightest bit, so that you take a greater interest in using a box. What could I have done differently to avoid this burden? In all likelihood, nothing. I know, all of us, were doomed from the moment we met. Oh, never fear, though. Even if you do cease to be unique, I will still provide you with a box, should you need one. That's enough for me. All you would need to do then is let me hear your sound. My sound? Yes. I love the noises humans make above all others, but there is one particular tone that I find especially delightful. That's the sound I hope you would share with me. And what is it, you ask? My tastes are pretty simple, so I'm sure you can probably guess, but I'll tell you anyway. O grins. It's the screeching of the human heart. And with that said, the O resembling Haruaki Uzui vanishes. A small box lies on the ground instead. Things begin changing of their own accord as soon as I reach for it. The scenery around us immediately begins folding up with a loud slam. Slam. I can see the walls of the world. The white wallpaper covering them splits and sprinkles to the floor as dust. The sickly sweetness clinging to my skin vanishes in favor of an oppressive dampness that I can only describe as unpleasant. My inner ears are thrown into disarray, and my head swims. It sounds like something breaking, something cracking, something shattering, someone shattering. This is despair, undeniable despair. The full scenery now gone, we find ourselves in a dark chamber. It's so cramped and claustrophobic that even half a day here would be enough to drive someone mad. This is probably the inside of the box. In this cell-like room sits a girl grasping her knees tight, her face buried in them. It's the girl I loved. Mogi. She slowly raises her head at my words. Oh, those eyes that were once so lifeless now harbor a faint light. I can't believe this is happening. This is all too good to be true. Tears run down her cheeks. Something about this seems odd to me, and I soon realize why. You really did come to save me, so that's it. She's finally learned to cry again. Mogi, I'm sorry, but I need to destroy the rejecting classroom. I know. She nods tearfully. And I'm going to let that drug kill you. I know. She wipes at her eyes. I don't care if you destroy the box. I don't care if you end my life. Just give me a moment. There's something I have to tell you. Mogi searches inside her bag. She pulls something out but quickly moves her hand behind her back so I can't see. Maria's eyes narrow. Mogi, don't tell me you still. Without a word of response to Maria, Mogi walks toward me, her hands still behind her back. Mogi, stop. It's too late for. It's okay, Maria, I admonish her. I still can't see what Mogi is hiding, but I have a pretty good idea of what it might be. Shooting me a questioning look, Maria steps around behind Mogi. Seeing what's in Mogi's hand, Maria gives an exhausted smile. Kazu, do you believe that some feelings never change? That's Mogi's question for me. I know the answer right away, but it's not a kind one for her. I can't bring myself to say it. Maybe my reply would have been different had I not experienced the things I did within the rejecting classroom. But I have. I've experienced a world that lasted for almost an eternity. That's why I believe what I do about unchanging feelings. No, I don't. Mogi listens carefully to my answer. And then she smiles. You're right. I don't, either. I suddenly look into her eyes. She seems to have expected this reaction, because she keeps smiling as she continues speaking. I thought my feelings for you would never change, but that wasn't true at all. My love ran out. I began to dislike you, to hate you and think you were a nuisance. I even tried to kill you. I realize now, though, that I depended on you. I clung to you for so long in the hope that you would release me from this place. I couldn't ignore you. I'm aware of how despicably selfish my feelings were. I had no other choice but to think of myself, though I know what to call that emotion. I didn't believe feelings could never change, but I did believe in one single thing. For the entire time I was trapped inside the rejecting classroom. Mogi gives me a weak, faltering embrace. She presses the object she was hiding into my hand. I can feel her lips trembling next to my ear. I loved you, Kazu. Mogi's lips draw near mine, but just before they touch, stop. Her lips remain there for a moment before slowly drawing away. Having never reached mine, I almost ask her why she didn't do anything, but I decide against it. I look down at what she gave me. Ah, there's the reason. Having realized this, I bite my lip. I was expecting something entirely different. In my hand is an Aibo. Everything up to that point went as I thought it would. But this isn't my beloved corn potage flavor. This is teriyaki burger, the flavor I'm not particularly fond of. It's the one Mogi was originally supposed to give me. Why was her embrace so timid? Why didn't she actually kiss me? I know why. This isn't a profession of love from the Kasumi Mogi of the rejecting classroom, the girl who opened her heart to me and even kissed me so many times before. This Mogi could never refer to me by anything other than my last name. This is the first time she told me how she felt before she entered the rejecting classroom. I want to do March 2nd over again. Mogi has just reenacted my greatest regret from that day, the one thing I wanted to redo. Am I supposed to give the same reply I did on the real March 2nd? I look at Mogi. She's smiling gently, waiting for the response she knows so well. I can't. I don't want to say those words. I actually loved Mogi, after all. Oh, may have manipulated me to have them, but the feelings themselves were not false. Why am I only allowed to say things that bring pain to Mogi? The answer is plain to see. I've rejected this box. I've rejected Mogi's wish. I'm going to make her into a body lying on the road. I have no right to say anything kind to her. My mouth opens. It's still difficult to summon the answer. As I stand there with my mouth opening and closing, wavering in indecision, I'm startled at the taste of a salty liquid running into my mouth. These are the only words left to me. Wait until tomorrow. Mogi lowers her eyes sadly. I have no reason to expect her not to be hurt, but her expression soon changes. Thank you. She says that with a smile. Truly, one from the bottom of her heart. Yeah, I remember that smile at last. I saw it once during a conversation with her. The one where I realized I was in love with her, where this love I'm about to lose first blossomed. It's a precious memory. Hoshino, will you call me Kasumi? Why do you ask that all of a sudden? It may seem out of the blue to you, but I've wanted to ask you that for a long time. Oh. I see. So. Will you do it? S. Sure. And, oh, by the way. C. Can I call you Kazu? Sure. I don't mind. Okay, try saying it. Kasumi. One more time. Kasumi. Thank you. Why are you crying? Oh, am I? Why yeah, you are. Well. It must be because I'm so happy, Kazu. And then Kasumi smiled, her eyes still full of tears. I had never seen a smile like that before, a smile so genuinely full of happiness. It was the first time I ever made someone elated. The experience was so new, and it made me unbelievably happy as well. Bringing joy to others is joy itself. I was delighted to learn this about myself, and the girl who taught me this became very special to me. I might be the simplest person out there, but there's no denying that one smile changed my entire existence. But now I'm getting ready to erase that memory. I'm going to obliterate this new emotion. It's too horrible. Why does something like this have to await me at the very end? Asking me to destroy it with my own hands is too cruel. Regardless, I've already chosen this path. I set myself on it long ago. The rejecting classroom can do away with all of this insanity in an instant, right? Maria, can I ask you for a favor? I'm hovering on the brink, and I need only a little push. Go for it. You must know what I'm about to do. Naturally. I've watched you more than anyone else in the world has. So what am I going to do? I want you to tell me. Maria nods, her expression grave. I'm certain she understands why I'm asking this of her. You're going to destroy it. Even at a time like this, Maria can't phrase things gently. You're going to destroy someone else's ill-chosen wish for your own sake. You will never, ever back down from this. She's right. I believe this is the correct choice. That's why you're going to destroy the box. I nod at Maria's assertion. I wipe away my tears using my entire left arm. That's exactly right. I stand before one of the walls. The ashen sides enclosing us are thin, as if made of paper. There's no more power left in this box. It's just preserving my memories, keeping them from escaping for a bit longer. I want to turn around and get one last look at Kasumi, but I have the feeling that's something I absolutely must not do. I raise my left hand. Then, to demolish this box, Kasumi's wish, and my memories, I raise my right. Thank you. I knew you would be the one to free me from this place in the end, Kazu. Stop it. She shouldn't be grateful. I'm only tearing down this place, stomping her mistaken wish into oblivion. I'm sorry. Please forgive me for not being able to save you. I ignore her words, but I'm thankful for them all the same. That final smile gives me the faith in myself I need to do this. Roaring as loud as I can, I hit the wall with all my might. A terrific noise resounds through the wall, and it shatters like glass. I can see Kasumi amid the shards raining down. We smile at each other happily. The pieces fall, break, and turn to dust. A white light shines in from outside the walls. Each time another section falls, the light devours the gloom. It washes over everything until I can see nothing apart from us. Eventually, it's too bright to see at all. Or so I thought. For some cruel reason, I can see Kasumi clearly, as she once was before all of this. She's lying in the middle of the road, covered in blood. Her pain and suffering are so apparent that it's all I can do to keep from looking away. But she's smiling. She's trying with all her might to smile for me. I open my mouth to speak. Goodbye. The pure white light then claims us, and we vanish. The radiance courses through me, violently searches out every last bit of my body, finding its way inside and consuming me. My organs, my blood, my heart, and my brain turn white. The light even finds its way into my memories, bleaching them as well. My memories that are false yet so precious at the same time, my new feelings, the words we just exchanged, it all fades to white, all fades to white, all fades to white. First time. I'm Aoto Nashi. Pleased to meet you. The transfer student smiles faintly. Her beauty sends ripples through the other girls, and while you'd think the boys would be excited, too, they merely sit in shell-shocked silence. I'm no different. I've never seen someone as attractive as her. I don't think I could look away even if I wanted to. Our eyes meet, and her gaze draws me in with no resistance. She seems used to the reaction, and she flashes me a quick smile as we look at each other. I feel like my head is spinning. I'm going to fall for her, even though I know it'll most likely never work out. She's way out of my league. It feels like she came out of another world. I probably sound a bit weak for putting it that way, but I'm pretty sure anyone would feel the same looking at her. Let me start by saying the answer is no. The smile never leaves her face as she says all of this. Aoto Nashi, do not want you to be nice to me. A hush falls over the classroom. With just a few words, she has silenced the uproar among her classmates, almost as if she cast some sort of magic spell. Please don't think poorly of me. I would like to be friends with all of you, if I could, but I'm afraid that is impossible. Allow me to explain why. Her face grows melancholy, but she continues on in a faint voice. My existence as Aoto Nashi will never be anything more than an illusion. I don't understand what she's trying to say, but something about her tone makes me swallow nervously. We were never meant to fit together. From our respective viewpoints, we are all simply dreams. The reason why is that I am a transfer student. We aren't acquainted. You don't know me, and we will always return to this state in the end. I must continue to avoid forming connections with others and never entertain any thoughts of bonds. I truly am nothing more than an illusion among you. However, I take pride in my identity as an illusion. It's also occasionally a source of pain for me. But I must accept it, for if I ever fail to do so, if the weight of being nothing more than a vision overwhelms me, then I will lose myself within this false world of repetitions. I can't make heads or tails of what she's saying, but I can tell she's completely serious and not likely to stand for anyone making fun of her. I have abandoned my true name within this box in order to become this illusion. I felt that using my real name would be a hindrance, repeatedly drawing me back to who I really am. If I fall victim to the false repetitions here, then I'm sure all of you will vanish, too. Her tone intensifies. That is why I must persist as an illusion, as Aoto Nashi. I get it. I don't completely understand it all, but it feels like she isn't actually AI Autonashi yet. She's going to become AI Autonashi from this point onward. I'm sure it's against her will, and I'm sure it isn't something she wants. But regardless, she still has to assume this identity. I'm not strong, she says bitterly. There will be times when I want to complain and be weak. But if I ever do so, in the course of what lies ahead, I will cease to be AI Autonashi. So, in order to ensure that doesn't happen, I am going to voice all my weakest thoughts right here and now. A coincidence. Yeah, it has to be a coincidence, but still, right when she starts speaking, she looks at me. I want someone to stand beside me. Then she smiles at me. I will now introduce myself again. When she speaks, it sounds like she's making the introduction to herself as much as to us. I am AI Autonashi. I am pleased to meet you all, for the many times to come. AI Autonashi bows deeply to the class. Unsure of what to do, no one in the class says a word. That's why I start clapping. The sound of my hands coming together resounds throughout the classroom. Eventually, someone else joins me, and then someone follows our lead. Others join in, and the sound of the applause increases. Once we're all clapping, she finally raises her face to look at us. She's no longer smiling. She's standing bravely, facing straight ahead with their fists clenched tight. The deep blue sky is clearer than I ever thought possible. I check the date as soon as I wake up. It's April 7th. Today is April 7th. I check the newspaper and TV just to make sure it really is April 7th. I know there's no meaning in reconfirming it so many times, but ever since the day I became trapped inside the rejecting classroom, it's become the only way to put my mind at ease. The events that took place within the rejecting classroom remain in my mind as information, but recalling those memories is like viewing pictures of me that were taken without my knowledge. The box, Maria, oh, I know who and what they all are, but they stir no emotions, no anger or sadness or anything inside me. I'm sure that's why I'm also slowly forgetting I was once in love. The memories are also thin and tenuous that they're slipping through my fingers bit by bit. I'm sure it's the same for Maria. We were never meant to meet in the first place, so I'm certain we won't do so again now. Anyway, today is April 7th. The first day of school. I'm now a second-year student. My homeroom is on the third floor now instead of the fourth. Just being a little lower and farther to the west isn't going to change the scenery from the window much. But when I enter classroom 2-3, the atmosphere feels completely different, and my chest tightens with elation. My eyes land on a printout lying on my teacher's desk, detailing the seating arrangements. I take a seat in the one assigned to me by the chart. I greet my new classmates with a gentle "nice to meet you," which they return in kind. Yeah, this is going to be nice. Another face enters the classroom. When he spots me, he raises a hand in greeting. "What's up, Hoshi?" Looks like we're in the same class again. He hasn't said anything strange, but all 15 of the people in the room turn to look at us. Yep, Haruaki is as loud as ever. Hey, Haruaki. Huh, what's up? I regard him with a suspicious look. Is it really you? Why are you looking at me like I could be some sort of fake? You think I have a twin brother or something? Maybe one of those super famous manga out there has you convinced that all high school pitchers are twins. That's not it. I guess it's going to be a while before I stop suspecting Haruaki. By the way, Hoshi, have you heard? Hey, it's Haru and Kazu. A new voice cuts Haruaki off mid-sentence. Kokon stands by the door of the classroom with Daya next to her. Did the two of them actually come to school together like friends? If I point that out, I'm sure I'll spend the rest of the day enduring Daya's mental torture, so I keep my mouth shut. I felt my heart leap at the sound of a woman's voice, only to find out it was just Kieri. You really know how to take the wind out of a guy's sails. What the hell type of reaction is that, Haru? Who do you think you are? Yeah, well, I know you're a big fan of mine, but I really have to draw the line at you following me to another class, you know? That's all I was trying to say. Sounds like you're just trying to cover up the fact that you're madly in love with me. You're such a child. And while we're at it, maybe you should stop filling up your phone with recordings of my oh-so-cute voice. Who the hell would do that? Yes, master. Come on, Haru, it's the perfect chance to add another clip to your adorable little collection. Here, I'll give you another. Maybe you'd like it if I said welcome home, master. This time, I don't know what to make of their conversation, but I do know it's embarrassing, so I hope they'll stop soon. Hey, Kazu, you don't have any firecrackers on you by chance, do you? I wanna light one up and throw it in Kieri's mouth so we can have some peace and quiet. Oh, look, it's Daya. He must be jealous because I'm giving Haru here all my finest voice samples. Don't you worry, though. If you bow down and lick my shoes, I might just call you Big Brother in my best little sister voice. Wow. I'm so nice. Could I get you to say I'm sorry for ever being born? Here I am in a new class, yet nothing has changed at all. Still, this is exactly what I wished for. I'm sad that Mogi and Mariah aren't here, but this is what I fought the rejecting classroom so hard to restore. What are you grinning at by yourself over there, Kazu? You look like a creep. Daya brings everyone's attention to me. He's right. Kazu has a huge grin on his face. He must be having a little laugh to himself or is probably thinking something perverted. Yeah, I'll bet he's imagining what it'd be like to have a little fun with the girl sitting next to him. I'm not. I shut that down right away. Kokon purses her lips. Whose seat is this, anyway? Someone I know? Someone cute? Haruaki asks, even though he's sitting in said seat like he owns it. I know the person's name because I checked who would be sitting there out of curiosity while finding my own seat. Yeah, it's a cute girl. Really? Who? She has a desk here. That at least makes me happy. As long as she has a seat here, she can take it one day. Who knows? That seat may not be next to mine anymore by the time she makes it back, but that doesn't upset me. I smile and say the name of the one assigned to the seat next to mine. It's Mogi. It was raining so hard, you could easily imagine it would never stop. When I heard from Daya that Mogi had been in an accident, I rushed to the hospital. There would be no school for me today. The place they brought her to wasn't in the city, so I took a taxi. For someone like me who loves the tranquility of normal life more than anything else, it was an almost unthinkable action. I had no other choice, though. I had to know the outcome after all my struggles in the rejecting classroom. I arrived at the hospital before anyone else, even Mogi's own family. Most people mistook me for her boyfriend, so I ended up waiting with her family until the surgery was completed. The operation seemed to have been a success. At first, but Mogi didn't regain consciousness that day. I wasn't allowed in the ICU, so it wasn't until she was moved to the general ward 2 days later that I was able to see her. Looking at her lying on the bed like that was painful. The noise of the EKG and artificial respirator rattled my eardrums. Her arms and legs were restrained, and her face was a mess of bruises and scratches. The 4 dripped fluids into her arm, which was now purple. The sight of an injured friend in the hospital is enough to elicit tears in anyone. But I wasn't the one who wanted to cry. I couldn't, not in front of her. I held back my anguish and peered closely at her face. Mogi looked at me. She seemed the slightest bit surprised, but the muscles of her face hadn't moved, so I couldn't be certain. While I had heard from Mogi's family that she had regained consciousness, I had also been told that, perhaps due to the shock of the accident, she had yet to speak a single word. Despite this, she struggled to open her mouth, as if she wanted to tell me something. I told her not to strain herself, but she kept trying anyway. Her exhalations fogged up her oxygen mask, but eventually, she spoke her first words. I'm so happy. I'm alive after all. I couldn't quite catch everything, but that's what I think she said. With that off her chest, Mogi began to cry. I wasn't sure where to look, and my gaze swam over the room before finally coming to rest on Mogi's tattered bag sitting next to her bed. It was open, and I could see a silver wrapper inside. I knew why it was there, so I reached in and pulled it out, a teriyaki burger-flavored Ibo. The snack had lost its shape and was now just a bunch of crumbs inside the wrapper. As I ran my fingers over it, I realized I couldn't bear it anymore and started sobbing. I didn't understand why then, of all times. I had memories of receiving this from Mogi in that other world, but I couldn't recall why she'd given it to me. None of that made any difference to my tears. However, I went on to visit Mogi many times in her room after she moved to the general ward. She always did her best to sound cheerful when she spoke to me. I had a really long dream while I was unconscious, Mogi said during one of my visits. It seemed she genuinely believed everything had taken place in a dream. A thought suddenly popped into my head. In that world, nothing could alter Mogi's fate of being hit by that truck. At the same time, nothing could change the fact that she would survive. That could be why the rejecting classroom was never destroyed despite Mogi experiencing the accident so many times. Mogi had survived, but she would apparently never use her legs again. She had taken a powerful blow to the back that injured her spinal cord. There was little to no chance it would ever recover. I had no idea what the appropriate response was when I heard this news, so I stayed silent. Apparently concerned for my feelings, Mogi spoke instead. I thought maybe I would feel like I was better off dead if things ended up like this. You can understand why, right? I'll never walk on my own again. I'll never be able to just pop by the convenience store again if I feel like having some dessert. I'll always have to depend on other people or drag my wheelchair out to go by myself. That's a lot of work just for some sweets. It's horrible. But the funny thing is, none of that is enough to make me want to die. I wonder why. I truly do. Because you're happy to be alive. Mogi continued on, without a hint of gloom or false courage. I'll be fine. I won't give up on school. either. I'll make it back, no matter how long it takes. We may not be in the same year anymore when that day comes, but I'll still keep trying." Mogi smiled and flexed her arm weakly. "I'm embarrassed to say that I cried in front of her that day. I was just so happy that her greatest wish had come true. Is there anything I can do?" "I wanted to help however I could, truly. That's why I asked." After saying it would probably sound a bit forward, Mogi made her request with a hint of flushed cheeks. "I want you to leave a place open for me to return to. I want you to create somewhere I can belong again." Again? Did I make a place where Mogi belonged in the past? I'm talking about that long dream. After replying, she blushed for some reason and looked away. "I'm at our school entrance ceremony." As I glance over at Haruaki where he sits yawning next to me in the gym, no longer able to feign interest in the principal's speech, something occurs to me. "Now that I think about it, Haruaki, what you about to say something when I ran into you this morning, huh?" Oh yeah, I heard a rumor that one of the new students this year is really hot." Haruaki slaps me on the shoulder and winks. "Oh, I don't really care about that. She'll just be an underclassman anyway, so it's not like I'll have much chance to see her." "Are you an idiot? Just looking at pretty girls is enough to make a man happy." "I don't want to believe this is how everyone sees things." "So when did you hear that rumor, anyway?" "I mean, I haven't seen any of the new first years before this ceremony today." "That's the thing. I got the info straight from Dayan." "From Daya?" "Now, that I just can't believe. I've never known Daya to be one to talk about girls." "You don't believe me, do you?" "Well, there's a good reason why only he would know." "You've heard how Dayan got only 2 questions wrong total for all subjects during his entrance exam, right?" "Of course. He never lets anyone forget it, either. He says it was a new school record." "Welp, I'm afraid to say that record didn't make it more than a year." "Too bad, so sad." Dayan. Haruaki could not look any more pleased as he delivers this revelation. "There's really nothing anyone can do for this guy. Though I have to admit I understand why he's so happy with Daya's misfortune." "Okay, so what does that have to do with why Daya knows about this cute girl?" "You aren't the sharpest, are you, Hoshi?" This lovely lady got a perfect score in every subject and blew his record out of the water. One of the teachers apparently decided to tell Dayan as the previous record holder. He even said the girl was so beautiful, she made a grown-up like him bashful. That has to be an exaggeration. Why would the teacher be nervous? This girl wouldn't have even half his life experience. The principal's speech ends while we're talking. The teacher in charge of the ceremony takes the microphone. "Thank you. And now we have an introduction from the representative of our new students this year." "Oh man, here she comes. The beauty everyone's talking about." "Huh, she must be representative because she's top of the class." Even I'm getting curious by now, so I scan the stage to see if I can spot her. Here is the representative for the new students, Maria Otonashi. Maria Otonashi? I swear I've heard that name before. No way, that isn't possible. Besides, Maria was Ai Otonashi's nickname. Yes, that voice sure does sound like Maria's, though. Oh yeah. Now it all makes sense. Even if you forget everything, at least remember this. My name is Maria. Wow, I guess she was actually telling the truth. Wait. That means I was calling Maria by her first name the entire time. Arg. What are you turning red for, Hoshi? Maria takes the stage with more grace than anyone in the room. Having lived for longer than everyone here, her dignity is already palpable. Just her turning to face the front is enough to set the students abuzz. I know that face well. It's the face of the girl who was beside me for so long. Her uniform is brand new. Yeah, this is definitely out of the ordinary. I've never once thought of Maria as being younger than I am. Maria casts her gaze over the crowd once she reaches the podium. It stops on me for some reason, never wandering from there. Then she smiles. Simply put, my entire body goes numb. Maria begins her speech, keeping her eyes on me the whole time. The commanding tone of her voice brings the excited students to a hush. Hey, why does she keep looking this way? Oh, damn, what if she's fallen for me? I hear Haruaki's joke, but I can't take my eyes off Maria, much less voice a response. I watch her the whole time. Maria does the same. This concludes the greeting from Maria Otonashi, the representative of the new students. She steps down from the stage. The moment she does, all the students go back to their previous level of commotion. Except, this time it isn't just the students, the teachers are getting in on it, too. No one is more rattled than I am, though. I'm sure of that. Maria is coming this way instead of returning to where she was standing previously. Her force of presence is so strong that the students before her automatically clear a path without a single complaint. And she's following that path straight this way. It's leading to me. Why am I not surprised? It seems Maria still hasn't kicked all the habits she picked up in that other world. She never needed to think twice about her actions there. But things don't work that way here. I can practically see my precious normal life falling apart around me. All I can do is laugh. Haha. What a pain. Yeah, it'll be a huge pain, but I won't think of it that way at all. The last students standing between us move aside. Haruaki, too. The entire area around me has emptied as if I'm in the eye of a storm. Maria stands directly before me in this little bubble of space. I never thought I would see her again, but when I think about it, there's no reason to expect she wouldn't seek me out. She's on a mission to obtain a box, after all, and without targeting me, sticking close by is her best option. Maria smiles. She slowly parts her lips to speak. I think I made some declaration once saying I would always be beside you, no matter how much time passed, and it looks like that oath is still in effect. With that said, she stands straight and introduces herself properly. I am Maria Otonashi. Pleased to meet you. The new student bowed deeply, just as she once had so long ago. And just as I had once done so long ago, I clapped my hands. The sound of my hands coming together resounded through the gymnasium for a moment. Then Haruaki, even though he didn't really get what was going on, began clapping where he stood next to me. Someone else joined in. The sound of the clapping grew louder, though no one really knew why. In the midst of the sea of applause, Maria raised her face to look at us all. She was no longer smiling. She stood bravely, facing straight ahead with their fists clenched tight. I'm in the midst of sights I can remember only in dreams. I already know who's standing before me. However, since I refuse to take the box, I have no means of consciously remembering any of this when I'm awake. I have no idea when this conversation took place, either. Do you recall what I said to you before? About how I can't tell any of you humans apart, yet for some reason you catch my eye? I don't understand. I feel like I have heard this, but also like I haven't. Well, thanks to this last incident, I'm beginning to understand why. The reason I can differentiate you from the rest of your kind. Perhaps it's because you don't reject anything, but at the same time, you don't accept anything, either. That just sounds like wordplay to me. That normal life you're always going on about is not the normal other people see. To you, even things you wouldn't mind parting with are part of that normal life, right? Other people can't accept things for what they are the way you do. The speaker smiles while saying this to me. Humans are all distorted. What a person perceives as normal is warped and twisted by their own values. So, you could say my boxes allow someone's biases to encroach upon others. This is why you are so sensitive and averse to the intentional distortions of the mundane created by their use. Am I wrong? I have absolutely no idea what they're talking about. I wish they would just leave me alone. This time, it was applied directly to your very flesh. Yet despite this, you managed to maintain your identity without falling under the sway of the owner's values because you can recognize other people's perversions of reality for what they are. And once you're aware of a distortion, you naturally refuse to accept it. The thing is, your ability to sniff out these abnormalities far exceeds that of any regular person. That is the reason why you don't accept anything. All I can do is scowl in confusion, but they still don't let up. Your powers of perception are so very limited compared with mine, yet I can't deny this unique capacity of yours. Yes, it could be that you and I are rather alike. I want them to stop. I find them completely repulsive. When I tell them as much, they smile. And this being who can resemble everyone and no one takes the shape of someone I know all too well. Oh, now looks exactly like me, Kazuki Hoshino, and speaks. Perhaps this is why it's said the ones who resemble you are the ones you hate the most. Number. We may appear identical, but we're nothing alike. April 29th, Wednesday, Showa Day, April 29th, Wednesday, 12:02 a.m. The start of the first day, April 29th, Wednesday, 11:57 p.m. The end of the first day, April 30th, Thursday, April 30th, Thursday, 12 p.m. The start of the second day, April 30th, Thursday, 12:37 p.m. It's lunch break. A yawn escapes me, probably because of that bizarre phone call I received at 6 in the morning. I'm going to make you a bento for lunch today. She hung up before I could answer. What was that all about? It's the last day of April, and the rest of society is kicking off the long Golden Week holiday, and our own school vacation is fast approaching. I'm standing in the hallway waiting for Otonashi as usual. We eat lunch together pretty much every day, but this is the first time she's ever made food for me. Hey, Kazu, I heard all about it. You have a little bento evento coming up with Maria today. don't you? There goes my peace and quiet. Kokon sweeps around in front of me with Haruaki grinning ear to ear right beside her. I thought I told you not to tell anyone since it would cause a stir. Haruaki, I grumble. You can give me orders, but whether I follow them is entirely up to me. This guy truly is the lowest of the low. Anyway, Kazu, tell us all about this little lunch event of yours. Well, I don't really know much about it myself. I just got a call this morning. And she called you in the morning? You two must be so in love. I wish she'd let me finish. She called him in the morning. Someone mutters behind me, and I turn around. Oh, great, here comes even more trouble. Oh, morning, Raiko Rin, Kokon called. Hello. The girl with the strange nickname, courtesy of Kokon, is Raiko Asami, a petite, short-haired first-year student. She's in the same class as Otonashi and one of her many fans thanks to that speech at the school entrance ceremony. Normally, Asami and Otonashi come to school together, but today it seems Asami got to class first. Maybe it's just me, but she looks and sounds darker than usual. Asami is staring at me with empty eyes. Okay? Is she mad at me about something? I've heard some things, like how Maria is making you lunch today. You are? Yeah, it seems that way. My answer provokes no response from Asami except more silent staring. I wish your cell phone battery would explode. I hope it's one of those dodgy batteries they sell for super cheap in other countries. It should just swell up bigger and bigger. All that mumbling under her breath gives me goosebumps, like she's putting a curse on me. Anyway, I wonder why Mariah chose you, Kazu. Kokon interjects with a smile, perhaps hoping to dispel some of the tension. You know, some of the other boys in school have been shooting you some pretty scary looks lately. I even heard they've got a list of guys they wanna kill and make it look like an accident. You're right at the top. What the hell kind of list is that? Who says that? Me, for one. Haruaki raises his hand. I cast my vote just like the rest. The thought of you getting all touchy-feely with Maria really grinds my gears. I sag in exhaustion. I know Haruaki, at least, is joking, but I have definitely noticed some of the other guys at school giving me the stink eye recently. I don't think my relationship with Otonashi is the only thing bugging them, though. Huh? What are you looking at, Kazu? Nothing. I wonder if Kokon knows. Does she understand that all this friendly conversation between us is also probably part of why everyone has it in for me? Kokon inclines her head quizzically at my attitude. She recently switched up her hairstyle from the way she wore it during that near eternal march. Now she pulls her hair up on the side instead of in the center. I guess you'd call that a side ponytail. Hey, I've been wondering for a while now, but how exactly did you manage to tame Otonashi? Tame? That's not a very nice way of putting it. Come on, she must be used to guys coming onto her, so I'm sure it took more than your average pickup line to snag her. You must have convinced her it was fate and made her believe, oh, this guy's special. With a triumphant tone, Kokon starts letting her imagination run wild as if she's got it all figured out. That's got to be it. Maybe you saved her from some pervert. Yeah, it's definitely within the realm of possibility. Some sicko probably came after her like, hey, your belly button lint smells so nice. And what's this? Do I spy a bit of crust here, too? I definitely don't mind a bit of crust in my belly button. And then you saved her from his filthy clutches. I know it. I hate to break it to you, but I don't think I have what it takes to face off with someone as twisted as that. Besides, Otonashi and I aren't even dating, you know. That's the undeniable truth, but my rebuttal only makes Kokon's smile widen. Okay, then how do you explain what happened at the entrance ceremony, huh? That was just. She's speaking of the declaration Otonashi made at our school entrance ceremony this year. I can understand how that might have sparked some misunderstandings. I have to find some way to explain things to Kokon that'll wipe the grin off her face. Oh, Otonashi is just kinda crazy like that. I'm crazy like what? I know that voice. I turn around in terror. It's Maria Otonashi. I can't help but freeze as I see her face. But not because my blood is running cold at what she said. I'm tense because I didn't have time to steel myself before my eyes landed on her sculpted features. Otonashi is unbelievably beautiful, and I still haven't acclimated to her aloof manner. I can't help but be nervous when she's nearby. I count to 3 in my head, as I always do when I prepare myself to speak with her. We've spent nearly an entire lifetime together. I'm well aware of that. It's just that none of that time seems real to me anymore. Why are you so tense? Did you think I'd be angry with you? You know it takes more than that to upset me. Why yeah. As I stand the flustered, Asami quietly shuffles around until she's behind Otonashi. Huh? What is it, Asami? Asami stares at me as before without making a reply. Haruaki speaks up instead. There's something off about her today. I'm sure it has to do with this bento incident, like she thinks you're going to snatch dear Maria away from her. Quit talking like you know her. You should show her more respect. Asami is snarling under her breath again, her gaze downcast. Enough of this. Let's go, Kazuki. You mean to the cafeteria? Otonashi lets her breath out in undisguised exasperation. Why can't you understand what I was getting at when I said I would make your lunch today? The cafeteria is no good. It isn't. Otonashi and I meet every day for lunch, mostly so we can discuss O and the boxes. That said, it's not like new information on those topics crops up every day, so we rarely speak of anything that isn't meant for the ears of others. I say rarely, but truthfully, we haven't had a top-secret conversation even once since Otonashi came to this school. But for some reason we can't meet in the cafeteria today. Oh, I get it. That's why you made me a bento. We could have bought some bread or something at the cafeteria, though, I answer quietly. Otonashi leans in close and whispers in my ear. I had more than my fill of the bread they sell here during my stay in the rejecting classroom. I'm sure you know what I mean. Yeah, I guess, but I can understand why she wouldn't want anyone to hear the words rejecting classroom. But why would she be so obvious about getting close to me in front of Asami? Seems like rubbing it in. Casting a quick glance at Asami, I realize her gaze has sharpened even more. Maria, can I come along today, too? Sorry, Asami, but today I want to eat alone with Kazuki. Alone with? Let's go, Kazuki. Otonashi takes me by the arm and leads me away. Completely failing to read the situation, Haruaki can't resist a whistle. I wonder what Asami thinks of all this. I glance behind me in curiosity and see that she's staring at the ground and whispering something under her breath. I wish some big fat female cockroach all bloated with eggs would crawl in your mouth and lay the entire clutch in your stomach. I hope they hatch and the babies eat you alive from the inside out. She's scaring me. April 30th, Thursday, 12:43 p.m. Being behind the school like this brings back memories. This spot around back of the building was home to many of our talks within that endlessly repeating realm. Apparently, Otonashi isn't particularly sentimental about that, because she only shoots me a quick glance and, indifferently, removes a cloth-covered bento from her bag and hands it to me. Thanks. You're welcome. I unwrap the bento and open the lid. Nothing too remarkable, but somehow not quite what I expected. I decide to try the asparagus wrapped in bacon first, popping a piece in my mouth. Yep. The taste is pretty standard, too. The bacon asparagus tastes really good. It was frozen. Okay, now I get it. That explains why it's so nondescript. I go for the Hamburg steak next. Naturally, it looks and tastes completely ordinary. The Hamburg is good. Also frozen. Thought so. I scan the bento to see what else is on the menu. I'm willing to bet that the fries, meatballs, dumplings, and mixed veggies all came straight from the freezer. Don't try so hard to consider my feelings. There's no need to compliment me on any of this. So you never cooked the whole time you were in the rejecting classroom? During all those time loops, Otonashi had learned martial arts and a bunch of other skills, so I figured she must have tried her hand at cooking as well. What, are you chomping at the bit to inform me of how terrible I am in the kitchen? No, that's not what I meant. Of course it is. Not that I care. Though I did cook. I even learned to make some rather elaborate dishes. It's just that I never found it particularly enjoyable. I was never able to find the same fun in mastering cooking as I did with other skills. And that's why your bento sucks. I see you're finally being honest. Whoops. I risk a peek at Otonashi's reaction. She doesn't seem angry, at least. I have to ask, since you're not interested in cooking, does that also mean you aren't into food in general? Quite the contrary. I'm very happy when I eat something that suits my palate. What's your favorite food, then? Strawberry tarts. I like most pastries made with straw. Hey, why are you sitting there with that meatball sticking out of your mouth? It's nothing. Who would have thought she likes something so cutesy? I can see Otonashi liking something like sweet potato yukon jelly, but strawberry seems completely unlike her. I'm on the verge of saying so, too, before I think better of it and keep the thought to myself. That was a close one. Hey, it takes some nerve to decide someone's preferences don't suit them. I never said that. Oh? Then who were you thinking of? She seemed more likely to enjoy sweet potato, I believe. How did she figure out something that specific? So you like eating, but not cooking. I try to shift the topic to something less dangerous for me. I don't find much pleasure in eating food I prepare myself. It just feels like work. It goes without saying that there was no one for Otonashi to share her culinary skill within that interminable world. Even someone like me who hardly ever spends time in the kitchen understands that half the fun of cooking is seeing the joy of others when they eat your handiwork. Without someone to share your cooking with, It would seem like a lot of work for nothing. Enough about that. I didn't bring you back here to talk about this nonsense. Oh, of course not. Let's get down to business. With that, Otonashi rifles through her bag and pulls out her cell phone. I got a message in the middle of the night. A message? I parrot back at her. Otonashi wordlessly shoves her phone up to my face. The message on the screen reads, "My wish has been granted. Now you and I can be together." Okay, what the heck is this? It looks like the sort of thing people would send just after they started a relationship. Does this mean Otonashi is seeing someone? Her, of all people? Looking over at Otonashi, I see her smirking at my reaction. Anyway, I knew what was up from the moment I met you today. Check who the sender is, Kazuki. I do as she says. After the word from, huh? It says Kazuki Hoshino. Wait, so I sent this? No way, that's impossible. I don't remember that at all. But clearly, someone must have sent it, right? At first, I thought maybe someone was spoofing your account, but I filter all my messages, so that didn't seem likely. Naturally, I have to assume it did in fact come from your phone. But, Otonashi, I don't remember sending this at. How about we take a look at your sent messages box, then? It should be in there, unless you deleted it. I nod and pull out my phone. After a quick check, I find the email in question. My wish has been granted. Now you and I can be together. There it is, verbatim. But my blood curdles. Calm down, Kazuki. One look at your face is all I need to know that you didn't send this message of your own volition. The thing is, if this is the work of someone else, they would have had to use your phone sometime after 2 in the morning to send the message to me. The message is dated the 30th, so it was sent at 2:23 a.m. today. My phone would have been lying next to my pillow then. Otonashi's call woke me up this morning, so I'm positive on that detail at least. That suggests that whoever sent this sneaked into my room sometime after 2 this morning. But why? Why would anyone go to the trouble of doing that? Kazuki, Otonashi says to bring me back into focus. I force my way into the box known as rejecting classroom before, right? How do you think I was able to do that? I can't grasp what she's trying to tell me. It has something to do with what we're talking about now. I was able to force my way in because I'm a box myself. That's how I explained it before, but that still doesn't directly correlate to the reason I was able to actually enter the box. Don't you think? Now that you put it that way, you're right. I have the ability to sense other boxes and track them down. I also have the ability to get inside one once I find it. I see. So someone sent this message from your phone to mine at a little after 2 in the morning, or at least they made it seem that way. There are probably several methods, but I have a theory. Otonashi lays out her hypothesis. It was done using a box. A box? You sure? Why would someone go to the trouble of using a box to do something like that? I already told you, Kazuki. I can sense their presence. True, as you say, the box may have nothing to do with the actual message itself, but I am absolutely certain of one thing. Otonashi fixes me with something bordering on a glare as she continues. Someone nearby is using a box at this very moment. More than her words, her steady gaze leads me to finally understand what's starting to occur around me. It's happening again. Another box is about to ruin my normal life. Let's get back to the message. Kazuki, assume it was created using the power of a box. If so, what does it mean? It would be a bit too optimistic to presume the owner had only a simple prank in mind once they gained power. Don't you agree? Meaning? It's a declaration of war, or possibly just a statement of truth. Truth? What kind of truth? It's not like Otonashi is going to start dating the owner or anything. It could be a metaphor of some sort. Another possibility is that the box has been used to ensure this future comes to pass. One thing is for certain, however. Otonashi takes a small breath before continuing. Whoever the owner is, their use of the box directly involves the two of us. Yeah, that has to be right. There's no reason why they would use my phone to send Otonashi that message if things were any other way. So what should I do? I know without a doubt that a box is in play, so my first order of business is to pinpoint exactly how it's being used and then determine its nature. I want you to assist me. You're sensitive to anything out of the ordinary, no matter how minute, right? You may be able to pick up on slight disturbances I wouldn't notice. Okay, I understand. I'll be on the lookout. Thanks. I'll be in touch if I find anything. Assuming our little chat is over, I return to my lunch. But I pause again once I notice that Otonashi hasn't started eating again herself. Is there anything else we need to discuss, Otonashi? Yeah, I suppose so. Otonashi continues somewhat awkwardly. It doesn't really matter, but I can't get over it. It's troubling me, so I'll just get it off my chest. Okay. Go ahead. Why do you address me differently now, huh? talk about a strange question out of the blue. If there's no particular reason, that's fine. With that said, Otonashi resumes her lunch. I'm curious why she asked, but like she said, it probably doesn't matter, so I get back to eating. 2. April 30th, Thursday, 10:38 p.m. Slight changes in my daily life. I rack my brain as I sit at the same desk I've been using since elementary school, but I can't come up with anything at all. Changes. Aren't things always changing in life? I know I'm not going to get anywhere this way, so I flip open my cell phone. On the screen is a picture of Mogi in her pajamas, a bit thinner than before, but not painfully so. She's in her hospital room making the peace sign, with a smile as bright as a sunflower. What are you grinning like that for, Kazu? You must be looking at porn. I hurriedly turn off my phone as soon as I hear my sister, who's 3 years older. No, I'm not. Ooh, you're so upset. Seems awfully suspicious to me. With a stupid grin, my elder sister, Ruka Hoshino, climbs up to the top bunk of our bed. Looks like Ru is in her underwear again. Sheesh. Even though she's almost 20, she still runs around the house half-dressed all the time. I'm a high school second year, so I'm pretty much an adult, too, you know. Oh, I know. Maybe you were looking at a picture of Kasumi Mogi. Wow. How does she know? Uh-oh. Does that mean I'm right? Hey. Hold on. Now. How do you know about Mogi? Hey, have you been looking through my phone? Nope. I just saw her name on the screen when she called you once, so I guessed whatever pics you were looking at must be of her. Either way, you're a bit of a perv, aren't you? Smiling at pictures of girls like that. This is exactly why I hate having to share a room. I grab my phone and dive into the bottom bunk so she can't see the panic on my face. So tell me, is she your girlfriend? No. So what's going on between you two? Or should I ask, how do you feel about her? What is going on between us? How do I really feel about her? I remember she once confessed her feelings for me in the rejecting classroom, and if she's sending me photos like this, she probably still does like me. Just a little. Probably. The prospect isn't entirely unpleasant. But I honestly don't know any more than that. All the emotions I had within the rejecting classroom are long gone. It's possible I used to have feelings for Mogi, too. I recall doing things that would imply I did. But maybe that's precisely why I can't have a completely unfiltered view of her. I have no way of knowing how honest my emotions are in my daily life now. Well, let's just say she's a friend. That answer took a lot of deliberation. But there's no response. That's strange, I think, straining my ears only to hear my sister snoring away softly. I always think this, but she falls asleep way too easily. I realize I still haven't sent a reply to Mogi, so I begin typing one out. I check the time in the corner of the screen, 10:59. I'm in the middle of writing when suddenly, I black out. April 30th, Thursday, 11:18 p.m. Alright, time to make that call. May 1st, Friday. May 1st, Friday. 8:14 a.m. Kokon gave me the cold shoulder when I said good morning to her today. Normally, she's the one approaching me, but for some reason, she's keeping her distance, almost on purpose, and talking to our other classmates. Her eyes dart over my way every so often, though, almost as if she's frightened of me. I have absolutely no clue what's going on here. What in the world could be causing her to act like this? At this rate, I probably won't get to enjoy a nice chat before class with my friends. So I munch on a cheese amiibo so I have an excuse not to talk to anyone. Did you do something to Kiri? That's Daya for you, firing off the question point blank without a care in the world for the inner workings of my heart. Not that I know of. Okay then, let me fill you in on a little secret. A secret? Does Daya know what's gotten into Kokon this morning? It's the first time she's had to take exams during her first year of middle school. She got too into studying the night before and ended up going into the tests with barely any sleep. Well, since she wore herself out, Kiri ended up nodding off during her third period exam. Nobody would have noticed if she'd simply breathed like other people do when they drift off, but nope, that idiot had to start sleep talking in the middle of a silent classroom. She was like, I can't fit into the plug suit, it's too tight. Daya, why are you telling me this? Why do you think I'm giving you some heavy ammo to use on Kiri? It takes a lot to make her dislike someone. Now's your chance to really get her to hate you and break away from her for good. You're almost there now. All you need to do is mention what I've just told you, and you're home free. That's not exactly what I'm hoping for, to be honest. Besides, that story sounds more cute than embarrassing to me. Well, that's where the cuteness stops. It gets even more hilarious. You still have yet to hear about her epic drooling. I suspect I'm not going to like what comes next, so I shut my mouth and try to plug my ears. Unfortunately for me, Daya is too quick and yanks my hands away from my head. No, I don't want to hear any more. That's not it. Forget about that crap. Take a look over there. I turn in the direction Daya is pointing and find Otonashi talking with a male student outside the classroom door. She looks like she's in a foul mood, to say the least. Facing off with her is a boy with intelligent almond-shaped eyes behind a pair of black-framed glasses, Ryu Mizaki, our class president. Unlike Daya, who was chosen as the first-year president because of his test scores, Mizaki actually takes his role seriously. He's a model student but not a stick in the mud, and he's pretty much universally popular with everyone in class as a leader we can count on. I sidle up to the two of them with more than a little reluctance. Truth be told, I find it somewhat difficult to deal with Mizaki's overwhelming confidence sometimes. What's going on? I ask, and the two turn to face me. Oh, it's you, Kazuki. I'm trying to enter the classroom, but he won't let me through. Of course I won't. What makes you think you can just waltz right into the homeroom of your upperclassmen? It would be another story at lunchtime, though. Now that he mentions it, Otonashi almost never comes here aside from lunch break. She was probably trying to show at least the bare minimum of decorum. All you want to do is drag Hoshino off somewhere, right? What I do with Kazuki doesn't matter. Oh, it does. Don't forget that I'm the class president. Part of my duties is to watch over my classmates. Besides, first period is about to begin. If he goes off with you, he'll be late for class. As if I care. He and I have something more important to attend to. For a moment, I have no idea what Otonashi's talking about, but I soon realize that only one thing could be so important. It must have to do with the box. That takes priority over everything else for me, too. Hey, Mizaki. I actually do need to go, I say. Mizaki knits his brows and begins staring intently at me, like he's sizing me up. I can't help but recoil under such an unforgiving inspection. Do you do whatever Otonashi says? No. But you're pathetic. How about you try thinking for yourself instead of letting some girl drag you around like a dog on a leash? Hey, who the hell do you think you are? You talk as if Kazuki has no will of his own. Otonashi jumps into the fray. The corners of Mizaki's mouth twitch upward in a smirk at her rebuttal. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you mad at me for insulting your lover boy here? Oh, or maybe you didn't like the implication that you're selfishly leading him along by the nose. Otonashi's glare is ice cold. Mizaki's smile is thin. If you've got something to say about it, then, you're doing this on purpose. Mizaki stops short at Otonashi's words. Your position as class president is a rather poor excuse for giving us so much trouble. Don't you think? Nothing we did ever bothered you before, so why now all of a sudden? You're practically on the verge of stopping us by force. Are you trying to come up with some shoddy premise to keep bothering us from now on? I have no idea what you're talking about. That's all well and good. If you actually don't. I can't help but get a bit edgy in these situations, so it jumped out at me. If I'm mistaken, we can let it go at that, and if not, I can keep you in check. In stunned silence, I watched the two of them go at it. Where did that come from? Let's go, Kazuki. And with that, Otonashi leads me away. Okay. Mizaki quietly gazes at Otonashi's grip on my hand with a slightly wooden expression. Normally, I barely have anything to do with him, so it does seem odd that he would come after us like that. Otonashi leads me out of the classroom and straight into Haruaki, who seems to be returning from a trip to the bathroom, along with Asami, who must have come here hot on Otonashi's heels. Yo, what's up, Hoshi? You guys eloping or something? Eloping. Thanks to Haruaki's incurably clueless remark, Asami's gaze latches onto our linked hands. It slides up a little, until her narrowed eyes are considering me. It's really freaking me out. Hey, what's the matter, Rikuchi? You're acting weird today, Haruaki comments. The nickname would usually bother Asami, but today, she only has eyes for me. Asami has been kinda off since yesterday, Haruaki, I reply. Huh, is that so? Haruaki really is an airhead if he can forget yesterday just like that. Miss Maria, sorry, but we don't have time today. Otonashi brusquely dismisses Asami with barely a glance before turning away, leaving the other girl hanging her head in dejection. Without moving a muscle, Asami begins muttering to herself. I hope the people on those hidden message boards drag your name through the mud. I hope they bury you under a pile of photoshopped pictures that strip away every last shred of dignity you have. Hey, come on now, it's not my fault Otonashi is in such a bad mood. May 1st, Friday, 8:31 a.m. We're back behind the school, just like we were yesterday. I'm sure you already know what I want to talk to you about, Otonashi says, leaning against the wall. I swallow and nod. She must have discovered something new about the box someone's been using recently. I have a few questions for you. Okay. Why are we here together now? Why? I thought it was because being near me is best for you, right? Since it means you're more likely to encounter O again. Correct. I don't think anything was wrong with my answer, but for some reason, Otonashi only frowns. Wait, so you fully understand your position in all this, and you haven't gotten the wrong idea about what we're doing? Huh? What do you mean? Oh, come on. No, it's okay. You're not the type to say something like that unless you mean it. I have to answer sincerely, too. I just wanted to escape from that. Kazuki, hold on a second. Otonashi's voice grows rough after I cut her off. Why did you stop me? I'm sorry. But what are we talking about here? I thought this was all about the box. The box? What are you saying? Of course it's important, but you must know I brought you back here to talk about our phone call yesterday. What phone call yesterday? Yesterday, you. Otonashi stops short, wide-eyed, for a moment, then swallows. I see. It's like that message 2 days ago. No. But I've spent too much time with you for that. There's no way it could work over the phone. Otonashi. Kazuki, I need to ask you something else. Otonashi stops whispering and asks me loud and clear. Did you make a confession to me on the phone yesterday? A confession, as in, I love you, will you go out with me? Yesterday, you told me over the phone that you were going to profess your love to me again in person tomorrow. And by that I mean today. I'd never say that. I know you wouldn't. I realize that now upon reflection. Oh, of course I wouldn't. How could you even think I'd do something like that? If you're so certain, check your call history. I agree to Otonashi's calm request and pull out my phone to look over my outgoing calls. The name at the very top is Maria Otonashi. The timestamp is May 1st. 1:49 a.m. That's impossible. I should have been asleep then. I don't remember calling her. Yesterday, No. I guess technically it would have been today. At any rate, you called me right before 2 in the morning and told me you were in love with me. I know that for a fact. There is no way I would ever pull something like that. At the same time, Otonashi wouldn't stage a show like this just to mess with my head. Either way, I know I didn't do it. I'm absolutely sure of that. I don't know how they're doing it, but it has to be someone's idea of a prank. Don't you think? A prank? Huh. So you're proposing that someone co-opted your cell phone and professed his love to me as you just for a laugh? It does sound a little far-fetched, but I can't think of anything else. I'm about to say so when Otonashi continues. The voice was exactly the same as yours. What? Otonashi presses onward while I stand there gaping like an idiot. Unless you have some long-lost twin brother out there, I can say that with absolute confidence. It was unquestionably you. Why, you must have heard wrong. Maybe you just assumed you were hearing me since the call came from my number. That's got to be it. Kazuki, I've spent almost an entire lifetime with you. It's ridiculous to think I wouldn't recognize your voice when I hear it. Given the utter certainty on Otonashi's face, I know there's no way she could have been mistaken. But if that's the case, the only possible conclusion is that I really did say those things to her, isn't it? No. There's no way. Otonashi is positive it was my voice on the phone, but I'm just as positive that I would never call and pour out my heart to her like that. That doesn't change the fact that the call happened, though. None of this fits together. You're right. The contradictions are simply too great for any normal explanation. The only possible answer is yes. The incongruities are impossible. That's why this has to be the work of a box. The word sits like a heavy weight on my chest. The fear welling up inside is almost unbearable. Even though we still don't have the slightest idea of what we're facing, we have to devise a plan right away. The owner is clearly targeting us and seems to be hostile as well. What should I do? Good question. I need some time to assess the situation. For now, hang tight until I come up with something. I'll work out a game plan for how we should proceed. I nod quietly. That's all for now. I'm going back to class, she says. Otonashi turns away and leaves without even a glance back in my direction. May 1st, Friday. 9:32 a.m. I time my return to the classroom to coincide with our first period break, only to find Kokon standing watch beside the doorway like some sort of guardian deity. Our eyes meet, and for some reason, she's glaring at me. Her face is slightly flushed and red. Maybe she's angry. I waited for you. Huh? I was waiting for you to come talk to me. Clearly upset, Kokon starts shouting. But you were out the skipping first period with that other girl. What the hell? I don't get you at all. You don't make any sense, Kazu. From my perspective, there is no discernible reason why she should be so worked up, but for the time being, I decide to keep my mouth shut. That only makes things worse, though, as Kokon groans. LNMGH. and pushes me up against the wall of the hallway. I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing, huh? Tess, sorry, I said. Why are you apologizing? Cocoon gets even more up in my face as I stand there bewildered. Or maybe you have something you want to apologize for. Are you trying to erase what you did with an apology? Don't you know how awful that is? Actually, that would make things easier for me. But, Jay, just hold on. What's all this about? We're really talking past each other here, exactly like the conversation I had with Otonashi. Wait. Hold on a second. Does that mean? Why are you being so dumb? You have to know. Come on. Cocoon's face flushes an even deeper red, until the tips of her ears are practically glowing. If this is going where I think it is, I don't want to hear any more. But nope. Cocoon checks to make sure no one else is around, leans in, and whispers, I'm talking about how you called me yesterday. And said you liked me. What the? I said I liked Cocoon. At a complete loss for words, I fall into silence. Cocoon looks up at me through her lashes, and it's just that her gaze lowers uncomfortably. Maybe she read something into my reaction. Her mouth works silently as if she's having trouble finding the right words, before she eventually continues. I'm sorry. It's just that I don't know what to think. I've always considered you a friend, and I thought you felt the same way about me. And not that it really matters, but there's Daya to think about, too. Mustering her courage, Cocoon clenches her fists and focuses on me. Wait for me. I'm not sure when I'll have an answer for you, but wait a bit. I'm sorry. There is genuine pain on her face, and it threatens to break my heart. I want to cry out to her that it wasn't me who said those things, but I know it would be pointless to explain. In fact, it would only make things worse. Cocoon misinterprets my agonized expression, and her mouth forms a grim line identical to mine. She spins on her heel and hurries back to the classroom. Once she's completely out of sight, I mutter under my breath, I think of you as a friend, too. My hands ball into fists. Suddenly, something occurs to me, and I pull out my phone and check my outgoing call history. Why didn't I think of this before? There it is, at 1:29 in the morning on May 1st. Right under Maria Otonashi is the name Cocoon Kairino. May 1st, Friday, 11 o'clock a.m. Now then, let's see how things are turning out. May 1st, Friday, 12 p.m. The first thing I hear is a girl crying. Daya's face is right in front of mine. We're almost touching. I have no idea what's going on. What is this? The emotion in Daya's eyes is pure and hostile. But against who? The answer is obvious. It has to be me, since we're so close that I can see my own reflection in his corneas. It's me. I'm the object of his hatred. Pain suddenly washes over my body as if I've suddenly remembered I have a sense of touch. My cheek and the mouth hurt. Same with my wrists. Daya is sitting on top of me with a tight hold on my arms. I'm finally beginning to grasp the situation. We're in the music room. I should be in the classroom for third period classic literature, but for some reason, I'm here, where we normally have fourth period. There's blood on my uniform. Whose is it? Probably mine, if that metallic taste is any indication. My mouth is all cut up. Most likely because Daya hit me. What happened? What the hell is going on? Daya. Wow. Keep your mouth shut, Kazu. If you say anything else, I'll shut it for you. The anger in Daya's eyes is genuine. I know he meant every word he said. If I make even the slightest peep, he'll make good on that promise to lay into me. This has to be some sort of bad dream. But if this were only a nightmare, the pain wouldn't be so sharp and raw. This is reality, no two ways about it. That girl is still crying. Who is it? I turn my head to look and find Cocoon Kairino sobbing. The first feeling I embrace is acceptance. Oh, that's why she didn't stop Daya, even after the situation escalated this far. The next feeling to enter my mind is puzzlement. Why is Cocoon crying? Last is trepidation. It can't be. I assess the situation as it stands now. Cocoon is in tears, and Daya is livid. Who made her cry? Who made him angry? I'm in the music room, so it's probably fourth period. I remember nothing between third period and now, but I'm here all the same. I'm in a different place from where I last remember. In other words, I'm doing things unconsciously, like sending an email to Otonashi without knowing it and confessing my love to her, or maybe like unwittingly telling Cocoon I had feelings for her and trying to destroy my friendship with her, or like hurting Cocoon without any awareness of it and sending Daya into a rage. I think he's had enough. Dayan. Haruaki puts his hand on the other boy's shoulder as he speaks. He's had enough? Does that mean Daya hit me once or twice while he was on top of me? Daya slams my arms into the floor and lets go, then stands up slowly without taking his baleful glare away from me for a second. Then, as if to hammer the point home, he stomps down on my stomach as hard as he can before turning away. My body curls into a ball of pain. I can see the expressions of everyone around me. My classmates, the music teacher, even Haruaki, all of them are staring at me as if they don't know who I am. Kokon is sobbing even louder with her head against Daya's chest. I try to stand up, but the pain is too much, and I can't make it to my feet. No one steps in to lend a hand. A thought enters my head as I lie there hunched over like I'm kowtowing in apology. Why does it have to be me? What did I do to deserve this? I don't have any idea what happened, but I do know what caused it. The box. That's right. This is the box's fault, not mine. I didn't do anything. Why does this have to happen to me? I get to my feet on my own. Everyone is standing around watching, but not a single person steps forward to help. It makes sense. There's no reason to expect any of them to deduce that a box caused this whole mess. That's why no one wants to touch me, or approach me, or speak to me. No one. Not Daya, not Kokon, and not even Haruaki. No one. No one. No one. No one. No one. Are you all right, Kazuki? Except for her. I smile. Everyone freezes at her sudden appearance, perhaps because we're still in the middle of class. I don't find it strange at all, though. Maria, I call almost reflexively. As Otonashi stands in front of the music room door, her eyes go wide at hearing her name. However, her composure quickly returns, and she rushes over. Otonashi doesn't care that no one else wanted to help. She comes up so close that I can see the shadows of her eyelashes as she reaches out to gently touch my swollen cheek. We need to get these wounds cleaned up. Let's go to the nurse's office. Okay. She walks off, and I follow silently. Not a soul says a word to me as I leave. As I turn my back on the classroom, Kokon's crying gets louder. Or at least that's how it feels. May 1st, Friday, 12:17 p.m. There's no one in the nurse's office, not even the nurse. Once she's sure of that, Otonashi examines my injuries with light touches here and there. Opening up the cabinet and grabbing the first aid kit, she begins treating them with an apparently practiced hand. I came to talk to you because I had an idea about the box, but I never expected to find you in such a miserable state. What exactly happened? Otonashi asks as she disinfects my scrapes and cuts. I wish I knew myself. You're saying you don't remember? I nod. Otonashi lets out a sigh of exasperation. You know, that's all that's come out of you ever since the rejecting classroom. Even I'm starting to get sick of it. It's not like I can help it. I was joking. Otonashi reaches out and puts a bandage on my face as she says this. All I saw was Oamine stomping on you. You have no recollection of what happened before that? Daya was already on top of me when I came to. And you haven't the faintest clue as to why he hit you? Yeah. I don't know anything. Otonashi folds her arms in thought at my reply. Do you have your phone on you, Kazuki? My phone? It should be in my pocket. It could have some record of what happened. See if you can find anything at all. I quickly press the button. Incoming and outgoing calls, email inbox and outbox. There's no change from before. As far I can tell. I open up my data folder. Voice memos. Was that always there? I opened this folder, too. Inside is one file, named with a 12-digit number. It must be the time and date the file was made. Unless the file name was altered, it appears this was recorded around 2 a.m. on May 1st. In other words, in the middle of last night. I opened the file and put the phone to my ear. The recording plays. Good morning, Kazuki Hoshino. No, good afternoon? Or maybe it's good evening. What the hell is this? I pause the playback for a moment. Why is there a voice memo from some rando on my phone? Why is he talking to me? What's wrong, Kazuki? Did you find something? I ignore Otonashi's query and press play again with a trembling finger. Ah well, it doesn't matter. I'm sure you don't care, either. No, what's foremost on your mind right now is the question of who I am, correct? Oh yeah. You know about boxes, don't you? At least that's what O told me. I can skip explaining all the details there, right? He knows about boxes and oh. Does that mean he's an owner? I'm sure you've noticed by now that your life is collapsing around your ears. Yeah, it's wonderful. I'm doing it on purpose, after all. Why, you ask? So I can destroy you. The disparity between the voice's cheerful, pleasant tone and what it's saying makes my heart race. I'm going to leave you in ruins. I'm going to violate everything you hold dear. Now that I have a box, all that you once had will be stripped away from you. After all, The recording cuts off. Wait, number. I just dropped my phone. Kazuki, are you okay? What were you listening to? The malice in that recording is as clear as the light of day. There's no denying it now. Someone with a box, that most powerful and terrible of weapons, has it in for me and is trying to ruin my life. Otonashi picks up my phone and opens the recording. A scowl appears on her face as she listens. After a moment, she closes the phone and wordlessly returns it to me before crossing her arms in contemplation. Kazuki. She breaks her silence after a moment and says my name in a distressingly stark tone. I've been deliberating about what happened this morning, and I came up with a rough plan for how we should proceed. I wasn't able to reach any concrete conclusions, unfortunately. Upon hearing this, I'm now certain of one thing, though. Otonashi gives me a sharp look as she delivers her verdict. I don't trust anything you say or do. Huh? I fail to grasp her meaning, and my mouth hangs open foolishly. Even you must understand by now. The power of this new box is affecting you directly. It's quite likely that you've already fallen into the owner's clutches. There's no way I can trust you while you're under their influence. I mull over her words. She can't trust me. Why? It's not like I've done anything to betray you. That's true, as long as you're actually Kazuki Hoshino. What? Are you really Kazuki Hoshino? Or are you the owner? What the hell are you talking about, Otonashi? The owner is the one who made that recording. Didn't you listen to the entire thing? Even if you didn't, surely you recognize the voice. Otonashi, do you know who recorded that message? Did you already figure out who the owner is? Is it someone you know? I suppose I shouldn't be surprised it's taking him a while to understand. It's possible he's never heard that voice in the flesh, not to mention that the tone is considerably different than usual. Otonashi isn't answering my question, just speaking quietly to herself. She turns away to leave the nurse's office. Wait, at least tell me whose voice it is. She stops but doesn't turn around. Kazuki, pull yourself together and try listening to that recording again. And with that, she walks off. I have nothing to say in the face of such a blatant dismissal. I open the voice memo again, and understanding suddenly dawns on me as I recognize the voice that is always in my ears, yet I have never actually heard before. Ha ha ha. All I can do is laugh. What else? I wouldn't trust me, either, after I heard this. Damn it. Well, what the hell am I supposed to do now? It's the easiest thing in the world. After all, I finally heard the rest of the recording that I missed when I dropped my phone. I share the same body with you, Kazuki Hoshino. The voice in the recording is mine. May 1st, Friday, 1 p.m. Think I'll lie low for now. May 1st, Friday, 2 p.m. I lose consciousness. Then it comes back. I'm sitting down. It should still be lunchtime, but for some reason I'm already here. I check the time. It's 2 on the dot, so it's about time for fifth period to end. I quickly survey my surroundings. Kokon's and Aya's desks are empty. My guess is they probably went home early. Everyone else is focused on class for the most part. Nothing seems out of the ordinary at this point. On the desk are my textbook, notebook, and writing supplies. It doesn't look like I've actually taken any notes, though. There's no doubting it now. Someone else is inside my body with me. There's me and an imperceptible other me, and the other me was in control of my body until only a few minutes ago. The bell rings. Even though it's break time, everyone's keeping their distance from me because of the scene in the music room. I'm sure the other me intentionally brought this about. He did say he was going to destroy me. After all, this has to be one of his attacks. I slump over my desk. How am I supposed to fight this other me, especially now that even Otonashi has abandoned me? Hoshi. I lift my head at the sound of my name. Haruaki's expression has none of its usual playfulness. The serious tone of voice doesn't suit him at all. Hey, why the hell would you do something like that to Kokon? I stay quiet. I have no answer for him, mostly because I don't even know what I did. This is just me. But I don't think you would do something like that for no reason. I can't for the life of me figure out what it would be, but I'm sure you must have one. Come on, fill me in here. Don't leave me in the dark. Haruaki sounds like he's in pain. If you can't help me understand, then I don't know if I can have your back in this. Something dawns on me as he confesses. Haruaki is the last bastion of normalcy in my life. Would he believe me if I told him someone else is taking control of my body? This is Haruaki we're talking about, so he just might. Still, I can't tell you. At least not right now. My understanding of this situation is a scrambled mess, so I don't have any confidence in my ability to explain things in a believable way. But don't worry, I'll tell you soon. I make sure I look Haruaki in the eye to show I'm sincere, at least. Got it. I'll wait until you're ready. That's all he says, biting back all the other things I'm sure he wants to ask. He walks away quietly. He'll be waiting, he said. Now I'm obligated to explain to him once the time arrives. If I'm not careful about it, I could lose him. And without Haruaki, the one thing that hasn't changed, I probably have no hope of maintaining my life as I know it. That settles it. I know what I have to do now. I have to unravel the mystery of the box and this other me. Question is, how do I go about it? I have no way of interacting with this imposter in my body. Oh, right. How did I find out about him in the first place? He contacted me. I step out into the hallway and pull out my phone. I'm going to record a message for my counterpart. There's no guarantee he'll reply, Of course, but it's worth trying regardless. Nice to meet you, I guess. I'm talking to you, other me. I start the recording. I understand that you share my body with me, but there are a few things I still don't get. I want you to tell me more about this box of yours. I also want to know who, or what, you are. I wonder if he'll respond to such straightforward questions. He is trying to completely ruin my life, after all. That's why I decide to issue him a challenge. You don't have to say if you don't want to. No matter how you answer, it won't change my actions. I don't care if you have some lofty purpose or if there's a reason I should sympathize with you or even if you just hate me. I'm surprised at how naturally the anger wells up within me. This isn't like me at all. Still, I feel like it has to be said. I cannot allow you to exist. He has to know I'm determined. Who would sit back and let this happen? It's unthinkable. He's trying to take away everything I am. My legs are shaking so hard that I have to steady myself against the wall. My body isn't ready for the fact that, for perhaps the first time in my life, someone out there is trying to do me serious harm. I close my phone and let out a long breath. I will crush this other me. No matter what happens, I cannot allow him to exist. May 1st, Friday, 3:34 p.m. I notice Kazuki Hoshino has recorded a voice memo. May 1st, Friday, 4 p.m. In front of me is the face of an unfamiliar high school girl. I'm so startled that I let go of the strap in my hand and fall over. Ignoring the snickers from those around me, I stand up and try to get my bearings. The strap means I'm on a train. I don't even need to think about it at this point. The other me was in control of my body again. I pull out my phone to check, and sure enough, there's a new voice memo waiting for me. I press the play button. I see, so this is a good way for us to keep in touch. I was starting to worry I'd get bored as the only one reaching out, so to return the favor, I'll answer your questions. It's my own voice coming from the speaker. I received a box, and my wish was granted. That's how I became you, Kazuki Hoshino. I swallow nervously. I've taken possession of your body now, but I only have control here and there, which makes me think possession is perhaps too strong of a word. So relax. This is just a temporary thing. These little body jackings will end within 1 week of when I use the box. The instant it becomes the 6th, the final day of Golden Week, your soul will be erased from this body. Only I will remain, which means I have only 4 days and change to find and destroy the box. I hope that clarifies things for you. Now then, you also asked who I am. Hey, that's a difficult one. Who am I, really? To tell you the truth, I don't really know, myself. I mean, at the moment, I'm Kazuki Hoshino, aren't I? I don't think that's the answer you're looking for, though, is it? So I decided to make things a little easier for you to parse and came up with a temporary name for myself. You can call me, using my voice. He says his name. Yui Ishihara. I've never heard it before. I commit the unfamiliar name to memory, and I won't be forgetting it anytime soon. Now, let me give you my take on things. You won't allow me to exist, will you? Don't take this the wrong way, but I got a good laugh from that one. Don't you see? There's no way you and I will ever meet face to face. All we can do is record messages for each other on the phone like this. How do you think you're going to get rid of me? Yui Ishihara giggles creepily in my voice. But I do feel some pity for you, so I'll go ahead and tell you the one and only way you can be rid of me. I already control more than half of Kazuki Hoshino, so it's really quite simple. He continues. Just kill yourself. His unbearable laughter rings out again. The memo plays on, though it's all I can do to refrain from pressing the stop button. Having had his fill of laughter, Yui Ishihara brings his message to a close. Oh yeah, I got a text from one of your friends. You may not have noticed yet, so I thought I'd let you know. A friend. Swallowing hard, I open my inbox. At the very top is the name Haruaki Uzui. The message has already been read, though I have no recollection of opening it. What did this bastard do to Haruaki? I take a deep breath and let it out, but I still can't seem to calm myself and end up chewing my lip nervously. I hate to admit it, but my hands are shaking. I open the message. Don't talk to me for a while. Oh no. And that's how I lost my last refuge, the one thing keeping my life sane. May 1st, Friday, 11:22 p.m. I'm dreaming. I've had this dream many times before. May 2nd, Saturday. May 2nd, Saturday, 12:11 a.m. My eyes open to the sound of something vibrating on my desk. I climb out of bed, pick up the phone responsible for the racket, and take a look at the LCD screen. Maria Otonashi. Maria Otonashi? Why is she calling me? If she's reaching out despite the present circumstances, maybe Kazuki Hoshino really hasn't told her about what's happening to him yet. I'm sure even someone like him would have trouble bringing up something as outlandish as a box to his girlfriend. Still, I wouldn't be too surprised if she noticed something was off without him telling her. Whatever. I leave those thoughts alone for the moment and answer the phone. There's no fighting my desire to speak to the one I admire so much. Hello, Kazuki. Come over right away. Wow. Is this how she always talks to him? Now what do? I take a moment to consider my situation. The box will allow me to assume complete control of Kazuki Hoshino's body in 1 week. If all I wanted to do was take over him, the best thing to do would be to sit back and wait. Of course, it's also better if I have as little contact with Maria Otonashi as possible. That isn't my true purpose, though. I can't let myself get the wrong idea. Right now, I know what I want to do. Make Kazuki Hoshino suffer enough to want to rip off his own head, subjugate him so thoroughly that he offers up his body to me on bended knee and begs me to accept it. And then, when May 5th, the final day, arrives, I want him so mutilated, so stripped of everything that made him who was, that he is nothing more than an empty shell that exists only to surrender control to me. And why is that what I'm after? Because then I'll be able to feel like I really am Kazuki Hoshino. If the takeover doesn't feel real, I'll never be anything more than some parasitic presence inhabiting his body, which would render all of this meaningless. Perhaps that's the reason we're sharing this body for the time being. If I don't do what I have to, I'll never truly become him. I swear, this box really is something. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Oh yeah. Well, my path forward from here is clear. Maria Otonashi is unquestionably an important person in his life. Losing her would harm him irreparably. That's why Yui Shihara is going to take her away. It's an absolute must if my all-important desire is to be satisfied. Oh, sorry. I was just thinking a little. I recall how Kazuki Hoshino speaks before I continue. So, your place. Okay, if you come and get me. Judging by what she said earlier, he must visit her home on a fairly regular basis. What are you asking me that for? Surely you can ride your bike this far? My bike isn't in very good shape right now. I fire off some plausible excuse. The truth is that I don't know where she lives. If I can't convince her to come pick me up, then I'm in trouble. Seriously, what type of man asks a woman to come pick him up? It should be the other way around. Fine, I'll be coming on my motorbike. I trust you're okay with that? Motorbike? You mean like a moped? No. It's a 250cc. Damn it. There's no reason Kazuki Hoshino wouldn't know that Maria Otonashi rides an actual motorcycle. Oh, right. I didn't tell you, I bought a motorcycle recently. Ah, yeah, you must not have. That was too close. Actually, a little sleep up like that wouldn't be enough to blow my cover, so maybe I'm being a bit too cautious. Still, this is Maria Otonashi I'm dealing with here, so I can't help but be on edge. Besides, I'm not old enough for a license yet. She doesn't have a driver's license. Maybe not pretending to know was the right choice after all. Anyway, I'll come by your place in 15 minutes. Wait for me outside. She hangs up before I have a chance to respond. Who was that, Kazu? I thought I heard a girl's voice. Why didn't you go out on the veranda? Asks a girl in underwear, probably Kazuki Hoshino's older sister. I see. He must not make phone calls in this room when she's home. I'll file that away for future reference. Probably not that Kasumi Mogi of yours, at this time of night. Kasumi Mogi? Who the hell is that? May 2nd, Saturday, 12:31 a.m. Exactly 15 minutes later, Maria Otonashi arrives on a simple, no-frills motorcycle. Here, she tosses a helmet my way. It lands in my arms, but I'm unsure of what to do next. She's quietly observing me, though, so I decide it's best to slip it on right away. Are you wearing a helmet just to stand there? Get on. I climb aboard behind her as ordered and hesitantly wrap my arms around her waist. Maria Otonashi doesn't say anything. Her torso is very slender. It belongs to her, the one I admire so. In less than 10 minutes, she stops the bike in front of a 5-story apartment building. Although it pains me a bit to let go, I slide off the motorcycle and remove my helmet so I can survey her home. It has a brick exterior, probably on the expensive side. It also locks automatically. The rent can't be cheap. I find it hard to believe she would bring her boyfriend over to her parents' place, especially this late at night. She must live on her own. And she's bringing him up to her room. Which means I know what we're doing. No two ways about it. My heart is pounding as loud as thunder. Without any concern for my nervousness, Maria Otonashi leads me into the elevator and straight down the hall, where she unlocks the door to room 403. The first thing I notice as I enter is the smell of peppermint. It's a studio room of about 150 to 200 square feet, about 10 tatami mats in size, but it seems much larger because it's practically empty. Why are you looking around like you've never seen any of this before? Nothing's changed since you were last here. Oh, really? I collect myself and take a seat on one of the floor cushions. Maria Otonashi watches me out of the corner of her eye, then goes and digs around in one of the closets for something. All right, Kazuki, stick out your hands. Stick out my hands? Is she going to kiss them? What are you waiting for? Like this. Maria Otonashi demonstrates by putting both arms out in front of her. I follow suit as she asks. Click. What's that sound? I wonder, just as I sense pressure around my right wrist. I look down at it. Handcuffs. Is this some sort of joke, Otonashi? Joke? I might ask the same thing of you. This is what we always do here. Remember? What we always do. She puts him in handcuffs. What? Are you in the mood to put up a bit of a fight today? What am I ever going to do with you? Oh ow. With an impish smile, Maria Otonashi twists my arm behind my back with practiced ease, snapping the other cuff shut on my left wrist. She attaches another set of restraints on my feet, leaving me on the floor. I try moving a bit. I could probably stand if I tried, but that's about it. We'll be using this today, too. Maria Otonashi pulls out a black cloth and ties it around my eyes. Now I can't see anything, either. I'm in a fine state. I'm bound hand and foot, blindfolded, and stuck wriggling around on the floor like some sort of grub. Like I've been captured by the enemy. Huh? Wait, that's exactly what's happening, isn't it? That should do it. Shall we get started? Maria Otonashi must have noticed something wrong with Kazuki Hoshino. There's no reason for her to do whatever she usually does with her boyfriend at this point. If that's the case, then who exactly is Maria Otonashi interacting with right now? So, she continues on. I know you aren't Kazuki Hoshino. So who are you? I get it. All of this was a big charade to get this personality tied up here like this. Hey, amazing. I wouldn't expect any less of Maria Otonashi. That's why I look up to her so much. It thrills me to know that this won't ruin my image of her. Why are you laughing? You don't seem to understand your present situation. Let's try to hold out for as long as we can. Come on, Otonashi. That's ridiculous. What are you saying? Drop the pointless act. Welp, apparently, it is indeed pointless. That's why I can't stop laughing. You're a strange one. I just deceived you completely and tied you up. But you couldn't seem happier. Can I ask you something? Why don't you think I'm Kazuki Hoshino? I ask, putting an end to the facade. I know about the books, and I listened to your recording. Her frank response clarifies a lot of things. I now understand not just how she saw through me, but also why she's so special. Even if you knew about the books, and even if you listened to that message, you still shouldn't have had any way of distinguishing between me and Kazuki Hoshino. When did you figure out how to tell us apart? I knew the moment you answered your phone with hello. You've got to be kidding. There's no way she could distinguish between two people with the same voice over the phone. Kazuki always answers with yes. He never says hello. Of course, I might have let such a small thing pass under different circumstances, but since I know he is currently trapped in the effects of a box, I'm naturally going to be suspicious of him. After that, it's only a matter of verification. If you get sloppy in your planning, there will always be a trail to follow. I'll throw you a bone here. Kazuki has never been to this apartment. Well, I'm definitely thankful to know that. It makes me sick to think someone as dull as Kazuki Hoshino would regularly visit the home of such a noble woman as Maria Otonashi. So you pulled the wool over my eyes, and now you're checking to make sure that I really exist. There's no need to verify any of that at this point. What I really want to know is if you and Kazuki share the same memories. But it seems I've got my answer. You don't know what he knows. So she's already moved on to the next level of investigation. It's certainly an important question. If Yui Shihara shares memories with Kazuki Hoshino, even someone as clever as she would never be able to prevent information leaks no matter how carefully she and Kazuki Hoshino laid their plans. They could never combine their efforts fully. So let me ask again, who are you? Can't you tell just by looking at me? I'm Kazuki Hoshino. Quit screwing around and answer the question. I shrug. From my position on the floor, I'm not screwing around. I am Kazuki Hoshino. I'm destined to become him thanks to the box's power. What do you mean? I mean exactly what I said. My wish is to become Kazuki Hoshino. The boxes grant wishes, right? That's why I am him. There's no other way to put it. Maria Otonashi falls silent after I finish speaking. You wanted to become Kazuki Hoshino? That's insane. Why Kazuki of all people? I don't see anything particularly impressive about him physically. It's because you're always near him, I answer immediately. Because of me? Yeah, I really admired you, being next to my beloved Maria Otonashi. That alone was worth taking over his body. I hear her let out a weary sigh. I never thought I would help inspire someone to steal Kazuki's body. After that momentary lamentation, Maria Otonashi quickly recovers and presses onward. Now that I know you're trying to pass yourself off as Kazuki Hoshino, I can't very well keep calling you by his name. Fine. Call me Yu Ishihara, then. Yu Ishihara? I've never heard it before. Don't tell me that's your real name. Maybe. HMPH. Fine. I am going to need you to tell me how you switch places with Kazuki, though. And what would be the point of knowing that? I don't have to answer your questions. Well then, I don't have to answer yours. You sure do have a lot of nerve for someone who's practically hog-tied. Don't try to fool me. I know you can't do anything. Inflicting violence on me would mean inflicting violence on the body of Kazuki Hoshino. There are plenty of interrogation methods that don't have an effect on the body, but, well, it's not like violence was ever an option for me. Anyway, she says in a soft voice. Did you say something? It's nothing. More importantly, I take it you aren't going to tell me what I want to know? Nope. To be honest, it doesn't matter to me either way. But I'm still not gonna. It doesn't matter? Well, you see, as long as nothing happens to the box, Kazuki Hoshino will vanish from this body the instant it becomes May 6th, no matter what you do. So how do you think knowing more would change anything? There's no way I'd ever tell you how to get at the box. So what are you going to do? Kill me? That'd mean the death of Kazuki Hoshino, too. I give a deliberately wicked-sounding laugh. So how about it, Maria Otonashi? It's a no-win situation. You probably weren't expecting this level of despair, were you? Hey, what? For some reason, she's giggling. What's so funny is laughing your only option in the face of such a hopeless dilemma? You call this hopeless? All of this is about as threatening as a mosquito compared with the rejecting I had to deal with in the past. Hey, the only threat facing me is the fact that, for the time being, you seem to have no intention of telling me how you take control of Kazuki's body. Do you really think that's a hopeless situation? What part of the only way to resolve this situation is to kill Kazuki Hoshino did you not understand? That's actually the reason why I laughed. I mean, that's a lie, right? I fall silent. I appreciate that you're trying to entrap me, but I'm afraid I'm not going to let myself be taken in by such an obvious attempt at deception. What makes you think I'm lying? You said it yourself. You said that you are Kazuki Hoshino. He doesn't have a box, so that means you shouldn't be the owner. Are we playing word games now or something? None of that will help you escape the reality of this, you know. Still don't get it, do you? Well, let's see if you can answer this. Maria Otonashi speaks in a firm voice. Do you truly believe it's possible for your mind to inhabit another person's body? That's can't answer, huh? I screwed up. I'm not sure exactly how, but I can tell that my failure to answer was a major misstep. Boxes have the capacity to make any wish come true, but anyone who is even somewhat sane would harbor some doubts deep in their mind as to whether such a wish could ever truly be granted. The fact that you couldn't answer with conviction straight away proves you don't fully believe such a wish is possible, either. The box incorporated this doubt into the wish when it was granted. That's why the owner is unable to take control of Kazuki Hoshino. In other words, the owner isn't stealing Kazuki's body, they're still out there somewhere living normally. Unlike you. She fires off another question, ignoring my sullen silence. If you're not the owner, then who are you? I have no answer. If you don't know, then I'll answer for you. You're a false existence conjured up by the distorted nature of the wish. An imitation of the owner, nothing more than a fake. That's right, you're a fabrication. With a small smirk on her face, she continues, and as such, you are not the owner I'm looking for. She's right. I guess that's why I never had the box. But what does that even matter? The whole reason I used the box to make a wish was to be rid of my miserable life. I'm not the owner. I'm a fabrication. So much the better. If I was never a real person to begin with, there's no question in my mind that I can become Kazuki Hoshino. What's that laughter for, Yu Ishihara? Hey, does it really matter? More importantly, I have a question for you now. I'll accept that I'm an invention. So who are you? How is it you're able to understand all of this? Who am I, you say? For some reason, Maria Otonashi seems to be struggling to find the words. You are a falsehood. And what's there to think so hard about? All I'm asking is why you know so much about the boxes. I see. That's what you want to know, is it? Her customary strength creeps back into her voice with this understanding. I am actually a box myself. As one of them, I am obviously familiar with their nature. A box, is that supposed to be a figure of speech? If you want to view it that way. So she's a box. If that's really true, this couldn't be any more perfect. Hey, I have something I need to tell you, don't I? What do you mean, huh? I'm positive I told you last night that I would tell you something today. Well, it's finally the new day, so I'm going to say it. I smile as wide as I can, though I'm sorry she'll be able to see only part of it because of the blindfold. I love you, Maria Otonashi. She described herself as a box. That couldn't be more on the money. It makes her even more ideal. both as a prize to be won and as an adversary. May 2nd, Saturday, 7:06 a.m. I was sleeping in an unfamiliar room with handcuffs on my wrists. What the? My head is still foggy and working slowly from having just woken up. The room is white and smells nice. I can hear someone in the shower. My back hurts. There's a blanket on me. But I'm in cuffs. Wait, what the hell? In a flash, the grogginess is gone. My panicked attempt to jump to my feet ends in me falling flat on my face. As I apply pressure to my injured nose with both hands, I work myself back to a sitting position and take another look around. There's a semi-double bed and a table with a laptop, speakers, and a bunch of difficult-looking books, but other than that, the room is essentially bare. When I notice the blouse of a sailor uniform hanging on the edge of the closet door, I realize I must be in a girl's room. Is this the work of Yui Ishihara? Yeah, it has to be. The sound of the shower stops. After a moment, I hear a hairdryer. Whoever is in there must be the tenant of this apartment. In other words, a girl. That means on the other side of that wall, there's a naked girl. What's going on? What did Yui Ishihara do to her? The sound of the dryer stops, and the door to the bathroom opens. Who? I quickly look away from the figure, who's wearing only a dress shirt. Oh, you're awake. My mind blanks out for a second as I recognize a very familiar voice. Huh? My head snaps up before I can stop myself, and I see a face I know very well. Otonashi. Who else do I look like? Her words prompt me to take in all of her. Yep, this is Maria Otonashi and no one else. Flustered, I avert my gaze once I realize I've been staring very intently at her while she has only a shirt and underwear on. Hey, you should be more careful if you know I'm around. What are you getting so worked up about? Just a little peek isn't going to do any harm, is it? That doesn't sound like the type of thing a girl would say. In fact, it sounds more like one of Haruaki's lines when he's harassing Kokon. I'm about to say so, but the next thing that comes out of Otonashi's mouth puts her previous remark to shame. Yesterday, you saw way more than my underwear. After all, it's a little late to get your boxers in a twist over this, don't you think? What? You may look all calm and innocent, but you went for it as soon as we got inside. I never would have suspected. What are you talking about? Everything about the present circumstances agrees with what Otonashi is hinting at, though. This is her room, she was taking a shower, and now she's here dressed like she has nothing to hide. Why, you're joking, right? I ask apprehensively. Yes, I am, Otonashi replies, quick and easy. Huh? HMPH, I see. You really are Kazuki Hoshino. No one else could mimic the way your mouth hangs open like an idiot's. As I hoped, none of it was true, but an unbearable emotion I can't quite put my finger on wells up within me. Hey, Otonashi? Since I don't know how I got here, I'm guessing that means you spoke with Yui Ishihara. As I speak, she approaches my awkward position on the floor until she's practically on top of me. She's so close I can catch a whiff of some pleasant aroma, maybe shampoo or conditioner or something. What are you doing? I hear a couple of clicks and realize that Otonashi is removing my leg restraints. Not that I'm not glad about that, but I wish she would have said something first. Once the cuffs are off, Otonashi sits back. Okay, I follow suit and sit up straight as well. A few moments pass, and then she says, who am I? Kazuki? What's she asking this for all of a sudden? She's Maria Otonashi. I knows that in a heartbeat. I can't help but wonder why she's asking, given our current circumstances. Remember our time in the rejecting classroom, huh? Her hint reminds me of the time she asked us all to write our name, much like she's doing now. Back then, Otonashi had been trying to see if any of us would write Maria, a name only someone who had managed to retain their memories would know. So why is she doing something similar now? It must be so she can tell us apart. She's asking to see if I'm really me or Yui Ishihara. If I use the name only the real me would know, she can be sure she's dealing with me and not the imposter. AI Otonashi. With an edge to my voice, I reply with a name she once used in the rejecting classroom that the false me could not possibly know. Still, is she asking me because she can't yet distinguish between me and Yui Ishihara? Does she really need to go this far to tell us apart? It's really disheartening somehow. So you call me Aya? Otonashi asks softly, in a tone that implies she's less than pleased herself. Was that the wrong answer? No, it's correct. I just didn't expect you to reach a clear response that quickly, that's all. Anyway, does this mean you're sure it's really me now? For the time being. I'm sure you've guessed by now, but I've been keeping tabs on essentially everything. I've already listened to the voice memo he left. Yeah, I even talked to him. What was he like? Were you able to get anything out of him? Well, I can't really say. I detect a hint of coldness in her reply. He must have been violent, right? That's why you had to tie him up? That possibility was part of the reason I had these ready, yes, but I think it's more appropriate to say I got the cuffs for you. What? What ran through your mind when you woke up and found yourself restrained? What did you actually do? I freaked out, and I fell on my face for no good reason. I wanted to provoke that kind of reaction in you. You wanted to mess with me? I thought if I could see you panic, I might learn to recognize the moment you switch from Ui Shihara to Kazuki Hoshino. Unfortunately, I missed it while I was in the shower. It would have been fascinating, and I'm truly sorry I wasn't able to see it. If that's not messing with me, I don't know what is. Anyway, that's enough for now. It's time to get moving, Kazuki. Huh? Otonashi looks exasperated for some reason. You need to get home. Do you have any idea what time it is? I glance around and spot a clock on the wall. It's 7:15 in the morning. Do you plan on being late? It's time to head to school. Our school has every second and fourth Saturday off, but otherwise, we have classes up until fourth period. What's the talk about? Does going to school empty-handed sound like a good idea to you? She's right. I have to stop by my house first. Is it okay if I go home by myself? Are you serious? You don't even know your way from here. Do you honestly expect to make it on your own? Besides, if you're on foot, you'll never make it in time for class. I'll give you a ride on my bike. Oh okay. What do I do? It's not like I intended to, but I stayed out all night without even telling anyone, let alone asking for permission. And now I'm coming home in the morning. I check my phone and see that, as expected, I've missed several calls from my mum. That in itself is bad enough, but if I show up with a girl my age, hey, Otonashi, I need you to stay out of sight when we get to my place. Why? Otonashi looks puzzled. I guess she didn't catch my meaning. At this rate, my only option is to sneak home and get ready without mum noticing. May 2nd, Saturday, 7:34 a.m. My attempt to get home without being noticed could not have failed any harder. I screwed up, Otonashi whispers to me after we park her bike in front of my house and start walking toward the station. You really did. I agree with a sigh. My mom spotted us just as we were about to go up the stairs. Naturally, she started chewing me out straight away. It was unavoidable, really. I understand it's her job as a mother to be angry when her son stays out all night without permission. She had to do it. But I also knew Otonashi would get impatient the longer she had to wait out front. When Otonashi finally appeared, as expected, my mom fixed her with a baleful glare as the one responsible for my late arrival at home. Otonashi answered the evil eye with a surprisingly weak smile before explaining, Kazuki wasn't out partying all night, just so you know. He was with me in my apartment the entire time. We didn't call anyone else over. It was just the two of us. Nothing to worry about. That's, even worse. My mum still hadn't quite learned to let go of us kids, and Otonashi's words left her so obviously petrified that I had to feel sorry for her. Oblivious to the reason for my mother's reaction, Otonashi frowned and went on, What's the matter? I told you Kazuki slept at my place and didn't stay out anywhere else. What's wrong with that? Sure, I got a little rough with him, but still. Mom's eyes slowly moved down to my wrists, which were red from the handcuffs. She crumpled to the ground. It was only after Otonashi rushed over to catch her that she finally understood. Oh, we're the same age and different genders, aren't we? How am I ever supposed to face my mom now? I let out a long sigh at the memory. What are you talking about? What am I talking about? You just said you screwed up. I did, but I was talking about my motorcycle. Your motorcycle? It dawns on me that our concerns are not on the same page. I let you ride my bike, right? Twice, if I include Ui Ishihara. That's what I was calling a screw-up. Huh? Why? Imagine if Ui Ishihara takes over your body while you're on my bike. He might get scared and let go of me, just like how you got spooked and fell over because you were cuffed. Oh. That's why Otonashi left her bike at my place. That was sloppy for me. I need to be more careful from here on out. Yeah. By the way, Otonashi, don't you think it's about time you fill me in on what happened with Ui Ishihara? I know something is up the instant the question left my mouth. Otonashi stops in her tracks and looks over at me expressionlessly. Why is she looking at me like that? She answers, her face still devoid of emotion. I can't tell you. Why? I thought I already explained. She dismisses me indifferently. I can't trust anything you say or do anymore. She did say that. I remember hearing it. There's no way I could forget. But still, doesn't that statement not apply anymore? I mean, back then we had only the vaguest clue of what was going on. But it's different now. Otonashi knows the reason for my mysterious behavior. I wouldn't assume that if I were you. Guess you still don't get it, do you? I have no way of telling how much of what Yu Ishihara said to me is true. He could actually have all your memories and be using both personalities to fool me. And no way. True, I may be overthinking, but I still don't have any proof to the contrary. But that's, suppose the nature of the box as Yu Ishihara described it is fact. Even then, Otonashi suddenly claps her hands together with a loud pop. I flinch at the unexpected noise. Say he took control of you just then. I wouldn't have any way of confirming that. That means I'd be talking to him under the assumption that he's Kazuki Hoshino the whole time. I can't tell when you switch places. It's possible I might accidentally leak an important detail to Yu Ishihara. That's why things are so dangerous. It's essentially the same issue as the one with my bike earlier. I can't deny the truth of what she's saying. But I know I'm Kazuki Hoshino. Here's another example of what I mean. You think you're Kazuki Hoshino, right? Of course I do. But what if you're someone else who simply believes they're him? I'm about to say that's not possible, but I stop midway. In that case, what could possibly prove I am actually Kazuki Hoshino? My appearance, my personality, my memories. In the same way, what makes Yu Ishihara actually Yu Ishihara despite inhabiting my body? No, I'm getting this wrong. I am Kazuki Hoshino. There's no mistaking that. I will never let myself doubt that. I was just speaking of one possibility. Don't brood over it too much. But you do understand why I can't trust you, right? I have yet to solve the puzzle of this box, this week in the mud, so to speak. Until I do, I cannot allow myself to trust any personality that inhabits Kazuki Hoshino's body. So when will she get to the bottom of the week in the mud and begin trusting me again? I guess that time will never come as long as Yu Ishihara is in my body. She doesn't trust me. Otonashi is supposed to be on my side, but she still doesn't trust me. I spot the closest train station. My feet come to a halt. Why are you stopping? The train is going to be here soon. Why do we even need to go to school? I forgot. Since Otonashi is with me. If everything was normal, then of course I would go. Even if things weren't, I would probably still go as a way of fighting back. Under the current circumstances, though, the more I go to school, the more I irreparably damage any place for me there, if I even have one left. We're going there to gather information about Yu Ishihara. He has to be someone close to us, and the only people who would have contact with both of us would most likely be other students at our school. It's obvious how important it is to go and find what we can. But you could probably do that without me there. The conditions for finding information will change greatly depending on whether you're there or not. Today is also our last day of school before the break, so we can't let it go to waste, she says. She's basically telling me she doesn't care whether my life goes to hell if it means getting a box. I had it wrong all along. I thought Otonashi really was on my side, but that's not the case at all. She isn't with me to help me. She's here on a mission to encounter Ro again and obtain a box. So what does that make me in her mind? Probably. Just bait for catching. Oh. Kazuki, I understand why you're depressed about going to school, but you must know it's for the best, right? It isn't like you to merely stand there when you know what needs to be done. Otonashi is trying to admonish me, but I'm sure it's to serve her own purposes. After all, she doesn't trust me. Still, since I can't even see Yu Ishihara, let alone confront him myself, I need to work with someone, and she's the only person who comes to mind. Confiding in someone in this situation is essentially putting my life in their hands. All I can do is have faith that the things she's telling me are true. If Otonashi wanted to lead me into a trap, it would be pitifully easy for her to do so. So what do we need to do at school? But despite all that, she's the only partner I've got. Good question. For example, she lays out several ideas, all of which I agree with. I'm not surprised she can rattle off good plans. But it also makes me scared to think of what she'd be capable of if she betrayed me. Do you have ideas? I think it over, but I can come up with only one thing. How about if I start calling you by a different name? What do you mean? I'll call you AI instead of Otonashi. Yu Ishihara doesn't know that name, so he'll never use it. That way, when I call you AI, you'll know for sure it's really me. What do you think? Otonashi falls silent for a moment. Don't think it'll work? No, I think it's a good plan. Let's try it out. She agrees, but for some reason she doesn't seem happy about it. So it's back to AI Otonashi. It occurs to me that AI Otonashi is the name of a fictitious person who never existed in my everyday life. It's also the name of someone I once considered an enemy. May 2nd, Saturday, 8:11 a.m. I can feel the air in the classroom drop a few degrees the moment Otonashi and I enter the room together. No one says hello to me, as expected. Not Dayo, of course, and not even Haruaki. Kokon's seat is still empty. She might not be coming to class today, because of what I did. I'm sure it has to be. I bite my lip as I go and sit at my desk. I'm sure Otonashi didn't know the extent of my situation. She regards me sadly for a moment but quickly recovers her composure. After a quick look around the classroom, she loudly claps her hands twice. Can I have your attention for a moment, everyone? All eyes in the classroom are instantly on us, though we were already the center of everyone's focus to begin with. Do any of you know a person named Yui Shihara? Several of the students exchanged dubious glances at the question. Otonashi said it's highly probable that the owner is one of our classmates. I can understand her logic, since it's extremely unlikely that someone who doesn't know us would go so far as to use a box to try to steal my body. But isn't the owner this Yui Shihara person who's inside my body? Is she suggesting that the owner is someone else? I don't get it, but I do know asking our classmates if they know the name Yui Shihara is a good idea. Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? Someone asks with an expression of undisguised contempt. It's Mizaki. You again? What do you want? Do you know Yui Shihara? Mizaki snorts derisively and disregards her question completely. How can you two go around together like normal after what happened? What's he getting at? I glance at some of our other classmates. Their anger is plain on their faces, probably motivated by righteous indignation toward me, meaning, my classmates can't stand me being with Otonashi. So how about it, Hoshino? I can't understand what upsets them about us being together in the first place, so I have no real answer for his question. Even worse, the last thing I would want to do is ask what exactly Yui Shihara did. All I can do is keep my mouth shut. Mizaki responds to my silence with an exaggerated sigh. Whatever, I won't ask about it anymore. Now, let me share something more personal with you. In disgust, he spits. He's my mother's common-law husband. Oh, guess I should clarify. Yui Shihara is my mother's common-law husband. That's an abrupt revelation. Mizaki, can you tell us a bit more about him? Come on, now. Isn't it obvious this relationship isn't an easy topic? We have our reasons for asking. Isn't my mentioning his name enough cause for conversation about it? Mizaki scowls but resignedly agrees with a blunt. Fine, I understand. Perhaps because of the nature of the story, Mizaki asks that we go out into the hallway. It's not like I'm trying to keep any of this a secret, see? And thus, Mizaki starts his explanation. His parents divorced during his first year of middle school, the reason being that they fell out of love with each other. Both of them found love as they eventually moved in with, and for Mizaki's mother, that was Yui Shihara. Neither Mizaki's real father nor his mother wanted their son in their new homes, perhaps because he was a reminder of the lives they were leaving. While they never openly expressed these feelings, they were still never able to conceal them completely, so Mizaki was well aware of how they felt. I don't know why things ended up that way between Mizaki's parents, but I do know it had nothing to do with him as their son. It was an undeniable betrayal, and not something that could ever be entirely forgiven. After a bit of a dispute, Mizaki's father eventually took custody of him. But as it turned out, Mizaki found that he couldn't accept the idea of building a home with his father and new mother, either. He rejected the idea of sharing a roof with them, instead opting to live on his own in an apartment and only receive money for living expenses. This was during his second year of middle school. It was the type of unhappy family life you see all the time in soap operas but almost never in real life, and Mizaki apparently believed himself to be the unluckiest middle schooler in the world. Unsurprisingly, he hated all of them. His parents for creating this whole mess, his new mother, and Yui Shihara. They can all curl up and die for all I care. Despite the venomous remark, Mizaki's voice is surprisingly free of emotion. I understand how you feel, but I don't think you should say things like that. Thank you so much for the nice sentiment, he replies caustically. Are you satisfied now? Yeah. I appreciate you telling us about this. I know it couldn't have been easy to talk about, Maria answers. Huh, that's not like you at all, he says. Seems like you've been dealt a harder hand in life than I thought. Thanks for the sympathy. The bell rings. Anyway, I'm going back to class. By the way, Hoshino. Mizaki didn't look at me even once during his account of Yui Shihara, but as we make our way back to the classroom, he turns his attention to me. I may have answered Otonashi's questions, but don't get the wrong idea. I still think you're despicable, he snaps, returning to his seat. The rest of the class is all smiles, all but shouting out well done to Mizaki for telling me off. I'm sure he purposely timed his remarks so that everyone would hear it right as we entered the classroom. What a jerk. I slump over my desk, hiding my face in my hands. Kazuki, I'm going back to my class. Don't forget what we talked about on the way to school, okay? Give it a try. I raise my head in resignation, take out my phone, and send Otonashi a blank message. Otonashi checks her mail and nods approvingly. I go into my outbox and erase the evidence. Don't forget to do it during class, too. I'm supposed to send these every 10 minutes. Otonashi's orders. Supposedly, this will help us learn when I switch from me to Yui Ishihara. Since the only one who's aware of this plan is me, Yui Ishihara has no way of knowing that he needs to send anything. That said, we still don't know all the details of the week in the mud, so we can't say for certain that this method is foolproof. Is there anything else? Nope, nothing else. A flicker of dejection passes across Otonashi's face, and she eventually turns and leaves the classroom without another word. I let out a long, slow breath. So Yui Ishihara is the common-law husband of Misaki's mother? He's the one who's inside my body? It doesn't make sense that the person trying to steal my identity is some adult I've never even met before. My phone vibrates in my pocket, where I'd put it without thinking. I take it out right away. I've got a new message, so I open my inbox. The sender is Maria Otonashi. Maybe she forgot to tell me something, or maybe it's easier to communicate it over text rather than out loud. Opening the message, I see only a single sentence, a message so simple that she was most likely accounting for the risk that I've switched places with Yui Ishihara. Don't trust any of it. I think I get what she means. Why has Misaki been messing with us since yesterday? The reason behind that. Now that I consider it, a possibility leaps to the forefront of my mind. Maybe Misaki is actually working with Yui Ishihara. That's why he's been approaching us so much recently, so he can report back about us. There's no way I can take his words at face value when he's in a position to do that. I have to say I find it difficult to believe that the Yui Ishihara he knows is the same Yui Ishihara who's trying to steal my life. At the same time, I also doubt that everything he told us was a lie. His emotions while he was talking about his family didn't seem false at all. I look back down at my phone and read over Otonashi's brief message again. Don't trust any of it. She might mean something different. Maybe she's not referring to what Misaki told us. After all, I can't afford to trust anything. The only way I have of knowing what Yui Ishihara does while in control of my body is through other people. But none of these other people are my allies. Not Misaki, not Haruaki, not Kokon, not Dayo, and not even Ai Otonashi. None of them are truly with me in this. I erase the mail. Otonashi had instructed me to delete her messages as soon as I read them. My hands clench into fists. Why? Even Yui Ishihara has allies. Why can't Kazuki Hoshino? May 2nd, Saturday, 9:05 a.m. I'm surprised to find that Kazuki Hoshino has been in class. I really expected to find him bound up in Maria Otonashi's room, so I'm caught completely off guard. Kazuki Hoshino has a lot of guts coming to school when everyone in the class has it in for him. Maybe Maria Otonashi forced him to go so they can gather information. If so, she's more cold-hearted than I thought. Not that any of that matters. It still won't change the outcome. It won't alter the fact that Kazuki Hoshino's life will be in ruins. After all, just being with Maria Otonashi will be enough to make his normal life hell. Thanks to my little setup. Why did I confess my love to Kokon Kairino? To bring that much more chaos into Kazuki Hoshino's life, of course. The reason I chose this method out of all the others is simply that it has the strongest potential for revenge. I mean, how could anyone not want to get back at this guy? Who does he think he is, acting all friendly with members of the opposite sex when he already has Maria Otonashi as a lover? That's why I decided that putting an end to those relationships with professions of love seemed the most fitting. I was rewarded with immediate results that created wide-reaching after effects. My little confession to Kairino has proven more explosive than I could ever have hoped. Oamine actually beat him up. The remark that set those wheels in motion wasn't even actually meant to hurt Kairino. All I said to her was, "Hey, hurry up and give me your answer." I had only been trying to determine what went down between them after my initial confession of love, but for some reason, those words had proved so incredibly shocking to Kairino that she broke down in tears, and this in turn had caused Oamine to overreact with physical force. Why did things turn out that way? I couldn't figure it out at first, but I soon realized the answer after a little deliberation. Kazuki Hoshino and Yui Ishihara don't share their memories. Imagine if Kairino had already responded to what she thought was Kazuki Hoshino's romantic declaration, and then I came along and said what I did. How would Kairino have taken that? There's no way of knowing for certain, but it's worth assuming that it hurt her. I'm not quite sure why Oamine responded as violently as he did. I've heard rumors that he harbors special feelings for her, though it may not be apparent from the way he usually treats her, but perhaps there is a grain of truth to be found there. I never actually saw what happened next, and I learned about it only after the fact from Haruaki Yui. Once Oamine laid into Hoshino, Most of the other kids in class 2-3 were aware that the scuffle had started because Kazuki told Kirino he was in love with her. That was fine. The problem was what happened next. When Maria Otonashi showed up, Hoshino went straight to his lover's side without any hesitation, like he wanted her to comfort him. He didn't spare a moment's notice for the feelings of Koko and Kirino as she sobbed away, even though he had supposedly claimed to love her. To make matters worse, Kazuki Hoshino continues to associate with Maria Otonashi as if nothing happened. Obviously, blowing off someone as popular as Koko and Kirino would enrage his classmates. But Hoshino still has no choice but to depend on Maria Otonashi. That's how his precious normal life fell apart around him. Not because of anything I did, but through the actions of Kazuki Hoshino himself. Nothing in the world could make me happier. I tell the teacher I'm going to the bathroom, and I step out into the hallway. As soon as I do, I notice Maria Otonashi watching me. Her brows furrow as she demands, "What are you smiling about?" Apparently, I can't keep my joy from reaching my lips. "Maybe because you're here waiting for me, Otonashi." HMPH, I suppose you're trying to act like Kazuki Hoshino, Yui Ishihara? She figured out it's Yui Ishihara with only what we said just now? Why am I not surprised? She came running to the front of class 2-3 as soon as I took control. She and Kazuki Hoshino must have come up with some way of telling when it's me. "Come with me," she orders. "Where are we going?" She smiles faintly at my question. "What are you saying? You announced where you were going just a moment ago, didn't you? Huh? You're going to the bathroom. May 2nd, Saturday, 9:14 a.m. You sure this is okay? If word gets out that you were in here with Kazuki Hoshino, it could mean big trouble for both of you." Maria Otonashi leads me into one of the stalls of the girls' bathroom. Hey, I walk right into the stall without a second thought, and she regards me with a cold smile. What exactly is she plotting here? True, the toilets up on the 3rd floor of the second annex don't see much use, since there's nothing on this floor but special-purpose classrooms. I still can't figure out for the life of me why she would go to the trouble of bringing me all the way here, though. You're right. If we get caught, we would both be suspended. Everyone in school would hate us. Are you already desperate? Well then, how about we make a little bit of noise, if that's what you want? I'm game if you are. Her smile has just the slightest hint of derision. She must already know I'm not sincere. The plan is to assume Kazuki Hoshino's position in life as it stands now. While I have succeeded in doing more damage to it than I thought possible, I don't want to get him into any real trouble beyond that. Now then, Yui Ishihara, let's see Kazuki's phone. Well, that was sudden. Just open his pictures, specifically, the 3rd from the top. I have half a mind to refuse, but I end up playing along since there's no point in giving her a hard time. I open the picture in question. It appears to be a selfie taken by a cute girl in pajamas. So, can you tell me who that is? Is there a point to this question? I'm afraid I can't answer that for various reasons. That was more straightforward than I expected. I take another look at the picture. I have no clue who she is, but I'm sure it's not to my advantage to simply admit as much. I scan the background of the picture. She's definitely in a hospital. Now that I think about it, I did hear about a big accident that happened nearby about 2 months ago. Could she be the victim? Unfortunately, I can't remember the name they mentioned. Welp, I don't know what I don't know, so I simply toss out the first name that comes to mind and hope it's right. Kasumi Mogi. I try the name I heard the other night from the underwear girl, Rika Hoshino. Sorry, but that's incorrect. Damn. I smile ruefully. I was just saying whatever since I don't really know. I lied. What? I lied when I said you got the name wrong. The girl in the picture actually is her. Only you don't know what she looks like, Maria Otonashi says without even the tiniest shift in her expression. That's a dirty trick. What's dirty about it? It's your fault for letting yourself think things would work themselves out if you managed to guess the right answer. On to the next question. How are Kazuki Hoshino and Kasumi Mogi connected? I still don't understand what she's getting at with these questions. I'm sure she's trying to confuse me, though. I search for an acceptable answer. They're friends, and I knew she wouldn't let me off the hook that easily. I don't even know who Kasumi Mogi is, so how could I possibly know what they are beyond that? It's an obvious conclusion. I already said I didn't know her, so what other answer can I give? Even she should have no problem with that. You don't know Kasumi Mogi? All the same, Maria Otonashi fires back like I've committed a fatal error. I thought I told you earlier. I've never seen the girl in that photo before today. That's true, you haven't. I hear what you're saying. But why does never having seen her before mean you don't know her? Come on, you're not making sense. If I've never seen her before, how in the hell could I? No, wait. Interesting. Well, thanks to this, I think I'm that much closer to pinpointing your identity. You can't be in class 2-3, So that's what she was after. It's safe to assume that Kasumi Mogi hasn't been coming to school because of her hospitalization. That's why I've never seen her before. But the members of Class 2-3 would at least know her name, even if they've never seen her in person. There's no way they wouldn't pick up on the name of the one in the empty desk, not to mention any of the other opportunities a classmate would have to hear it. So the purpose of these questions was to narrow down the list of suspects. HMPH. To be honest, I had considered it highly probable that Ryu Mizaki was the owner, but if you aren't in 2-3, that wouldn't work. Ryu Mizaki? Why would she mention his name? Don't tell me. He went and acted on his own since I couldn't give him instructions while Maria Otonashi had me trapped earlier. You, or to be more precise, the owner, is not one of Kazuki's classmates yet still knows a lot about us. Not many people fulfill those conditions as far as I can tell. It's probably someone who Kazuki or I could think of if we try, isn't it? Of course, there's no way I'm going to answer that. I've considered one other thing. About Yui Ishihara. Ryu Mizaki said he's his mother's common-law husband. But when I think about why he would be willing to share such a thing with us, it's only natural to reach certain conclusions about his intentions. That's right. Maria Otonashi speaks with confidence. There is no one by the name of Yui Ishihara. I swallow. It was just a made-up name from the beginning. I'm sure you or Mizaki came up with the idea of using it. You wanted to make it seem like Yui Ishihara actually exists to throw us off the trail of the real owner, right? Cooking up a messy relationship like a common-law marriage was probably another move to make it harder for us to sniff around for clues. He doesn't exist and was merely a diversion. Eh? Wow, she really did see through our plans. But she's also completely wrong. Yui Ishihara is indeed the common-law husband of Ryu Mizaki's mother. The only thing is that he doesn't exist anymore. He's dead, after all. Are you through? Can I talk about something now? Maria Otonashi scowls, probably wary thanks to my sudden desire to speak. What do you want to talk about? I'm sure this will be of interest to you, too. In fact, I imagine you've been racking your brains trying to figure this one out. I smile broadly as I continue. I'm going to tell you all about how the week in the mud works. May 2nd, Saturday, 10 o'clock a.m. Little by little, I assemble bits and pieces of information and regain control of Kazuki Hoshino. Sky, concrete, ground, gravel. Maria Otonashi. My hands. Kazuki Hoshino. We're behind the school, and I''m.me. After so many switches back and forth, I'm finally starting to get used to this. But with familiarity comes certain realizations. This is a pseudo-death. There's a me that's there when I'm not. During those times, I vanish completely. I don't even dream. It's a death visiting me in stages. If I can't put an end to the week in the mud before the end of May 5th, I'll disappear for good, never to return. In other words, I'll die. Kazuki, it's Otonashi, standing right in front of me. I nod a silent affirmation before realizing that isn't good enough. That's right. Otonashi looks at her watch and frowns. I notice the battered electric guitar at her feet. Oh, this? I took it from the room of the light music club. The guitar looks really old, but judging from the fresh set of strings, it must still see regular use. Also, I bet she didn't ask permission before borrowing it. I picked it up as a hobby to relieve the boredom of the rejecting classroom. Otonashi takes the guitar in hand and begins strumming. She's much better than I am. I only just barely learned to play an F chord. She stops as quickly as she started and holds the guitar out to me. Huh? Play it. I know your sister gave you her guitar. Yeah, but I'm really bad. I can't play anything. That doesn't matter. I want you to play for the entire time I'm talking. That way we'll know the instant Yui Ishihara takes control again. See? Ah, I get it. That's why she took the guitar. I'm so bad it's embarrassing. But I begin playing the song of a famous rock band I saw a while back in a method book. I'm surprised you knew my sister gave me her guitar. There isn't a single thing about you that I don't know, she replies without a trace of shame. Have you forgotten anything that happened in the rejecting classroom? My fingers keep fumbling over the strings as this question pops into my head. Yes, I remember it well. But if I were to be completely honest, I would have to say there are some things I have forgotten because of the sheer length of time I spent in there. Especially since it was the same day over and over. For the most part, I remember everything, though. Otonashi gives me a questioning look. Is it not the same for you? Yeah, I don't remember much of it at all. I don't have any emotions to go with the memories of back then, so it's easy for them to slip away. Kind of like how it's impossible to remember the faces of each and every person you pass on the street. Otonashi falls silent for a moment, her eyes wide. Huh? What's the matter? Oh. It's nothing. Her obvious distress ends up confusing me. So what you're saying is that you remember hardly any of what we went through together in that box? Why yeah. I.see. For some reason, Otonashi goes silent once more. When I look over at her, waiting for her to speak up again, she hurriedly averts her gaze. I suppose it makes sense when you put it that way. There's no reason to expect you could remember things the way I do. You're not an owner, either. I think I'm finally beginning to understand. Refusing to meet my gaze, she mumbles, "That's why you call me Aya, isn't it?" "Huh?" "Nothing." Otonashi's typical composure returns in a flash, and she fixes me with a stern gaze. "Hey, Kazuki, you've stopped playing." Flustered, I start strumming again. I've forgotten where I was in the song, so I go back to the beginning. "Thanks to your nonsense, we still haven't even gotten to the matter at hand." "Sorry." "So, what is the matter at hand?" "Right. I'm still deciding whether we can believe anything new Ishihara says, so let's set that aside for now. I need to tell you about this latest box while I can be sure that you're really Kazuki Hoshino." I nod as if to say go ahead. In actuality, there are different kinds of boxes. For a simple, albeit potentially misleading, description, there are boxes that act inwardly and boxes that apply their effects outwardly. The rejecting classroom was more of an internal type, while this recent week in the mud is most likely an external type. How are they different? The internal type of boxes are the ones you get when the owner isn't certain their wish is truly possible in the real world. Kasumi Mogi, the owner of the rejecting classroom, wasn't fully convinced she could redo the past. That's why the box created an entire realm where she could believe in her wish coming true instead of applying its effects to our world. Mogi and her classmates were placed inside this box where she could believe. I nod as I keep strumming away on the guitar. External boxes are what you get when the owner does believe their wish can be implemented even in the real world. It seems the one responsible for the week in the mud feels that their wish can come true in the real world as long as they have the power of the box. Simply seizing control of someone else's body doesn't seem too far removed from reality. It's credible, so there's no need to go and create a separate dimension. I think that might also be part of the reason why I can't fully sense this box. I'm not sure I've got all the details, but if the owner doesn't think the box's miracle can happen in the real world, it will result in an internal type box, and if they do believe, it will result in an external type box. That's the gist of it. If we want to make things even easier to understand, we can assign the boxes a rating on a scale of 1 to 10. The rejecting classroom would be an internal level 9, while the week in the mud would be something like an external level 4. The higher the external level, the stronger the box's influence on reality. The rejecting classroom had almost no influence, as evidenced by how none of the trapped students has any recollection of that time. So I guess she's saying this new box, the week in the mud, isn't like that? I suddenly realize the harsh reality of what she's implying. At present, all my classmates hate my guts. My relationships with Daya, Kokon, and Haruaki have all been destroyed. So that means my life will never go back to the way it was before. Yes, I stop playing the guitar. The sound fades. Nothing will go back to how it was. My normal life will never return. I'll never recover my peaceful, mundane existence from this madness. Then there's nothing left. There's nothing left for me to even try to take back. The moment this realization dawns on me, everything goes black, as if someone tripped the breakers on the world. There's nothing for me to work toward. There's no point in destroying the box. I've truly lost everything. Nothing matters anymore. I begin stumbling away. Otonashi says something, and I say something back. I don't know what she said, or what I replied, but none of that matters. Anyway, I want to scream. But even if I did, no one would help me. May 2nd, Saturday, 11 o'clock a.m. I'm in a convenience store for some reason. I'm holding a weekly manga magazine. I check the time on Kazuki Hoshino's phone. This is still partway through third period, so why am I here at the store? I look around me, but I don't see Maria Otonashi anywhere. What does that mean? Don't tell me they finally called it quits. Though a fear lingers in my head that this could be a trap, I have to take this chance to speak with Ryu Mizaki. I dial the number from memory. The phone continues ringing for a time. Ryu Mizaki is still in class, so he probably can't answer right away. I hang up, and just as I'm erasing the evidence from the phone's history, I get a call back straight away. Hello? Ryu Mizaki? Why do you always have to call me by my full name? He answers irritably. I'm nobody. I'm sure the one in your memory didn't call you by your full name, but I felt doing so was the most natural thing for me under the circumstances. I see. So, don't you have something you need to be doing? What do you want? You're in the middle of class, aren't you? Are you okay to talk? You take precedence. I wonder if it's okay for a class president to say something like that. But it makes me happy to hear it all the same. Anyway, I wanted to discuss how we're going to proceed from here. It's probably best not to speak about that while I'm at school. How about coming by my place? That's fine with me. But you see the issue. right? I'm not sure it'll be my time when noon rolls around. That's why I said my house. We can restrain Kazuki Hoshino before then. It's your turn again at 1, isn't it? Ah, I see. Well then, how about I fill you in on a good way to bind someone up? It's actually the same technique Maria Otonashi used on me. I explain about the handcuffs and leg restraints. Cuffs? Huh? I suppose that could work. Can you pick some up before we meet? No problem. You know where my place is, right? Yeah. See you later. I hang up and immediately wipe the call from the phone's history. Ryo Mizaki's house, eh? Now that I think about it, this will be the first time I've ever been there. I've always held off visiting before. It's kind of ironic that my first visit will be in this body. May 2nd, Saturday, 11:47 a.m. Ryo Mizaki's apartment is in a wood frame building that's 2 stories tall and about 2 less stars than the fancy condo where Maria Otonashi lives. No auto lock systems here. I walk up to his room on the 2nd floor and ring the bell. Ryo Mizaki pokes his head out right away. Got a present for you. I hand him a brown paper bag. Inside are some handcuffs and leg restraints. Ryo Mizaki takes the bag with almost no change of expression. I take off my shoes and step into the apartment. The room is maybe a little over 100 square feet, about 6 tatami mats in size. It's small but well organized. As I plop down on the floor, a random thought crosses my mind. Man, that PC covers most of his desk. Oh yeah. I was going to chew you out. You acted on your own and said something you shouldn't have to Maria Otonashi, didn't you? A smirk appears on Ryo Mizaki's face as if to say, you're one to talk. She noticed you were trying to throw her off the trail. I think she's even figured out that we're in cahoots. Yeah, just as I expected. I frown at his unconcerned response. I don't get it. You revealed that you're working with me on purpose, so it would seem. No. I don't think so. That sounds like an excuse to cover up for his mistake after the fact. Maria Otonashi was suspicious of me from the moment I initiated contact with Kazuki Hoshino. That's how on point she is. I decided there was no way I could continue deceiving her. You still didn't have to tell her so much, though. Your goal is to break Kazuki Hoshino down until he gives in, right? Yeah, what of it? Well, you're going to have to go through Otonashi to do that. Since you can't actually do anything to him directly, the only means of attacking him is through her. But I don't need to tell you how cunning she is. She may be able to mitigate the effectiveness of any attack we attempt through her. I see your point, but what I'm saying is that we need to find someone else we can use to get at him directly without involving Otonashi. And of course it goes without saying that I'm the only one who can do that. True. The easiest way to set it up was to make it clear that I'm your accomplice. If I made it too obvious, though, it would most likely put them even more on guard. That's why I did things the way I did, he explains matter-of-factly. I smile ruefully without realizing it. Wow, he's really considered every little contingency. I always knew I could count on him, but this is beyond my greatest expectations. I've already got a plan put together. What is it? I'll show him the bodies, Ryo Mizaki says. So you can extinguish the last bit of hope in Kazuki Hoshino? I'm sure witnessing a couple of corpses will give him quite a shock. Ryo Mizaki's mouth twitches up in a smile at my question. How about if I tell him you killed them just a moment before he sees them? Now, that sounds interesting. I can't help but smile, too. I'll show Kazuki Hoshino the true depths of despair. Just you wait, he spits. Ryo Mizaki casually picks up the bag and tosses me the restraints from inside. May 2nd, Saturday, 12 p.m. Who's this guy in front of me? His sharp gaze refuses to leave my face, and I realize the owner is Ryo Mizaki, only without his glasses. Why am I with him? I'm in a small room, with my hands and legs cuffed. It's apparent something bad is going down here. What was I doing before I lost control? I can't remember. Everything went black as soon as I realized I was never going to get my old life back. And now I'm here. Are you Kazuki Hoshino now? Mizaki asks, putting his glasses back on. The question must be his way of saying he already knows the whole story and has no intention of hiding it. This is my house. I'm the one who tied you up. What for? What for? I thought you Ishihara already explained all that. So we can make you give up. Does that mean Mizaki is acting on behalf of you Ishihara and not himself? Hoshino, did Otonashi fill you in on how this box works? I shake my head. So she's hiding it from you. Well, I suppose that's an appropriate choice. Yu Ishihara told me he explained things to Otonashi under the assumption that she would pass it on to you. I do vaguely remember she was trying to tell me what she learned from Yu Ishihara. I'll explain things to you instead. Haha, this is all so much easier now that I can be your enemy out in the open. My enemy? What did you say? Nothing. So, you already heard that the box will erase you from existence in 1 week. right? Yeah. Before we go any further, can I ask you something? What? I can't believe anything you say. I mean, you're my enemy, right? There's no way I can accept anything you tell me on faith since you've already tried to deceive me. That's true. Mizaki accepts that at face value without the slightest hint of disconcertment. This has got me thinking I might make a pretty good con man, you know. It's a new discovery. But the things I'm about to tell you are the absolute truth. If you don't want to listen, go ahead and plug your ears. You might find that a bit difficult with handcuffs on, though, he informs me emotionlessly. He approaches and hands me a scrap of paper from a notebook. Yu Ishihara gave me this. That means Yu Ishihara probably wrote it himself, too. The handwriting is more rounded and neat than I would have expected. Today is day 4. The only thing written in the row for day 4 is 9 a.m., 10 a.m. The previous 3 days all have 3 sets of numbers each. But this day only has 1. There's nothing else written after that. Hoshino, surely you've noticed by now that your time in control of your body is decreasing with each passing day? What? Each day, Yu Ishihara steals a bit more time from Kazuki Hoshino. This paper shows the time taken from you. So for example, 12 a.m., 1 a.m. indicates Yu Ishihara took that hour from Kazuki Hoshino. I look at the note again. Today has the numbers 9 a.m., 10 a.m. in its row. That means Yu Ishihara was using this body from 9 to 10 this morning. I know for certain I wasn't conscious then. But all this shows is that I'm losing 3 hours per day. It's not increasing. How about you try using that head of yours a bit more before you open your mouth? I said that those hours were taken from you, right? That doesn't apply to that day alone. Those blocks of time remain under the control of Yu Ishihara. For instance, the hour of midnight to 1 a.m. that you lost on the first day will never return. I still can't quite wrap my head around what he's saying. Geez, you still don't get it, do you? Maybe it's easier to think of it this way. Let's divide each day into 24 blocks, and each day, 3 of those are being stolen from you. After the first day, you only have 21 blocks left. On day 2, you have 18, and then on day 3, you have 15. By the time day 7 rolls around, you'll have only 3 blocks left. And the instant the clock strikes at the beginning of the 8th day, you won't have any more. In other words, game over. I finally understand. I also recognize why he's explaining all this to me. Telling me about the week in the mud puts Yu Ishihara at a disadvantage. There's only one reason I can think of that he would fill me in. Ah, I can see the lights coming on. Come on, you have to get it by now. I'm not lying to you here. Lies give people hope once they're exposed for what they are, see? But the more a person truly understands that the unforgiving truth is still the truth, the greater the ensuing despair. All you need to do is reflect on your own situation a bit to know that what I've told you is true. He's right. I can feel it in my bones. Shall I do the math for you? Today, Kazuki Hoshino has 7 blocks left, including this hour. Tomorrow, or the 3rd, you'll have 9, on the 4th, you'll have 6, and on the 5th, you'll have 3. For a total of 24. Get it? You don't even have a whole day's worth of time left. Mizaki continues, driving me deeper into a corner. Push Hoshino to the brink by telling him the truth. That's why Yu Ishihara wanted you to know all of this. That's why none of what you just heard is a lie. I had thought I had 4 days left. Unfortunately, that was a huge miscalculation on my part. The odds for battle are overwhelmingly in favor of Yu Ishihara. In terms of how much time I have left in my body, I'm the one who's the anomaly. Not to mention that my opponent has Ryu Mizaki on his side. Wow, this really is hopeless. You're taking this rather well, he says, and I can feel that it's true. Despite the undeniably desperate nature of my predicament, I'm relatively relaxed. I guess I can understand why, though. I surrendered all hope well before he laid any of this out for me. Hey, Mizaki, can I ask you a question? What is it? Why exactly are you helping Yu Ishihara? My query must have caught him off guard, because he falls silent for a moment. You wouldn't be on his side in all this if you didn't have a good reason, right? Plus, him being in my body probably isn't the easiest thing to believe, even if he claims he is. Am I wrong? Yeah. Let's see if I can goad him into revealing even more. How does this sound for a reason? What if Yu Ishihara is actually you? If my crazy-sounding theory is wrong, he should burst into laughter. However, for some reason, Mizaki sharply, silently regards me for a moment. So I'm Yu Ishihara, am I? Well. He flashes a quick smirk before he continues, you're correct. Huh? I never would have expected such a response in my wildest dreams, and I'm at a loss for words. I'll level with you here, I'm getting tired of this. I didn't think maintaining my facade would be so taxing. That's why I want to get a few things off my chest and lighten the load. Mizaki sighs wearily. Hoshino, Do you have something you value above all else? I do, or to be more precise, I did, but now my normal life is in shambles. Well then, maybe you'll be able to understand how I see this. The most precious things aren't the ones you devote yourself to or the ones you constantly claim to love. No, something truly important to a person forms the very core of their being. Lose it, and you're an empty husk, a pile of flesh as limp as if your spine's been ripped out. That's why, if you really, truly value something with all your heart, then for all intents and purposes, it is you. So when you said I was correct just a minute ago, you weren't saying you're Yui Ishihara, were you? Of course not. If I were, I would never condone this bullshit. Yet Mizaki is helping Yui Ishihara commit exactly that bullshit because he's that important to him. If this is what that fool wants, then I'll be the shield and do whatever it takes to make those desires a reality. Even if it's wrong. His attitude doesn't show a hint of pride or even resolve. He's chewing his lip bitterly with a kind of resignation, but his eyes are unhesitating and sure. I understand how you feel. But why is Yui Ishihara so important to you? Mizaki mutters. I guess you would want to know that before elaborating. It's probably. No, there's no probably about it. It's a fact. Of course I have a reason to care so much. I mean. He sounds pained as he spits. I'm the older brother, after all. Older brother? What? It's too sudden for me to absorb. So you're saying the connection to Yui Ishihara you told me about earlier was a lie? But, Yui Ishihara is my mother's common-law husband. That much is true. Then Yui Ishihara and Yui Ishihara are two completely different people? Yeah, involving that bastard's name in this made things even more complicated, but that's where we are. The person inside my body is your younger brother, not Yui Ishihara. So Mizaki is saying he values his brother enough to conflate their existences, simply because they're related by blood? No, that still doesn't quite make sense. I have a big sister myself. Of course Rue is dear to me, but I wouldn't say our relationship is strong enough that I would do anything for her. I told you how things are in my family, didn't I? Instead of answering my question, Mizaki explains, everything I told you is true, even though I withheld the information about my sibling situation. My life as I knew it was dashed to pieces when my parents divorced. Children have no choice but to rely on their parents, but mine said they didn't want me. They said I was trash, a nuisance, a mistake of the past. It broke everything inside me. Maybe it's a trite way of putting it, but I fell into the deepest pits of despair. I wouldn't even have called myself human back then. A self-deprecating smile spreads across Mizaki's face as he continues his tale. But as luck would have it, I wasn't the only one failing to be human. The one you know as Yui Ishihara, who my mother took with her, was the other. Having a fellow reject saved me. I'm sure some would call it codependence, but that relationship filled me with life again. My sibling became my core, a part of me that would be just as hard to remove as my own backbone. Mizaki fixes me with a hateful glare. I never want to lose my humanity again. I will do what I have to do to protect myself. I completely get it now. Mizaki's younger brother is truly essential to his being. I still can't accept it, though. Before I continue, Mizaki silently waits for me to explain. Becoming Kazuki Hoshino won't make him happy, not really. And I don't think you will have protected him, either. I think the best thing for him would be to let him find his own way. You're right. Mizaki's sudden admission catches me off guard. Then, you don't need to say it. I know it all myself. But it's simply too late. May 2nd, Saturday, 2 p.m. I soon learn what Mizaki meant by too late. Although I had no idea what was going on, he suddenly showed me something unexpected that made it clear the situation was past the point of no return. These are the bodies of Yui Ishihara and my mother. I'm in another unfamiliar house. The living room would be fairly nondescript, if it weren't for the spread of reddish-black stains. I look at the dead bodies. One belongs to a middle-aged woman. The corpse's skull is crushed. It's caved in like a crescent moon amid a splatter of brains. The other belongs to a middle-aged man. This must be the real Yui Ishihara. His head is also smashed in, much like the woman's, but his body has taken far more damage. His limbs are all bent at impossible angles, as if he doesn't have any joints. The sight is enough to convey the incredible hatred it must have taken to leave a body in such a horrifying state. As if that weren't enough, the stench is unbearable. My mind is reeling after witnessing these corpses amid the putrid air. Why am I seeing this? This is an attack on you. A fluorescent lamp bathes the two lifeless forms in white light. The murders were committed using your body. I trust you know what that means. As long as you're Kazuki Hoshino, there will never be any escape from this crime for you. If the police catch you, you will bear the punishment. His voice sounds so distant that it doesn't quite reach me. Mizaki lets out a small sigh at my shock. Well, actually, We considered spinning the situation that way to bring you to your knees, but we decided against it. As I told you before, despair born of a lie turns to hope once the truth is revealed. These dead bodies are the cause of it all. They're the reason my sibling wanted to be you. The cause of it all. So the murder of these two was what led him to try to steal my body? Based on what Mizaki has told me so far, the owner felt doomed to unhappiness. What would he wish for if he obtained a box when he committed this act? Most likely, a way to take his life back. Only he wouldn't want to be himself anymore. Thus, stealing someone else's identity. I understand now why the owner would make this kind of wish. Still, I can't quite figure out why you would help him in creating the week in the mud. Seems like you'd be better off destroying the box and convincing him to turn himself in. I can't very well stay by someone's side in prison, now can I? He has a point. Still, the most important person to Mizaki's identity could either get thrown in prison or become someone else entirely. I think the former sounds like the better choice, but, you look confused. Oh, I see. Haven't figured it out yet, have you? I'm surprised you didn't think of it yourself. My sibling is inside Kazuki Hoshino now. If that's the case, where's the body? Now that he mentions it, I haven't paid much thought to that particular detail at all. I must have assumed in the back of my mind that his presence in my body meant that his own just disappeared. I'll give you the answer. Get out your phone. The pieces fall into place as soon as I hear those words. I pull out my phone, open the data folder, and check my voice memos. There's one new recording. I hit the play button. I already killed my old body. My breath catches in my throat. Does this mean he committed suicide after murdering Yui Ishihara and his mother? Why the hell would he do such a thing? I mean, it was just taking up space, after all. I won't need it anymore, since that's not who I am anymore. Hold on a minute. This means, see, I told you, it's too late. It's no longer possible for me to protect the person I tried so hard to keep safe. Yeah, it is too late. Not only for Mizaki, but for me, too. The person he once was is already gone, which means the owner is dead, which means there's no longer any means of destroying the box. In other words, there is no way to neutralize the week in the mud. We're too late. Horribly, miserably, and hopelessly. There's no other path for me now aside from helping the week in the mud fulfill its wish, Mizaki asserts, but his tone is overly indifferent, like he's trying to suppress his emotions. That doesn't stop his point from getting across loud and clear, though. So you see, Hoshino. I'm going to make you disappear. He slowly raises his pallid face, and his eyes are empty. I will cut away any thought you ever had of resisting. Mizaki continues, never once meeting my gaze. But even that's not enough for us to rest easy. There's still Maria Otonashi to deal with. That's why I came up with a plan. One that will let me break your will and put a stop to her. A way to kill two birds with one stone, if you will. A small grin appears on Mizaki's face. We're going to capture Otonashi, and we're going to make you do it. And that's going to break my will? Yeah. Just think about it. If we kidnap Otonashi and keep her locked up until the 6th, that naturally removes her as an obstacle. If she can't take action, there's no way you can ever undo the week in the mud. Betraying Otonashi would be throwing away my only hope of getting out of this mess. That's why it would leave me truly broken. Now then, time to put this plan into action. Hoshino, I'm going to keep you locked up in my apartment as bait. You can resist if you want, but I'll get you the one way or another. I'm not afraid to get violent, either. Well, once you switch out of the driver's seat, it's not like you can do anything to stop us, though. So I guess all you need to do is wait for your partner to take control. That could allow you to justify your actions by claiming you were being held against your will. All of this is meaningless if you don't choose to betray Maria Otonashi of your own volition. We are trying to break you, after all. I see. So what'll it be? You gonna fight back? Mizaki pulls a set of brass knuckles from his pocket and slips them on. The look in his eyes makes it clear he isn't bluffing. Do I stab her in the back? Do I betray Maria Otonashi? No, Ai Otonashi? Even if I do, it's not like she trusts me, anyway. Mizaki doesn't seem to have noticed yet, but now that I knows there is no way of getting my old life back, I don't feel like struggling anymore. Fight Mizaki? That's crazy. Why would I intentionally put myself in harm's way? And yet I still can't say it. I can't give voice to that simple phrase, that I will betray Otonashi. Why? I don't understand. It's not like anything will change if I don't say it. I should just give in. They'll just kidnap me anyway once the next switch comes around, so the outcome will be the same. Despite knowing all this, whenever I try to affirm my betrayal, a burning pain spreads through my chest. Mizaki, ban. Mizaki makes good on his violent threats. I crumple to my knees, unable to even cry out fully. He looks down on me with the same vaguely empty expression. I can tell he has no intention of listening to anything I say. He'll simply go straight for another hit if I show any signs of resisting. I know now. The only thing I can do is make the decision to betray her. What's the big deal? Ai Otonashi was my enemy anyway. Mizaki grabs me by the shoulders and pulls me to my feet. As I totter defenselessly, he drives his fist into my stomach again. Commander, say that you'll do it. Say it. Just. It won't change anything, so there's no reason to hesitate. Even so, why? Just lock me up. Why does that sickening request all but break my heart? May 2nd, Saturday, 11:10 p.m. I'm dreaming. It's the same dream again. May 3rd, Sunday, Constitution Day. May 3rd, Sunday, 7:12 a.m. I wake up. The sensation isn't like when I regain control of my body. It's just the normal rise and shine routine. I'm on the floor of Mizaki's apartment, my hands and feet restrained. Mizaki is sitting on his bed. There are dark circles under his eyes. It's likely he hasn't slept properly these past few days. Noticing that I'm awake, he pulls out a wipe and rubs down my face. The cool menthol on the tissue helps clear away my drowsiness. Here are your orders. As soon as he's cleaned me off, Mizaki starts right in without so much as a curt good morning. You're going to show your willingness to betray Otonashi by restraining her arms and legs. Nothing else matters in the meantime as long as you do that. Simple, right? You're telling the truth? What? If I do it, you'll accept that you've beaten me? Whether they do is entirely up to him. Even after I catch Otonashi for them, there's no guarantee they won't merely claim they aren't sure I'm truly defeated and come at me with even crazier demands. You Ishihara will be satisfied with stealing Maria Otonashi away from you, according to our talks in the past. Stealing her away from me? What the heck does that mean? I don't understand at all. Then I remember the email from before. My wish has been granted. Now you and I can be together. Now I get it. He mistakenly assumed that Otonashi and I were in a relationship. That's why he believes he'll inherit my connection to her if the week in the mud reaches its conclusion. That's absurd, though. He may take over my body, but that doesn't mean he'll automatically assume control of everything about me, too. There's no way he can steal her from me, I say quietly. Yes, there is. I almost leap out of my skin. The answer comes in a voice I shouldn't be able to hear. I am the one and only Kazuki Hoshino. That's why Maria Otonashi will be mine, just like that. It's coming from the speakers of a desktop computer, which Mizaki is using. You probably think that sounds crazy. You must be sure I could never become Kazuki Hoshino, since you're him. Of course I do. I am Kazuki Hoshino, so there's no way anyone else could be. Tell me this, then, what really makes Kazuki Hoshino himself? At the very least, I doubt you can tell by personality alone. If you haven't seen someone for a while, you would probably assume they're still the same person even if their aura or character has completely changed, right? The question now reminds me of a similar remark I once heard from someone else. If you see a person acting in a way that is unlike them, do you think they must be a different person? Do you think they've been possessed? NGH. It's true. Dayo, Kokon, Haruaki, they all believed he was Kazuki Hoshino. Even Otonashi, who has been with me for so long. Not even Maria Otonashi can distinguish between us, can she? Still, she knows there is a box involved, so she may treat the loss of Kazuki Hoshino as the loss of Kazuki Hoshino himself. That's why I'm going to show her that he won't disappear, even if Yu Ishihara assumes his identity. That will keep Kazuki Hoshino alive within her mind. Giggling emanates from the speakers. If I can pull that off, then Maria Otonashi will be mine. As long as Kazuki Hoshino's appearance remains the same, he will be taken as such, no matter how much his nature may change. There's a certain logic to it. I can't dismiss these claims out of hand. However, I think it's an exaggeration to claim he can actually become me. You think it's a far-fetched argument, don't you? Mizaki says accusingly. I clamp my mouth shut. Hoshino, what would you do if you found out someone very dear to you has multiple personalities, huh? I'm confused at the sudden hypothetical. Is only one of those personalities the person you love? Do you carefully pick through them and decide this one's important, or I don't like this one, or I don't really care about this one? Of course you don't, right? If you truly care for someone, they will be a single, precious entity for you, no matter the nature of their personality. You may be right. That's why it doesn't matter if it's you or Yu Ishihara inside. Once someone recognizes the body as Kazuki Hoshino, their feelings for him automatically carry over. If you're important to Maria Otonashi at all, those feelings aren't directed toward the personality known as Kazuki Hoshino. No, what she most likely values is His expression remains unchanged as he explains, "Your very existence." It's a powerful statement. However, it's not enough to crush me. I hate to break it to you, but I don't think I'm that important to her. Mizaki sneers. Maybe you're too close to the situation to notice it yourself. I can see it, though. Otonashi is dependent upon you. That's why the loss of your personality could prove to be an unbearable defeat for her. She would seek out something to fill that void, and I think we both know what the easiest alternative would be. You mean Yu Ishihara? Not quite. He may have changed, but Kazuki Hoshino will still be there. And so Maria Otonashi will be his. That's all in your head, Mizaki. What makes you so confident things will work out that way? Because she's just like me, he replies blandly. Huh? I'm dependent upon someone else, too, just like she is. That's how I know what will happen to her and that she can be obtained. I'm finally starting to understand why Mizaki's claims hold so much power. He knows. He appreciates what it's like to watch the person he cares about disappear and become something else. We're wasting words here. All you need to do is sell her out. Once you do, Otonashi won't be able to tell Kazuki Hoshino from Yu Ishihara. And why is that? I'm sure it's never entered into her mind that Kazuki Hoshino would take action against her. Even if you're the one who puts the cuffs on her wrists, she'll most likely believe Yu Ishihara is responsible. But it's actually Kazuki Hoshino. She'll lose confidence in her ability to distinguish between you. What's more, it'll break down the barrier between the two personalities. And so she would see us as one and the same. If that's the case when May 6th arrives, Otonashi will be able to accept it without resistance, even if he has taken over. That's what Mizaki is saying. Do you see what I'm getting at now? Good, I'll tell you what you need to do. Wait. I cut him off. What is it? What happens if he doesn't believe he's been completely successful in taking Otonashi from me? That's the most likely outcome. It's not like she and I were ever in a relationship, so it's not really possible to take her from me if she was never mine to begin with. This can't possibly work out as planned. Would you start hurting her since you have her tied up? Would you use me to do it again? Mizaki ponders silently for a few moments. Yeah. He continues unapologetically. So what? So what? There's no way. I could never do that. Sure, I decided to set her up for you, but that doesn't mean I'm willing to do anything else to her. Are you trying to get yourself slugged again? But I still can't do it. Now that I know, any pain I suffered doesn't matter. All I have to do is endure it. But I can't stand the thought of someone else getting hurt because of me, and not because I consider Otonashi an ally. That has nothing to do with it. No. The very idea of wounding another with my actions is sickening. After observing me for a few moments, Mizaki breathes out a terribly disappointed sigh. Is this how you want it to be? What? If beating you up directly won't work, then we'll just have to find some other way to convince you. What do you mean? Mizaki doesn't reply and says nothing else at all. May 3rd, Sunday, 8:45 a.m. I'm in front of Kazuki Hoshino's house. This is a really twisted idea you came up with, I say. How so? An idea like this is nothing if it means helping you. Besides, you're the one who actually has to see it through. He's so matter of fact. Do you really think Underwear Girl will cooperate? Or, I hope she does, for her sake. Well, let's pray that everything goes smoothly, says Ryo Mizaki. It's like he's trying to show everyone that he's totally uninvested in what's about to happen. No, maybe it really doesn't mean anything to him at all. Maybe nothing matters to him, now that what's done is done. I don't have any proof, so it's just a hunch. Okay, I'll be back in a bit. Right. I open the front door without ringing the bell, as I should. I'm home. I go up the stairs. Ruka Hoshino is asleep in her underwear as usual. May 3rd, Sunday, 10:06 a.m. Mizaki is holding a phone to my ear. And I can hear someone screaming through the phone. I recognize the voice right away. I hear it every day. Ru, why are you doing this? Stop it, Kazu. What? What did they do? What did they use my body to do to her? See, this is what happens when you don't do as you're told. But Ru has nothing to do with any of this. She's not involved, so why would you? Probably because we knew hurting someone innocent would be especially painful. Mizaki replies. I lunge for him. But I fail miserably and end up toppling over. I forgot that they have me bound hand and foot. Without a hint of a reaction, Mizaki plants his foot on top of me where I lie in a miserable heap on the floor, and he puts the phone to my ear again. Listen to the rest. That way you can find out exactly how things went down. I can't very well plug my ears, so I clamp my eyes shut instead, even though doing so doesn't help at all. I hear more voices from the phone. Gotcha. Why did you want me to say all that, Kazu? I'm kinda worried about you. I look up at Mizaki, stunned. What the hell is this? A joke? Misaki removes his foot. Still focused on his blank face, I get up off the floor. Why are you acting so relieved, Hoshino? What? Those were recordings made using the phone's voice memo function, not real-time audio. What if I played the last recording first and the first recording last? No. I'm kidding. Ugh. It's pitiful how easily they can toy with me. Sheesh. What are you going back and forth like that for? What you should be worried about isn't whether your sister has been hurt or not. No, the issue is that Ruka Hoshino isn't even the tiniest bit on guard against Yui Ishihara. It would be so easy to do just about anything to her. With that said, Misaki stomps on me again, this time grinding his heel into me. Yui Ishihara will soon become Kazuki Hoshino in actuality. Can you imagine how much of a nuisance it'll be to have an older sister? Especially sharing a bedroom with her. She'll notice something different about him, of course, but it's not like he can simply break off all ties with her as a sibling. She could end up becoming the greatest trench in the works. Apparently, the question is quite troubling. How to get rid of her, that is. Having said his piece, Misaki presses a couple of buttons on the phone again and plays a recording. You'll betray Maria Otonashi for us, won't you, Kazuki Hoshino? It's a threat. It's a simple one, easy to understand. If I don't do what they say, they will kill Ruka Hoshino. So, what's it going to be, Hoshino? If I put Otonashi in cuffs, it could lead to her being hurt. But if I don't, it could get True killed. There's no way I can make that choice. But Otonashi wouldn't be losing her life. Plus, knowing her, she might be able to find a way to overcome this on her own. No, I'm positive she will. She will find a way to beat us. May 3rd, Sunday, 9:04 p.m. Otonashi still hasn't found us. I've got to admit I'm surprised. I would have thought she'd pick up on this place pretty much instantly. Misaki says, she may not know you're being held captive, I guess. Yui Ishihara did go back home, for one thing. Yet she should have noticed something was up when you didn't return any of her calls. Hey, Hoshino. Did you and Otonashi have a fight or something? Is that why she isn't worried that you aren't picking up your phone? I have no answer to that, mainly since I don't remember how we parted ways after my despair overtook me and turned everything black. Well, it doesn't really matter. We were about to make our move. Anyway, he says, taking out my phone. The reason we haven't done anything until now is that we didn't know exactly when my time today would be until I lost control at 7 p.m. Everything after that was charted out. Though we know for certain that I will be me until 11 p.m. Oh yeah, I almost forgot something. Misaki pulls out a roll of tape and puts a double layer over my mouth. My hands and feet are restrained, so I can't pull it off. He begins making a call. As for who, I don't really need to say. Hello? Who is this? The room is very quiet. I can hear Otonashi's voice clearly. Ryu Misaki. Misaki. Why are you calling me from Kazuki's phone? What's happened to him? I know you're in league with Yui Ishihara. In league with him? You think I'd help scum like that? He found something he could use against me and threatened me. What is Misaki saying? Something to use against you? That's right. I didn't help him willingly. He trapped me and used me to do his dirty work. I think I've had about as much of that as I can take. Though, luckily, I've come up with an easy plan to set all this right. A plan. I'm sure you'll figure out what it is if you put your mind to it. It's quite simple. You can't mean. You guessed it. All we have to do is kill Kazuki Hoshino. Misaki's tone is all business without the slightest change in emotion. That's when I begin to realize he's lying. His acting is almost too natural. I know the truth. And even I was nearly convinced for a moment. I don't think Otonashi is likely to see his deception for what it is. What a load of nonsense. I don't know what exactly Yui Ishihara has on you, but the risks of what you're suggesting are too great to ignore. I don't think you're stupid enough to choose that path, either. What a straightforward response. I thought you'd have a better knack for deception than that. Murder is always a dangerous bet. The payoff is never worth it. But none of those risks apply to Kazuki Hoshino as he is now. I'm sure I don't need to tell you why. I don't follow. Haha, don't play dumb with me. I'll tell you, anyway. This is a risk-free murder because all we need to do is get him. When control of his body changes hands. Otonashi must have realized the same thing. Just yesterday, she was telling me about the dangers of a switch occurring while we're on her motorcycle. If you built a foolproof plan around that premise, it would be a cinch to paint the death as an accident or suicide. That's what Misaki means by risk-free murder. If I can put an end to that bastard and his threats and get away with it scot-free, I'll do it. Why are you telling me your plans? If you had a bullet that would never be found after it's shot, there's probably someone you'd want to use it on, right? But let's say doing that would also eliminate someone you have nothing against. You'd have some pity for them. That's why I figured I would at least let him hear the voice of his lover one last time. You're only thinking of yourself. Am I? Hoshino only has a few hours left in that body, you know. He might as well be dead already. Don't you worry. I'll make sure to do the deed when it's Yui Ishihara in control. Think of it as more of a mercy killing for Hoshino. I'm sure he would want to die before that human filth assumed his identity completely. Anyway, don't you agree? Kazuki will take his body back. That's just what you want to think. Given the circumstances, I doubt anyone would be that optimistic about his chances. Unfortunately, GRR. Anyway, that's that. Now I'll let you hear his last words. So he says, but of course Mizaki has no intention of removing the tape covering my mouth. He moves the cursor to a file and double-clicks it. Kazuki Hoshino's voice plays from the speakers. Help me. It would have been the oldest, easiest line in the book. AIR. If not for what came next. How do they know that name? There's no way they could have heard it, especially since they know nothing of the rejecting classroom. Wait, maybe they did. I have used it in class 2-3's room. Mizaki must have picked up on it as some kind of code and told him about it. Otonashi won't realize this, since she's unaware who's speaking. And so, I'll be there for you soon, Kazuki. Otonashi is fully convinced the voice belongs to me. You made a mistake, she asserts with force. If you were going to call me, you should have done it right before Yui Ishihara took control. It's 9:12 now. The earliest you can make your move is at 10 sharp. There's still 48 minutes left. That's plenty of time for me to stop you and take him back. Her threat is misguided. She has no idea her words don't strike fear into Mizaki so much as put him at ease. May 3rd, Sunday, 9:32 p.m. And just like that, she arrives. Not even 20 minutes have passed since the call. She smashes through the window in a spray of glass. Clad in street clothes instead of her school uniform, she walks into the center of the room, the broken shards crunching under her sneakers. Here so soon? It's almost like you knew exactly where we would be. Mizaki faces her from where he stands, holding a kitchen knife pressed against me in the hallway leading to the front door. You think it was difficult to figure out? I knew you wouldn't make a call like that in public, so in all probability, you were at your home. No other place seemed likely. Still rather fast, don't you think? I made it a point to learn your address the moment it became apparent you were working with Yui Ishihara. But enough of that. Let Kazuki go. You said yourself that you don't think murder is worth the risk. If you stab him now, it'll be more than a risk. It's a guaranteed assault charge, at the very least. Shut up. There's no need to fly off the handle just because things aren't going how you planned. All you really want is for Yui Ishihara to stop blackmailing you, correct? Hand Kazuki over to me, and I'll show you that I can put an end to his threats. You're just saying that. He's acting agitated and ignoring her. Why is Mizaki behaving like this? It's all a show to set her up for the fall. Mizaki is playing the part of the stereotypical villain so that my betrayal will shock her even more. Otonashi will defeat the dastardly Mizaki and rescue me. She'll be relieved, maybe even a little excited. And then I'll stab her in the back. So to build it up as much as possible, Mizaki can't afford to be reasonable and let me go. Just leave. You already had your final rendezvous here. Quit being stupid. I'm curious as to why Otonashi hasn't rushed Mizaki yet. Yeah, he's got a knife pressed to my throat at the moment, but it's an empty threat. Mizaki wants to commit this risk-free murder only because he's up against the wall himself, or so it would seem. So there's no reason he would choose to stab me and wreck any hope of doing that. And here I had you pegged as a person who thought things through logically without letting emotion get the better of him. Otonashi sure seems aware that Mizaki has no intention of stabbing me. Yet she still isn't coming any closer. Calm down, Mizaki. From her perspective, she can't say for certain that the blade won't touch me. If Mizaki gets too panicked, he could even harm me by accident. Is that why? Is she holding off because she isn't 100% sure I won't get hurt? No, of course not. After all, Otonashi has no reason to go to such lengths to protect me. I may not know what it is, but something is preventing her from taking action. She's reached a deadlock. With his free hand, Mizaki prods me in a side where Otonashi can't see. I know. Obviously, he had given me instructions in case of a standstill like this. I don't like having to take the initiative in this, but I have no choice. Mizaki told me to do this like I mean it or else Otonashi will figure out its ruse. I swallow hard once, then play my part. With all my might, I bite down on Mizaki's hand. His yell is no act, but a genuine reaction of pain. He drops the knife as naturally as he said he would when he went over the plan. We've created an opening. Otonashi doesn't let it pass. It's over in an instant. The room is only about 100 square feet. Before I know it, She's right in front of us, and the momentum of her forward lunge carries her into a powerful headbutt right on the bridge of Mizaki's nose. As he cradles his face, she places herself between us and slams her fist into his jaw, sending him staggering back. He stumbles, and she quickly scoops up the knife and flings it out of reach. Get back, Kazuki. I nod and move away. Otonashi gets some distance from Mizaki and says, give me the keys to the cuffs and leg restraints, Mizaki. I'm going to set him free. You're more weak-willed than I would have thought, he replies through his hands as he tries to staunch the flow of blood from his nose. You should have gotten me by the neck. Then I would have had no choice but to hand over the keys. There was no need for that. I suddenly remember something. That's right. Otonashi doesn't like violence. She was able to do what she did just now only because it was justifiably necessary to save me. Otonashi could never strangle Mizaki and force him to give her the keys. Mizaki recovers his balance and lowers his center of gravity for a fight. He lunges for Otonashi and even gets a hand on her, but the moment he makes contact, his body is airborne. Wow, that's not acting, but a real cry of shock. It happens so quickly that I don't even see him before he hits the ground. A picture-perfect shoulder throw. Come at me again, and you'll get more of the same. Damn it, I never heard you were a judo expert. I suppose you wouldn't have. I am just a white belt, after all. Though I have taken down more than a few black belts in my time, Otonashi says, wrapping an arm around his neck and pinning him to the floor on his side in a Kasagatame hold. And I heard something metallic when I threw you. Using her free left hand, Otonashi searches the pockets of Mizaki's jeans. She quickly finds what she's looking for and tosses it over to me. The keys to my handcuffs and leg restraints land on the floor with a clatter. Kazuki, how many minutes after the hour is it? I need you to be exact. 39. We should still be okay, then. Kazuki, I want you to get your phone and escape through the veranda. I'll catch up with you in 5 minutes. In the meantime, I'm going to make sure he can't cause any more trouble. Mizaki gives me a quick glance. No need to worry, I'm not going to do what she says. She still has him in a headlock, though, so I can't very well cuff her arms and legs. What do? I can't catch her like this. I look down. I spot something, and I get an idea. It's the worst but, by the same token, the most meaningful means of betraying her. Yes, I am now a true enemy of Ai Otonashi. I had a feeling it could come to this once I made my choice. All the same, it feels so despicable. I don't pick up the keys on the floor, because I actually had my own set all along. I remove my restraints. Now that I'm free to move again. I pick up the knife Otonashi tossed aside. I turn the blade in my hand toward Otonashi. I'm sure she'll see right away that I lack the courage to actually stab her. That's fine. My betrayal will still be a success even if she does. Let go of Mizaki and stay still. Otonashi notices the weapon pointed at her. And then, the one voicing surprise isn't Otonashi, but me. All I did was aim the knife at her, but her eyes have gone wide, and her breath has caught in her throat. I have never seen her look so completely vulnerable. Seeing his chance, Mizaki wriggles free of her hold on him. Even so, Otonashi herself sits rigid and motionless. With the blade still leveled at her, I approach where she's sitting frozen in shock and stoop down to put the handcuffs on her wrists. She doesn't resist and speaks only once both her hands are trapped. What are you doing, Kazuki? She's struggling to get the words out. What is this? I don't understand. Why are you pointing that knife at me? Probably because he's betrayed you? Mizaki answers for me. Betrayed me? There's no need for him to do that. If it weren't for me, Kazuki would have no hope of resisting the weak in the mud. He'd never turn on me, not unless you wore him down until he gave up. But that's not possible. There's no way he would betray me. Well, you said it yourself. We did wear Hoshino down, and he gave up. Gave up? My eyes dart away from Otonashi's imploring gaze. PFFT. Mizaki can't contain his laughter any longer. Hey ha 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 ha. Oh, come on, Otonashi. What the hell is with you? Gimme a break. I had planned to fight you as my toughest opponent. I never would have guessed you were fragile enough to completely lose it once little lover boy here went turncoat on you. Talk about a letdown. Kazuki. Otonashi doesn't spare a glance for Mizaki and his laughter. Her eyes have remained on me the entire time. Is this true? Did they really break you like he says? Yeah. I choke the word out. When she hears my response, she lowers her head until I can no longer see her face and begins trembling. Whoa, hold on a second. Now you're shaking? Don't tell me you're gonna start bawling your eyes out. Hey now, you can't be serious. Holy shit, this is hilarious. Mizaki keeps howling with laughter at the unexpected success of his plan. By the way, Otonashi, I'll let you in on a little something. That is definitely Kazuki Hoshino you're looking at. Not Yui Ishihara. He's the one who stabbed you in the back and slapped those cuffs on you, nobody else. I know that. Her head remains lowered as she replies. What? I'm well aware this is Kazuki Hoshino and not anybody else. Otonashi climbs to her feet without raising her head. I can't see her face. She stumbles in my direction. Though I am still holding the knife out before me, her odd behavior causes me to step back. I bump against the wall. Without looking up, she slams her cuffed hands against the wall above my head with a loud thud. Kazuki, did you really allow someone like him to take you down? Her voice is low and monotone. My shoulders slump, and I fearfully turn my eyes back toward Otonashi. She slowly raises her eyes to meet mine. I see now. She wasn't trembling with fear, she was trembling with anger. You, the only person to defeat me since I became a box, lost to a couple of soft-headed weaklings like them? Are you trying to mock me? You wanna tell me those pathetic wimps are better than me? Earlier, she had been keeping the tone of her voice in check, but now it's growing louder and louder. How dare you? How dare you? Don't waste my time with this scrap. There's no way your faith could be broken by scum like them. She slams her cuffed hands again. I squeeze my eyes shut on reflex. Another blow sounds against the wall. I hear a loud noise above my head. I slowly open my eyes again and see her beach red face nose to nose with mine, her teeth grinding in frustration. Hey, what's gotten into you, Otonashi? Did the shock of Hoshino's betrayal send you off the deep end or something? You need to shut up, Otonashi snaps, never taking her eyes off me. I knew something was off after that phone call, but I was sure you wouldn't go along with whatever demands they made. That's why I accepted Misaki's words at face value. But then I come here and find you like this. Damn it. You have to be kidding. Otonashi looks down at the kitchen knife in my hand as if she's just noticing it for the first time. Her face warps in disbelief, and she begins to ridicule me even harder. And what do you think you're doing with that knife? You going to stab me if I don't do what you say? Ha ha, that's great. Fine, stab me if you want. I'm wide open. Do it. Come on, Commande. As if you actually could. And I find myself lowering my arm. Tell me, how did this happen? Tell me. I lower my gaze, gritting my teeth at my miserable state, and I tell her. They took my sister, Rue, hostage. I had no choice but to do what they said. And that's all it took. That's all? Rue is my only. You're the guy who was prepared to let someone he loved become roadkill. I swallow nervously. Hold up a minute, Otonashi, Misaki interjects. She reluctantly turns back toward him. What? Surely you can see I'm busy here. Well, it's just that I'd think you probably wouldn't want to believe this is Kazuki Hoshino after he did this to you. Why aren't you questioning your belief that this is really him? True, that is one point Misaki can't afford to ignore. After all, his main goal is make it so she can't tell us apart. You say some pretty stupid things, you know that? Kazuki will always be Kazuki, no two ways about it. Nothing can change that fact. But how can you tell which is which? I see. You were already primed to believe it. You assumed that the voice crying for help on the phone belonged to Kazuki Hoshino. The reason you aren't questioning things now is that you've been under that assumption the entire time. I knew that Yui Ishihara was the one on the phone. Misaki scowls. Quit lying. So, what, you're saying you could tell it was a recording? No, I'm not. Okay then, how did you know it wasn't Kazuki Hoshino? How could I not know? She retorts, as if this were the most obvious thing in the world. Kazuki wouldn't use the name AI if he were truly asking for help in a situation like that. I remember something. When Daya straddled me and punched me in the face in the music room, when I felt so completely alone, I called her by another name without meaning to. Yeah, that's right. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't call for AI if I sincerely needed Otonashi's help. That was the name of my adversary, after all. So then why did you still come to help him? If the situation had been real, then helping Yui Ishihara would have been same as helping Kazuki. Stop right there. Does that mean you believe the Kazuki Hoshino in front of you is Yui Ishihara? Yeah, I actually did. But all it took was one look to know he was actually Kazuki Hoshino. Oh, come on, now that's a lie. I know for a fact that you couldn't tell them apart up until now. That was only because I couldn't pinpoint the timing of when they traded places. I can distinguish them in about 3 seconds by the way they use their facial muscles. I'm now confident I can recognize the real Kazuki when I see him. She can tell that I'm me, even though no one else caught on? That's impossible. Don't try to feed me that crap. True, if it were anyone but Kazuki, I might not be able to differentiate so well. But with him, it's entirely possible. Why? The next words out of her mouth explain it all. Because I've spent more time with Kazuki than anyone else in the world. I heard those words so many times in the other realm. A sound escapes my lips, and I place a hand on Otonashi's shoulder. She turns back to me with a disappointed expression. Misaki's brows furrow as he takes this in. What is it, Hoshino? Don't tell me those trite, unsubstantiated comments are enough to make you consider removing her handcuffs. You know what will happen to your sister if you do that, don't you? I don't know why, but his threat no longer seems to affect me. Hey, Otonashi. Once I say what comes next, there's no turning back. Though I seem hesitant, I'm already set on what I'm about to do. Let me touch your box. The look of disappointment on her features transforms into something else. You don't need to ask permission. Even if I wanted to resist, I'm in handcuffs. She says this despite the fact that she has shown almost no fear toward this knife and was slamming her hands against the wall earlier. Otonashi smiles, with the barest hint of redness on her cheeks. I'm not gonna stop you. She curtly grants me permission, and with a small nod, I press the palm of my hand flat against her chest. I'm sinking to the bottom of the ocean. This is the second time I've been here. It's still the same. Everyone seems so happy amid the falsehoods bringing them joy. And among them, someone is crying. She knows all about these pleasant lies, and she can't accept them. I've heard these sobs before. It hurts. There's no oxygen, so I can't be down here for long. I can't stay here forever. Is that why it hurts? Or is it the knowledge that I can't do anything to ease her suffering that pains me? Is it because I know I can't do anything about her profound loneliness? Tears are running down my cheeks, much like the ones I cried in another box once before. I'm so sorry. I've remembered everything that made her who she is. How could I have assumed she was only using me as bait to catch? Oh, why did I believe she cared nothing for my life? Why did these ideas enter my mind when I knew this girl, who always puts herself last, would never do such a thing? She had had faith that I could face the week in the mud on my own and thus stopped contacting me after I rejected her help. Yet I had failed to give her the same benefit of the doubt and even betrayed her. I'm sorry, I say again. She looks away uncomfortably. No, I don't think I gave this enough thought, either. I might have placed my own selfish expectations upon you without considering how you've forgotten the events of the rejecting classroom. So, my apologies for only just figuring it out. I shake my head. She watches me out of the corner of her eyes. I'll assume you really do understand and tell you something that needs to be said. Kazuki, your life will never return to the way you once knew. But Otonashi returns her gaze to me, and her lips soften into a little smile. We can still take it back. Oh, hearing those words, I know I will never lose my place again. I am me. I'm Kazuki Hoshino. I pull the keys out of my pocket and insert them in the keyholes on her handcuffs. What the hell are you doing, Hoshino? Are you planning to throw away your sister's life just to get in good with your girlfriend? You have to be the biggest piece of. You're wrong. I did make a decision, but I'm not throwing away my sister's life. Then what are you doing? You know Rika Hoshino is as good as dead if you don't play along. You won't kill her. And why is that? Simple. What comes next isn't a bluff but a statement of my intention. I won't let you. That's why I don't have to listen to them anymore. There's no need to be restricted to the choices they present to me. Now that I have Otonashi on my side, there's no way I can lose. I've decided to entrust my everything to her. I turn the key in the handcuffs. The shackles come undone and fall to the floor. I take her free hands in mine. She looks at me, and I look at her. Please help me. I will never get it wrong again. There's only one name I can call her. Maria. For a moment, for one single moment. Maria's face lights up like any other teenage girl's, as if she can't help herself. I have a few conditions, and her face regains its usual sternness. Maybe this doesn't need to be said again. I have faith that you will keep this promise on your own, even if I don't say it out loud. But I'm feeling rather uneasy, and this has been painful for me. That's why I ask that you just let me say it. I nod slightly, though I am not sure what this is leading up to. I will never let you out of my sight again. So please. Maria lowers her eyes for a second, then focuses on me and states her terms point blank. Don't lose sight of me, either. Yeah, it all makes sense now. I never noticed it until this very moment. I wasn't the only one in pain when my internal struggles drove everyone away from me. Maria was alone and suffering, too. I mean, ever since the rejecting classroom appeared, Maria has always been Ai Otonashi. She tried to be the box. The real her, the real Maria Otonashi, wasn't there. I'm Ai Otonashi. Pleased to meet you. I'm not strong. I remember the tiny bit of weakness she voiced back then. That's right. The only one who can call her Maria is me, the one who knows about that very first transfer. If I forget, then Maria Otonashi will have vanished from the memories of everyone, perhaps even her own self, and be truly lost. Enough of this crap. I release Maria's hand at the voice. How stupid are you guys? You can make all the pretty little vows you want, but that doesn't do a damn thing to change the situation. Kazuki Hoshino is going to lose control of his body, and his sister, Ruka, will be killed. Do you really think waltzing off into your fantasy world for two is gonna fix any of that? Maizaki surveys us with scorn. Try as you might, you don't have a chance in hell of winning here. Yui Shihara is dead, after all. You can't track down the owner of a corpse, and of course, that means you can't destroy the box, either. So how can you get out of this? Go ahead, tell me. He apostrophe s. Exactly right. The owner, Meizaki's younger brother, doesn't exist. Our pledge to work together won't change the truth. I already know the true identity of Yui Ishihara. Meizaki's eyes go wide for a moment at Maria's claim, but his mouth twists into a sneer once he sees the melancholy on her face. So, did you find the little idiot? Number. I spent all day looking, but my searching turned up nothing. Hey, of course it did. You're not going to have much luck sniffing out someone who's dead. Meizaki dismisses her triumphantly. What is this feeling? This feeling that something is terribly wrong. Why? See, I told you, it's too late. It's no longer possible for me to protect the person I tried so hard to keep safe. So Meizaki said. He claimed that the only way to protect himself was to ensure the week in the mud was successful, because the younger brother he cherished so much was dead. I see it now. You're lying, aren't you? I suggest quietly, and Meizaki spins toward me. You said he died. But that's just something you made up. It's so obvious once I think about it. You'd never do any of these things or let your brother do them, either. Quit running your mouth, Hoshino. Don't try to twist things to suit your view. He was important to you, right? Meizaki frowns at my abrupt query, but he responds nonetheless. Yeah. Then there's no way you should be able to laugh when you talk about his death. It's not like a lone unnatural action like that is enough to prove he's lying. If Meizaki manages to stay calm and dance around the question, he could manage to fool me again. However, which means he isn't really dead, is he? However, Meizaki has no answer for me. His head droops. Despair born of a lie turns to hope once the truth is revealed. I say, it's the exact same thing he once told me. As he looks back up, I add, you were right. Meizaki's eyes bulge wide, and his mouth drops open. Silently, I watch him as his hands curl into fists, his teeth grind, and he fixes me with a look of pure hatred. Damn you. But in the end, all he does is lower his eyes again. He begins stumbling forward. He slams his hands on the desk and picks up his phone. After pressing a few buttons, he puts the phone to his ear and listens to something. I didn't make it in time, he mumbles, as if to himself. I didn't make it in time. I was in the bath when the call came. By the time I noticed this message, everything was already over. Meizaki must be listening to that message now. I should have been able to help before things came to this. None of this would have happened if I had picked up on the suffering of someone other than myself. But I was consumed by my own misery, and my inability to see anything or anyone else prevented me from noticing my own family's cry for help. And this is the result. As he speaks, he opens the top drawer of the desk. I know it's too late. I know there's no more time for me to do anything. But the cries for help aren't gone. I don't want to hear them, not anymore. He reaches into the drawer. I will put an end to those tears, and I'll commit whatever crime and bear whatever punishment it takes. I mean it. If you've got a problem with it, go ahead and say it. Of course we do, Maria replies. You've stopped thinking. You aren't making a choice. You're just plugging your ears because the crying annoys you. You're satisfied with throwing yourself into a pointless struggle with us. Maria closes her eyes for a moment, but her message rings out loud and clear. None of this will erase the past, though. Yeah, well, so what? Meizaki mutters, hanging his head. You plan to make it so those bodies never happened? It's impossible. There's no bright future ahead for us no matter how much we struggle. I'm just trying to grant a little fool's wish, that's all. So, he removes his hand from the drawer. Stay quiet and let me take you prisoner. Meizaki is holding a stun gun and lunges for Maria. She quickly grabs his outstretched right arm by the wrist and twists it. Meizaki drops his weapon with a small yelp. I pick up the stun gun. Maria may be able to restrain him, but she can't get any more violent than that. Now it's my turn. I meet Meizaki's heated glare without flinching. I won't run away. If he's going to act with hostility toward us, I have to reply in kind. Sorry. I switch it on and press it against Meizaki's neck. He lets out a scream, then sags to the ground limply. Kazuki, we need to leave. Yeah. But as I turn to go, I realize my right leg is caught on something. Panicked, I spin back to look. Meizaki somehow grabbed hold of my ankle as he collapsed. His grip is so strong that I can't shake him off, even when I try. He lifts his head weakly as he lies there, I'm sorry. What is he saying? I'm sorry I didn't make it in time. I'm sorry I didn't get there soon enough to save you. I'll become stronger. I'll be stronger for you. So please, please, just give me another chance. No, wait. His desperate entreaty isn't directed at me. Biting my lip, I lift my right leg, and Misaki's hand falls away easily. I press the stun gun to the middle of his back. There are no more chances. Because I'm about to burn your wish to the ground. I flip the switch. Misaki's head quietly drops to the ground, and he is motionless. I'm sorry. I'm sure that apology was meant for him. Although, maybe a portion of it was directed toward me, too. I can't help but wonder. I step over Misaki and pick up his cell phone. What are you doing, Kazuki? I play the voicemail he was listening to. Help me, Ryo. And that's how I learned the true identity of Yui Ishihara. May 4th, Monday, Greenery Day. May 4th, Monday, 7:49 a.m. I realize my hands and feet are cuffed, and I'm lying on the floor with a blanket covering me. I'm still too groggy to think straight. I'm in pain, but I can't tell if it's a dream or reality. It's like I'm sinking into a bottomless swamp. I flounder and struggle uselessly, descending deeper and deeper into the muck until I no longer even know why I'm resisting its pull. Eventually, I can't fight it even though I want to. The swamp simply swallows me up. My body is filled with slime and detritus, to the point where I myself am nothing more than filth. I'm scum, inside and out, until the sludge slathered over me erases my profile and buries me. I can no longer see myself for the boy I am. The boy I am, huh? When I first gained this body, I made it a point to think of myself the way Kazuki Hoshino would. But now I do so naturally without any conscious effort. It's not so much that I've grown accustomed to it as that his physical form pushes my thoughts in that direction. I'm sure that if I let his body lead the way, I can truly become Kazuki Hoshino. Now that I'm fully awake, I sit up. The scent of peppermint tells me where I am. Not Ryo Misaki's apartment, where I should be, but the home of Maria Otonashi. I can hear someone snoring softly. Looking over at the bed, I see Maria Otonashi asleep, facing in my direction. Her expression isn't her usual tense mask. In slumber, at least, she actually looks like a girl about my age. I mean, she is, more or less. What are you looking at? The innocence vanishes from her face as if it was never there. You're cute when you're asleep, Otonashi. So it's Yui Ishihara now. She knows it's me in an instant, even though up until yesterday, the hour of 7 to 8 in the morning was Kazuki Hoshino time. Maria Otonashi sits up in bed and looks into my eyes. I hate to break it to you, but it seems you're still alive. Huh? It's too sudden for me to respond. I'm saying the owner is still among the living. At first, I can't process what she's telling me, but bit by bit, the gravity of her unthinkable claim is dawning on me. What is this? My brain is struggling to keep up, and all I can do is stare at her face. Well, guess I'd better get moving. I don't have time to spend all day chit-chatting with you here. Maria Otonashi takes a jacket out of her closet and slips it on. Where are you going? Don't be stupid. I'm going to look for the owner. Where else? If the owner is indeed alive, then that would be the natural course of action. She opens the door to the apartment and leaves without a glance behind her. What is this? What's happening? How exactly did I end up in this situation? Our plan must have failed yesterday. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in this mess now. At any rate, I have to get my bearings. I look for a phone so I can call Ryo Misaki. Kazuki Hoshino's is sitting on the table. I reach out for it. And I draw my hand back in fright as it begins loudly vibrating, almost as if it were waiting for that exact moment. Looking at the clock, I can see that it's 8 a.m. sharp. This hour has belonged to me since yesterday. I'm sure Ryo Misaki factored this in when he timed his call. I pick up the phone and check the number. Huh? It's not the number I expected. This number belonged to... No, that's not possible. There's no way the owner of this number could be calling me. But who is, then? Trying to ignore the tremble in my fingers, I press the button to answer the call. Hello? The person on the other end remains silent. Hello? Who is this? Raiko Asami. Why? I can't say anything else. Why are you so surprised? But you thought I was dead? You thought I'd been killed? Sorry, but I'm here talking to you right now. It's unmistakably Raiko Asami's voice. That's impossible. You're gone. Ryo Misaki killed you. Hey, I knows that all too well. But you can't see anything beyond yourself, idiot. Don't you understand? There's no way he could kill me. Ryo Misaki couldn't kill Raiko Asami. I find it hard to believe. She should have been the person he wanted removed from his life the most. How big of a moron do you have to be to think I was dead without doing the deed yourself? You're trash. too disgusting to even look at. I hope you get thrown in the incinerator like the garbage you are. Mumbling quietly, Raiko Asami takes advantage of my confusion to lay into me. As the realization that she's still alive finally takes hold, I notice something. Why are you talking like that? Talking like what? I mean, it sounds just like how you used to talk before you started acting tough, back in those dark days when all you could do was swallow everything you wanted to say. You're one to talk. Raiko Asami laughs quietly as she continues. You haven't changed at all. You're saying I haven't changed? After I put in so much time and effort to do so? After my admiration for Maria Otonashi led me to reinvent myself as a different person? After I'm about to become Kazuki Hoshino? I haven't changed after all that? Where does someone as pathetic as Raiko Asami get off saying that to me? Shut the hell up. Someone must have put you up to this call to piss me off, huh? This Raiko Asami of the past, this weakling, throws my hostility right back in my face. That's right. Huh? You're trying to steal someone else's body like you somehow deserve it, and I can't let you do that. Who the hell do you think you are? You need to be put in your place. You need to just curl up and die. That's why. Raiko Asami's voice is free of any real emotion. I'm going to destroy this box. What? What are you saying? You know that I can do it. After all, I, Raiko Asami, am the owner. I have no response for that, so I stay silent. My hand is shaking as it holds the phone. She chuckles as she speaks to me. Don't get any ideas that you're going to make it out of this somehow, okay? Raiko Asami, May 4th, Monday, 10:01 a.m. Help me, Ryo. The cry in the message belonged to Raiko Asami. Now that I thought about it, Mizaki had never once referred to his sibling as his younger brother. I had just assumed my foe was male, since Raiko Asami always spoke in a boy's voice, my voice, and went by the name Yui Ishihara. Of course, Mizaki intentionally never corrected me by mentioning a sister. I never in my wildest dreams would have guessed that Asami and Mizaki were related. Their last names are different, and there haven't been any rumors to that effect going around school. Even though she would come into classroom 2-3 pretty much every day, I never saw anything that would make me suspect, either. If I had to guess, I'd say their messy family situation convinced them to keep the fact their brother and sister a secret. In all likelihood, Asami wasn't coming to our classroom to see just Maria, but Mizaki, too. Maria, when did you realize Yui Ishihara was female? Good question. My suspicions to that effect became much stronger when we went into the girls' bathroom together. She went to the girls' room in my body? Why are you asking a question you already know the answer to? She sounds exasperated. But in this case, shouldn't I be the one getting upset? I finally figured out who she really was when I started asking around later. Mizaki's classmates from middle school all pretty much knew he and Asami were related by blood. I was sure she was the owner when I found the bodies at her home. So Maria saw the corpses, too. But where the heck is Asami, actually? After discovering the owner's identity by herself, Maria had apparently spent most of Saturday searching for Asami, but she hadn't had any luck finding her as of yet. Maria stoops down and reaches under her bed, and I hear a soft trip like she's peeling something off. What are you doing? I set up an IC recorder under my bed. I had a feeling that if I left Raiko Asami here by herself, she might call Mizaki or somebody and reveal some info she's been hiding from us. Maria pulls out the recorder and presses play. She fast forwards a few times as she searches for a section where our captive is speaking. Hello? A voice says. She called. Yeah, we can't hear the voice of the caller very clearly, but it probably belongs to a girl. We can tell it's not Mizaki, at least. I snatch my phone from the table and scroll through the call history. She must have erased both the incoming and outgoing calls, because I can't find anything new. I'm not certain, but it sounds like the voices on the recording are arguing. Maria hooks the recorder up to her laptop, transfers the data over to it, and begins listening to it again on her headphones. She must be trying to hear everything she possibly can. Her face grows so intense that it almost frightens me. After a while, she takes off the headphones and hands them to me. I nod and put them on. Hello, who is this? Raiko Asami. I can't believe my ears. When she says that name, after listening for a bit, a question forms in my mind. Is this really her? She doesn't talk like the Asami I know at all. She never mumbled so quietly like this. The girl I know has a personality more like that of Yui Ishihara, or I should say Raiko Asami. Now that I think about it, Asami has been acting a bit weird since the 30th. Yeah, she seemed darker than usual. It wasn't the fact that Maria made me a bento that was making her behave strangely, though. Not really, thinking back on it. The week in the mall would have already been underway by that point. Asami had simply been trying to act like her old self. But why? Don't get any ideas that you're gonna make it out of this somehow, okay? Raigo Asami. I tune in and concentrate on the rest of the conversation. May 4th, Monday, 11:02 a.m. I reflect on my phone call with Raigo Asami. Don't get any ideas that you're gonna make it out of this somehow, okay, Raigo Asami? The sheer malice in her voice caught me off guard at first, but I soon recovered and fought back. And just how do you think you're gonna get the box out? Do you even have a clue of what you need to do? I don't. But I can still destroy it, she retorts effortlessly, and I've got nothing. I want to escape and I want to erase you, because I hate you. There's something I can do that will fulfill both those goals at the same time. I'm sure you know what I mean. Before the box fulfills its mission, I have to strain to hear her clearly as she finishes. All I have to do is kill myself. I remember someone once said something similar. Oh, right. That's what I said to Kazuki Hoshino once. Uh-oh, were you thinking that even if worse came to worst, you'd still get to keep Kazuki Hoshino's body? Too bad for you, but that's impossible. No. Achieving victory over somebody or seizing happiness will never be realities for you. You're still me, after all. You're Raigo Asami. I really wish you would remember that. Just die. You need to die. She begins mumbling a curse under her breath in a barely audible voice, much like the old Raigo Asami used to. I hope you hang yourself and die and leave a smelly corpse covered in shit. I hope you jump off a roof and die and leave a mess of brains for the passers-by. I hope you jump in front of a train and die and splatter your organs all over the platform so that it pisses off the other passengers. It would be perfect for you. So what do you think? She asks. Which of those deaths would you prefer for Raigo Asami? How would she die? I get it now. If Raigo Asami, the owner, dies, then as an inevitable result, I'll cease to exist, too. She has me completely up against a wall now. Don't. My short response shows how horribly overwhelmed I am while leaving her positively gleeful. Don't what? Kill myself? Why not? Weren't you the one who tried to off me first? That was only because I didn't realize I would disappear if you died. Ha. Are you serious? You thought you would somehow still be here? Wow. Oh, that is rich. Don't tell me you're seriously thinking you can become Kazuki Hoshino, too? I can, as long as you don't interfere. And then his happiness will be mine. Oh, well, it doesn't really matter, I guess. I'm just gonna kill myself, anyway. I'm telling you, don't do it. And why in the hell should I listen to anything you have to say? I'm your enemy, after all. Enemy? Yeah, your enemy. You of all people should know that you're your own worst enemy. Especially when it comes to your past self. Shut up. Why do you always have to be like that? I could become Kazuki Hoshino if it weren't for you. I hate you. I hate you. I can hear Raigo Asami giggling in amusement at my raving. What are you laughing at? You said you hate me. Still chuckling, Raigo Asami continues. Maybe you should take it easy on the self-loathing. And that was my conversation with Raigo Asami. Herk. I clutch my abdomen as a wave of nausea hits me. I feel awful. Why did I have to speak with her? Was Ryu Mizaki lying when he said he killed her? She's going to kill me. It's not a bluff. I say that because I know Raigo Asami better than anyone. Someone like her, who hates herself more than anyone, will never allow the box to complete its work. My guess is that she'll destroy it on the night of the 5th. She's going to drag it out to the bitter end and ensure my psychological torture goes on for as long as possible. I had thought I needed to kill Raigo Asami to avoid this very situation. But as it turns out, even if Ryu Mizaki had actually offed her, it would have destroyed the box and wiped me from existence as well. So what is there for me? Am I doomed to oblivion no matter what I do? Oh, Raigo, what are you gonna do? Wait. I think back over my mutterings. What did I just say? Raigo. I thought I gave up that name when I got this body. Naturally, I stopped using it. No, it can't be. Am I starting to accept it? Am I starting to accept that I am Raigo Asami? No. No. I am not Raigo Asami. I am a nobody, a fabrication, and soon, I will be Kazuki Hoshino. You think you can escape your actions so easily? The childish nature of yours is so adorable, I can hardly stand it. What is that voice? The voice resonating in my body is tremendously charming, and I swear I've heard it somewhere before. That's not gonna happen. I can escape from Raigo Asami. Even so, a massive flood of memories replays through my mind all at once. These recollections should have vanished when I forced my way into this body. There's no way I can possibly process so much information at once, but they keep playing in my mind despite my protests. The first thing I see are images of the first time Yui Shihara got violent with Raigo Asami. The 13-year-old girl sobs and cowers in fear of that red-faced beast. Yes, I remember. That's how it was in the beginning. At first, the beatings were a punishment for Raigo Asami's bursts of temper. As a young teenager, She had possessed a visceral hatred for this man who wasn't her father. She had treated him as an enemy and acted hostile toward him. Unable to bear it any longer, Shihara eventually lashed out at her physically. That was when the daily violence began, with just one thrashing. The problem child who he didn't love would become quiet and obedient, so maybe it was only natural that things progressed in such a way. In that monster's eyes, pummeling Raigo Asami was effective, even pleasant. Her mother had also reached her wits' end with her daughter's disagreeable behavior, so she took relief in the beatings, too. Raigo Asami's acting out had been an attempt to destroy her household. The problem had been a real headache for the old bitch. They say a person's morals adapt to suit their surroundings. An aversion to the violence inflicted on Raigo Asami once existed in this household, but it was worn away over time. Eventually, no one questioned the cruelty, not even its victim. But while no one questioned it, the beatings slowly but surely tore away pieces of her heart. Over and over, she heard it happen. It wasn't a loud sound, but more of a gentle one, like a pebble dropping into a pond. Each time she heard it, she generally brushed it off, thinking, well, there goes another piece, but after a while, she noticed that several important parts of her had gone missing. Put into words, the violence of that man, who put even monsters to shame, would surely seem unexceptional and be of little interest to third parties. They'd merely slap a label like abuse on it. Just knowing the terms would make people think they understood. That was why Raigo Asami never put a name to the violence. The brutality had come to dwell in the gaps of Raigo Asami's heart and replace what she had lost. Loving herself would mean accepting it, too. And so Raigo Asami never accepted her existence. The next thing I see are images from Raigo Asami's high school entrance ceremony. She, Maria Otonashi, was standing at the podium as the head of her class. A single look was enough to overwhelm Raigo Asami. The sight of her, the sound of her voice, made it so hard to breathe that she had to sit down from the discomfort. She was, in a word, art. The pinnacle of creation. She was like a masterpiece crafted over the course of a lifetime by an artisan. She had such a sense of purpose, so much direction. She was an incomprehensible existence, a work of art. Raigo Asami didn't even notice the tears pouring from her eyes. That was it. The only way to escape from herself, the only way was to purposefully construct an idealized false self that was just like Maria. Raigo Asami began the process of dismantling herself. She cast aside her melancholy aura and designed a new self that was androgynous and strong. But Maria Otonashi did it far better. The more Raigo Asami learned about her, the more she was confronted by the reality that copying her simply wasn't possible. What allowed Maria to build an ideal self was the fact that she wasn't normal. That wasn't something another person could imitate. Maria Otonashi could not be human. The final thing I see are images from April 28th. This was the day Raigo Asami received the box. She was holding a well-worn rabbit plushie in her hands. Her older brother had won it for her from a crane game long ago, but now it was missing an ear and had blood on it. And there were two corpses. Her older brother was screaming silently in a puddle of red. Shihara had completely broken Raigo Asami. There was nothing in that house that wasn't in pieces. Everything had come to an end. All that once constituted Raigo Asami had been trampled down and utterly destroyed. I'm crying. The illusions before my eyes finally disappear. Maybe the tears washed them away. I can't accept this. I will never accept that I am Raigo Asami. That's why I will become Kazuki Hoshino. Kazuki Hoshino disgusts me. I can't stand him and his stupid belief that a normal life is happiness. Or any of the others who don't even know they can laugh and smile only because they are stealing someone else's joy. Well, I will make sure he knows. I'll make sure Kazuki Hoshino, who doesn't even try to comprehend my misery, knows. I'll use him. Maria Otonashi won't confuse me for Kazuki Hoshino anymore. Trickery won't work on her at this point in the game. That's why I have to bring out the genuine article. I'll threaten him, force him to obey me, and then deceive her. I want his own actions to steer him down the road to oblivion and fill him with despair. He'll never be happy with his life again. I pull out Kazuki Hoshino's phone and record a memo for him. Kazuki Hoshino, I'm gonna murder your entire family. I'll butcher them in the most merciless ways possible. Their deaths will be hideous. I'll dissect them so thoroughly that you won't even be able to tell which corpse is whose. That's why you need to do what I say. If you do, then maybe I'll spare them. If I feel like it. You also absolutely must not let Maria Otonashi hear this recording. Now, here are your instructions. May 4th, Monday, 12:06 p.m. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you and become Kazuki Hoshino. And one more time, for the record, don't tell Maria Otonashi about anything you've just heard. The fool, Maria mutters, scowling after listening to the message. She's so desperate that it's like she doesn't even know what's happening anymore. There's no way I wouldn't listen to this message the way things are now. In the most vulgar, almost unlistenable terms possible, the message had told me to deceive Maria Otonashi and get me free of these bindings. Her threats don't frighten me. Now that Maria and I are on the same side, it's impossible for Raiko Asami to carry out any murder in my body, no matter how she tries to coerce me. Sinking this low is more pathetic than anything else. I can tell from the grim line of Maria's mouth that she probably feels the same way. Maria spent yesterday and the day before learning as much as she could about Raiko Asami, while the things she had heard were nothing more than rumors. They painted a horrible picture. And then of course there was the undeniable truth of those dead bodies, those irreversible mistakes. She had reached the point where the week in the mud was her only chance at hope for the future. That's why Asami has reached the end of her rope. Huh? What's got you so confused all of a sudden? Well, I just kinda am, is all. So Asami and Raiko Asami were talking to each other, so that means the owner is Asami, and the Raiko Asami inside my body is a separate being, right? Is that even possible? What it comes down to is that Asami is a person who operates on common sense and deals in half measures. She could have seen that possessing you is plausible but couldn't fully believe in the idea of actually entering someone else's body. That's why things ended up how they are now. So the owner is the real Asami? She's neither real nor fake, but she will continue to exist and suffer as before, regardless of whether Raiko Asami was ever created by the week in the mud. So Asami was unable to escape her misery even after obtaining the week in the mud. Now that she's been left behind, she plans to kill herself and take Raiko Asami with her. We have to prevent this suicide at all costs, but to do that, we need to find Asami. Where in the hell could she be? Damn, we have less than a day and a half. Maria is visibly distressed. No one places others before themselves more than she does. If Asami dies, it will put an end to the week in the mud, but Maria refuses to let it come to that. Maria, how about if we try to use this threat to our advantage? She reacts to my idea with doubt. What do you mean? Sorry, it's just that I was thinking that if we intentionally go along with her demands and let Raiko Asami loose in my body, it might help us break out of the deadlock. True, we aren't getting anywhere at this rate. Maria folds her arms in contemplation. So we do as she asks and set Raiko Asami free. And then, yes, it's just a possibility, but she might try to meet up with Mizaki. Yeah, I think so, too. Wait, is it possible Mizaki knew where Asami was this entire time? My guess is probably not. If he did, he would never help make sure the week in the mud is a success. Yes, I suppose you're right. But if that's the case, he has no basis for his confidence that we'll never find her. Do you think Mizaki is mistaken about something? Maria scowls and thinks for a moment. This isn't an answer we can find merely by puzzling over it in our heads. For the time being, I can't come up with a reason not to see if Mizaki is truly unaware of Asami's current whereabouts. I nod in agreement. Maria continued, so is there any point to freeing Raiko Asami at all? The one we need is Asami the owner, not Raiko Asami. Actually, I think there is. Judging by what we heard on the recorder, I think we can assume that Raiko Asami knows how to get in contact with Asami the owner. You're saying we work with the one possessing you and let her contact Asami? That won't work. If she's making threats this extreme, I can't imagine she'll go along with any requests from us. She's probably right. Or are you suggesting that you think you can bend her to your will, break her spirit, and force her to go along with our plans? Maria jokes with a light chuckle. I answer her facetious question. Actually, I am. Her face freezes. To be honest, I'm just as surprised at the cold strength in my words as she is. But while I may be surprised at myself, I have a plan. As someone in a similar situation to Raiko Asami, I know how to manipulate her into doing what we want. Once we set Raiko Asami free, she'll get in touch with Mizaki. He means as much to her as Maria means to me. And this is why we'll get Mizaki to betray Raiko Asami. Even as the words leave my mouth, I wonder, can I really pull this off? I intend to drag Mizaki back into this, fill Raiko Asami with despair, and destroy the week in the mud. As a result, my schoolmate will return to her old self and the results of her irreversible actions. I can't see a happy future ahead for her after that. Essentially, I'm sacrificing her. Time to quit acting like I'm a good person who's conflicted over which path to choose. The truth is, I've known what I was going to do since the very beginning. I made that choice the moment I declared I wouldn't stand for her existence. As soon as I acknowledged her as my enemy, I will defeat her. I won't accept what she has done. Maria regards me and my resolution with a long face. I can't help with this. No. That's not it. If I don't help, you will be lost. so I know I have no other choice. I just can't accept that inevitable misery awaits Asami, she says, worried and biting her lip. You can't stand to see other people unhappy, I know. That's not all. If it were, I might be able to bear it to an extent. There's something else I noticed. Maria lowers her gaze. Raiko Asami is the same as Ai Otonashi. The same? I ask. Maria doesn't respond, but her silence helps me understand even better than words would have. She tried to become a box, and she still exists with Ai Otonashi as a part of her. Raiko Asami used a box and exists within me. They're both similar, separated from their original selves. Given Maria's claim that they're alike, I'm sure she understands almost too well how Asami feels. I don't know what to do. All I can try is sharing what I do know with Maria as she broods. But that isn't what Asami wants, I tell her. She doesn't want to disappear. Yeah, I know. And with that, Maria lifts her gaze again. There's nothing we can do to change what the future holds for Asami. May 4th, Monday, 12:35 p.m. I stand in front of the door to Misaki's apartment and take a deep breath. Maria is already hiding in the room next to his. She apparently learned it was vacant the last time she came here. I exhale once and then ring the doorbell for Misaki's apartment. Just as I expected. He doesn't answer. I'm still certain, though. I know he's inside. Come out. I try knocking. Come on, answer the door. I wonder how much what I'm about to do is going to hurt Misaki. I know it will, but I keep at it all the same. Open up. Ryo. I call him by the same name I heard Raiko Asami use on the phone. Help me, Ryo. Misaki has probably decided to have nothing to do with Raiko Asami and hole up in there until the 6th. He won't be able to ignore her if she comes to him for help, though. That's why the door to the apartment opens. His complexion is even worse than yesterday. Is Otonashi nearby? No. Where have you been? Maria Otonashi captured me. But I was able to trick Kazuki Hoshino into helping me escape. What about you? Why haven't you answered any of my calls? It's just. More importantly, why are you calling me Ryu now? I thought you decided to stop doing that. Well, Asami may have called him Ryu during that phone call, but she must not be calling him that now. I fight down the urge to panic and quickly use the excuse I prepared. Maria Otonashi is already calling me Raiko Asami, so I thought I might as well call you Ryu now. Back on topic, though. How did I get caught? What should I do now? I hit him with more questions before he has time to think too hard about my excuse. He falls quiet after the rapid-fire demands, biting his lip in thought. The reaction convinces me that he's buying my act. Are you going to keep helping me, Ryo? It pains me to see the suffering twisting his face. I want him to say he won't help Raiko Asami any longer. I want him to declare that he'll plan to help us instead. If he does, we won't have to hurt him any further. Yeah, I'll keep helping you. Unfortunately, Misaki gives his assent, forcing a weak smile. It's time for me to move on to the next step in the plan. You will? I really wish you wouldn't. Misaki's eyes go round in confusion at the sudden shift. Huh? I said, I really wish you'd stop helping Raiko Asami. Even now, he's silent and unable to fully grasp what's happening. I decide to give him a hint. I'm Kazuki Hoshino. Hoshino. Misaki mutters my name back to me. He stands dazed for a moment longer, but eventually, his eyes fill with knife-like rage. He seizes me by the throat as he realizes the Raiko Asami he was talking to was only a performance courtesy of Kazuki Hoshino. What the hell do you think you're doing, you bastard? Do you enjoy toying with me? Do you have any idea how despicable that was? I do. Then why did you do it? Tell me. I start to open my mouth, but I hesitate. Everything I've planned to say will hurt Misaki. If all you want is to save Raiko Asami, then you're instinctively going to assist her. Remember what Maria said? You aren't choosing anything when you do that. The sharp glare remains in his eyes, but his grip on my collar loosens a bit. I thought I told you. All I want to do is help my little sister. And you were going to just now, weren't you? Only, the person who asked you for help was me, not her. Misaki's eyes widen. Come on, Misaki. You can't even tell us apart. Is a being you hardly understand that important to you? Though I'm sure he wants to hit back at such a hurtful remark, he bites down on his lip hard enough to turn it white. If it were your sister, I'd tell you to go ahead and help her. I wouldn't try to stop you. But Raiko Asami is not your little sister. So come on, Misaki. Why don't you say it for me one more time? I land the finishing blow. Who would you be helping? He glowers at me, but I give as good as I get. Damn you. With a yell, Misaki angrily releases my collar. He balls his fists, ready to punch me and release his directionless rage. But then he stops and slumps in exhaustion. Do whatever you want. He sounds sad. Just do what needs to be done. If you want to put an end to the week in the mud, Do whatever it takes, and do it far away from me. I don't want to be involved. I won't be a part of this anymore. I'm afraid. That's not good enough. Misaki's head snaps up. What do you mean, not good enough? I mean exactly what I said. Your decision, your resolve. It's not enough. I need you to actively help destroy the weak in the mud. His features contort in anger. Do you have any idea what you're saying? You're asking me to help you hurt her. I suppose I am. Don't be an idiot. I could never do that. I won't get in the way. Even you have to understand that's the most I can promise. Oh, I know you were about to help her a moment ago. That's why I'm saying it's not good enough. If your resolve is that weak, then nothing will change from the way it was before. You know she's going to come to you for help from here on out. If you reach out to her, then you're throwing your lot in with the weak in the mud, too. Misaki looks away and mutters, all the same. It's not like I can abandon her. It doesn't matter. You still have to choose. Raiko Asami will be here soon. What? Raiko Asami threatened me and demanded that I help her escape from Maria. I decided to act like I was going along with it. Since she'll think her bullying worked, I guarantee she'll come to you next. So the next switch is at 1 p.m.? Yeah. You have until then to decide how you're going to handle things. If you help Raiko Asami, then the box will fulfill its purpose, and only the personality who isn't even anyone to begin with will remain. If you rebuff her, we'll help you get your real sister back. You're saying I should believe you too? Haha. This is the dumbest deal I've ever heard. So you're fine with things the way they are? Misaki clenches his hands into fists. Of course I'm not. You don't have to tell me for me to know. It's just I could never turn her away. Even after everything I've said, Misaki can't bring himself to make a decision. This isn't good. We need him to reject the one inside me. We have to make her feel hopeless. That's why I decide to play my last card. You know, there's something I find strange. Why do you believe the weak in the mud is real? I mean, the only ones who would believe that Raiko Asami is inside me would be people who've received a box before. Don't you think? Misaki raises his face and turns back to me, staring. Explain it to me. How did you come to believe in something so unreal? What are you trying to say? Can't come up with the answer? Well, let me tell you. I can imagine only one reason why someone would ever believe in boxes. So let me ask you, Misaki. I didn't tell even Maria that I was going to say this. You've met her, haven't you? Misaki's features freeze in place. I don't know how exactly you interacted with him, but I'm almost certain that O wanted you to help Raiko Asami. His mute surprise gradually shifts to a pallid, fearful expression. The name O alone probably isn't enough for him to understand what I mean right away. In most cases, only the current owner is conscious of O's existence. Misaki gains that awareness for the first time as I say their name, and then he remembers what was done to him. Misaki clutches his head, eyes still wide. I'm familiar with O, so I know what you're going through. There's no way anyone ever forgets them. It's just that they can't be remembered by normal means. You may not be able to recall at will what O did to you, but that knowledge is still buried below your subconscious. That's how you were able to believe in the box. After that, they manipulated you into believing you had to help Raiko Asami. Slow down. How do you know all this, Hoshino? He looks up at me, voice trembling in obvious fear. I mean, I don't know it for certain, but I do know that if you don't help Raiko Asami, O won't be able to fulfill their objective. Objective? What objective? What O is after is to observe me. I guess that doesn't make much sense to you, but that's what it is. This box is fascinating when it comes to studying me, but it's weak. It puts Raiko Asami at a tremendous disadvantage. It has to be horrible for her to be stuck in another person's body while still retaining her sense of self. To even stand a fighting chance, Raiko Asami needs information from the times when she's not controlling the body. If O didn't do something to level the playing field between us, the box would simply get destroyed without any intrigue. That's why O used you to balance the scales. Misaki lowers his head as my words sink in. He's motionless. I've said all I can say. This is the final spell ensnaring Misaki, a curse woven into the depths of his mind to persuade him that he must protect the box. Once exposed for what it is, its effects should come undone. Well, I'd better go. It's almost 1. What you do when she comes calling is up to you. I won't be there, so I can't stop you too. I'm going to help her. I've told you that. I don't say anything in response. Misaki's simply trying not to acknowledge his defeat, I know, and close the door without even glancing at his expression. I head for the stairs. Although I can hear footsteps approaching from the apartment next door, I don't turn toward them. Why didn't you tell me O had interfered with him? I wasn't trying to hide it from her. I realized it myself only just before arriving here, and there wasn't time to tell her. Why aren't you saying anything, Kazuki? Her anger is comforting, though, and I rest my head on Maria's shoulder. I'm the nemesis of Raiko Asami. I must break her, even if it means using Mizaki to do so. I have to. There's no other choice. But still, hurting others is really hard. I mumble the obvious under my breath, unable to lift my head. Nevertheless, I've set myself on course to take my life back. Now, I'm the kind of person who will sacrifice another for my own sake. I want somebody to rake me over the coals and tell me how horrible I am. But for some reason, Maria does no such thing. Instead, out of all the things she could have done, she gently rubs my head. Why is it so comforting, even though it's the exact opposite of what I wanted? May 4th, Monday, 1 p.m. That peppermint smell is gone. I'm in a convenience store, holding a weekly manga magazine like I was once before. I managed to escape from Maria Otonashi's apartment. Aha! It worked. My threat worked. My trap desperation is gone in an instant. It'll be okay. I've still got a fighting chance. First, I need to see Ryo Mizaki. I leave the store and figure out where I am. A major street I'm familiar with. It's not too far from Ryo Mizaki's place. I go to his apartment and ring the doorbell. He answers right away. His face is a sickly shade of white. The circles beneath his glasses are even darker than before. He's not saying anything, either, just standing there and quietly taking me in. What happened to you? It's nothing. Don't worry about it. His denial makes it clear it wasn't nothing. Did Maria Otonashi do something to you? No, nothing happened. His response is monotone, almost mechanical. There's obviously something wrong with him. Well, you could say there was always something wrong with him, but this is even worse than usual. Anyway, how about you come inside? He asks dully, and I follow him in despite my suspicions. What the heck? The first thing I see once I'm in the apartment is a broken window. Oh, Otonashi did that. My brother sounds as if he couldn't care less. She must have done something to him. That's the only explanation I can come up with. So the plan yesterday failed. Yeah, so vague. Just what happened to him? Why didn't you answer when your sister called? Sister? Huh? What? I thought you stopped referring to yourself as my sister. He's right. I need to stop doing that. Just a little mistake. I'm no one, after all. It's after 1. He says with a distant look in his eyes. Yeah, but why are you suddenly? It was you at this time on the 3rd, too, so it has to be you now. That's how I know. But if it were after 2. I'd probably doubt myself and think you were Hoshino trying to trick me again. I can't read subtle expressions like Maria Otonashi. What on earth are you even talking about? Hey, what do you call me, huh? Well, I've called you Ryo Mizaki plenty of times. Yeah, that's right. That's true. Quit acting so weird and fill me in on yesterday. Okay. With a nod, he sits down at his desk and starts staring into the blank monitor of his computer. I put the plan into action. As you can see, it failed. Expecting more, I wait as he sits perfectly still, peering into the depths of the screen. But he never starts talking again. Huh? Is that it? I don't know anything more than that. My plan didn't work, and I have no way of knowing what happened after Maria Otonashi took him away. I don't know what changed between them. What the hell? That doesn't tell me anything at all. I guess not. His tone is cold, and he still isn't making any attempt to look at me. You abandoning me? Not even that quiet question is enough to make him turn my way. Oh, I see. That's what he's doing. He thinks everything will be fine if he just plugs his ears and ignores it. You're having regrets, aren't you? That finally gets his attention. You wish you hadn't gotten so deeply involved, don't you? You wish you'd never discovered Raiko Asami's misery when you came running at her plea for help. I know you do. If you had just remained unaware, you'd still be living in your own little bubble, moaning about how unhappy you are. If only you had ignored that phone call. I don't regret any of that. Ryo Mizaki interrupts me. The only regret I have is that I didn't notice how things would end up. If I had, I'm sure I could have done something to keep it from coming to this. What I did is entirely my fault, from beginning to end. I never want to make a mistake like that again. His eyes land on me. That's why I've decided to keep helping Raiko. I've decided that it will never change, no matter what anyone says. Ryo. A warmth fills my chest. I know without a shadow of a doubt that my brother means those words. Thank you, Ryo. And I do still need your help. Ryo, eh? He answers quietly. Hey, tell me what it is you hope to accomplish. Why now? Fine. My goal is to gain control of Kazuki Hoshino. To do that, I need to crush the will of Kazuki Hoshino. I want him to suffer enough to want to rip off his own head. I want to crush him so thoroughly that he offers his body to me on bended knee and begs me to take it. Okay, And you're absolutely sure that's what you want? Of course. How many times have I told you that? Mumbling I see, okay under his breath over and over, my brother lowers his head and eventually falls silent. Something doesn't seem right, so I examine his face. Huh? He's crying. My brother is crying. Are you? What's with the tears? As if he didn't notice until I mentioned it, he swipes at his cheek in surprise and realizes what he was doing, then roughly rubs his entire face with his arm. When was the last time I saw my brother cry? Probably not since he discovered our parents' deception. After that, there were no more tears from him. He hid all signs of weakness from others so that he could struggle with whatever invisible demons were plaguing him. But now, he's weeping. I''LL.help, he states softly. That's my decision. I decided to help my sister. Raiko was so weak, and I was too consumed with my own problems to do anything for her before. But I swore this time I would be there for her. I swore I'd help her. I said, I'd help her, 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 I promised. But, he raises his head and looks at me. Who are you? I can't breathe. The one I decided to help was Raiko. But who are you? Tell me, who are you? What are you saying, Ryo? I'm no one. You said it yourself, right? I did say that. That's right. There's no way you could be Raiko Asami. If you were Raiko, why would you be trying to be Kazuki Hoshino? And you aren't Kazuki Hoshino, either. Then who does that make you? Tell me. Why should I go to bat for someone if I can't even tell who they are? There's no reason in hell. I understand. This isn't how my brother really feels. To me, you're no more than a poor imitation of my sister. I can't even tell you apart from Kazuki Hoshino. This is simply meant to break my heart, and to break his own. Ryo. Don't call me that. He's saying this to suppress his feelings. I won't let some piece of filth I can't even recognize call me that. And in crushing his own heart, he crushes his sister's, too. My brother will not help me, because I'm not really his sister. Yes, that's right. I'm not Raiko Asami. If not, then who am I? Kazuki Hoshino? I'm not Kazuki Hoshino yet. Wait. Did I ever really want to be Kazuki Hoshino? What is it that I really want? To be honest, maybe I knew ever since I received the box. I remember the times from before our parents got divorced. I always thought our family got along pretty well. We were the type who would often go shopping at the mall together on weekends, see movies together, go out for all-you-can-eat hot pot, those kinds of things. After he got home from work, my dad would barge into my room to say hi. I'd warn him to knock next time, but he'd never listen. My mum always made cute little arrangements out of my bento lunches. My older brother and I were always fighting, but that didn't stop us from playing together constantly. We were a pretty happy crew. In my mind, I never doubted that we would always be together, just like other families. Unfortunately, it was all a lie. I don't mean everything fell apart at once, just that none of it was real to begin with. I remember I was so scared of something my brother said when learned about the divorce. I'm glad. Now we don't have to try and act like some happy family anymore. We won't have to feel guilty anymore. I didn't know what he meant at first, but as time passed, everything started making sense. Why did our mother and father get along so well when they were together, even though they were getting divorced? All those smiles when they were kind to me were probably fake. Everything was one big act meant to fool me, to delude me into believing I was living in a happy home. None of it was really for me, though. It was just a way of hiding their own shame. That's how I came to realize that the only way to obtain the happiness I longed for was to take it from someone else. But is happiness something that can be stolen? So what do I want to do? I don't understand. I can't even process such a thing. I don't know. I don't want to know. Plus, I don't have the box anymore. I just want to run away. I have to escape. I need to leave this room. I'll be fine as long as I go now. I can still run. In my struggle to get out of there as fast as possible, I trip and fall. Realizing I can't even waste the time it takes to stand up, I scrabble on my hands and knees down the hallway to the door. For some reason, there's a pair of legs that could belong to a model. I raise my head. Standing there in front of me is Maria Otonashi. But if she's here now, it can't be. I turn back toward my brother. He's sitting in the chair, head in his hands, refusing to acknowledge anything occurring around him. My brother knew she was close by. He decided to throw me to the wolves. He knew I would come here, and he was planning on turning me over to Maria Otonashi all along. It was never going to work, she states flatly. It's honestly impossible to throw away your identity. You can try, but who you are will always catch up to you in the end. You've known that from the get-go. This is as much as your box's wish will ever get you. You will gain nothing from the weak in the mud. The swamp will simply suck you in and pull you down to the bottom. So says the object of my admiration to the one who utterly failed to be like her. What does that make her? She threw away her old self, too, so does that mean she didn't gain anything, either? I gaze up into her face. There's a touch of sadness in the way she's watching me. I've got to escape. But where to? There's nowhere for me to run in the apartment, and Maria Otonashi is right in front of the door. I'm on my knees, powerless. I don't have anywhere to go. I'm going to ask you something. I put this question to you before, but I want you to answer it again. Tell me. Here comes her question. Who are you? But that's, who am I? That's what I want to know, too. I don't know why at first, but she pulls out a phone and hands it to me as I fall back onto my rear. I'll tell you. The voice belongs to him, the one who never doubted himself, no matter how chaotic I made his existence. Kazuki Hoshino answers the question for me. You're nobody, just another enemy who's only here to fall before me. No, that's not what I am. I am not living for you. You think I'd ever let you define me? I am Raiko Asami. As I make that admission, I realize there's no turning back now. Now that I've admitted I'm Raiko Asami, I have no hope of becoming Kazuki Hoshino. I can't even imagine it. All avenues of retreat have been cut off, and there's no escape for me any longer. The instant it dawns on me, the box swells to an enormous size all at once. It trips through my veins like a bullet, wounding and maiming and tearing at every part of me. I can't take it. Stop, it hurts. Stop, help me. I want it out of me, but I can't get it out. Can't get it out. Can't get it out. Can't get it out. This body doesn't have the box in it. Why does it hurt so much? Stop, stop, please, just stop. I get it. I get it now, so please, just stop. I understand now that I can never be anyone other than me. I screwed up. I made the wrong wish with the box. I can't be in this body. All of this is pointless. I wanted to be happy, that's all. But that's not possible. The moment I took the first step down this blood-soaked path, there would never be any happiness for me. I cling to her, the one who successfully remade herself, the one who claims to be a box. I won't mess up anymore. I won't make any more mistakes, so please help. Me. May 4th. Monday, 2 p.m. Strangely, I know right away my vision is blurry because of tears. As I wipe them away, I see Maria in front of me, fighting down her emotions. May 5th, Tuesday, Children's Day. May 5th, Tuesday, 2:10 a.m. I'm dreaming. It's the same dream as always. I'm standing in front of corpses, playing with a rabbit plushie that's missing an ear. I stick my pointer finger into the hole where the torn-off ear would have been and start widening it. I slide my finger in and stir it around. The rabbit's head changes shape. The cotton inside feels nice. Around and around and around. Squish, squish, squish. One of the rabbit's eyes pops off. Cotton stuffing is spilling out of its torn face. I look at my hands. Aside from the drying blood covering them, there shouldn't be anything unusual. But all I can see is a pair of pitch black, rotting extremities. My body is filled with sludge that consists of pure hatred. I want to slice my body open and drain it out. Well, this is quite the interesting little scene we have here. Eek! The sudden voice starts me so badly my heart almost leaps from my chest. Of all the incidents that could have occurred around that boy, this one is the ultimate perversion. Yes, this is fascinating indeed. The manner of your involvement in this incident is superb, and your feelings toward him also intrigue me. I turn around and behold the owner of the voice behind me. Their silhouette. Well, maybe it's because this is a dream. Something is blurring my vision, making it impossible to see them clearly. I can't even tell if they're a man or woman. Who are you? How long have you been there? Instead of answering my question, he, or is it she, merely smiles. I look over at my brother. He is still screaming silently, oblivious to the presence of this stranger. Where is this? We should be in our house, but something's wrong. It doesn't feel real, more like we've been put inside a picture of it. You're very interesting, too, though not quite as much as that boy. I know in theory that humans become empty when they despise themselves, but it's electrifying to see it happen right in front of me. Yes, I can see no reason not to give you a box. They're completely ignoring my question and ranting about something I don't understand. But there's one thing I do know, they are captivating. Unbelievably so. Do you have a wish? Of course I do. I'm always wishing for something. This box can grant any desire, the stranger says in an enchanting voice, then hands me something that resembles a container. Now that I think about it, it does look like a box. Even though it's very close to me, I still can't see it clearly. I try touching it. That alone is enough to let me know it's real. The certainty isn't born of logic or anything similar, It's a conviction that permeates every fiber of my being. I accept the box. How do I use it? Just imagine your wish as clearly as you can. That's it. Humans have an innate power to make wishes come true. So this box isn't actually anything that special. All it does is simplify a person's wish and make it easier to grant. My wish is to not be Raigo Asami, to become anyone other than the girl I despise so thoroughly. Who should I become? The first person who comes to mind is Maria Otonashi, the one I admire so much. But that's not possible. She isn't human. After all, something like me could never become her. I suddenly know just the person I'm going to make my wish. He's a boy who cherishes his mundane everyday life as if it was the most natural thing in the world. A boy who for some unfathomable reason has made Maria Otonashi his. He values his life. What a bunch of garbage. Let him have a taste of what I consider normal and see if he still thinks that. The way he gets to bask in happiness for no good reason disgusts me. So hand it over. I want to take the place of Kazuki Hoshino. As soon as my wish is made, the box begins folding in on itself with loud slams. It becomes small and hard, then shoots with the force of a bullet straight through my eye and into me. Before I even have time to feel the pain, it's nestled inside my heart and threaded through my veins to take control of my entire body. I'm being torn apart, broken, dissected, torn asunder, controlled, manipulated by the box ... and disappearing. So you want to take his place, do you? Hey, you must be truly miserable. A charismatic smile spreads across their face. You must be truly miserable to understand it's just taking his place. Why, disappearing is all I've ever wanted. Empty people can only dream up empty wishes. I'm sorry, but I was well aware of that little bit of information. Their smile is tender and irresistible. Oh, you are too precious. You think you can escape your actions so easily. The childish nature of yours is so adorable. I can hardly stand it. And then my dream self is dumped into the muck. As it swallows me, I can't even scream, let alone breathe. May 5th, Tuesday, 6:15 a.m. I've been awake for a while now. But like a puppet with severed strings, I can't move from atop Maria Otonashi's bed. I have to contact Raigo Asami. Despite knowing this, I can't make myself move. Maria Otonashi has been sitting in a chair watching me the whole time. But even this isn't enough for me to move. I can't even look away from her steady, observant gaze. She's the first to lose her will and break our little staring contest. She stands up and goes off somewhere. After a moment, she returns and offers me a cup of coffee. I only stare at the steam rising in front of me. When I don't take the mug, she again backs down first, retracting her arm and taking a sip of her own offering. That's bitter, she comments. Well, seeing as there isn't much to do at the moment, maybe I'll talk to myself for a bit. She frowns into the mug as she speaks. I am a box. And just like a box, I can also grant wishes, she informs me, as if this really were a regular chat over coffee. But I am a failure as one. The happiness I bestow is fictitious and false. Her tone is bland, but her expression can't fully conceal her frustration. What is happiness, really? Does it come to you based on your mindset? If so, then even someone responsible for the disappearance of their entire family should be able to change how they feel. Is that really all it takes to achieve happiness? I thought at first she was talking about me, but now I'm not so sure. I don't think that's possible. I'm here now because I think that way. Now I know for sure she's referring to herself. I don't know exactly what happened with you, but I don't think changing the way you think or your situation will make you happy. My guess is that you probably feel the same way. Am I right? She is. The only place I'm going is to hell, no matter what path I take. You asked me earlier to help you. She downs the coffee before continuing. As long as you're fine with a failure like me, I can grant your wish. Under normal circumstances, I would assume she was trying to feed me an outrageous lie, but her face is the picture of sincerity. Regardless of whether I believe her, it's enough. Really? It's enough to make me speak again. Yeah. If the only roads before you lead to hell, then I'll offer you a different path. It may be a mere illusion, but for someone in your position, I'm sure that's more than enough. If all she wanted was to dangle hope in front of my nose to get something from me, she wouldn't phrase it this way. Will you be okay after you use your otherworldly power? Or will it be like in those manga where the hero has to pay a price for using their ability? Maria Otonashi stays silent for a moment. There isn't there? It's nothing for you to worry about. That just makes me even more worried. After a weary sigh, she answers, I lose a portion of my memory. What? When I use the misbegotten happiness, my memories of the recipient vanish, along with, to a certain extent, those of others involved with them. I actually have almost no memories at all. I can't recall my family or my friends. All that remains to me are the memories I willingly sought out. What? But why? That sounds horrible. Don't tell me that means you would forget Kazuki Hoshino if you used your power on me. She has no response to that. I'm sure it's because I'm right. I don't understand. Why would you do that for me? Why would you be willing to forget someone so important to you? It's my choice. Like I said, you don't need to worry about it. But, you and I are the same. She cuts me off. That's why I don't want to see you miserable. I don't think I could bear it. I would never have become a box if I could sit by and watch that happen. Is that why she's willing to lose such precious memories? That's crazy. Crazy. But it's also why she was able to become the pinnacle of creation. If it'll allow me to escape from eternal suffering, and if she's doing it willingly, then I'll accept her offer. Let me use a phone. She nods and hands me Kazuki Hoshino's. I spot my number in the outgoing call history. Maria must have called me. But that's not the way to reach the one I want. I tried calling that number before, too, but it never connected. The number she calls me from isn't mine. No, it belongs to Yui Ishihara. I make the call. After a few rings. Hello? Raiko Asami answers the phone. May 5th, Tuesday, 9:42 p.m. When I fill in the paper Mizaki gave me on the 2nd, it looks like this. The remaining 3 time blocks, 10 a.m., 11 a.m., 9 p.m., 10 p.m., and 10 p.m., 11 p.m., are all the time Kazuki Hoshino has left in this body. If we don't somehow take care of the weak in the mud within those hours, Kazuki Hoshino will have nothing left. It's 9:43 now. This means Kazuki Hoshino has only the final 1 hour and 17 minutes remaining before 11 p.m. We have to do everything that needs to be done in that window, and we've finished all the preparations necessary to pull this off. Raiko Asami got in contact with Asami as requested. Asami agreed to meet, specifying a time and place, and so, we come face to face with Raiko Asami. The meeting place Asami specified turns out to be our school. Though our school does have a security system, climbing over the gates isn't enough to set it off. It's still Golden Week, so no one is here. We find her standing in the center of the empty schoolyard. Why do you think I decided to meet you? She murmurs, like she's talking to herself and not at all like the Asami I know. I know what you hope to accomplish. After all, you're here to stop me from killing myself and steal my box, right? That's something I don't want to happen. But I still decided to meet you. Do you know why? Asami's eyes are focused on some unknown point nearby. Because I wanted to see you one last time. I wanted to see the one I admire so much, who did what I couldn't and created an ideal version of herself. I don't think so, Maria forcefully interjects. What you really want is for me to stop you from doing something as stupid as throwing your life away. Raiko Asami listens carefully to Maria's words, and her mouth curves upward in a smile. Sorry, but that tired argument won't work on me. Ugh, what a disappointment. I didn't want to hear those dull platitudes from you. HMPH. So then why exactly did you come to meet us? Do you think I can't see that you're afraid to die? You're my insurance. Insurance? I thought that if I got too scared to actually go through with it, you'd be kind enough to kill me instead, she tells us matter-of-factly. Why is listening to this conversation so annoying? I know there are certain emotions I should be feeling now. Panic, fright, sympathy, those would be more natural in this case. So why is it that all I'm feeling right now is irritation? I think and think and think, and then it dawns on me. No way, Asami. Only my subconscious could have led me to this fact. No wonder I'm pissed off. There's no point to this idle chit-chat. You met with Mizaki after the week in the mud was set in motion, didn't you? I ask Asami abruptly, and she slowly nods. He lied and told us the owner had died, to make us believe we had no chance of undoing the wish. He hoped to get us to give up and thus allow the box to complete its purpose. And Asami prompts me. I nod and continue. Mizaki was confident we would never be able to find you. But here you are, alive and well. Why would he be so sure of himself if that's the case? Asami hesitates for a moment, then explains. When we met, I promised him I would go into hiding. That's why. Why? I interrupt Asami mid-sentence. If Mizaki was allied with Raiko Asami, the person trying hardest to help the weak in the mud run its course, and you're prepared to take your own life to stop it, why would you need to collaborate with him? She has nothing to say. It doesn't make any sense, don't you think? I press. How would you know my mental conflicts? I've had it. This is gross, and I can't take it anymore. You are so creepy. Why are you talking like that? Cut it out already. This is how I always used to talk. You wouldn't know it, but ever since middle school, what I'm saying is you can drop the act. You're here in front of us now, so you wouldn't want to hide, right? So, stop talking like that. Oh, Maria's eyes fly open wide as she gawks at Asami. Or should I say, Oh, all expression vanishes from Asami's face. She looks so mechanical that I can't sense any of the girl I knew in there. You've been keeping up this charade since the 30th, right? Even bad taste has its limits, you know. Thinking back on it, nothing has seemed right about her since then. Haruaki even commented on how weird she was acting, only to completely forget about it the next day. That's part of your nature. No one who isn't a box owner can remember you. I guess you didn't visit our classroom, because Mizaki was in there, huh? Asami listens to my theories silently, her face still a blank slate. Mizaki was so confident about his big lie that Asami was dead because he knew you had possessed her body. If an inhuman being like you was walking around in her body and told him he would never see you again, my guess is he would probably take it to heart. Not even that is enough to provoke a change in her expression. He might have forgotten about you, but it seems he couldn't forget that something had possessed his sister. That's why the only way out for Mizaki was to make sure the weak in the mud did what it was meant to do. That's how you set him up as my enemy. You set the stage so that Raiko Asami and I would be fighting on equal terms. I fix Asami with an angry glare as I continue. Then all that was left for you was to sit back and have your fun observing it all. The moment I finish speaking, hey, the blank expression warps, and Raiko Asami disappears entirely. Well, the body is still hers, but there's no longer any way of mistaking it. Raiko Asami no longer exists behind those features. No human has an unfathomable grin like that. Well, I'm impressed. With that smile still in place, Oh claps their hands. The display is an expression of their confidence that they are perfectly safe, despite having been discovered. You seem to be enjoying yourself. Oh, Maria's brows furrow as she jumps into the conversation. Enjoying myself? Hey. Why wouldn't I be? This round of observations was truly worthwhile. Seeing how Kazuki Hoshino would react, how he would think, how he would suffer when his identity was taken from him has proven to be deeply intriguing. I never expected he would so clearly recognize Raiko Asami as an enemy and take action to bring her pain. Hey, this experiment was rather short compared with the last one, but the results have been rich indeed. Freak. Maria's jeer has no effect on O's mirthful expression. Now then, shall I give you this box? I don't pick up on the meaning of those words right away. What was that? O's going to give the box to us. Why? We haven't even backed them into a corner or bargained for it. What are you trying to pull? Maria asks in my place. Oh, is there something odd about my behavior? Is this magnanimous attitude a facade to hide your desperation now that we've managed to sniff you out? Your answer couldn't be more incorrect. What about this situation would imply I'm in peril? It would appear you all misunderstand. My goal in this has been to observe Kazuki Hoshino, not interfere with your plans. This box has given me my fill of fun with him, so I have already accomplished what I set out to do. Giving it to you now that I have no use for it is no problem at all. Now I think about it, they're right. Ensuring the weak in the mud would reach completion was never the point for O. Rather, if the box actually does what it was made to do. Yes. I wasn't going to say anything, but it seems you figured it out on your own. Heartbreaking. They must be delighted to see the blood draining from my face. O is positively beaming. It's true. This box you call the weak in the mud was never meant to fulfill its purpose from the very start. Raiko Asami is a human of interest, but not nearly enough so that I would sacrifice such a hard-earned guinea pig. Let Raiko Asami take the place of Kazuki Hoshino? Not on my watch. Oh snickers. And so, when the time was right, I was planning to give you the box regardless of whether you found me. There's nothing peculiar at all about my simply handing it over like this. I made Raiko Asami into my enemy to take myself back. I wounded her and caused her suffering. I even made Mizaki my accomplice. I went so far as to betray Maria, too. But, even though I stooped so low, it was all for nothing. Wasn't it? Did O have me where they wanted from the very beginning? Was I simply dancing in the palm of their hand? If so, then what does that make this whole week into? It hasn't been for nothing. A certain girl denies O's claim, and I glance over toward her. O turns their cheeky grin on Maria, too. And just what do you mean by that? Don't you get it? Kazuki's mission is to get back his normal life. Naturally, we did what we could to that end. So nothing would have changed. Even if Kazuki had managed to puzzle out that you never intended for the weak in the mud to finish its work, it wouldn't have changed his actions. Again, how so? O asks, thoroughly engrossed. That goes without saying. Maria scoffs. There's no reason he would place trust in your whims. I see it now. O is giving me the box purely because it's the most interesting thing for them. Nothing more than a whim. It would have been impossible for me to hope for that and not act on my own. Despite the chance that all my efforts would be in vain, I know for a fact that I still would have done everything in my power to put an end to this box. I see. However, Kazuki is one thing, but you, I'm afraid, have truly labored to no avail. This box cannot be used again. You are hilariously simple-minded. Revealing yourself here to us now is a sign that I've made at least some progress. It proves that as long as I'm with Kazuki, I will encounter you and your boxes. Oh widens their eyes, almost deliberately. Are you being serious? Maria's reply sounds disappointed. I've spent the equivalent of a lifetime hunting down boxes. Why ask that now? That's not what I meant. Your foolishness doesn't concern me in the slightest. I'm asking if there is some significance to proving that your proximity to Kazuki will allow you to encounter me. Maria's eyes dilate at that, and her face slowly goes pale. So you didn't notice. Or to be more precise, you didn't consider it deeply enough, I assume? Oh smiles again. Such proof is meaningless. Besides, weren't you planning on leaving Kazuki anyway? What? See, cut the crap. Hey, that deathly white complexion is all the proof you need to know I'm being truthful. Kazuki, I'll have you know that she is planning on using her box on Raiko Asami. Use the misbegotten happiness. I've touched that box, so I know. I've seen the depths of that sea, so I know. Maria must under no circumstances use her own box. I may be generally clueless, but even I can tell that using the box would be an irreversible act. If she does, she will lose all memory of you. And without those memories, there is little doubt she will leave your side. Why are you so sure of that? Simple. That's what happens every time she uses it. Oh says. I turn toward Maria. Her nervous lip chewing is enough for me to know it's true. Why would you think to use the misbegotten happiness? I told you before, Asami's suffering is inevitable, and I can't just sit back and watch. Is she saying she would harm herself just for that? But yeah, I get it. She's always been like that. Maria would throw her own life away to save someone else. That's the type of person she is. I am a box. I'm not human. I exist only to save others. Right, that's why Maria's ever-stern countenance returns, and she declares in a loud, clear voice, I can remain Ai Otonashi. Yet, I can't help but think there's still a bit of Maria Otonashi in there, too. Never let me out of your sight, either. That was the real Maria, wasn't it? That was how she really feels, unable to bear the solitude. This is all wrong. There's no way ignoring her own emotions is the correct choice. But I can't just claim she's wrong. I have no idea what resolve has led her to this point, so I could never deny her that. Maria. All I can do is say her name, the one only I can call her, and let her know how I feel. I don't want you to do it. Maria's face stiffens a bit. I can't stand the thought of you forgetting about me and leaving. Kazuki. You're terrible. You're the one who asked that I never lose sight of you, and now you're the one planning to lose sight of me. How could you do something like that? I shout. Maria bites her lip and lowers her gaze. But if I don't, Asami, I interrupt her by taking her right hand, and she looks at me with round eyes. Asami will be fine. Why? You might not believe it yet, and you might get angry at me and think I'm sugarcoating the situation, but I have faith that she will. I squeeze her hand tight. There is no despair in our lives that can't be undone. I realize her fingers are much slimmer than I thought. Not just her fingers, either. Maria's entire profile is incredibly delicate, a perfect counterpoint to her spirit. Asami will be fine, even if the week in the mud is destroyed. There's no way in hell that despair is the only fate that awaits her. And you're telling me to believe this? She whispers. I thought she would reject me. First off, she's seeking out boxes. There's no reason for her to accept a guy who believes in the ordinary day-to-day, when she actively tracks down the objects that destroy it. But despite that, I still have faith in normal life. She just needs to find hope. What? There may indeed be despair awaiting Asami in the future, but there will also be hope. I know of one source, at least. What are you talking about? There's someone out there who thinks Asami is the most valuable person in the world. Doesn't that count as a little ray of light? I see the slightest hint of acknowledgement begin creeping into Maria's features. If nothing else happens, you may be right. But Asami will almost certainly be facing a lengthy prison sentence because of her actions. Even so, I'm positive the two of them will be fine as long as they stick together. If they can understand how precious they are to each other, they'll be okay. Don't you agree? Maybe we're just assuming we know everything there is to know about Asami. There's still one more hour of Raiko Asami after this. It won't be too late if you make your decision after checking with her first. Well, don't only check with her, help her find some hope, too. I know it's there. Maria gives my hand a little squeeze. And while you're at it, give her a hand in finding some happiness that isn't an illusion. With that, I let go, and Maria looks down at her free hand. You are, hey, it's still Golden Week, right? Maria frowns and looks up at the sudden question. Things didn't turn out so great, but I was really hoping to enjoy this break. But we do still have one more day off tomorrow, so I close my eyes for a moment, summon my courage, and spit it out. So let's go somewhere tomorrow. Hey, I know. How about we get some strawberry tarts? They're your favorite, right? There's surprise in Maria's eyes. She stands motionless for a moment, but eventually, the tension leaves her face as if it were never there. Hey, what was that all about? Why you don't want to go? This will mean you spent every day of Golden Week with me, you know. Huh? Is there something wrong with that? Maria tilts her head to the side and smirks. If it doesn't bother you, then I'm fine with it. Really? You promise? Promise. Her expression had only just softened, but it tenses again when she hears that word. Maria closes her eyes for a moment and ruminates on the meaning of the word, then opens them again. Her mouth relaxes again and curves upward in a smile, and she speaks in a firm yet gentle tone. I promise you a future where we can go and eat strawberry tarts tomorrow. Yep. I know I have nothing to worry about, and so I wait for that final possession to take place. May 5th, Tuesday, 11 p.m. None of it has ended. Even though Maria Otonashi promised I would never undergo another switch, none of it has ended. For some reason, I'm standing in the middle of the schoolyard. It's pitch black, and there's nothing around. I know the main building of the school should be there, but I can't see anything. There's nothing near me. It's just me and Raiko Asami facing each other. Alone. I don't understand. How did I end up like this? Where did Maria go? Long time no see, Raiko Asami says as she stands right in front of me. I scowl. Why does this feel so off? Hey, you probably don't recognize me in this form. It's so, huh? Their manner of speaking is clearly wrong, and that smile is charming in a way I could never hope to be. Yeah, that settles it. This person must be Oh. Why are you coming to me as Raiko Asami? Where's Maria? Oh's answer is a smile as they walk toward me. I find myself edging away from this unknowable force. Kazuki Hoshino said there was hope to be found, even in your life. They extend their hand and push their fingers into my mouth. Such a thing is impossible, I'm afraid. Raiko Asami's fingers wriggle violently in my mouth, turning slimy with my saliva. It drips off them in globs, like I'm being forced to drink the fluids of some insect. The reason being that this is all it takes for you to learn what you taste like, Oh says, wearing my form. It's the taste of scum. Yes, I do taste it. It's bitter, so bitter that it overwhelms me. This body belongs to Kazuki Hoshino, but somehow the muck slowly starts spreading past the inside of my mouth, propagating like a virus. My body is blackening, tainted by the color of sin. The foul sludge floods over me, violating me. Oh withdraws their fingers from my mouth. I drop to my knees, and the filth within me sloshes with the movement. There's no helping your hatred. They made you a person. The word makes me want to vomit, capable of more bitter loathing than anyone. This is a truth that can never disappear, and that is why this scum will remain inside you for all eternity. Oh places their hands upon my shoulders. I look up into the face of Raiko Asami, the last one I want to see. There is no reason someone like you, who can never eradicate the muck inside her, can never taste hope. I'm well aware of this. Hope will never be a part of my life. I've never felt it, not even once, and now that I'm corrupted, now that I've committed the sins I have, why would I ever experience it? This is the end for Raiko Asami. That's not true. Still kneeling, I twist around to find the source of this voice behind me. The one who called out is Maria Otonashi, gasping for breath. I see my older brother beside her. The one who'll never call me his sister again. You're here sooner than expected. What are you trying to pull by hurting her? Oh? Maria Otonashi shouts, her voice rough with anger. Hey, perhaps the best way to put it is that I wish to tear you away from Kazuki Hoshino. I was just taking the opportunity to do a few things until you arrived. Are you here with the intention of giving her hope, by any chance? Yeah. Maria Otonashi answers plainly. Oh provides no reaction. Raiko. Hearing that name from my brother feels very strange. Oh, it's the first time he's used it, that's why. This is the first time he's ever called me by my name since I gained this body. Why now? I thought I wasn't your sister anymore. Now you know in your heart that you're Raiko Asami. That changes everything. Because you know it, I can say your name. I stay silent, so Ryu presses on. Hey. What are you going to do now? The week in the mud is about to be destroyed. You're going to become Raiko Asami again. You and I will be separated. What are you going to do when all that happens? I'm going to use Maria's box. Asami. I'm sorry, but we have to cancel that plan. Maria Otonashi interrupts. Huh. I instinctively turn toward her. I changed my mind after hearing Mizaki out. I cannot let you use this box now. She says it so confidently, without the slightest hint of shame at breaking her promise to me. No. Why would there be? It was always unthinkable for her to do something as stupid as giving up her memories for me. Then I'll just die. It's the obvious answer. Now that things have reached this point, simply disappearing is the best ending I can hope for. Ryu shouts at me in exasperation. Do you honestly believe that Raiko Asami is yours alone? Huh? I am Raiko Asami. I am mine. Anyone would understand that. Why do you look so surprised? You think you belong only to yourself? No way. My brother still seems annoyed at my ignorance. You belong to me, too. And that's not all. You belong to Maria Otonashi, and to Kazuki Hoshino, too. So here's the thing. He fixes me with a pointed stare. None of us are willing to let you die. I don't understand what he means. I can't comprehend why my brother would say something like that with such kindness on his face. But how can I ever be forgiven for the horrible things I've done? Death isn't enough for me. You know, they both lost their lives because of me. That, Asami. I stop short as I hear my name. Maria Otonashi continues. That's the main reason I decided not to let you use my box. I was mistaken when I said I would. Well, part of it was that Misaki was withholding information, but also I had misread the truth. It was Ryu Misaki who actually committed the murders. Wasn't it? Number. True, the one who did it was Ryu. But I knew how things could turn out when I called him for help. All he did was fulfill my desires for me. That's why the sin is mine. Don't get the wrong idea, Raiko. I wasn't acting on your behalf when I killed them. I hated them both. Despised them. My emotions took over, and I lost control. That's it. He's lying. I'm sure he really did hate them. But animosity alone wouldn't have been enough to make him go through with it. He crossed that final line because he wanted to set me free. I'm the one who pulled the trigger. I thought about running away with you, but it wasn't a realistic option. Neither of us is a legal adult, so we'd never be able to lead a proper life on the run. And even if we did, I can't imagine we'd be happy being hunted every single day of our lives. A faintly rueful smile appears on Ryu's face. I'm going to turn myself in, and I'm going to prove that you're innocent. That's the best choice available to me. My brother is attempting to wipe away my crimes, to take them all to prison with him. Why would you do that for me? Don't make me explain it. I simply can't figure out why. Why? We're brother and sister, but we're also separate individuals. Nothing good will come for him if he does this for me. Ryu pulls something out of his bag and hands it to me. I accept it wordlessly. It could be my imagination, but I recognize this texture. I look down to see what exactly he gave me. Oh, I can't contain my surprise. I thought it was ruined. I thought everything I ever cherished had been spoiled forever. I washed it, put in some stuffing, and stitched it up. That's all. I mean, it's not enough to make it as good as new, but it is fixed, right? It's my rabbit plushie, the one Ryu won for me from the crane game. I fall to my knees on the spot. I can't hold back the sobs escaping me or the tears running down my face, and just the tiniest bit of the filth inside me is flowing out with them. Not all of it, of course. I'll still be carrying it with me, but for now, at least, some of it is washing away. Maybe, just maybe, Ryu. I never needed to make a wish with the box at all. Maybe I failed to see that. After all, now I'm sure. My wish had already come true. I'm sorry, Ryu. I'm so sorry all of this happened because of me. My brother sacrificed himself because I couldn't figure it out. None of this would have happened if I had only been able to love myself. Next time, I'll save you. I wipe away my tears and climb to my feet. Ryu is looking at me with a bit of surprise. I'll save you when you're suffering. And I'll be waiting for you. I'll always be there, waiting for the day we can stand together again. My voice and my body are trembling, and my smile is a bit forced, but I tell him clearly, I'll be waiting for you as Raiko Asami. My brother is motionless for a moment, eyes wide in shock, but gradually, his face softens. There's a warmth in his eyes that wasn't there yesterday. He answers with a smile. I was too late. Or that's what I've always thought. But I'm beginning to get the feeling that maybe I did make it in time. I'll never be able to say that I'm glad things turned out this way. My brother and I will always hate our past, until the day we die. But despite it, we've found how we can make it through. I have no doubt of that now. Quietly watching us, Maria Otonashi nods with a smile. I was able to keep my promise to Kazuki, she whispers before her smile vanishes and she pins O with a steely glare. Now, hand over the box. O nods, their smile never once slipping. My box, the week in the mud, will end now. O reaches a hand up to Raiko Asami's eye and touches her eyeball. I can feel it, even though I'm not the one being touched. O digs their fingers in deep, as if they intend to pluck out the eye. Unable to bear the pain, I cry out briefly and squeeze my eyes shut. It hurts. But while it is extremely painful, I can tell this is the way it needs to be. This is how it should be. And that's why I endure crushing agony in my eye. The pain goes away, and I look at O again. They've finished whatever it was they were doing. My eye is undamaged, and O is holding a box that resembles a small, blackened bullet in the palm of their hand. I wonder if this proves Kazuki Hoshino's claim that there is no despair in life that can't be undone. Maybe this time, at least. Hey, I see. I suppose that's the only thing you can say. That statement is a denial of your very being as a box. After all, it seems Kazuki has a knack for making heartless comments, too. With a sharp glare O's way, Maria Otonashi roughly snatches the box out of their hand. Now I can go back to Kazuki. That's all that matters. Aren't you merely delaying the inevitable? You still don't intend to decide between being Maria Otonashi or remaining Ai Otonashi? What a stupid question. Maria Otonashi looks down at the week in the mud resting in her hand. She bites down hard on her lip, as if filled with loathing for the box. The answer to that was set in stone long ago. You're probably right. O responds quickly with obvious disinterest. I am a box. She releases her lip and continues, there is no way I can ever go back to being the person I was before I became a box. Her eyes are so strong. This is the expression of the fabrication I've revered all this time. That's why it's better if I maintain the same personality I have had since then. If that means choosing to remain Ai Otonashi, so be it. If so, then why are you still with Kazuki Hoshino? Silence overtakes her. Doesn't that only make things more difficult for you? Wasn't that your motivation in allowing Raiko Osami to use your box? What are you talking about? I have no idea what you mean. Hey, perhaps the curse of that realm of endless repetition still hangs over you. Indeed, Kasumi Mogi would have been an exceptionally powerful foe for you. HMPH. She examines the box again, rolling it around in her hand. I was set on doing it. It didn't take long. But then that damn Kazuki had to go and say he didn't want me to. She softly whispers as sadness clouds her features for a moment. But it's gone in an instant. Once again, she dons the visage of the perfect creation, the one I find so utterly beautiful. Maria Otonashi has already granted the wish of the weak in the mud through sheer willpower alone. What's going through her mind as she watches me and my box? Chewing her lip yet again, she takes one final look at the tiny bullet-shaped box. And then, with a touch of sadness, crushes the week in the mud in her fist. May 5th, Tuesday, 11:56 p.m. There's something markedly different about the way I feel when I wake up this time. My head feels oddly refreshed, like every last nook and cranny is clear. It makes me especially aware of how much Raiko Osami took from me earlier. I check the time on my phone, 11:57 p.m. I'm me. Even though the hour of 11 p.m. has always been Raiko Osami's, since the very first day. It's over. But before my emotions have the chance to wash over me, something seizes me. Maria. Is she hugging me? To be clear, this is not a gentle embrace of appreciation for my week-long battle. It's a powerful vice clinging to me for dear life. What's gotten into you? She hears me but doesn't answer. It seems I have no choice but to stay here at her mercy for the time being. I can't see Maria's face. Call me that name, one more time. Call me Maria one more time. Okay, Maria. Again. Maria. Silence. It's your fault. Maria abruptly switches gears. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm only with you because it allows me to meet her. There is no significance to our relationship beyond that, and yet you keep getting carried away and doing things nobody asked you to do. I went through a lot of pain this time, and it's all your fault. I'm not sure what you're getting at. But don't you think that's really mean? It's the truth, idiot, she retorts, pushing me away. So now she's getting violent? What's more, for some reason she has a huge grin on her face. Now then, let's go. Where are we going? What are you playing dumb for? Yesterday, I promised you we would go out for some strawberry tarts tomorrow. Well, that's what I said, but it's still the 5th. Check the time. I pull out my phone as ordered. 12 o'clock a.m. The date has changed. I know a late-night diner that has strawberry tarts. Let's go there. You are. That's not the problem. Normally, when people say tomorrow, they mean after they sleep and wake up. What are you blabbering about? Let's get moving. Maria grabs me by the hand. Oh man, maybe I shouldn't have made that promise. Why do I get the feeling she's going to drag me around all day tomorrow, too? Well, whatever. I don't mind at all. As Maria leads me off, I spare a glance back at the two we left in the middle of the schoolyard. I see a happy brother and sister, smiling and holding each other's hands. May 18th, Monday. I scan the classroom, pulling up the wrapper of a salted beef tongue-flavored Ibo. Nothing appears to be out of the ordinary with my classmates. Everyone does seem a bit restless, but that's probably because we have midterms coming up tomorrow. Yo, Kazu. Ow. Kokon greets me with a karate chop. Morning. So the other day, I was just walking around Shibuya. Okay. Kokon seems awfully pleased with herself as she suddenly launches into her story. I was gonna head to Marui and maybe hit up HMV to check out some albums, you know? But then it was like, everyone simply couldn't ignore my charms, such as these e-cups here. When did she get another size? Kokon opens a fashion magazine on my desk and points to something. It's a picture of her smiling on the street. Oh, wow. It's an honest reaction, and Kokon looks even more proud. Ha ha ha. It just so happens I got stopped 5 times in only 2 hours. If you include the guys trying to chat me up, I turned them all down, but sometimes they're scouts for modeling agencies, you know. Phew. The world won't leave me be. So, how about this picture? What you think? Yeah, it's pretty good, right? Take a look at my quote, too. A couple of minutes ago, I thought the strings of my hoodie were my headphones and put them in my ears. Come on. It's the perfect quote for that klutzy appeal. I'm adorable. Yep. If I say too much, this could drag on even longer, so it's best to go with the flow. Kokon suddenly calls out Haruaki, who watches the scene with disgust. Got something to say, Haru? Not really. Just that all this showboating is making me sick. Well, wearing jerseys all the time makes me sick. What did you say? Don't go talking smack about my Adidas. I'm not talking smack about your Adidas. I'm talking smack about you. I can't suppress a smile as I watch them go at it. It's great. These little verbal sparring matches are another sign that my life is returning to normal. The truth is, things almost reached the point where I never could have talked with my friends like this again. We might have destroyed the week in the mud, but that didn't erase anything that had happened during that period. The fact that I told Kokon I loved her would never go away. It was all thanks to some quick thinking on Maria's part that our relationship allows us to interact like this again. I think about the tightrope walking I had to do back in Mogi's hospital room. It's noon on the 9th. Sitting on the white bed is Kasumi Mogi, the pajama-clad girl from the picture I've seen so many times on my phone. Standing next to her is Kokon, wearing her hair down today. Both of them are glowering angrily at me. I'm well aware of this, so I'm staring intently at the mattress in an effort to avoid eye contact with either of them. I can see Maria's legs out of the corner of my eye. I wonder, is this what people mean when they say love is a battlefield? Tell me what's going on, Hoshino, Mogi says, calmly but sharply, and I scratch my head. You told Koko you liked her, even though you're going out with Otonashi? Why would you do that? Do you just not care? Kokon had apparently asked her good friend Mogi for advice when I made my confession to her, which is why I've been summoned here. Koko told me you and Otonashi were close, but from what I hear, it sounds like you two are really in a relationship. Well, if you were going out with her, you should have said something. I guess it was silly of me to think we had something going on. The sharp edge fades from Mogi's voice. Her expression is unmistakably sad. Explain yourself, Hoshino. Kokon's voice is rough with anger. Well, we're not. I mean, we never, like, you know. You never what? I didn't ask you if you'd done that or not. What a lech. That's not what I'm saying. You're getting it all wrong. As if I'd believe you now. I can't believe you'd say something like that in front of Otonashi. I mean, you're on a first-name basis and everything. All the shouting is starting to draw glances from mothers in the ward. Even the nurses are keeping a wary eye on our, seemingly, serious and important conversation and giving us a wide berth. Too bad they aren't coming to tell us to keep it down. Kokon exhales loudly and gives Maria an intense glare. Don't you have anything to say to Kazu? You don't seem to care in the slightest about what he said to me. HMPH. Maria crosses her arms in response to Kokon's accusation. She glances over at me, the corner of her mouth twitching upward. I've got a really bad feeling about this. Does his confession to you bother me? There's no reason it should. Why? Because I made him do it. Everyone is frozen solid. Me too, of course. Okay, what have you gone and said now, Maria? What for? You put Kazu up to it when he said that to me? That's right. Kazu, what the hell is this? Hoshino, I don't understand. I'd love to know, myself. Kazuki's attempt will just make the situation even messier, so I'll explain for him, Maria replies, still smiling faintly. There is one fact I need to get out of the way first, which is that Kazuki dumped me. Kokon and Mogi both stare at me in shock. Hey, it's not like I know what's going on, either. Yes, and he told me I meant less than nothing to him. I would never say something like that to anyone. How awful. How could you be so arrogant? I hope you curl up and die, Kazu. I agree, that's really disgusting. No, I want to explain everything, but I'm not sure what Maria has planned yet, so I fall silent. I couldn't understand why he cast me aside so callously. If he liked someone else, it might not be enough for me to let go of my feelings for him, but it would at least explain why he did it. So I asked him if he had feelings for someone. And then he said he loves me. That's right. After a long pause, he said your name. Kokon suddenly flushes bright red and bashful at Maria's revelation. In contrast, Mogi turns a sickly green next to her. It reminds me of a traffic signal. Still, I couldn't quite believe it when it was your name, he said. You two always seemed like you were just friends to me. I told him the only way I would accept it was if he confessed his feelings to you in front of me right then and there. So then Hoshino told Koko he liked her, Mogi whispers. The tears in her eyes are about to overflow. Kokon's face is still red, but she casts a worried sidelong glance at her friend. Come on, Maria, what are you trying to do here? But anyway, just before we arrived here, Kazuki took back his claim that he likes you. What? Kokon roars. Kate Kokon, we're in the hospital. Shut it, you stupid, fickle bastard. Here's the bottom line. Kazuki told me he liked you as a spur-of-the-moment excuse to get me off his back. Once the lie was told and I threatened him to prove it by actually confessing his feelings to you, he couldn't take it back. That does explain it, but still, that was a terrible thing to do to me. I would take it more as a sign of how much he trusts you. Since the two of you are friends, I think he must have believed you would forgive him once he apologized. Besides, even in the event you didn't understand, it wouldn't be an altogether bad thing, would it, huh? Kokon blushes again. Hey, that last bit was unnecessary, Maria. However, that doesn't change the fact that we dragged you into this mess. Kazuki and I both feel terrible about it. Please forgive us. I'm sorry, I really am. I choose that moment for my apology. Kokon gives me a shrewd look, her cheeks still a bit red. Do you feel bad for what you did? Why yeah, I'm sorry. Now that I've expressed my regret, Kokon purses her lips and states her verdict. Fine, I'll forgive you. But never do that again. I may be used to guys saying they love me left and right, but that doesn't mean it didn't come as a shock. My mind was racing so fast I couldn't get to sleep that night. So you're used to it. Hey, I had to during my first year of school here. But that doesn't matter. Are you sure you've learned your lesson? Sorry. I'll behave myself from now on. Kokon is yelling, but her smile lets me know she's calmed down. Like me, all she really wants is for our friendship to go back to normal. As long as we can maintain our normal routine, our peaceful day-to-day won't be shattered again so easily. Anyway, I think we'll be going. As I say this, I look at Maria and make to leave the room. To be honest, I'm slightly embarrassed about the audience we've drawn, and I'd like to get out of there as soon as possible. Wait, what's up, Mugi? Well, you dumped Otonashi, right? I'm just wondering, why are you still together, then? Are you sure you aren't going out anymore? Mogi's voice is wavering. Well, yeah. She searches our faces and then lowers her eyes. I hope I get out of here soon. I've got to get back to school. This is so uncomfortable. It makes me really anxious. Don't worry, Kasumi. I'll keep an eye on him for you. Mogi's face fills with happiness at Kokon's declaration. Koko, when Otonashi said it wouldn't be a bad thing if you misunderstood, you didn't seem too upset. Why yes, I was. Mogi gives me a tearful glare. Hoshino, you idiot. Why couldn't your false confession have been to me and not Koko? Is that really what's bothering you? It's lunchtime. Maria and I are sitting across from each other at a table in the cafeteria. She's eating ramen that probably tastes like rubber with a blank look on her face. She sure seemed happy when she ate that strawberry tart the other day. When I tried to take a picture, she gave me a full-on punch and polished it off with a dark scowl. Do you want to come by my place today, Kazuki? She asks. The boy next to me spits out a mouthful of fried rice. I was thinking maybe the library would be a good today, but I'm not sure. Well, if that's what you want, I'm okay with it. I've been going to Maria's house for the last 2 days. We aren't just hanging out. Maria, the reigning top student of our school, has been tutoring me for our upcoming exams. As a second year, though, I'm not sure how I feel about a first year tutoring me. So you won't stop by, then? Oh well, I've still got quite a bit of stew left over, but I guess I can finish it all myself. I thought it tasted good. I didn't ask what you thought. She was so considerate before, but now the ice is back. Still, if she heard this conversation, let alone that I'd been going over to Maria's place, I'm sure she'd be angry. I think, remembering the girl who always sat next to Maria at lunch up until 2 weeks ago, things were pretty much back to normal. Mogi's been a little grumpy whenever I visit her at the hospital, and Daya still won't really talk to me, but I feel like I almost have the comfortable life I once knew back. Well, I say that, but Raiko Osami and Ryu Mizaki are no longer a part of it. Our Golden Week ended up being extended for 4 more days, and class didn't resume until the 11th. This was because a student at our school was suspected of murder. Our principal had appeared on TV while we were on break, saying he had always found Mizaki to be a dedicated student with excellent grades. The first day after the holiday ended was tough. The media and their cameras were everywhere, and class was like something out of a nightmare with girls sobbing openly. Our homeroom was unrecognizable. But after a week or so, things went back to normal. Naturally, it became taboo to even mention Ryu Mizaki among our class. His name was forcibly tied to the murders and, in a sense, the disruption of our regular lives. It wasn't even allowed to exist among us if we wanted to maintain the usual flow of things. Of course, we'll always remember Mizaki. There's no way we could ever forget him. But he's not a part of our conversations anymore. Mizaki will never return to the normal life I know. His younger sister, Raiko Osami, is no exception, either. The moment the murders became public knowledge, she no longer had any place here. None of our classmates had been aware before that Ryu Mizaki and Raiko Osami were brother and sister, but now the entire country knows. Her address and photo ended up on major websites, and though she should have been treated as a relative of the victims, any place she had in life here was destroyed by the media and the prying eyes of the general public. Asami dropped out of school before any of us noticed. Why the faraway look, Kazuki? Maria asks, having finished her ramen while I was distracted. No, it's nothing. You must have been thinking about Asami. I swear, she's always on your mind, isn't she? Stop saying it like that. People will get the wrong idea. Maria smiles contentedly at my discomfort. There's no doubt about it now. She is definitely a sadist. Actually, I already knew that. You don't need to worry about Asami. You know that, right? She says, still smiling. Her words bring a smile to my face, too, and I nod. That's right. I don't have anything to worry about. I pull out my phone and open the last voice memo. Good morning, Kazuki Hoshino. No, good afternoon, or maybe it's good evening. It's the exact same greeting she gave me at the beginning, word for word. But the voice isn't Kazuki Hoshino's, but rather a girl's. It belongs to Raiko Osami. If the date is as the file states, then the recording was made at 2 in the morning on the 6th, not long after I left the diner with Maria. I'm not sure when Maria nicked it, but she must have decided to give my phone to Asami without asking. That way, she could record this message. What should I say? Maybe, I'm sorry for causing you so much trouble. If words were all it would take to earn your forgiveness, I'd say as many as I need to. But I know that won't be enough. After everything I did to you, you can never forgive me. I know. That's not true at all. Besides, carrying a grudge around with me like that would just get in the way of my average life. I doubt you'll be able to forgive my brother, either. No matter what punishment he receives for his crimes. He'll probably serve 10 or 20 years, maybe even longer, but that doesn't mean what he did will be forgiven once he's free. My brother did it on my behalf, but it was wrong. He'll feel the weight of it more and more as time goes on, I'm sure, and I'm sure his heart will break, over and over. But don't worry. Ryu still told me that he made it in time. Despite knowing all of this, her voice is clear and optimistic, without any hints that this is just a facade. Asami is unmistakably speaking from her heart. I'll be fine from here on out, too. I finally understand. After all, I understand perfectly. I won't lose sight of the truth again. She must have known better than anyone that there would be tough times ahead for her. She must have already known she would never be able to come back to this school. And then, she says it. I am Raiko Asami. The message ends. I have no idea what sort of hardships she'll face, but I'm certain she will never claim that she's no one, or say anything similar, ever again. That's how I know she's going to be okay. I'm positive she'll be okay. Asami didn't tell Maria or anyone else where she was going. Though that means it's just a baseless rumor, there is one bit of gossip I've heard several times. Raiko Asami is working a job on a farm in Hokkaido where she lives on site. If that's true, I'm glad. Up there, she can build a place for Mizaki to come home to. I suppose it's my nature as an optimist that makes me so confident she can do it. But I still believe it. I can still believe that joy and laughter will be part of their lives again for both of them. Yep, I knew you'd be with Otonashi. Those words jolt me out of my little reverie. I feel like I haven't heard that voice in a while. I look up. It's Daya. Though we haven't spoken since he hit me, Daya plops down next to Maria as if nothing ever happened. WH What does he want? Is he getting ready to say he wants to be friends again? That's fine if it's true, but Daya isn't the type to be so straightforward about it. Kazuki. Why yeah? I heard about why you've been acting so weird. I guess he must have heard about what went down in the hospital room from Kokon or someone. Daya flashes a bold grin at me as I sit there stunned. I suddenly notice something. Before, only Daya's left ear was pierced. But now the right one is, too. And that's when he delivers the sucker punch. You're mixed up with O, aren't you?